I really love motorsport management games. Well, actually, I really love management games in general. I'm also a big nerd. I like stats. But the trouble I have with them, with both Motorsport Manager and with F1 Manager especially, is that it takes so long to do a weekend. I'm one of those people that can't time 16 the race in F1 Manager as well. I have to watch it at 1 times unless it's a dead cert what position we're coming, because I can't miss a beat. With that in mind, if you've ever felt like you need a game that's a Motorsport Manager or F1 Manager like, or just a racing manager game in general, but it's just a lot simpler, so there's not as much technical development and intricate knowledge of parts, and one where the race weekends are a lot quicker, this could be the game for you. This is Golden Lap. It's based on the 1970s era of F1, and it has a lovely little synth backing track. Now, the beauty of this, it's the racing management simulation genre, except it's very much simpler, easier, more approachable, if you will. So anybody that's not familiar with the genre can easily jump in and start racing. I mean, you need to know a little bit about, tires, but you kind of only need to know the extent of soft tire is quick but weak, hard tire is slow but strong. And you'll see what I mean. We're going to do a little game, we're going to start up a new career, and we're going to have a look. Especially if you played any of the old Football Manager or back in those days Championship Manager games, if you were I used to be a football fan, you'll recognize this system of using dots to represent the athletes. And so this game doesn't have cars per se, but it has little dots that move around the track as like beads on a string. And it surprisingly still captures the feeling. I like it. I like it. So we're going to go into it. New career. Let's do like and subscribe. For no particular reason. I don't know what. I don't know why. They're just 2 random words that came to mind. Now, if you are familiar with F1, specifically the older F1, like back in the 70s, you'll definitely know who at least most of these teams represent. Either the name or the logo or both being a link, right? The first one we have is Ezzolini. If you don't know this one, you've probably never watched racing in your life or even heard of a car because this is clearly Ferrari, or now as they're called Scuderia Ferrari, but just Ferrari back in those days. It was founded by Enzo Ferrari as well, so maybe that's where Ezzo came from. So that's clearly that one. LeBron, now I want to say this is McLaren. When you look at the color scheme, the logo design with the arrow kind of thing, and the LA, I'm maybe clutching at straws there, I don't know, but it seems pretty likely, right? We have Chapman, who is Lotus. Wayland, I think, is supposed to represent Tyrrell from back in the day, purely because of the slant, the color, and the vague font with the little ball serifs, Hemlock, I don't know who this is, and any of these that I can't name, if you're watching and you can name them, please let me know in the comments. Show me up. Brag your F1 knowledge, your historical F1 knowledge. Pope, I swear I know there's a team that's named similar to this, and I can't think who it is. Bancroft, I think is supposed to be Brabham, because Jack Brabham had his own team, and his logo was a snake, which this kind of looks like. And it was, again, a similar font-ish. And so I think it's supposed to be Brabham. I don't know what Vernier is supposed to be. And there's going to be people knowledgeable about 1970s F1 that are going to be angry at me for that. But I don't know. April, this is March, which it's a pun. I've got a lot of love for it. This is clearly a pun. And then finally, we have Night. I don't know who Night are actually based on either. There were a lot of teams in the 1970s F1, and I don't think any of them were called Night. I don't think any of them were called Day. I noticed Surtees is not here. Pope, but probably not really, because it's not that similar, because Surtees had the S on each end was kind of doing what the Ferrari thing does here. So you'll notice as well, as we select these teams in order, it has the predicted position in the championship, in the Constructors' Championship. Or where it's predicted they would finish, hence predicted position. So it's kind of the seeding, right? So Ferrari are obviously voted the best because in 1970 they were, although Lotus did pretty well. In fact, I think it was a Lotus driver that won it. I can't remember. I wasn't alive then, but I from my knowledge, I can't remember quite exactly. Ferrari are predicted first, then McLaren, etc., 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 etc. And if you know anything about me, you'll know why we're going to go with Night as our starting team. The reason I want to go Night is because I love an underdog story. Give me an underdog story. Position 10 predicted, bet. We'll come out and win the league. No, we won't, but will hopefully not come 10th is the aim. Also, because it's not a British team, and I hate how over-nationalist the F1 broadcasts always are over here. Commentators being like, oh, this British driver's done well, all the British fans must be happy. It's like, well, maybe they don't support that guy. Like, nationality is such a loose way to connect them, but it's a historical thing in motorsport, so I guess it's just not been stamped out yet. But hey, I'm on a soapbox. Let's just get to it, shall we? Because we are predicted 10th position, we get the runts of the litter because we don't get any choices until everybody else has selected all their teams. So we're starting with kind of not a hand tied behind our backs, but it's like the opposition has come out and said, right, you can't do right hooks and you can't do left uppercuts. We're limited in our repertoire, but we'll see what we've got. We have to pick 2 drivers, an engineer, and a crew chief. The drivers are going to, now this is going to be difficult to understand, they're going to drive the car. They're going to drive the car. They'll be responsible for driving the car around the track and hopefully finishing the length of each race. You'll understand when we get into it why that might not happen. Then we have to pick an engineer who's responsible for the development of the car throughout the year, and then the crew chief who's responsible for how pit stops work. Now, don't worry about how much detail it already seems is coming into this. This game makes it really, really simple to get on board with and simple to handle all of these things. And I'll show you how in just a minute. But I also love the kind of modernized UI, but with like these retro icons. So like the car and stuff, it's really like modern vintage, if that makes sense, even down to the color scheme. And I'm a really big fan of the flat, clean, and kind of glossy background design with like shadows around the elements. I know a lot of people would probably start picking the driver first. I'm going to pick the engineer first. I want to make sure I've got the budget to have whatever engineer I want, because in my opinion, and this is going to be controversial to a lot of race fans, more often than not, success in motorsport, or at least in Formula One, which is the pinnacle of motorsport, it's mainly, and I'm not saying it's 100%, but it's mainly the car. If you look back at the last 15 years of F1, very rarely has the most dominant car not won. I mean, 2021, Max Verstappen won in a Red Bull when the Mercedes was the most dominant car. Mercedes was most dominant since 2014, sorry. And now we've got Max Verstappen, who showed why he is a cut above and how he can pull a car up from like above where it should be. For me, engineer is the most important selection here. Also, it's going to help us decide what the balance we want to take in the car, because the car setup direction that we choose is going to cost us, and it changes. So a conservative choice is cheaper. While it's slightly less performant, it's not as wild when you develop new parts. So if you decide to buy a new part, so like a new engine, there will be a range of power that it can have. And with a conservative one, it's quite a narrow window, so it's quite predictable. Whereas with the experimental version, it could be great or it could be terrible. Now, I like to live life on the edge, so if possible, I want to go for an experimental direction. It's going to be a great story to be somehow fighting for the championship and then crash out on the last lap of the last race or something. You know what I mean? They've got 2 stats to them. They've got expertise, which is the performance of the car parts they build and how many tuning points we gain after a lap in quali. Because in this, qualifying and practice are kind of the same thing, which is one of the ways they've condensed down the weekend, but they do it well. And then the other stat that engineers have is precision. So this influences the reliability of the parts, so how long they can last before they fall apart and break. Obviously, that probably doesn't count if we bin it into the wall in turn 1. No heroics into Sandoval, please. And how much the car can be tuned. You then have the status of where they are in their career, so it doesn't give them an exact age, but it says, are they early career, mid-career, late career? And the team here means that they've already been selected and we can't choose them. I would love reliability, but like I said, I'm going to go balls to the wall, okay? We're going all out, we're licking the stamp and sending it. Love to Daniel Ricciardo. We're going to try and get someone with expertise. I don't mind as much about the precision, but I also do kind of want early career, or at least mid. And we have a couple of mids down here, a 6 and a 3, or we have a 5 and a 5. So gaining 2 precision for losing 1 expertise is actually quite worth it. What we also want to check is their traits. So every driver and every engineer has traits. For James Pope, he has driver rapport. So he builds trust between him and the team. Both drivers will get +1 to their focus, which is one of their 2 stats. He also has tuning master, which means he's mastered the tuning techniques to perfection. Parts will have +1 added to minimum value. When you're tuning in quali, it will allow you to soften the blow of a bad tuning. Finally, he's an absent-minded genius. Wait. So he gets on really well with the drivers, and he's a master of tuning, but he's also absent-minded. He's a master of their craft, but albeit inattentive. So how does he get on with the drivers? James Pope is an enigma wrapped in a mystery wrapped in another enigma. Oh, although the others are like $3 cheaper. What else do we have down here? Yeah, I don't want to go too low on the expertise. It is really this block here, I think. Anita Banal has plus 20 performance added to the final result of built parts. Plus 1 minimum value for tune parts. That's just good performance. I mean, that's why they're finessed. The engineer has mastered the craft of every aspect of a racing car. All parts built by them gain 20 performance added to the final result. Okay, so I know they're not going to be very reliable, but that's going to be huge. And that's going to be the same as what James Pope would give us. But it's also going to be double dip into bonus performance. This is the renegade choice. This is the all or nothing choice, right? With a reliability of 3. Which one was this? Handling parts. Okay. So this is all parts gain 20, but then handling parts also gain an extra 20. But I still think the renegade choice, the all or nothing, is Anita Banal, and this will save us a few dollars to spend on drivers or a pit crew leader as well. So Anita Banal, welcome to the team. Yeah, look at that. Look at these. Oh, look at the bonuses. I mean, it looks tiny in the grand scheme of things because of the performance overall being quite high. But also, this is what I'm talking about, the windows, right? So if you go conservative, you'll see how the performance is pretty predictable. It's going to be between 2010 and 2280, which is like 270 points. If you go to experimental, that blows up to about 750 points. So we could have a Brawn GP, which is like just outperforms itself. Or we could end up with a 2021 Haas. We could end up with a Nikita Mazepin of cars. So let's hope we don't get that. Reliability, as well, is either going to be incredible at 70% or we'll always need replacing at 36%. So hopefully the odds are ever in our favor. I do want to go to drivers next, I think. We have $13 left to spend, but we should be fine. Drivers are so expensive, my God. Okay, so Ferrari obviously just went with the best, right? Oh, they didn't get the fastest, though. They went for the most expensive. Ferrari went for prestige. They went for the big money contracts. McLaren also followed suit with Chapman. Devon Bauer, I don't think we're going to be able to afford at $25, which sounds silly, but you got to imagine these are like millions, right? Or hundreds of thousands. But $25, sorry, mate, I haven't got the change. Can't do it. So we're going to scroll down, way down, because we've only got 13. And even if we drop the experimental direction of the car, that gives us 15. And we've got to get 2 drivers and a pit crew. So we're looking at like 10, which will be perfect for a combination of 9 and 1 or 9 and 0. I reckon Artie von Heim is our young prodigy. 2 speed and 2 focus, while it's so much less than the leaders at the sharp end. It's still going to be useful to have that performance and that focus. So their speed is obviously how quick they are, and their focus is how much they don't crash and how much they can hone in and have a good lap. How likely they are to put in an absolute banger of a lap. So we're going to go with Artie von Heim, young prodigy. Welcome to the team. Welcome to like and subscribe. And then the other one, it's either a 1 of everything or it's a 1 and a 2. The 1 and the 2 is Carlos Rodriguez. Mediator. Focus is remarkable. Plus 10% chance of increasing focus, minus 10% chance of increasing speed. So they're more likely to just keep focusing. They're more likely to be a steady driver, right? They're never going to be that fast, but they'll be reliable, or at least in the future. And then we have these ones, and a lot of them have rich parents, so they cost 0 to hire because they don't need the money. So that's nice of them, to give themselves for free. Do we want Carlos Rodriguez with the extra bit of focus, or do we maybe want someone that's going to have a good trait? He says hovering over jerk. We're not going to get the jerk. So we also don't want them, and we don't want them. So it would be between these 3 if we are going to get someone other than Rodriguez. We're either going to go with Antoine Morel or Carlos Rodriguez. I do like the reliability, though, and for $1 cheaper. We're going to go with Antoine Morel, I think. We're going to, Artie von Heim is going to be our big point scorer. Also, they know their limits because they're careful, so they're less likely to crash, which is amazing. Let's think bonuses and negatives. Bonus to Carlos Rodriguez, we have the extra focus. This thing is just that he's going to develop in a focused direction. The benefit to having one of these 3, tire wear could be great for strategy. Okay, I'm going to go Rodriguez, and then if we run out of money, we'll drop it down to a cheeky Morel. All right, welcome to the team, Rodriguez. You are welcome to like and subscribe. All right, crew chief is last. They work on pit stops, so it's how long it takes to do a pit stop and the chances of it being successful so they don't make mistakes and such. We have $3. Which means we can get one of these guys. And if we save $1 on Rodriguez, that would give us $4, which would be here. And if we took the car experimental direction down, that would give us 6, which actually would give us the chance to get David Hughes. What is he? Loves to party before a big day. The more likely to get party too hard trait before a qualifier or a race. That sounds like a negative. I'm not gonna lie. As much as Party Animal sounds great, doesn't sound good for the day after when he's at the track. Crew Chief enjoys taking risks. Pit stops have base time lowered by 20%, but are 50% more 50% more likely to fail. Okay, that's not worth dialing in the experimental direction, I don't think. What's David King about? Pit stop base time increased by 20. I don't like that. Crew Chief knows how to tackle a race in wet environments. A wet strategist. While they're on your team, drivers gain 10% more speed on dry tires while on a wet track. Oh, yeah, this actually would be perfect for us. Changeable conditions. One of those races where the back markers start to score points. This could be crucial for us. This could be the difference between a P10 and a P11 at some point. Also, pit stops are going to be successful. They're going to be slow pit stops though. So we're going to try and do one stoppers where possible then. But welcome to the team, Gabriel Ascaso. Ascaso, I'm terrible at pronunciations. So here's our lineup. We have $1 left over. If we wanted to go a bit more conservative, we could, but I'm not going to. We're going to go experimental. The way we can decide whether we should have done that, it depends on what these values come out at, right? So in terms of reliability, balanced would have been 54 to 80. And in terms of performance, we're looking at 2010, 2030, up to the mid 2400s. So let's see with experimental if we get anywhere near that, and let's see what happens. So Night Racing enters the grid for 1970, and now we choose our sponsor, who is going to be branded on the side of our car with pride as we storm past everyone because we've locked up and our brakes have failed and we've gone straight into the wall. Because you know the cameras love a crash, right? So this is the sponsorship attraction technique. We tell them we may crash, but that's okay because that's going to get more camera time on your brand. And each of these will give us a flat income per race, so race income. And then there will also be bonuses where they're performance targets. So if you achieve the performance they're asking for, and these are positions, by the way, then they will pay you that. So for example, exhaust don't give you much of a flat thing, but if you can hit their bonuses, they're huge. But they need us to come 4th or 2nd, which I dream on, in the words of Aerosmith. Petrol, 2 race income, and they want us to come above 8th during the race and 4th during the season. Remember, we're predicted to be 10th in the season. So I'm not so sure about petrol, if I'm honest. I think maybe metal tubing is the way to go here. Go conservative, get a nice flat $3 a race income. And, you know, just a little bump when we do well. Because if we come 12th or above, that's going to be an extra $1. And if we manage to finish in the top 6 teams, which will be the top 12 drivers overall, then we get a nice healthy little extra bonus. So we're going to go metal tubing. Welcome metal tubing to the side of our car, to our livery. And there it goes, being put together. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The performances came out okay. We were saying about the 2010s to 2400s. Not bad. It's the low end of standard. This would have been. The reliability. We've done great with our steering. Our handling reliability is phenomenal. So the first part we might want to create is a new engine because a baseline 48% reliability does not fill me with confidence. It's already half broken and we've not even taken to the track yet. There is still part development because that's part of the fun of managing a motorsport team, but it's nowhere near as in-depth as F1 Manager, and it's not even as in-depth really as Motorsport Manager. You can either upgrade your existing part at some point, which will give you performance and reliability of a small amount, 5 to 6 performance, for example, 6 to 10 reliability, or you can build an entirely new one, which will cost almost twice as much, and in some cases probably will cost twice as much, but the bonus to your performance will be much bigger. However, it's not a guaranteed increase in reliability, especially when the window for that reliability is 30 to 53. We've kind of got the most reliable engine mostly that we can probably get at this point. So for that, we're not going to be making a new one. So I was wrong about that, unless we want to take a chance at some point and have some extra money left over. The chassis, same deal. Yeah, steering has gone above and beyond, honestly. As much as the performance bonuses would be nice, I think we have to keep our car intact and just try to bring it home. If we start to fall down the order, and we're not already at the back of the order, then maybe we start to push on. But for now, I think it might just end up being upgrades. Sorry to those of you that already follow motorsports, but if you're not familiar with how scoring works in especially F1 because this is based on F1, even though it doesn't mention the words F1. If you're in the top 10, you score points in a scaling manner. And then that decides the order of the Drivers' Championship, which is what most of the fans care about. But what most of the teams care about is the Team Championship. This is very simply just both of your drivers' scores added together. So if Artie scores 10 points for us in the first race, Carlos scores 5, that means our team score will be 15 overall. There's nothing fancy about it. Also, fastest lap gets you a bonus point for you and your team. So if Joel Ryan takes fastest lap in the first race, Joel Ryan will get a point and LeBron will get an extra point as well. There are traits to each track as well. So for Retorcido, which kind of looks a bit like Catalunya, and I don't think there's another Spanish track on there. No, so this has got to be Catalunya. At least I would assume it's Catalunya. It's not exactly the same, right? But it's still fairly similar. This is very clearly Silverstone. I mean, we don't even need to mention Monaco. Now, you'll notice some of them have skulls next to them. That is a dangerous track, which means if you crash, it's more likely that that crash will be serious or catastrophic. Your drivers can die. Remember that, I mean, even today they can die, but remember this is 1970. Safety was a joke. They didn't care about safety back then, really, let's be honest.
What a joke!
So let's get to our first race. We're going to Retorcido. It's arid, which means it's going to be using an arid weather pattern. So I assume there's not going to be any rain, which not great for a Scasso, our wet strategist. And it's narrows. They're narrow tracks, which means it's going to be harder to overtake, harder to hit top speeds, and more dangerous. There's less chance of overtaking, less engine performance, and more crash chance. We want to qualify fast, and we want to put most of our tuning into probably handling and chassis, because every point that we put into engine is only really worth 3/4 of a point. Welcome to Retorcido. Look at this. They've even got corner names as well. Cucharon, Mango, brilliant. Limones, is that literally lemons? Because Limones just looks like they've called it lemons. Davi Fonseca, driver of the team Vernier, partied a bit too hard yesterday. That's him there, number 8. Although the number on them is their position, so don't get too attached to remembering their name by their number. Remember their name by the color of their dots. He partied a bit hard, now he's hungover. So this is the party animal type approach, I think. Also, Claude Deschamps also did, but he's crew chief of LeBron. So this will be a Ferrari day, I imagine. Okay, immediately going to pause so I can explain how practice quali works. Quali is quali, but quali is also practice. But every time you send them out for a quali lap, they'll come back and then you can tune the car and send them back out. There is absolutely no way your tuning can get worse. It can only get better. Asterisk, unless you tune it into the red and you overtune it, and then you're screwed. The way tuning works, I'll explain in a second. First thing we want to just do is tune our cars to their baseline and send them out. This is moving a lot faster. So in terms of real time, it's like 4 seconds in game is every 1 second real life. So now we get to see what happens. The sectors will light up here. If you're not familiar with how sectors work, purple there means fastest of anybody. Green means personal best. And there will be yellow if it's not a personal best, but I don't think you'll ever see those during quali in this game. Von Heim crosses the line with a 1:57.26. We are 5 seconds off the Ferraris, but I didn't expect to be close to them. We are, however, faster than at least 4 different cars here. We'll start to get a picture of who our competitors are and where we lie, like where we sit in the overall order. And that actually, for a team that's supposed to be 10th in the championship and was supposed to probably be like 18th to 20th, 9th and 11th, I'm not mad. Boys, I'm not mad about that first run. That's a good run. So now we have to tune our car. We get to see that Moretti here for Ezzolini is the leader. So he's got the fastest time. That's his relative car performance. That performance plus driver ability is what's amounting to 5 seconds. 4.8 and 4.9. Drivers are only half a tenth off each other, which means they're at least consistent with each other. Rodriguez has got the edge at the moment, which is really interesting because Von Heim is supposed to be our prodigy. And so now what we do is we tune the car to send it back out. The engineer has this many tuning points. They have 15 out of 20 available, which is quite good. Now, when we tune each one, we get to pick between 2 things. You see the cost here in tuning points. For example, if we wanted to tune the engine up, we can spend 1 point to gain a bonus of 1 to 3 points, or 2 to gain a bonus of 1 to 5, depending on how well they do when they tune the car in that way. So by doing some maths here, spending 1 for 1 to 3 is kind of like the equivalent of spending 2 for 2 to 6. So actually, this is more valuable than the 1 to 5. But our engine is not going to be as good because it's going to lose 20%. Maybe we go big. We're going to do a 3 to 19. And what you'll see here is currently plus 0 out of 65. 2157 is our overall score. We hit this. We got plus 19. Bernal is zoned into tuning this car. And the handling on that car is now 19 better. If you can tune into this little gold section here, you'll see the green bars making its way up. You get what's called a golden tune, and it overtunes the car to like 70 something out of 65 and gives you a little bonus performance. If you go into the red, bad things happen. We're not going to go into the red. Red is bad. I don't like the idea of getting a 1 on the 1 to 20, so I'm going to do this. Oh, okay, the 4 wasn't great either. So now we send Von Heim back out where we tune up the car, which will take a minute. And while they're doing that, we then tune Rodriguez in the same way. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, and then we send this one out. And then as soon as Von Heim's ready to go, we're going to send them pretty much straight out while we've still got the ability to have space. Every time we do a lap, it's actually 3 laps. And this is just like real life because it will start with what's called an out lap, the lap on which you come out of the pits. Then when you cross the line, you do your timed lap, otherwise known as a flying lap, where there'll be no status written here to the right-hand side. And then you do what's called an in lap, which you might have guessed is when you go back into the pits. So you see how Hodgson now doesn't have anything here. It's because Hodgson's on a flyer. So is Von Heim and Rodriguez. Rodriguez can't focus. Rodriguez, why can't you focus? Come on, dude. You got acres of space. Von Heim has been like accosted by DuPont, who's just seeming to be all over the back of him. But you, meanwhile, have acres of space. We're both improved. Von Heim is now in front by a 1/10.5 over Rodriguez. So the setup is really starting to go Von Heim's way. I think it must have been that handling that we did in the tuning. I think that must have been what it was. So we immediately want to start tuning again. And then it's when you wait to send them out is when there's people driving past. You want to stick them out into space. If we're going to get anywhere near to a golden tune, it could be Rodriguez that gets it after all that. Also, this is where the weather would appear, by the way. So if it's going to get wet, it would appear here. It's really not going to get wet in Spain, but if it did, that's where it would appear. And then this is track grip, so how fast you're going to be going around the track at that time. So we do want to make sure we're getting laps in towards the end as well. All right, Von Heim starts a new flying lap, coming around all the first few corners, heading up towards Vermouth. Beautifully taken. Coming around Grandia. Vanucci heading straight to Lemons. They are improving on their previous sectors. Oh, it's white when you don't improve. Holgerson didn't improve. Von Heim crosses the line. 4 seconds adrift, improves by over a second. So does Rodriguez, but they're 3/10 adrift. If this game is anything like real life, you want to be within like 2/10 of your teammate because you're technically in the same machinery, right? Now, I know we're tuning the cars differently, but they would want to be within 2/10 of each other at least. So being 3/10 adrift, Rodriguez is going to be fuming right now. Not going to be happy with himself. Hasn't been focusing anyway. I don't know if our car is this fast. Like one of the McLarens is down here in 10th. And I don't think that should be the case. Handling's looking great. I'm wondering, because we've got 15 minutes left of the hour session, I might just focus on handling for now and try and get the golden tune. Oh, 4 to 15 could get us there. It doesn't, unfortunately. So we're going to need one more tune, but I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get the golden tune on handling for Von Heim, which is huge news. Same here. I think we have to focus on the handling here, right? So I don't want to risk going into the red zone because you know what? I said I was take risks. Oh yeah, we are going to risk it. And we fucked it. So that's what happens when you hit the red zone. You actually lose a bunch of performance instead. So at least it was Rodriguez and not Von Heim, but this is why taking risks can be a bad thing. But don't think that doesn't mean I'm not going to do it again. Or don't think that doesn't mean I'm going to do it again, rather. Von Heim, what do you got? You can't focus. Oh, it's all gone wrong for us in Spain. We were looking so good up in the top 10. I did think it wasn't quite where we belonged. I thought we were out driving the car a little bit. Rodriguez is not going to be doing too well either. We hit the red zone and it kind of broke some of the tuning. Von Heim crosses the line, goes half a second quicker. Rodriguez gets a 0.9 quicker, 9/10 quicker, and goes a 10th faster than his teammate. You see, that is what happens when you're feeling shit about yourself and your performance. You just bounce back. Just when I thought we were down and out, we're back up near the points again. Now, obviously, below 10th is you could come 11th or 20th and you'll get the same amount of points because it's 0. But the closer we are to 10th, the more chance we have for points when shit goes wrong ahead of us. So, for example, when people crash out in front of us and stuff. Each of these laps is just under 2 minutes. So if you consider it's 3, that'll be 6 minutes. We may be able to squeeze in a cheeky 2 tunes, but I think this is going to be 1 tune from here on out. There's no way we go bust on 3 to 10 on the handling. And that's a golden tune. 73 out of 65. We love to see it. Okay, we're giving Von Heim literally every chance to do well here. That's looking pretty good. I just ignored the engine really because of the detriment on the narrow track. And we're going to see if that pays off. But for now, that's how the car looks for Von Heim. So show us what you got, Von Heim. Then Rodriguez. Oh, poor Rodriguez. I really fucked Rodriguez with that overtune, didn't I? Okay, we're bringing it back though. All right, we've got to go big. Oh, okay, not quite the golden tune, but the handling is coming back. And I think handling could be key here. So let's follow Von Heim for a lap around the Spanish circuit. As we come down the start, finish straight, strong right-hander into a little couple of S's. The teammate can't focus, but they look fully in control as they end the first sector with a long looping left into another left-hander and a hairpin right. A longer, forgiving hairpin to the left, sharpens up on the right-hand side. Long straight into 2 right-handers, almost 90 degrees, a few left and rights, and a couple of looping left and rights here. I mean, they're all left and rights, really, aren't they? It goes too fast for me to properly commentate. But a big lap from Von Heim. Rodriguez left half a second adrift and definitely asking questions about that run. We might just have time to get in a flying lap. If it's like real life, we'll have to cross the line to be doing our flying lap by the time we get out. But that will mean our tuning will need to be essentially 0 time. It's a balancing act now, right? Because we've got to make no tunes essentially. Oh, golden tune. 26 seconds. I don't know if we're going to get out, but I think that's all I'm going to do in the attempt to at least get the car on track and make the tuning take effect. And then Rodriguez, we're just going to try and get you a golden tune. There it is. Successfully golden tune a car part after having previously overtuned it. Oh, we did. Yeah. There you go. We come back stronger. That's how we do. The moment we can send them out, I don't care about space anymore. It's just there we go. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. I don't think we're going to have time to get round because even the fastest lap is 147. So we won't make this. We'd at least get close, look. We were at least on the home straight, almost. But yeah, back into the pits, guys. You know, we took that last setup for a little run around the track. More driver acclimatization to the setup. Rodriguez being half a second adrift from Von Heim has actually cost them 6 positions. Definite divide here with like 2-second gap between 9th and 10th. What that kind of tells me, yeah, I mean, look at the gaps, right? Over a second back to DuPont. So top 3 are probably just going to fly away. I imagine Paul Woods will eventually catch up due to being in a McLaren or a LeBron. But it's probably going to be a 3-horse race in this race. And then here from 10th down, I mean, it's anybody's game from 10th down because look at that. Half a second was 6 places. Less than a 10th separates 15th and 16th. 16th and 17th, and then 17th and 18th. This is huge, but that means there's big potential for Carlos Rodriguez to come soaring up from the back. However, I might put him on the hard tires. This is where tire strategy comes into it. If you're familiar with tires in Formula One, this works in the same way. So we won't need the intermediates or the wets, the I and the W, because they're about wet weather tires. Therefore, if it rains. 3 tires, essentially. You'll see here the graph is the tire life. How high it is how fast you're going to go. So it's how much performance you have left in the tire or how much life is left in the tire. And so when it'll drop off to 0. The performance of a soft tire on lap 1 is 1003, but it drops off pretty quickly. Hard tire on lap 1 has a performance of 995, but will last reasonably for about probably 34 laps. Yeah, 30 to 56 is overall, because if you go like light driving strategy and you're really easy on the tires, it can technically last you to 56 if you run them right to the carcass. Usually you'll want to pit before the end of the tire life because they do get slower and slower the longer you go. And eventually, I mean, a pit stop will lose you on average, at least in real life, 20 to 25 seconds. So if you're losing like 2 seconds a lap, 3 seconds a lap, you know, you don't want to stay out 7 to 10 laps longer. Otherwise, you've lost the advantage you have by not pitting. So it's a bit of a strategy decision, right? Like Von Heim is up there, is in the mix. So I might want to stick them on the softs, keep them up there, you know, keep them racing. Especially because it's going to be difficult to overtake. We don't want to lose a position up there. Whereas the exact opposite is true for Rodriguez. There's not really much worth doing for Rodriguez in terms of soft tires because we're not necessarily going to be able to push up that much. So what it might be best to do is leave Rodriguez out long and then hope that when people go in and pit early, we gain enough time, maybe hope for a safety car mid-race where we can have a cheap stop. Because if there's yellow flags or if there's a safety car, because in this game you don't have a safety car, you have yellow flags, but it's the same as a real life safety car in a way, in that the whole course, the drivers have to slow down, which means when you're stopping for a pit stop, they're not going as much faster than you as they are when they're at full speed. So if you pit under a safety car, or in this game under double yellows or under yellow flags, your pit stop time lost will be less. So we're going to hope for Rodriguez's sake that we can get a cheeky safety car. Our pit stops are fairly slow though, so I wonder about going hard mediums. If we say it's like somewhere in the middle of the laps it's actually saying, and we say it's going to last us like 27, 28 laps maybe. I mean, even that's pushing it. Maybe 23. Then that would leave us 45 laps to do, which is not even a hard tire. So maybe soft is okay at the beginning. So we could go soft, medium, soft. So if it's 22, what we're actually looking at is like 17 or 18. 2 soft stints would be 34, which will leave us 34 laps. Soft, hard, soft could be a plan. And then Rodriguez goes hard, soft, soft. But obviously, we'll have to react as well to any safety cars or anything else that happens during the race. But we're going to start on maximum fuel burn. Don't worry about the graph saying that we're going to have no fuel left at the end of the race, because when we turn it down, it will predict back up again. But I want to burn at the beginning so as to try and not lose places. We can maybe push for the first couple laps with Von Heim. I really want Rodriguez to go long, so I don't want to push with Rodriguez. And the worst case, we lose 2 positions. That's the plan. It's 5 red lights. The lights are off and the pedals are to the floor as they all take off. And Von Heim is immediately losing positions like a fucking stone. Down in 14th place. Tucked in behind Schaub. But what can we do? They're all just complaining that they can't overtake people and that people are going past them. Rodriguez has indeed lost those 2 positions we talked about. Von Heim being on the softer tires should really be making more of an impact early on, because there's no one on soft tires around them. And also, when you make them push hard, that's going to make them burn the tires quicker, but they're supposed to perform a little bit better. But also, they'll gain stress as well. So we can't really have them pushing flat out for more than a lap or 2, because now, look, their chance of crashing is high. And I think Von Heim is our only chance of getting points positions. So for now, I'm just going to let them settle in. You know, they've pushed. They've kept up with 12th and 11th. So I'm just going to hopefully let the tires do the work here for a little bit. And we're going to see what happens with them. Rodriguez has managed to make their way back up to 16th. So they're actually up from where they were off the grid, which is great. The Ferraris up front, Mack is just absolutely checked out. He's Mack Verstappen at this point. And Moretti is also up there with him, with indeed Ryan being there. DuPont is actually keeping hold of Ryan. He's keeping Ryan honest a little bit, only a couple seconds behind. But really, it's going to be a Ferrari day. This is wildly... After 3 laps, they're already like a few seconds ahead. They are gone. They're going to check out. Von Heim looking to check in because they've yet to do so. They're not looking too hot right now. We might need to tell them to push again for a little bit. No team orders. That's the other thing you can do, by the way. You can give them team orders to say, let your teammate pass or don't try to overtake your teammate, which is useful. I'm not a huge fan of it. Honestly, every team principle would be different. I'm not a fan of team orders unless you're on wildly different strategies. Now, these guys are currently on different strategies because Von Heim is on softs. But if Von Heim isn't making those softs work, because it's not like Von Heim started behind Rodriguez. Von Heim started a good 8 positions, I think it was, or 6 positions ahead of Rodriguez. So if they're not performing on those softs, it'd be unreasonable of me to tell Rodriguez to hold back, in my opinion. And it's the first race of the season. I can't do that to Von Heim. I can't do that to Rodriguez, you know? Like, if I were Rodriguez in that case, I would then quit. Von Heim's going to need to chill out a bit. They really can't push that much to try and overtake Hustler. But, they just couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it. They're still fighting. They're still trying. They're staying within a second. But those soft tires are really starting to melt like an ice cube on a sunny day. Von Heim, he's just got to stay within a couple of seconds of Hustler and hope that they crash maybe. Because right now, if we look at 10th place is up here. This is where we want to hit if we want to get points. And when you look at like how far the gap is between 10th and us, it's like what, 3, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 to 9 seconds of gap. It's not great. It's really not great. And as we see, Rodriguez has in fact overtaken Von Heim. And so I was right not to tell Rodriguez to sit back, because it turns out that Rodriguez is the man in form right now, even on those hard tires, which is going to come really good for us later on, especially if there's a mid-race safety car. That would be great. That would be fantastic. Again, there isn't really safety cars, but a mid-race yellow. Although they're coming back now to fight again. This, of course, will lose us a bit of time overall. But I don't know. It's the spirit of the race for me. You know, I can't give them team orders this early on. Rodriguez is now back behind Von Heim, who has made their way back up to 15th. The lap that they're going to pit, what did we say, like 14, 17, ideally? Yeah, because if we go any later than 17, they're going to start to struggle. I'm also not going to get them to push on their tires much anymore. How are we looking on that fuel? We're still good. We're still good on fuel. Fuel's still fine. As long as we can make it to the end on fuel. I know because if we need to save fuel, we can go into low fuel burn mode. But we're still burning through the fuel at the moment. As Von Heim and Rodriguez still battling. Hurslers hasn't managed to take advantage of this fight to get away as well. So they're still within touch of the, I don't know, is this the Hemlock? Hemlock driver. Von Heim and Rodriguez just showing that you can race clean as a couple of drivers racing together on the same team. There are no team orders at night, of course, run by like and subscribe. So it's good. It's good. This is positive. We're teaching them to fight, but to respect each other. Von Heim will also be pitting first. So we need to think about that as well. Grip on the track will start to improve over time, as you see. Obviously, if there's a safety car, I'm just going to call it a safety car, okay? The field won't group up, and on screen, it's going to be called yellow flags. Maybe I'll call it that, but it feels more like a safety car. The strategic response to a yellow flag in this game, it's always full course yellow, for one. But it's always more... I mean, it is like a full course yellow, to be fair. So I'll call it that, maybe. But, oh my God, Rodriguez managing to overtake Von Heim again. Von Heim's softs, of course, are now wearing away a little bit, like me after 12 hours of work. And it's showing, I think. Von Heim might need to pit a little bit earlier, maybe. How's Von Heim looking on their laps? Their fastest. They're only a second off their fastest at the moment. Rodriguez just put in their fastest lap of the race, which is, by the way, still almost 5 seconds off a drift of the fastest lap of the race, which is Ferrari, with Moretti, who Moretti is actually now in the lead. Mack is still there right on them, though. But they're now already, after 14 laps, coming up to the back of the pack. And they are 16 seconds clear of everyone. And they're on the hard tires. This is a Ferrari season. I'm telling you that now. Telling you that now. And Rodriguez trying to make a move on Hustler, but just can't seem to squeeze past the Hemlock driver. And there's just nothing they can seem to do. Hustler is the cork in the bottle for Night right now as a team. It's standing between us and points, which, to be fair, Hustler's playing the team game because Viaba is up there in 11th, fighting for a point. And if they don't have to worry about us coming up from behind, then that's all but better. But Rodriguez is going to try and make it stick. As they go into Vermouth, Hustler comes out in front, and that is not going to be it, which has allowed Von Heim to catch back up and actually move past Rodriguez. Von Heim tries to make it too, but again, Hustler just showing that they can hold out when they need to. Okay, Von Heim is going to be pitting soon, so we're going to tell Von Heim to absolutely burn it, what's left of those soft tires, and they will be screaming out. And Von Heim will be thankful to get rid of them. So thankful, in fact, that Von Heim makes our first pass as a team past Hustler. I think that's the first time we've overtaken that damn driver. And now we can reward Von Heim with a new set of tires. Maybe we put them on the hards, and then that gives us the flexibility for the mediums or the softs later on. And we're just going to see what happens there. Reliability, I'm not keen on these 40%, but we're not going to take time to do repairs. Because as you see, 24-second pit stop. 48 if we repair just one thing. So we're not going to do that. But we're going to tell Von Heim. We're going to tell Von Heim to burn it because we don't know if we're going to come out around anybody. And so Von Heim will pit this lap from a respectable 13th place. They didn't start well on the softs, but they have come good towards the end of the stint. The question is now, we're definitely going to come out in front of Fonseca and probably behind Kukkonen, I would guess. Yeah, by a long way. Wait, Hustler's there. Wait, it's been a long stop for Von Heim, and Hustler has retaken the position, the track position, over Von Heim, and that is lamentable. That is why sometimes a cheap and cheerful pit crew leader is not what you want. We're going to tell Von Heim to just settle in for a bit now on those fresh hards. Get used to them, and just stay with Hustler if you can. Meanwhile, up in 13th, Rodriguez is about to see the flash of a Ferrari, and not because we're up in the top, but because the Ferraris are already a lap ahead of 13th place, a third into the race. And they're going to have to be looking at the potential of these double diffusers or something, because these Ferraris are a cut above. Maybe they've installed DAS 40, 50 years early. But there it is. And they're bringing it home. They really are. I mean, look at that. They're a whole 34 seconds ahead of anybody else in the field right now. And nobody as far down as 5th has stopped either. So, wow. Back in 17th, Von Heim is getting mighty familiar with the rear wing of that Hemlock because they are stuck behind Hustler still after all this time. Hustler and Von Heim seem to be burning their tires about the same amount. We're also having to deal with being lapped, which means we're going to fall behind them a little bit. We have come out, though, in front of Steiner, crucially. There's the full course yellows. There's the full course yellows. Now, the question we have to ask ourselves is, does Rodriguez pit onto fresh hards, maybe? Because fresh hards now would be a cheap pit stop. We're going to have to do 2 stops anyway. So I think we give Rodriguez a cheap stop, but maybe we leave them out for 1 more lap first. And then we give Rodriguez the cheap stop onto a fresh set of hards. And then we burn away some softs at the end. Or is it mediums? I think we go mediums and then softs. Mediums will give us, let's see, 20, we're going to say like 28, but we're going to 3/4 that. 18 laps. Maybe lap 40, and then can we get 28 of those hards? Yeah, we can. Yeah, or even more mediums, maybe. Or if we can make them last 25 laps each, or 23, it could be 2 mediums. We could make that work. We're going to go with the mediums. We're going to go with the mediums. All right, Rodriguez, you're going to go for it. Von Heim, meanwhile, is almost in 1-stop territory. Almost in the territory of being able to pull off a 1-stop. Now, the crucial thing, we're going to have to watch Rodriguez because when they come out of the pits, are they going to be... Surely they're going to be ahead of Hustler and Von Heim. Unless those fresh hards have really been working, unless they're a really strong race tire, you've got to think with the cars going slower, Rodriguez is going to gain on Von Heim, maybe even overcut Hustler by coming out in front of them. How are they going to do? It's been a very slow stop. They're coming out and they are wildly clear of Hustler. 5 seconds up the road on softer compound of tires as well. It's all coming up Millhouse for Rodriguez. When it goes green, the first thing... Wait, there's been a puncture. There was a puncture for Holgersen. Holgersen has had a puncture on fresh hards. Oh, they're going to have to pit again. Oh, that's a nightmare situation for Holgersen. That is terrible. They've lost only 1 position, though. It could have been worse for them. It could have been a lot worse. All right, green flag. I just want to make sure they're doing the right things. We don't want you on a burn. We're going to have you on mediums to maybe go on more mediums or hards towards the end. And then Von Heim is going to try and make it into soft territory. Because we did what? At 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, right? So we're going to want like lap 51. So at the end of lap 50... Yeah, that's going to be perfect. Soft, hard, soft for Von Heim. But Rodriguez is the big winner, at least in our battles, of that full course yellow. Coming out in 12th, not under threat at all from Hustler as well. We're also going to... Okay, Von Heim, you've still got a little bit of leeway on the fuel burn. Rodriguez, we're going to leave off the fuel burn a little bit. Actually, yeah, we're going to leave off the fuel burn a little bit. Give ourselves a bit of a strategic option there. As Von Heim... It's not terribly keeping up with Hustler right now, although we have been lapped by Woods. Hustler is now being lapped. Still that 8-second gap between Rodriguez and Hustler. Hustler is 7.6 behind Rodriguez. By the way, I don't know how I didn't notice this. The full course yellow was for Moretti, one of the Ferraris. In a day where they were looking for the perfect season opener, they no longer have fastest lap. They no longer have the 1-2. No Grand Slam for Ferrari this weekend. That's a crying shame for Moretti and gives a huge advantage to Mack in what will surely be a single team title race, as is honestly depressingly typical for F1. Anyway, Von Heim still staying in touch with Hustler, but again, having to give way for some of the faster cars. The problem with being a backmarker. Von Heim, even with the extra fuel burn, it's not worth burning extra fuel while you're being lapped as well. And they're only just going to make it over the line with that. So I think we leave that there. Rodriguez still managing that 7.5-second gap. We love to see that. Von Heim has now found themselves the subject of affection of Rosenqvist, who is right behind us, chomping at the bit on those fresh softs. If Von Heim can hold out, this is a track, remember, where overtaking is not easy. So if Von Heim can hold out, Rosenqvist on those soft tires will fall away quickly. Sitting in that dirty air as well. Dirty air is not a thing in this game, but, you know, color. Sitting in the dirty air as well of Von Heim. Will Rosenqvist manage to make those softs work out for them? Or will it be more a case of Von Heim managing to just frustrate them for long enough that they no longer have the tire advantage? Because Rosenqvist's softs are already as worn as a percentage as Von Heim's hards are. So from here, it's only going to be advantage Von Heim eventually. We hope anyway, right? So it's all pretty stable right now. We're hoping Rodriguez keeps hold of that. I'm just gonna get a bit of fuel burn for Rodriguez. Let him open up that gap a little bit now that they're not going to be lapped again for a while. Let's start opening that back up on Hustler because we know how much of a thorn in our side that Hemlock has been all afternoon. And we don't want to see that again. Von Heim, meanwhile, has fallen 5 seconds behind Hustler as well. So yeah, Von Heim at the moment is more about keeping Rosenqvist behind, which so far they have done to perfection. Rosenqvist on those softs really getting frustrated now, becoming very acquainted with the back of the night car. And it's a happy day for everyone in like and subscribe, at least in this battle. We would love some points. With Acosta running out of those softs rather quickly, Rodriguez is currently only about 4 seconds off the points. So don't rule out, you know, I mean, our stops are really slow, but don't rule out a slow stop from Acosta or maybe a bad strategy where they're adding one extra stop in than what they need. They'll probably go to hards, I guess, next, though. And, you know, that and then Schaub maybe or someone in the top 8 or top 9 crashes. Of course, I don't wish ill on any of these drivers, but at least spin off the track for us, you know? Give us a position. Because a point on the opener would be a statement of intent against those people that cast us aside as a P10 prospect. And look at us now. Look at us now. I mean, Von Heim has fallen away from Hustler quite considerably by this point. And we should also put that fuel back. We don't really have any leeway on fuel now. Rodriguez is up to 11th. Schaub, I don't know what happened to Schaub. I think Schaub just had a bit of a bad lap there. But Schaub is also on harder tires than Rodriguez. So they have the opposite situation of what Von Heim is currently creating for Rosenqvist, in that Rodriguez is the one on the softer tires. And so if Rodriguez can stay ahead, they should be able to at least build a little gap now until that tire deficit goes away. Acosta in front of them is also really struggling on those soft tires. Can't wait to discard them at the next pit stop. And Rodriguez just might be able to stay in touch with Acosta and ask the question about a point here today in Spain. Imagine a point on the opening day. Let's go, Rodriguez. Also, with Woods coming out just in front of Rodriguez, Acosta's going to have to slow up a little bit to let them pass. But they had managed to gain some time on us because Rodriguez got held up a little bit at the beginning there of that lap from Woods coming out the pit. So unfortunately, that hasn't helped Rodriguez a great amount. But they are going to be still pursuing Acosta and currently are in the points. Campbell just pitted by the looks of it. We will still have to pit, of course. You see the number of pits here. We're still on 1. It's Campbell that's pitted. Fonseca at the back has also pitted. This is how it looks overall. The Ferrari is about to lap 7th place. Meanwhile, second is like 37 seconds back. This really is a Max Verstappen here. We need to play the Dutch national anthem at the end of the race, just for familiarity's sake. All right, so from behind Von Heim, Rosenqvist is finally discarding those old softs. It was a slow pit stop for Rosenqvist as well. That's big. That's huge for us. That's huge. Okay, Rodriguez really starting to look quite strong, I've got to say. How much would we get out of those mediums if we were to switch on to mediums? Because if we went to medium... Oh, we wouldn't... not yet. Not yet. I think it was 27, right? So we're looking at, yeah, we're looking at like 18 laps maybe. I mean, how old are our current tires? I wish I knew. Current tires are, I mean, we 12 laps left. I mean, we're about 12, 4 more laps. It'll take us to 44-ish. Oh, we could do that. Yeah, mediums. I think it's mediums next for Rodriguez. Von Heim's going to try and hang it out for those softs. So if we can last something like 18 laps, what are we going to be wanting? Pit on lap? Oh, no, that'd be lap 60, wouldn't it? I don't think we're going to make it. Ooh. No, wait, hold on. No, we're 24 off at the moment. We could pit actually nearly now. But, I mean, look at this. Like, it's going to be... That's... I mean, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18... 19 laps in on this tire. If we can make one more to make it 20... So, what would it be? 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 would take us to lap 44. It's possible to get another medium out of this stint, but those mediums are going to start to fall away for damn sure, which makes me wonder about a medium for Von Heim, but I'm going to stick with what I'm thinking with Von Heim. Because Von Heim has done well so far. Von Heim, however, is currently being hunted down pretty vigorously by Viaber. But if Von Heim can hold Viaber up enough, that's also another bit of help for Rodriguez. Takes the pressure off just a touch. Top 7 have really checked out. We're a minute and a half, 15 behind Holgersen in 7th. And in fact, 7th is coming round to lap 12th, which is crazy. Considering first is already lapped 7th. And I think just lapped us a second time. But currently, Von Heim doing really well, frustrating people on those hard tires. That's currently their role today. Even though it was Rodriguez that started off on the hards. Von Heim never made those softs work until the end of that first stint. But Rodriguez putting in a solid effort so far. 5 to 9 laps left. So we've currently had, what, 15 laps or something on these? Something like that? We've got 23 laps left. 23 laps left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We've done 22 laps. All right. We're starting to get caught up a little bit by Campbell. Next lap, we're going to pit Rodriguez. So Rodriguez, it's time to push. Push. Burn your fuel as well, just for 1 lap. And then Von Heim has let Viaber past, unfortunately. Well, not let, but they haven't been able to hold them up much longer. Von Heim has slipped down. Acosta is behind them, which is someone else we don't want to be passing Rodriguez in that battle for 10th. Schaub is also down there. It's that cluster involving Von Heim that we're going to need to be looking out for. Now, this is the kind of time where... Shit, I didn't tell him to pit. We said push, but we didn't say box. Oh, I'm such a fool. Okay, we're going to have to tell him to go neutral on this lap, which is going to suck a little bit. Actually, no, we're still going to burn him. We're still going to burn him away. All right, we're definitely going to make the mediums work now. We're definitely going to make those mediums work. Okay, we're going to come out pushing, though. Oh, my God, Rodriguez, I'm so sorry. Oh, I could have just fucked it. I might have just fucked it. Here we go. We're going to drop the fuel burn down. That 1 lap could have really cost us. It could have cost us. Ha! Let's find out where we're going to be. There goes Viaber. There goes Acosta and Schaub and Von Heim and Fonseca. Oh, dear. Okay, don't make mistakes now, Rodriguez. We're just going to have to hope. I mean, Von Heim is the only one not to have pitted. Rodriguez will be 13th. That was bad. But Rodriguez, softer compound than the 3 cars in front of him and much fresher tires than the soft in front of that. I think Acosta will probably have to stop again because the softs are only lasting us, what, 10 laps? They can't. Surely they've got to stop again. So that's at least a position gain. Von Heim will stop, so that's 12th. So it's Fonseca and Schaub that our race is against now. So Schaub is the aim for points for Rodriguez, which is currently 7 or so seconds away. It's not the worst thing in the world. If there's a way to see how old our tires were, that would be freaking wonderful. Like how many laps it's been without having to count, you know what I mean? That would be wonderful. But yeah, I think we make about, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 laps. All right. Von Heim, time to start pushing, bud. Time to start pushing. And now we're going to, after you go past the entrance, we're going to say box. Onto softs, please. And then we're going to see how it goes. Rodriguez still sitting there in 14th. But we're hoping Fonseca on those old hards is going to be slow and is not going to frustrate us like we did to their teammate. Which they probably will out of spite and revenge. But Von Heim, they're kind of out of the running for points, but I'd be interested to see where they land. Because those 4 cars back there on the softs, that strategy hasn't paid off. Von Heim coming in for their stop. It's a slow stop, but all our stops are slow. But they come out crucially in front of Rosenqvist, but Rosenqvist just has that extra speed down the start-finish straight. Von Heim wasn't able to get up to speed in time, and they are now indeed behind Rosenqvist. If we could just get him to just go a little bit, maybe just push past Rosenqvist, because Rosenqvist is on old softs. Now would be the time to get past them and then frustrate them again. Von Heim is very much out of this race. The soft, hard, soft, I don't think has worked too well, particularly. But they did well in frustrating a couple of drivers to aid Rodriguez in their quest for points. But we're going to need some more stops up in front if those points are going to get us anywhere. Von Heim is still not past Rosenqvist. They are about a second behind. So Von Heim at the moment, it's just cruise control. And we don't have any extra fuel to burn for either driver, really. So Rodriguez, you've got those mediums. And at the moment, you're going to come home with a little bit of extra life left on them. But I don't want to overcommit. Steiner behind us is on old soft, so they're going to have to pit again, so they're not a threat. Hurstler back there in 15th hasn't had as good a strategy as Rodriguez has by the looks of it. But the ones in front of us on those hards, they are, unfortunately, I think, going to be going to the end. And so we've just really got to hope those hard tires drop away on both Fonseca and then Schaub. Acosta, of course, is going to have to pit again. So very much comes into the question, how fast will the fresh set of softs be? Because you know they're going to go onto softs. There's 10 laps left. No reason to go onto anything but softs. There's no tire allocation in this game. So they've got a limited number of soft tires. You got to assume, right? You got to assume they're going to go softs. So they're going to be storming back through the field again. And if you take about 25 seconds out, it doesn't show the gap to the leader, unfortunately, but 25 seconds, what? 5, 6, 7, 14 and a half, 20. They're going to probably end up behind Hustler. So they haven't got that much traffic to go through because remember, Kukkonen and Fischer will have to pit again as well. And we've got a red flag. Oh my, you see, now this is the problem. Does Rodriguez go to softs? I mean, obviously I hope Rodney Campbell's okay. First of all, we're not going to find that out yet, apparently. But Rodney Campbell DNFing from 8th place. Rodriguez's points dream is very much alive after that one. You've only got to overtake one person now, Rodriguez. Because it's a red flag, I believe that means we're going to have a standing start, which means we're going to be able to all change onto softs. So it's probably just going to be a mad dash for the finish. And if you think about what happened at the beginning of the race, that didn't work out too well for us. So this 8-lap sprint to the end might not be exactly what we wanted here. Rodriguez definitely going to go on them softs and is going to be burning from the word go. We're also going to repair everything because we have the time, because there's 5.5 minutes left of the red flag. Oh, that's going to make or break our race, to be honest. The boys need a good start off this standing start. I mean, it's anybody's game now. Even the Ferraris have been brought back by 2 laps to bring back into contention. But you got to think everyone's going to go on these softs now, right? Like, if they don't, what the hell are they doing? Also, they've left a grid spot open for where Campbell was. That's wild. Okay, Rodriguez, you are, in theory, like a half a second away from points now. Again, our lower down driver can only lose 2 places because Campbell and Moretti are out. The reason Campbell's still in front of Rosenqvist is because Rosenqvist, I think, was a lap down, so they haven't gone past the point on the track Campbell was at when they crashed yet. But here we go. The restart as the green flag goes. It's not a great start from the night drivers. And Rodriguez is all the way down back to where Von Heim is. This time they're on equal tires. Rodriguez still stays ahead of Von Heim, but the point stream flies straight out the window. And the red flag has not been good for us. I mean, I'm not going to call it unlucky. It's just bad starts from our boys. We didn't have the fuel really left to tell them to burn fuel, which is unfortunate because maybe that would have helped. Yeah, you got a lot of people burning fuel, but that is a real shame. We're going to come out of this in a really bad place. And I'll be honest, the boys don't deserve this. The boys don't deserve this. They don't deserve the way it's gone. But hey, them's the breaks, right? No pun intended. Sometimes that happens. They should have been, you know, trying to start a bit harder off the starts there. Their standing starts haven't been great. I'm going to say the starts haven't been great. We're definitely out of contention for the points right now. So unfortunately, it's not a great start for the night boys. And Von Heim just makes a point by overtaking Rodriguez as well. We're going to keep, because we've not got much to lose here, we're just going to keep them pushing to the end. I know the crash chance is high now, but it's 4 laps to go. We've got one guy behind us. The worst case is that we damage some parts on the car, but we got nothing to lose right now. It's a real shame for the boys, especially Rodriguez. Rodriguez was doing so, at least I don't feel as bad about my pit stop error now. You know, we didn't call Rodriguez in until a lap late. But I no longer feel bad about that because it would have all gone to shit anyway. I mean, if Rodriguez had been 2 places up, right? Maybe he'd have been about 13th, 14th by now. It's still like a good time adrift. It's really showing us that our car performance this season, at least on race pace, or at least on starting, I don't know how we fix the starts, but it's not there, is it? It's not there. It's strategy that we've got to rely on. Thankfully, there's a lot of wet tracks coming up, and hopefully our lead pit crew guy, our pit chief, our crew chief, will be able to help with that. As Von Heim refamiliarizes himself with Hustler's rear wing in the last couple of laps, as he was so used to seeing in the first stint of this race and had hoped to never see again. But yeah, that's a real shame. That's a real shame. Lots of lessons to take from today. We know where we need to improve, and that's on race starts. And also calling our drivers into pit quick enough. But yeah, you know, we're sticking with the pack, but ultimately, I mean, we're on softer compound than the 5 drivers in front of us. I know it's a hard track to pass at, but if that's the case, how are we dropping down so far, so quickly off the starts? You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Come on, boys. But hey, it's their first race, and we're predicted to finish 10th in the championship. We will at least be ahead, maybe on countback, although if countback is done by lead driver, we're actually going to be 10th. We're going to be exactly where they predicted us to be. And as they come home in 16th and 18th, wait, it gave us 17th. Okay, well, I mean, okay. That puts a lot of things into perspective. Rodney Campbell, I'm afraid to announce, has died as a result of his injuries. Motor racing is a dangerous sport, and it's a sport we all love, and you're always seeking that edge, you're always seeking that extra 10th. But on days like this, the results aren't what matter. It's showing respect for Rodney Campbell, who has died in Spain, and what happened to us is no longer the worst thing to come out of this day. So again, helps get a little bit of perspective, and we're going to have to take some lessons away, but Bancroft are going to be feeling this the worst today. Albert Steiner knows that in the same car, it could have been him. They pit 4 times as well. How do you pit 4 times and stay ahead of us? But I mean, hey, you know, take 13th, you know, if it makes you feel a little bit better about what's happened today. The podium, of course, Ferrari on top, and one of the Ferraris DNF'd, meaning it was a double podium for McLaren. I think we're going to see these 2 teams on the podium a lot this season, sitting in 16th and 17th in the championship. That was a skull and crossbones next to Campbell, wasn't it? Good God. But we do, in fact, sit 10th on countback, unfortunately, after that first race. So we're at least meeting expectations. Driver replacement. Rodney Campbell from Team Bancroft tragically died. But you know, this is a circus and the show must go on. So Alessandro Rinaldi was hired to replace them. And we now also have sponsor challenges available for the next race. Vorsprung or metal tubing also. Golden tune the steering. Don't use the same tire compound on more than one driver. Golden tuning steering will be the sponsor challenge. One of the first things we did was discuss the teams. We can't see, unfortunately, the team logos here right now in the Constructors' Championship, but they do have logos. There were 4 that left me stumped. Pope has this little 1 in the logo. Pope is Williams, and they would be the same color, or the same colors-ish, at least. Hemlock is Hesketh. Now, this is a team I had no idea even existed, so my knowledge of 1970s F1 is definitely lacking. The font is very similar. The logo for both is a bear of some description, and so that makes that one Hesketh quite clearly. Night, the team that we are today, is Shadow. Now, Shadow are another one I didn't know about, but the font on their logo is also the same. They're American-owned like Night is in this game. The logo has a trench coat, which would kind of mirror the description of this team, which is that they keep themselves very secretive. You know, no one knows much about them. Until now, of course, Brendan Like and Corey Subscribe have decided to take their company endeavors public on YouTube through me. And the one I should have got was Ligier. Because A, it's a team I know from the 1970s, and I hadn't mentioned guessing the teams before. Vernier is Ligier because of the color, the dotted eyes, the fact that they're the only French team in here, the rhyme, Vernier, Ligier, and the fact that Vernier in its logo has a little flag, and Ligier had a couple little flags in it as well. So there you go. I should have got that. Really should have got that, but didn't. Ferrari lead the way with Levi Mack, and while they don't lead the constructor standings, because of a DNF from Moretti, which actually helped Rodriguez out mid-race by giving him a cheap stop under full course yellows. Levi Mack, it still leads the way for Ferrari. And I'm going to tell you now, I wish I could play up the competition of the season overall. I feel like the only storyline we're going to have, at least that we're aware of right now, is going to be the Night Rise to Glory storyline, because Ferrari and, I was going to say Red Bull, Ferrari and McLaren are going to run away with this. I don't know if they're going to be as performant at at Muttonchop as they were at Retorcido or Jarama, but they were another league. It was like they were running in F1 cars and we were running in F2 cars, like GP2 engine. Unless there's a double DNF among those top 4, or like at least 2 of the 4 DNF, likelihood is every single podium in the season is going to have at least 1 of each of them and then 2 of the other. So it's going to be all about whether Night can climb to glory. I don't know what we need to do to move forward, but we need to do something. If you are someone that's a little bit overwhelmed by all the development of the main Motorsport Manager games, like Motorsport Manager itself and F1 Manager, and you find it's just too much to consider, this makes it very, very simple. There are only 2 ways to develop a part. You can either upgrade one that you've got at the moment, increase the performance by a little bit, and increase the reliability by a little bit. Both of those are guaranteed. The alternative is you can build an entirely new part. Now, usually, this will offer you a lot more performance. But in some cases, and this is one of the cases now, the range of reliability you can get from it might not match your current reliability. So the new part you get might be more performant and more reliable and just be a super part, or it could be more performant but less reliable. Bit of a firecracker. So there's a bit of a risk to take. Now, developing new parts is very expensive, as you see, $6, $5, and for the engine, $5. So we don't have enough to develop a new part, but we do have enough to upgrade a part. So I want to check very quickly the calendar, and there's a reason for this, because if we look at what's going on with the next course, you'll see that engine performance is up 20%. Now that's not a flat plus 20, that's 20%. So if we can upgrade one of our engines, we will get more of a bonus from that than we would without upgrading it. So it's kind of extra bonus, but you also have to look to later in the season, right? Towards Monaco, where engine performance is actually less. So is it worth it for the long-term gain? The calendar, by the way, is randomized. That's why you have some tracks that have the mainstay trait, which basically means it has a higher chance of showing up in a calendar because it's just such a staple track. You know, Muttonchop, obviously. I can't get over that name. In my offline game, there's quite a few that have car part modifiers like the engine performance. In this, it doesn't seem like we're going to hit that for a long time. This track is easy on the tires because of the weather. Once we get to Brazil, it's chassis. And again, no engine. If we're going to upgrade an engine now, it's going to be a one-time bonus, really, because the next thing we're going to want to look at is chassis, I think, because that's the next one that's going to come up. Chassis also boosts overall speed. Engine is acceleration, and steering is obviously braking and cornering. So we'd have to look at the layout of the track and say, well, what are we looking to bring forward? So for Muttonchop, I mean, engine looks to be pretty good. There's quite a few low-speed corners around here where you'd think acceleration could be really useful. And with that extra little engine performance boost, I think that's going to be what we want. So question is, who gets it? Now, in quali, Rodriguez was only faster twice. Vonheim was faster 3 times. And the last time, which took us to the grid, he was half a second quicker than Rodriguez. Rodriguez, on the other hand, was only quicker than Vonheim twice, and it was only by a 10th. Vonheim was also touted as our young prodigy, and are also less likely to crash. Rodriguez was affordable, but also is supposed to be good at increasing their focus, which will in turn make them crash less. But then you look at the race, when they were on equal tires of equal performance and equal fuel loads towards the end, it was Vonheim that came out victorious. From one position behind, managed to get the pass on Rodriguez. And they are very close, but I'm going to give the engine upgrade, also with less reliability marginally. I'm going to give the engine upgrade to Vonheim. Congratulations, Vonheim. So Vonheim will have a very slight edge. Now, I made a big deal out of who this part was going to. It's only really giving him now an edge of 2 points. 2 points on average, 6 points overall of an advantage for Vonheim. And he's still going to be our number one. Well, I'm not going to say that. He's going to be the driver that gets the upgrades for now. I'm not going to be picking a number 1 driver just yet. I'm not going to be doing team orders or anything like that unless they're on radically different strategies, because I feel like it's way too early in the season. I don't like team orders in general as a fan, and so I don't think you guys would like team orders as much either. You want to see them fight it out, right? You want to see those dots move closer together and then further away and then closer together again. And we've got, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tracks this season. So we're only, in real life terms, we're only 2 races into the season. By the time we hit the midpoint after Canada, we might consider adding team orders in. Or if by then one person is just way ahead and we think they've got a good chance at capturing another position in the table. Because I don't know if you get prize money based on your standings at the end of the season. If you do, that'd be great, and I'd absolutely love that. Also, the other benefit to this, Muttonchop is a wet track. So it's probably going to be rain, which we didn't have any of in Spain because it falls mainly on the plane. And we weren't on a plane, we were on a racetrack. So Ascaso, our wet strategist, will give us a little bit of a speed bonus when we're on dry tires on a wet track. Now, this doesn't mean we can bean it around the track on full slick, soft compound when it's monsoon season in Brazil. Do you know what I mean? That's not how we can approach this. But it does mean if we want to pit a couple of laps later to get that tire delta in the latter stints, you know, if we think that the team that we're racing or the drivers that we're racing against are pitting a little bit early, we can do that with a bit of peace of mind, you know? We won't be undercut as easily. But without further ado, let's get ourselves into the second race of the season. We've got a lot to come back from. We really do. And it's already raining in England, as you'd expect, because when the fuck ever does it not? Let's be honest. Oh, you know what? It doesn't rain in summer, which is my favorite day of the year over here. Today is not summer, it's any of the other 364 days of the year, which is a shame. And updates as we go into the quali session. Billy Murray, crew chief of Bancroft, feels invigorated. They're looking to, I think, honor the memory of Rodney Campbell. Rinaldi obviously stepping in for Campbell. So it'd be all eyes on Rinaldi to see how well they do in their first race for Bancroft as well. But it's the crew chief, so that's only for pitting. So it might improve their tuning. I don't know if it actually applies to tuning because I think that's more engineer, but we'll see. Bancroft might get a couple extra flying laps out of this. And Nera Latella, that sounds like a great brand name, honestly. The crew chief of Team Wayland, which is, I think, DuPont and Bregman, partied a bit too hard and is hungover. They receive a -1 modifier. So again, crew chief, don't know if they're going to do much during this session, but we'll live to see it, I think. And then a third crew chief, Claude Deschamps, crew chief of LeBron, feels invigorated. I bet they do after their first race, being able to take that double podium. And they're going to get a +1 to all their abilities. My God. Etzolini, though, Jürgen Schuss, my German is horrendous, as you've just found out. Jürgen Schuss is feeling invigorated. Schuss? Stop saying it. It feels invigorated and receives a +1 to all their abilities. That's the update. Looking at the weather level, this looks to me like it's going to be Inters at least. Yeah. You can see by the wet range bar, the gray bar is where the current estimated track level of water is. And it's smack bang in the middle of Inter season with wets just poking their head out from around the corner, waiting for their chance to pounce. But right now, it won't be wets. It'll be Inters. So we're just going to do our best to get them out as quickly as we can. And let's see what we end up with. The 1970s lack of safety regulations have made themselves known in the first race, and the resulting red flag has really pointed out our flaws, at least as a team, in terms of our race starts. We need to work on that. We need to have performed better there, and we need to improve that. So I've talked to the team. They assure me they've passed it on to the driver, and we're going to see how it goes. So let's find out what we can do as we're going to go, obviously, green in both sectors because we haven't set a time yet. Green means personal best. Purple means fastest of anybody. White means they haven't improved. As we come across the line, Von Heim is looking quick. Rodriguez sits 4 tenths down on Von Heim at the moment. And in fact, Von Heim looks very quick. 3.5 seconds down on the Ferraris. Now, this time last practice in the first race, we were 4.8 down. Okay, we are now 5 down because Max Verstappen has returned. The McLarens. Oh, the McLarens got the edge here. First and third with Ferrari second and fourth. Is McLaren going to take that motivation from week 1 through to subsequent weeks and be able to actually take the fight to Ferrari here? Because I thought it was going to be a Ferrari season initially, looking at Retorcido, I'm going to be honest. But it could be a bit of a combination. It could be a title fight in our hands. It's still into season, and honestly, if the track never improves, we might not see the times improve much because obviously the more water on the track, the harder it's going to be to race hard. So we may end up with this being the final grid if conditions don't improve. So it could just be a learning session for us, really. So let's get Von Heim tuned up first. Now, Von Heim's got the extra engine, so I think we focus engine for them. And then Rodriguez, we give them the golden tune on steering, which we need to fulfill the sponsor obligation. We then put them forward for engine. I think that's what we do next. Because then, you know, they've had their sponsor obligation. Next time we'll give it to Von Heim. We'll keep things fair. But then for Von Heim, 4 to 12 is going to be good. And then for this one, 4 to 16 is better. We're looking great on the engine already. 2/3 of this is going to be 4, so that's 0 to 10. So 4 to 20 is still better. They can't do that final tune. It's going to take an extra 7 seconds. Start tuning them, boys. I say boys because I don't think there will be many women in the pits, which was a shame. You know, I think there should have been more women able to do like engineering and pit work and even drive. But what were the chances back in 1978? 3 to 10 is going to be marginally better. We're keeping to the steering for Rodriguez. 2 to 16 is going to be better. 2 to 6 is going to be better. 3 to 6 is going to be better. 2 to 6 is going to be better. 2 to 4 is going to be better. It's all the single tunes, honestly. And what I was doing there, by the way, is just a quick bit of maths, right? So if you're spending 1 to get a 1 to 2 bonus, if you spend 2, you'd get a 2 to 4. So these two are pretty much exactly the same. The only difference is that this would take 1 less block of tuning to do, because you're doing it once rather than spending on this twice, and you can't guarantee this is going to be the same. But I'm using it on a ratio basis, and that's how I'm currently tuning my cars. Since he's got 1.3, we're going to give him a point in chassis, tune it up, and then we're going to send him out for round 2 of our quali runs. And honestly, I'll be surprised if the tuning outweighs the extra weather. So we might not see a lot here. I also don't want them to stay in the pits for too long, the AIs, otherwise they might end up blocking us when we come round in a couple of seconds. And as we go on board with Von Heim, we're going to go for a lap around the Muttonchop circuit. As we come through the final couple chicanes, tricky bit in the wet, down the first straight, very hard, very fast. And you've got to stop into Grove as quickly as you can before you go into this winding, bending S section, which is going to be even more treacherous in the wet weather as they're trying to keep it on the track, stopping them from getting squirrely as they go through the sweep. And they come up to Chippy, go around the corner to a long couple fast right-handers round Hollow. And then as they come into the final sector, it's more winding, more steering, more white-knuckle racing in this kind of conditions, through forest, through the trees, that's appropriately named, and through the privet S's, and to finish off the lap. Von Heim actually, as I said, does not improve. Neither does Rodriguez, but the green sectors elsewhere on the timings are starting to concern me. Viaba especially. Green in both of the first 2 sectors. Viaba's going to cross the line any moment now. They're coming through forest and trees now. Are they going to be able to leap up above Rosenqvist, Kukkonen, perhaps Von Heim? They will. 9th position. A sterling lap in the wet. You've got to give it to them when most people, or at least half the grid, haven't improved. That's a cracking effort from Viaba right there. Steiner has also done it to us. So Von Heim finds himself now down in 13th, still 4 and a bit tenths above Rodriguez, though. Rodriguez has got to find some time. Like I said, the average performance of both cars is very similar. Rodriguez can't really use that new part as an excuse for being so much further down. Rodriguez right now, questions are being asked. 2 weekends in a row. I'm just saying, Rodriguez at the moment is lucky we're a backmarker team in a way. Because if we were Ferrari, you know, Moretti being a 1.2 down on Mack and Ryan being 0.6 down on Woods, they're going to be under a lot more pressure at those teams. And that's going to be a lot of questions asked. Von Heim, we're going to try and give you good engine. So let's see, a quarter of this, 2.5 to 7.5, 5 to 13 is better. 1 to 3 is better. 1 1/3 to about 11. 2 to 12 is going to be better. 1 to 5 is better. Ooh, golden tune. Oh, we're so close. Next time around, it's a golden tune on the engine for Von Heim. You can bet it. We're at the top of the inter range and the bottom of the wet range. But if you see here, it's going to start dipping again. This is the wettest it's going to get. And it's going to take us a lap to get round anyway. So I'm going inters. Inters are going to give us more pace. And there's no need to go to wets right now. So it's inters both sides of the garage. We're going with the 2 to 5. Let's see, 2 to 6 here would probably be better to do. We'll take a 2 to 4. 3 to 12 is going to look better there. Oh, God. Okay. A quarter of this, 1.25 to 15. It's going to be 2 to 16. It's going to be better. Oh, we got a big one there. 2 to 5. The steering is looking good. Rodriguez is going to be earning us some sponsor money. And that's what we like to see. Now, let's just hope we can do something a little bit better now that the track's about to dry out again. This is going to be more of an installation lap again, just to get used to the new setup, because this is what we want to hit. Ideally, we want to be setting our flying lap around this time, when the water is at its absolute lowest. So we want to be going out, what, 2 minutes before that? Yeah. So we want to be like 26 minutes in, and that's about 9 minutes away. So we're good for one more tune in between that time. Try and make the best of the conditions. And making the best of what they've got available to them is what these boys are doing right now, because there is no improvements on any sectors for either of them. But again, not disappointed with them because, you know, I was expecting it. The weather's not as good, but A green last sector from Rodriguez just shows there is life in this circuit yet, as Rosenqvist starts to light up the times as well in the second sector, highlighted down there at the bottom in number 16. Again, the numbers are not their driver numbers, they're their positions. So don't try to learn the driver names by the numbers, learn them by the dot colors. And yes, there is no other way to discern them, which means if your two drivers are fighting in the same place, very difficult to keep an eye on who's what unless you look at the timing sheet. So 13th and 17th currently is where we're at. This would be round about the same as where we started the last race. First thing we're going to do is get Von Heim that golden tune. Beautiful. And now, I mean, chassis for overall speed is going to be good. And I think we just do want overall speed. Cornering is a big thing on this track, though. But so far, we've been turning up the steering for Rodriguez, and that's not been helping him much versus Von Heim. So I think we're going to go chassis overall for Von Heim here. So it's times 2.5, right? So it's 3.5 to 14. Oh, this is a big risk. Let's do it. 11's not bad. 11's not bad. 0 to 6. Let's do it. I'm risking things. 1 is not good. That's going to be 5 to 15. That's going to actually be better per block than the 1 to 16 would be. 2 to 4, you're looking at 3 to 6, which is marginally better than the 2 to 6. We can't afford the other ones. We're going to do this one. Not bad on the chassis for Von Heim, but if Rodriguez next just shoots above Von Heim, we know that Von Heim's going to need to start working on steering, because I think steering will play a part.
Let's add that to the words of wisdom.
Okay, Rodriguez. See, this is the trade-off. We could try and get perfect track time, or we could try and get the extra tunes. And for the slight difference in water, I don't think it's going to be that important. All right, okay. This happened last time, and I'm pretty sure it was on Rodriguez last time. We overtuned, and we went into the red because we took a big gamble. So obviously, this time around, I know that a big gamble can lead to the red zone. And on top of that, we're at 48. If we go 17 or above on this, we're screwed. So of course, I'm going to take the risk. And it did pay off. However, now it's another risk from both of these. We got the golden tune. That was perfect. That was absolutely perfect. Okay. And then I guess to keep things fair, we'll move on to chassis for Rodriguez as well. Or do we give them a bit of engine because of that extra? I think we go engine for the extra bonus, like I said towards the beginning. So it's going to be 2 1/3 to 12. 5 to 10 is going to be more stable there. And then for the last 2 points, let's give them a 1 to 4. Okay. Out on the minters. Von Heim does have a little traffic. Steiner is there. As you see, Rinaldi's still getting used to the car. Stepping in for the deceased Rodney Campbell, rest his soul. He's going to take him some time to get used to the car, and that's totally understandable. Rinaldi's going to take a minute, but it's his first week. They are our competitors, but we know we're human beings at the end of the day. Spread those positive vibes. Later in the season, I'll be telling you to curse him, but right now, if we're close, but right now, it's all love, baby. It's all love. Von Heim immediately sets a faster first sector. Rodriguez also improving. This is what we want to see. Green sectors across the board. And Von Heim is currently delivering them for us, as is Rodriguez. The tight S's are going to tie up Von Heim's lap as he goes 10th. Strong. 4 seconds off the Ferraris. Rodriguez brings it home after him to go right behind him, but still only in position because still 6/10 down. I don't know where that 6/10 is, but we need to find where that 6/10 is and stomp it out. It could be the engine. It could be that 20% engine performance that's doing it. We're currently almost timed beautifully here because actually now it's going to be 30 is when the lowest amount of water is. So if we can send them out soon as, really, we should be in a good spot. So chassis for Von Heim. Let's see, 3 to 6, 4 to 9 is going to be better. 2 to 4 for quickness. 4 to 8 is not as good as 3 to 11 in my opinion, but we got 4, so it could have been. I'm really not good with some of these tuning luck, am I? Let's see, 2 to 6 is going to be better. 4 to 12. Yeah, that. Oh, if only we had the freaking tuning points for that. It would be impossible to go bust. The most we could do is get to the very end of the golden tune. We will get one more in there though, so I feel like Von Heim's going to come out of this with 2 golden tunes, which you can't sniff at. You really can't sniff at. I was hoping the water might have just gone into range, but it's definitely not. I'm very much wishful thinking there. We're going engine now for Rodriguez, aren't we? We're going to try and close that margin on the engine because 6/10 is a lot. He's just quite lucky at the moment that no one's managed to split us and create a sandwich out of themselves. Which is, by the way, something you'll hear me say. Let me find an example. On broadcasts, you'll hear here, like if Maldonado, DuPont, and Holgerson were there, you might hear the broadcast say, oh, it's a Lotus sandwich. That's not how sandwiches work, all right? I'm very picky about this stuff. We don't name a sandwich after the bread. You know, if you put ham and cheese in between some bread, you don't call it a bread sandwich. You know what I mean? So what I would say is that the Lotuses are making a Wayland sandwich, because that still includes the knowledge that it's 2 of one of the other, but it's accurate. Please, F1 broadcasters, if you happen to find this, Crofty, I love you. You're one of my inspirations for vocal work, but please fix that. It's such a pet peeve and it's such like a small point, but it's just so frustrating. Please. So I'm fine. We're okay. I just had to leave the paddock for a second. Just had to step out into the cooling room. We're tuning up Rodriguez and we're tuning him up for the engine. So it's going to be 3 to 6. It's going to be 2 to 5 on the engine. It's going to be 1 to 5 on the engine. It's going to be, oh, I want to go big. We got a 0. Oh no. 0 to 12. We're going 5 to 14. On this one, that's worth doing that one. And the maximum, we love to see it. All right, half on the engine. We're still going to get another tune out of this. We might get a golden tune as well for Rodriguez. Von Heim has apparently just had the better rub of the tunes at the moment. We're going to need to find a good space to send them out. Right now is a good space to send that one out. And then we're going to go here because they should have gone past. Yes. Look at that. Look at that space. Look at that. The pit crew doing a job. We ain't no Ferrari out here. Look at that. Von Heim, acres of space. Rodriguez, acres of space. Although last time we gave Rodriguez acres of space in practice, he didn't focus. So if we see Rodriguez at the top right here say, I can't focus at the beginning of next lap, we know that in future, we just need to send him out into the most traffic we can find. Send him up the M1, which for international viewers is like the main motorway of England. Or M25 if you're from near London, which I'm not, but he's in the zone. He's learned how to deal with space, which is such a weird sentence. And just like that, Chandler DuPont has crashed and it's going to ruin our lap. Now, DuPont, arguably not a competitor of ours, so I don't think there's any crash gate going on, but that could not have come at a worse time because now the weather's only going to get wetter. And, oh, that's really an opportune time there. If we'd have just got out a little bit sooner, we could try and get perfect track time. I don't think it's going to be that important. But we were a day late and $1 short on the last quali, and I think you're going to find that 14th and 17th is going to be our quali positions. What do we have to do to catch a break? Come on, somebody tell me in the comments. What do we have to do to catch a break? You can give me wrong answers if you want. We'll try anything right now. I'll call up a witch doctor. I'll rip the tag off a mattress. Okay, I just... We need some luck up in here. That's a golden tune for Von Heim. Not that it's going to make much of a difference because we've still got to wait for 2 minutes. It's all about the tunes now. It's all about the tunes. Yeah, we're out of inter range. Oh, it's going to be a fight from the back then. But at least, arguably, this means, touch wood, this means we can't lose as many positions off the start, right? Right? I'm not confident about that assertion, but I mean, surely, right? Surely we won't have to, surely, right? Surely. Everybody's going out again now. What that did do us for time is that now we can go out right as the yellow flags are going to finish. Green flag, and it's going to be the 2 April cars making a Wayland sandwich, there it was, that come to start their flying lap. Bergman has, however, ducked into the pits, realizes it's not going to be worth doing another lap. They need to get another tune on their setup. Oh, I put Rodriguez on the goddamn wet. Oh, it's too late, mate, sorry. But there it is, coming out of quali. It's 14th and 17th for the night cars. I'm going to be asking the question where we could have been had the crash not happened at the exact point it happened. But you know what? Fish is going to come out of this smelling of roses. Rosenquist is going to come out of this smelling of Rosenquists. Vialba and Acosta, who are usually around the bottom of the points, right? 9th and 10th, kind of, because that's where we were chasing last race. These guys... Wait, Bergman just went faster? My God, what are they tuning him with there? Rockets on the back of his car? Maybe we have to take a couple of wheels off the Wayland car. Okay. But going to be a bit of a battle around the upper half of the non-point scoring positions. Without trying to, discredit Christoph Fischer, April are not the strongest car on the grid. I do expect Fischer to fall down the order. I also expect us to sink like a stone again off the grid. So whether or not there will be an exciting battle around 14th, 13th, 12th as we all try to scramble to be the first person to fight against Albert Steiner, who knows? Who knows? Now, here's something else for you to keep in mind. End of quali last time around, we were 5.5 seconds off the Ferraris. This time around, we're 7.5. The Ferraris they're developing too quickly. Even the McLarens, the lead McLaren, ended up over 3.5 seconds off. They were the only 2 cars to go in under 2 minutes to go into the 1 minutes.
I mean, they're gone. The race is essentially overall who's going to get the third podium spot, because Ferraris will fight it out amongst themselves. Sure, there'll be a fight there. That'd be fun, but it's a single team fight. At the end of the day, there may be team orders. You don't know. It's not as exciting usually as inter-team fights. You know what I mean? And still a 6/10 gap. I mean, they didn't improve obviously after that, but still we've got to ask the question, Rodriguez, what is with that 6/10 gap? Much like in the first race, by the way, when Rodriguez started in 18th, I'm considering, unless it's wet, I'm considering him going on the hards and going long again, because the safety car worked out a treat for him in the first race. So it could be something to consider. Except I forgot that this is England, and the weather in England is it raining? No. Well, then it will be soon. Or is it raining? Yes. Well, of course it is. Those are the two weather forecasts we get. You turn on the BBC, that's what you'll see. They'll color it up in a bunch of ways, but it's essentially either it's raining or it's going to be rain soon. What is sun? But yeah, overtake chance, thankfully, because it's a wide track, like me before I went on my diet, it's going to be 50% overtake chance increase. So there is the chance to make those moves. There's unfortunately also the very real chance that we'll lose even more positions off the start. But let's hope that we don't, right? Let's stay optimistic at race 2 in the season. The grid then, I mean, it's great to have Schaub, who is reckless, right in front of us. And then behind us, we have Viaber, who is receiving a +1 to all stats while lower than 10th. That's so good. We're going to be overtaken immediately by Viaber and Acosta. Schaub will probably bin it into Von Heim. And then you just have Rodriguez chugging along in like 17th, 18th. And that'll be our whole race. No. We're staying positive. We're staying positive, damn it, Kush. Von Heim, of course, is careful, so they probably will avoid that crash. Schaub will just bin themselves into the first corner. Race strategy time. It's time to look at those tire lives again. It's starting off, I think it is into weather. On a wet race, there is always the chance that you can start on softs if it's raining, but it's not already wet. Now, this is already wet. It's England. It's always already wet. This is already into territory. This is at the bottom of into territory, as you see there, but it's already into territory. So we can't get a cheeky soft stint in. We could try and utilize our engineer's bonus about 10% speed on a wet track, but I think that's going to be useful for going a couple extra laps. It's not going to be useful doing a 10-lap stint, because also the rain is going to increase. So by the time we hit lap 10, it's very nearly wet territory anyway. You're looking at wets at about the halfway mark, so just over. So I want to say like lap 12 is going to be wets. So we definitely want to be starting on the inters. There's no point in starting on the wets unless we were going to go, wet and very easy on the tires to go long. But the problem with that is you're going to go so slow being on the wets anyway, and then also extra slow going conservative on your tires. You're barely going to be going beyond a slow roll. People will be running off to get a quick cup of tea that will be going quicker than you. So really not the way to go. So it's going to be inters all the way. We're going to push because it's off the start and we need all the help we can get. But I'm really cautious about pushing in the wet. We're not Max Verstappen. He can put in a wet masterclass. We are not that. We are 14th and 17th, right? So here we go. 44 laps around the Muttonchop circuit. Gabriel Escarso feels invigorated and receives a +1 bonus to their abilities for the current session. Wait, that's ours. That's the wet weather guy. Oh, maybe we should have gone softs from the start. But no, I don't think we're going to ever have a dry track. So unfortunately, our luck continues. And what I mean by that is this is an unnecessary bonus that we've received. We can't make use of this today unless the track miraculously dries up around lap 37 and then gets wet again, and we have just enough time to strap on some softs and take it to the end. Corners today, Grove, which is probably going to represent Cops, I think, here, because this is using the old start finish straight. And then into like Maggots Beckett's, which in this is Gremlin, Canterbury, Township Bend. God, these are the most English names I've ever seen. The Sweep, Chippy, Milk Run. Milk Run is great. I love that as a name. This is lemons all over again. Hollow, which would be Stowe. And then, oh, by the way, I went to Friday practice of Silverstone back in 2021 because it was the big season. Went into hospitality. I was in a little tent, a huge tent that was like all catered, alcohol included. I was driving, so I couldn't drink, unfortunately. But yeah, alcohol, catered food. Vernon Kay was there. It was absolutely awesome. It was really good. Highly recommend. Very pricey, but highly recommend. So Escarso gets a bonus to the session. Steiner of Team Bancroft partied a bit too hard yesterday. I wonder if it's the grief. I wonder if he's trying to just suppress the grief. He's turning to alcohol because he's hungover now. -1 to all abilities. We could see Viaber and Acosta up there in 10th and 11th quicker than we think. But you know, if Acosta can get up there, Fischer can too. So there's nothing to say Fischer will definitely fall, you know? Nerelatella, crew chief of Team Wayland, feels invigorated. So DuPont and Bregman will get quickest pit stops. So I don't think we're going to see them today. But here we go. 44 laps around the Muttonchop circuit. 5 lights. The lights are out and the race is on. And they're off, and immediately we're sinking like a stone again. But on the second turns, Von Heim has found themselves with a lot of impetus to get up there. It's leveled out into 13th place, but they're coming up now into 10th and to 9th. Von Heim, incredible confidence on these inters. Going to be going through the milk run as Rodriguez following up with that confidence as well. Everyone is pushing. We're just good in the wet, apparently. This is it. We're bad off the starts, but we're good in the wet. I didn't even know this. This is amazing. Von Heim loses a position out to Maldonado down in 10th, but 10th is a position we are currently happy with. We're going to keep pushing until I think we're in a secure spot. But I'm conscious not to let them push too hard for too long, because in the wet, it's not going to be good. Von Heim sitting in 10th just ahead of Rinaldi right now. And I think we're going to drop Von Heim to a normal pace right now just to see where he can land. Rodriguez is in a group right now in 15th. I think he's going to stay there as well. So we're going to look at Von Heim for a second. Up there in 9th now as well. Managed to get past Viabra, I think it was. And would you look at that? His old friend, Hustler's rear wing, is back again. Would you believe it? It's Return of the Mac, except it's Return of the Back, because it's the rear wing. Once again, Von Heim, more familiar with the rear wing of Hustler than he will be of his own rear wing at this point. Rodriguez has also managed to get up to 14th. Is now sat just behind the 2 Pope drivers. But right now, the Hemlock drivers have made a night sandwich. That's how you correctly use it, Crofty. And it's looking good. Von Heim going even faster now, up into 8th. Von Heim putting that engine to good use and is on cracking form. I don't know where this has come from, but Von Heim can keep this up. Currently on for, I don't know if this is using modern day F1 points. If it is, this is 4 points in the bag for us right now. I forget if it's using modern day points. And if it's not, we'll find out at the end, but my God, this is so good from Von Heim. Rodriguez has fallen back to 15th, but that is because DuPont is currently racing through the field. They are quite out of position as well, so that would explain that. Von Heim, pretty chill right now. We're going to stop burning fuel for a minute. He's got 4 seconds up on Viaber. He's pretty chill. Let's check on Rodriguez. Fighting for his life in the bottom 5 right now. Come on, Rodriguez. You're still swinging. You're like Mike Tyson against Jake Paul, all right? You shouldn't be there. But you are. So let's just keep hustling. Let's just keep it up. And yeah, keep all over the back of Acosta. This is what we like to see. You know what, Rodriguez? I'm going to give you a bit of tire life to burn. Let's see if you can make a couple of positions. You've stayed in touch with them. You're keeping Steiner behind you. And this is good, but you are falling something like 10 seconds behind your teammate right now. So, you know, you need to kind of make a bit of a move because that's nearly a second a lap. So please, Rodriguez, the 2 cars in front of you are fighting. Take advantage. Why can you not overtake Jan Schwab? Like, yes, you can. There you go. I was going to say, did they buy you dinner or something? Is that why you feel like you can't do it? But now you're past Acosta as well. Trying to make it 3 with Hustler, and that's a hat trick of overtakes for Rodriguez as they get towards the sweep. They get towards Chippy, the milk run, and the sweep. And we can stop you burning your tires quite so much now. That's good, Rodriguez. We've got real pace in the wet. I'm just saying, we have real pace to consider here. And if we can make those tires last just a little bit longer than everybody else and get a bit of tire delta going into the second stint, we could be in a great position right now. We could be looking, I don't want to push the boat out here or get a little bit too fancy, but we could be looking at double points. And as a team that's predicted to finish 10th in the constructors, which is the equivalent of 19th, 20th in the drivers in terms of standings, that's good. That's real good. Meanwhile, it looks like Viaba's struggling. They've lost 2 positions in just as many corners, 1 to DuPont in the Wayland and 1 to Rodriguez. And now it is the other way around on the sandwiches because now it is the Knights that are making a sandwich out of the Wayland. And a Wayland sandwich is pretty tasty, but can we dispose of it pretty quickly, Rodriguez? Maybe. Because I don't know, if you've got the same pace that Von Heim's got, I mean, you are still 6 seconds behind your teammate, but you are closing in, which I'm impressed by. All right, so any lap now is the time that we pit. Any lap now, people are starting to pit. And the question becomes, who's the first one across the line? It's going to be 6th and 7th. Obviously, this is their out lap, so we can't take their last lap as gospel. But we're going to want to know when they cross the line next, have they got the same pace as everybody else? Because we've already got 211s coming out of the lower half of the grid. There's a 209, a 206. Yeah, it's going to be time. Going to be time. We burn on and we pit. It's time for wets. But definitely, we're hitting that crossover period right now. So it's wet tires going to be strapped on both of these cars. And while they won't have the pace to whisk the drivers off their feet, at least they'll have the grip not to whisk them off the track. So we're going to come out burning as well, just because we can. And we're going to send them both onto wet tires. It's a very easy strategy call right now. Von Heim currently being hunted down by DuPont, but we are able to burn. We can also burn a little bit of fuel. We are going to lose that position in the pits, just FYI. We do have slow stops. Over last race, our quickest stop was a 20.48. So expect us to lose that position to DuPont. I'm just saying. I mean, DuPont actually went on the inters. That's actually really curious because Viaba almost got the undercut done. I mean, they did get the undercut done on Von Heim. They almost got it done on... Sorry, they did get it done on Rodriguez. They almost got it done on Von Heim. Rodriguez finds himself 2 spots down. We do have a lap or 2 tire delta now, but that does ask the question, is DuPont actually going to come out in front of us or not? They're going into the pits now. We see Von Heim coming around the final corners in the S's. The pit stop at Wayland was lightning fast. DuPont was able to take that extra lap, and there's a full course yellow. It's Schaub. It's Schaub in the Pope from 11th position, I think it was, crashes out, which I've got to say is good for us, but please, not again. After we had Rodney Campbell in the first race, please don't let there be another fatality. We can't have this be a thing. Otherwise, the sport is going to get shut down by the FIA before the end of the season. We can't have a death every race, please. Someone that's got comms to the medical car, please tell me he's okay. I haven't got the constitution for it. My poor little heart. We're already fighting for a double points finish. Come on. All right, so Von Heim in a strong 9th position. Rodriguez in an aspiring 11th position. We are going to bring them both onto full fuel as soon as it goes green. I'm only pausing because I would like to have told them to do that during the yellow flag. Here we go. We're away. I mean, look at the top 7. They're a minute ahead. It's a race for 8th. And so really, in the best of the rest competition, we're 2nd and 4th because the Ferraris are about to come round and lap us already. Don't even get me started on that. But right, the question is now, how far in do we go? If we go to lap 24 from now, which is like what we would have been lap 15 when we got them, then 36. If we chill out with Von Heim now, he could get to lap 26, 27, which would be 11 laps. It's still going to be, I think, 2 more stops to the end, but I may be wrong. I wonder about taking Von Heim long. That's what's in my head right now. Von Heim has a 10-second gap to Viaba. Back before we told him to chill out, was lapping 4 seconds quicker. Von Heim is guaranteed... I don't want to say that. Von Heim is very likely to get us a good points haul today because we're still going 2 seconds a lap quicker than Viaba. They were getting lapped, though. At the beginning of next lap, I'm going to tell Von Heim to conserve his tires because I want to see if we can make this a 2-stop race for Von Heim. Because I'm not convinced it will be a 2-stop for everybody else. And so if Von Heim can hold that position and make 1 less stop, all right, it's going to be an exact lap, so we're going to get to see. The gap was 8.4. I mean, if we get lapped, that might throw the numbers up a little bit, but I mean, so's Viaba right now. But to be fair, that's all the more reason to go easy on the tires. Because Viaba's dropping away with being lapped. Although we're about to be lapped. How much are we going to lose there? Not a lot at all. This is good. Oh, because we've also got fresher tires. I think Von Heim is in a very strong position right now to potentially make this a 1-stop. If you were to go to lap 19, if you go to lap 30, you've done 15 laps. And then you can do another 15. Maybe even 29 you could come in. That's the aim with Von Heim right now. Viaba is closing in. 2 seconds a lap. We'll have about five laps before we're in trouble. If we really let Rodriguez burn his tires to the end, he can also do a 1-stop. I mean, again, he's got a gap behind him of 16 seconds. We could another 2 seconds out of the gap by Viaba. Consistent work by Viaba here. But Viaba is stuck behind Woods right now. And Woods is putting in, well, actually, no, he's getting laps, sorry. He's putting in faster laps. Rodriguez now has a clear track towards Viaba. So let's see if we can burn onto Viaba and try and hold them up a little bit. And in the meantime, Von Heim, just hold out for a bit and let's see where you go. Rodriguez closing in. Less than 2 seconds. Question is, can he just move past Viaba just enough to hold him up and maybe steal a point from this race as well? Yes, you can overtake Viaba. I couldn't possibly overtake Viaba. Yes, you can. Think like Obama. All right, go for it. Come on. You've got this. Just push a little bit harder. Give birth to a 10th place. I see the head. Let's go. But they are slowing down to fight us now, which means Von Heim can still chill out a little bit. Come on, Rodriguez. I can't let you push for too much longer, bub. Come on. Oh, come on. Make the move. Always through sweep. You try one through Chippy. No, it's too fast corner. Try one through the milk run, through Forest, through Hollow, sorry. None of them. Got one more chance, Rodriguez. I'm dropping you to normal by the end of the lap if you haven't taken him. Come on. Yeah, push, push. Push, push. You can get him. Come on. Go get him. Go get him. Nah, okay, we're going to drop away because we really need to conserve these tires a little bit. Viaba, however, has slowed up to the point they went slower than Rodriguez that last lap. So the question is, will they do it again this lap or will they pit, actually? So if they pit this lap, you can't see them lasting to a 2-stop, right? Like, you can't see it. Because 2 stops for half the race, they've got to hit another stop. And they do. They pit. This is big. This is big for our race. We currently sit 9th and 10th. Von Heim can breathe a sigh of relief as, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then we had, oh, maybe 13. So we've gone 12, 37. Okay, so if we go 15, that would be up to lap 28, which would then take us to, so we need like, lap 28, 29 is when we want to pit. So we really want to hold out for like 3 more laps with both of these drivers if possible. Actually, 5 more for us. The Ferraris are just 2 ahead. But actually, when the Ferraris finish, we'll finish. So really, we want to be looking at like this lap here. So we only really need like 4 more laps. 3 more laps even. Von Heim, you can stop chilling now. You've brought Rodriguez back in touch with you, but you do have fresher tires. So you should be able to hold him behind. Just don't hold each other up too much, please. Rodriguez, I'm going to tell you to chill out. I'm not going to give team orders. I'm just going to say go easy on your tires. If you know what that means, I'm proud of you. I can't get past Artie Von Heim. I'm fine with that, Rodriguez. I'm honestly fine with that. You ain't got to tell me twice. I'm okay with it. All right. Yeah, a couple seconds behind. You can pick up the pace again. This is good. Viaba is currently 26 seconds behind. Now, in total, our pit stops, I think, run about 40 seconds. So we are going to look to pit next lap or the lap after and see what happens. Maybe a second safety car, like a second full course yellow, could help us out here. Maybe. But Viaba is catching very quickly. So we're going to burn now and we're going to pit next lap for both drivers. It's a very risky strat. I'm aware because we're on old tires. We'll be going very slow. It's a very risky strat. But, you know, we've got to try and make it work. Because, look, we can go to the end with tire life. So we're going to burn coming out of the pits. It's full wets. Because, I mean, look at the water level. That's a British water level for you. This is where we get to see if the one-stop can work. I think Viaba might go to the end, but we'll have the tires that hopefully will catch up. It may have been a bad call if they can go to the end on how late we left it. But let's see what the tire life does. Currently 20 seconds. We'll probably be 20 behind. So I think we'll come out behind Fonseca. But that's the only problem is that we're going to also have to battle past both Hemlock. Oh, there is a yellow. There's a full course yellow. Acosta might have just... No, I did that pun last time. It might have just helped us out. Because now all the track has to slow down. So the time we lose by going slow in the pit isn't as much. Viaba will still go past. Or will he? Von Heim comes out and maintains position in front of Viaba. It's as you were. Ooh, Rodriguez is complaining there's not enough pace in the car. Wait, what do you mean? You're fine. I mean, well, that makes a lot of sense. I'm afraid, Rodriguez, if you told me this when you came into pit literally 5 seconds ago, we might be able to help you. But right now, I'm not that concerned about the performance because we're both up maybe near the points and we have fresher tires than the sandwich filling we're providing here. So buck up and stop complaining. Let's go. Ignore, it's got a no time for tantrums, Chivo. Ignore a driver's complaint about their car. I'm sorry, but if you'd have told me literally when you came in to stop, rather than complaining about it on your way out, like, hey, yeah, let's do this pit stop. All right, by the way, guys, my car kind of sucks. Like, that's not the right way to do it, you know? 2.5 seconds to Viaba from Von Heim. Rodriguez, honestly, with a 35-second lead over the guy behind you, I'd be very surprised if your poor car performance cost you a place here. But it's good to know that the reliability actually linearly, or at least on a curve, affects performance. Green flag, we're burning. We're full burning. I want to try and get Rodriguez in front of Viaba. Viaba is not full burning. They do have to be a little bit more conservative on their tires than us because they did pit those few laps earlier. So while they got track position arguably a little bit over Rodriguez, the yellow flag kind of offset that. And the bonus that we get is our tires are fresher. So every lap they will be a little bit more performant than Viaba's anyway. So while we took an instant hit to track position, we're technically gaining a bit of it throughout the rest of this stint on a wide track as well where it's easy to pass. So losing track position doesn't matter as much. Rodriguez within 2 seconds of Viaba now. Von Heim is also burning, but actually cannot. You're like 8 seconds up the road. So for now, you're good. If the gap closes from Viaba to you a little bit too quickly, we'll look to change it. But right now, let's take this in stages. Let's make sure that you don't push it over the edge because this is still a wet race. I'm going to have to take full burn off Rodriguez as well, at least on the fuel. And neither of our drivers is particularly great at keeping it on the track. Not from experience of this season so far, just from what they were graded as in their abilities. It's been a pretty steady race, this race. It's been going pretty well. The strategy has played in our favor a little bit. Sometimes the patience game is the game you want to play. And this was one of those cases. Very difficult to undercut someone in wet conditions, but I think Viaba was going to do it, to be fair. And you got to consider we have slower pit stops than most people on the grid, which is... I mean, it does kind of suck. Burn again, Rodriguez. All right, it's push time. Your stress is low. Every time you tell the drivers, by the way, to push with their driving strategy, if you go to red mode, they will gain stress. And the more stress they have, the more chance they have of crashing. And in the wet, I really want to avoid them having too much chance to crash. But Viaba's tires, I mean, they're pretty worn out. You know, they're pretty worn out. They have cut that gap down, though. So, yeah, Von Heim, hit it. Let's go. Just get away from him a little bit. We don't want to give Viaba the idea that they can catch. We don't want to give him any sort of motivation to keep going towards us. Rodriguez is now within 2 seconds of Viaba again. Crash chance is high. I am going to leave them up there at the chance for points because 11 scores just as many points as 20th. Come on, Rodriguez. You got this. You got fresher tires. I'm going to give you until the milk run, and then I'm going to bring your tires back down because we can't leave you like this for the whole race. You're also losing time anyway. All right. You know what? You're too stressed. Chill out. All right. Viaba, Von Heim, rather, you can also bring it back down. And this is how it looks across the race. I told you it was a Ferrari gig, didn't I? Mach on a full Mach Verstappen run. A whole half minute ahead of Woods. What are the lap times here? 2 minutes? Yeah. Well, currently 2:45. If you think that's a minute 45. That's like 2 minutes 5, 2:10. I mean, they've all lapped. They've all lapped 7th anyway. Sorry, Mach has lapped 7th anyway. And as far as 6th have actually lapped us as well. So that's wild. Because DuPont, you know, everybody above DuPont is more than a minute ahead. And that's only because DuPont fell back down with us at the beginning of the race. The Wayland car is a speedy car. It is a top 3, top 14 car. But us, apparently, the lowest of the low in terms of car. And look at us with our fancy little almost double points. Von Heim, our young prodigy, could be picking up our first points of the season right here. And Rodriguez, I want you to push on because Viaba's now been lapped and can't push too hard because they can't unlap themselves from Mach. I want you to try and close up on Viaba, but I do feel like their car performance is going to be hampering them a little bit now. But it's an inspiring continuation to the season right now for us. Von Heim, as long as he doesn't do anything dumb, is pretty safe in that 9th position. I don't want to jinx anything, but right now, he's at least looking a little bit solid, isn't he? He's definitely come a long way since the first quali session of the first race where he was slower than his teammate, despite being the young prodigy. And look at him now. First point scorer for the team, potentially. I have to put these disclaimers on it. I do not want to jinx ourselves. Yeah, I don't think Rodriguez is going to be catching up to Viaba anytime soon. I think we might have to let that ship sail. With 6 laps to go, the tires are looking absolutely fine. I might actually tell... You see, this is the thing. There's still a chance of crashing with neutral. With conservative, it's very, very, very little. You know, the pressure on Viaba is one thing that's helping us a bit, but it also might be causing them to push, which gets them closer to Von Heim. So maybe it's worth telling Rodriguez to back off just in case that little extra chance was going to make them crash. But I'm not going to, because Viaba's tires are very much dropping away. And that performance drop-off is going to be bigger and bigger as we get towards the end of this race. So if Rodriguez stays in touch and just burns every now and again, I'm not going to let them get into red stress, right? I'm going to let them get to medium crash chance. Let's look from Viaba's way because you can see both of our drivers that way. Von Heim only 4 seconds up right now. Viaba pushing a little bit? They are burning a bit of fuel toward the end, aren't they? We can't afford to do too much of that. Viaba has crashed. I thought for a second it was saying Von Heim, and I put my hands on my head, and then I realized it was Viaba. Okay, listen, I have 2 issues with this. Number one, I don't want Viaba to die. Yes, I wanted them out the way, but this is like Rodney Campbell all over again. I want them to be below us, but I don't want them to be out and dead. Secondly, while you might think this is great for us, and puts us 9th and 10th. Yes, asterisk. Remember 2 things. Number one, we have a 42-second gap currently to the car behind that now gets neutralized to 0 because we do a standing start. Number 2, speaking of standing starts, we're bad at them. We're terrible at them. We've lost positions on every single standing start we've done. The only thing I can hope is that we have a repeat of lap 1 where we actually did really well and gain those positions back. It's a 4-lap shootout. This is just like race 1. The 3-lap shootout, actually, because the leader had gone past the line. And also, I figured out, by the way, when we crossed the line in the first race, someone went ahead of Rodriguez, and I said, oh, it gave us 17th for some reason. That's because they were a lap down. They don't allow lapped cars to unlap themselves in this game, because I don't think that was a thing back then. So, unfortunately, we're not a lap ahead of 11th. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to overtake us off the red flag. But also, we're not a lap behind 8th. So, you know, could swing both ways. As the cars roll up to the grid, we've only got to pray for Viaba right now and hope that they're okay as we pit on the fresh soft. 4.5 minutes left. This will also be the chance to repair the damn car at least a little bit. A minute that's going to take. So Rodriguez will certainly be happy because they were asking about the car parts anyway. The red flag comes to the end. Once again, it's a short shootout to end the race in this season. I'm going to pause when we hit green flag real quick. Yeah, you see, I want them to burn fuel, at least for the first of these 3 laps. It's a 3-lap shootout again as we end a race like we ended the first race with a big race towards the end. Von Heim looking very tasty up there, trying to take positions and has already taken one off DuPont. He's given back and then has taken again. They're all in the mix up there. And he has in fact got past DuPont, but in fact was a lap behind. All right, so maybe we go easy on the fuel again now then. As behind them, Rodriguez, unfortunately, has lost a position to Hustler and another position to Rosenqvist. But it's full push to the end. That's all we can do now. As now Hustler is all over the back of Von Heim. What's turnabout is fair play, as they say. And now it's Hustler that has to stare at Von Heim's rear wing. And I'm hoping that's how it ends. As Rosenqvist is overtaken by Rodriguez. Rodriguez, you need to close in on Hustler here. You need to do your best Von Heim cosplay impression and stare at the rear wing of Hustler for as long as you can. As we're on the penultimate lap now. Can Von Heim bring home the first points of the season for Night? Of course, run by Like and Subscribe. We haven't mentioned that company enough tonight. But, you know, spare a thought for Like and Subscribe wherever you are right now. Because Brendan Like and Corey Subscribe will be extremely happy to have your support. I can promise you that. Von Heim, now it mentions that we're a lap down on DuPont. I'm not sure we were, but I mean, I don't know. Hello, HereBeCush here in post. Yes, we were a lap down, but it wasn't immediately obvious why. When the red flag was thrown, the leader had lapped us, but not DuPont. So the next time the leader came to the line, we lined up behind them on the grid, while DuPont was able to complete the entire next lap. So while they weren't a lap ahead of us when the red flag was thrown, they were a lap ahead of us by the time we got to the grid and the restart. It sucks, but it is what it is. We're going into the last lap, and we're currently 9th and 10th. Rodriguez has found their way past Hustler. This is incredible. All they got to do now is not crash, which I expected to be immediately followed up by a crash, but here we are. All right, Von Heim, you are like 4 seconds ahead of Rodriguez. You're cool. All right, you guys just chill out for a second. You're 3 seconds up. Let's not overcook it, okay? This is the end that we were hoping for. Is it going to be double points for Night? Is it going to be Von Heim leading the championship on our team? Is it going
to be a first world championship for Verstappen.
Not overall, of course. The Ferraris are just a different league, but this is going to be it. They come through the final S's, and it's Mach that wins it, but it's Knight that are going to be most happy. Double points for this team, and Brendan and Corey Subscribe are off their seats in the VIP paddock box. That is incredible. And speaking of incredible, Antonio Villalba, thankfully, I've just heard in my ear, has come out of their crash unscathed. It is a positive day for motorsport and a very positive day for night racing. A lap down on DuPont, which is a shame because I actually honestly thought we'd have a chance at 8th there. But if you think for a second I'm not chuffed with 9th and 10th, you are sadly mistaken because, oh my God, that was great. Our fastest laps were faster than anyone below us, which means this is kind of our true pace. And considering we finished 16th and 17th in the first race, this is remarkable work. This is a hell of a improvement. And honestly, if you want my honest opinion on this, I think we're at least on pace with Hemlock. And what I've learned from this is we might just be wet weather masters. The development is going well. The engineers are doing their job and it's life is good. We also got the bonus $2 from the challenge of tuning on one of our cars. So we get to take $6 out of this weekend as well. Levi Mack leads the way on points. The only reason Moretti's down here in 5th is because he DNF'd in the first event. But just like that, they're already back up to 5th. So Bregman, enjoy 4th place while you can because you'll never see it again after this weekend. But of course, now it's a 21 driver championship as well. Rest in peace, Rodney Campbell. 07s in the chat and F's in the comments. Respect to Rodney Campbell. You know, it's a cruel sport. Villalba now has seen the limit of what it can be. And we're all just happy that Villalba is still with us right now. Our biggest competitors right now are Pope and Hemlock. So we're fighting for P5 in the constructors because outside of that, I don't think, at least not for the foreseeable, I don't think P4 is a chance, but P5 is the goal if we can hold out. So, I mean, Bancroft, Vernier and April don't have any points yet anyway. So in theory, they wouldn't be a threat. But until he died, Rodney Campbell was in P8 for race 1. So maybe they are going to be a threat. But if you look in the standings, those 3 teams are down here. It's mainly those teams we want to look out for. Wayland and Chapman are fighting for P3 in the constructors this year. Ferrari are going to run away with this. Maybe LeBron will keep up with them. LeBron James. Maybe LeBron will keep up with them. So essentially Chapman, Wayland, and the 2 big teams, we don't need to care about them as much. Every other team we should be trying to beat. We know now that reliability might become a thing. So part reliability could come into play because performance starts to drop over the course of the race. We are about to embark on one of the most famous Grand Prix of the 1970s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s to today. The Circuit de Casino, as this is called here. It's the Monaco Grand Prix. Monte Carlo, the beautiful bay of yachts, including Kimi Räikkönen's yacht in the 2000s. We've got sports cars. We've got a lot of beauty to be appreciated on this circuit. Not only is it the crown jewel of this season, meaning that we get +2 sponsor bonus payouts, and it is always on the calendar, but also it is a narrow track, which is going to add some complexity. Like Retorcido, it's going to be difficult to overtake, so we're going to have to try and put in a really good performance in quali if we can. But also it's bumpy. So the crash chance not only gets an additional chance from being narrow, but also an additional chance from being bumpy. So there's a 40% extra chance of crashing at this Grand Prix. Now I mentioned being a wet weather master. We're not going to get another wet Grand Prix until Brazil, which is race 6. So we're going to have to rely on our pure pace alone to get us through this. We have $7 now. I don't know if you know much about motorsport. $7 will get you far, all right? People will look at you like you're a monarch, okay? $7 makes us rich in this economy. So we have to decide now, do we want to give another upgrade to one of our cars? For example, Carlos Rodriguez's 47% engine. Or do we embark on buying a new part? Engine performance here is going to be -25%. Nothing at Argentina, Fascar Park, until we get to Brazil, where it's, again, less engine, more chassis. If we're going to develop a new part, it's going to have to be chassis based. Chassis gives us overall speed as well. I said I'd be fair to the drivers, and they're only a point apart in the standings. So despite the fact that Von Heim has had the edge a little bit over the course of the first 2 races, I'm not going to make him a number 1 driver, not until there's a clear divide in the season performance between these two. What we want to look at is potentially a new chassis to go to Carlos Rodriguez, because if we build a new chassis, the only problem we're going to have here is that it's more than likely going to be less reliability on the chassis. And Carlos Rodriguez has already been complaining about the state of his car before. I mean, maybe we just upgrade the chassis for now, because with $7 we could actually upgrade both of their chassis. This is the dilemma we find ourselves in. I did say I would go for risks during the season, but I also didn't expect to be where we are, competitive right now. So interesting question, actually. Our engineer, Anita Bernal, has plus 20 bonus on chassis performance. Does that apply to upgrades? It doesn't. So I think it might be worth buying a new chassis. You know what? As I've said before, I'm nothing if not a gambler, and this season is going to be all about taking risks, because at this point, we're already way above our projected finishing position. We might as well go for broke. Let's build a new chassis. You hear the nuts and bolts screw into position. The reliability is not bad either. We have lost 4%, but it's not terrible. Compared to what it could have been down at 30%, I'll take that. That now puts Rodriguez's car ever so slightly above Von Heim. I know Von Heim won't necessarily be happy about it, but he got the engine upgrade. Carlos Rodriguez gets the new chassis. We're playing fair, we're not playing favorites. And the average on reliability between them is only 3%. That's all we need to do in the garage, so we're going to get right on with this. So without further ado, let us go to the bright sunny bay of Monte Carlo. And it is indeed bright and sunny as we arrive. A reminder of the traits of this track. It is bumpy, it is narrow, and it is the crown jewel. We're going to make more money from this event, but also very high crash chance, less chance of overtaking. I mean, it's Monaco, right? And less engine performance. But before we do any tuning or any setup direction for our drivers, we send them out on softs. It's all sunny, no need for the intermediates or wets. And when they come back after a lap, we will start to tune them. We're going to go for a lap around the Monte Carlo circuit on Von Heim, straight into Sandoval with some great speed. As we come through the first section, it becomes evident how twisty, turny, and tight this track really is. This is really a test of strength and a test of guts for these drivers as they come round the second sector, out of the tunnel to a sharp chicane or two. They have the Bay of Monte Carlo on their left, but they have the walls that separate them from it on their minds, because this is the most dangerous track of the year, I'm sure. As they bring it home through the third sector, it's all green, which means personal bests, not purple, which would be best of anybody, but we're only 2 seconds off the McLarens. Now, the Ferraris, I'm fascinated by how Mack has ended up down in 11th. But this is already looking like good pace from us in the dry as well. Someone got held up or something, or just did really bad in the tuning direction already. Like, Woods is down there. Maldonado's down there. I don't know what they're doing. They're definitely not looking so good. Few of them are out of position right now. So Mack is definitely out of position. Maldonado's out of position, and Woods is probably out of position. We are 11th and 12th right now. Fonseca and Acosta putting in some banging laps. We are once again 5 seconds to 6 seconds away from the leaders, which is about where we've been so far. But it means that the Ferraris aren't necessarily out-developing us, which is really inspiring. Also, after that new chassis, Rodriguez is coming home 1/10 ahead of Von Heim, which is new for Rodriguez. Honestly, Von Heim has had the edge in quali up until now. This seems to have leveled them out a little bit, and it's going to give them an equal chance. Let's move to the tuning. With a bit of maths, you'll realize that spending 2 to get 2 to 4 is better than spending 2 to get 0 to 4 by timesing this by 2. And as such, especially with the engine having reduced performance on this track by 25%, engine is not where we're going to be wanting to look for this. Chassis is overall speed, but it's the steering, it's the braking and the cornering on such a slow track that we're going to, I think, want to focus on. So that's where my current focus is going to be for the first run, just to see where it puts us. And if things don't start to improve, I will also bring the chassis into play. So right now, timesing that by 1.5 to get from 2 to 3 points, we end up with 3 to 6, which is going to be more valuable. This times by 1.25 is 1.25 to about 9. So 2 to 10 is better. This times by 2.5 is 2.5 to 10. So 2 to 20 is potentially better. It actually wasn't in the end because we got plus 10. We're not always the most lucky on the tuning, but this is it. We just got to find where that setup direction is. It's 1970. We don't have advanced computers telling us exactly what the front wing angle needs to be. It's just a couple of guys and gals just getting their spanners out, turning some nuts and bolts and going, oh, that'll do. Get out there, see if it's faster. So all we're doing now is making it easier for Von Heim to turn their car as they drive around the track. Next up, we got 2 to 6 is better, another 1 to 3, and then a 2 to 4 to finish it off. And we're about halfway to a golden tune. We strap a fresh set of softs on them and we send out Von Heim. And then we start tuning Rodriguez. Same deal, I want to go for steering here as well and see if this is going to be the right direction. I feel like it will be. 3 to 18, that has to be better. Yes, we got the 18. All right, good. The tuning on the steering, we're learning quickly. 1 to 19. Oh, the 18. Rodriguez is in Wonderland right now with not only a new chassis, but some amazing steering. The setup is heading in Rodriguez's direction this weekend. We're going to go for the second lap timed around the Monte Carlo circuit. 8th and 9th is a solid position for us to be in if we finish here, but you can just never tell. I mean, 2/10 takes Rodriguez down as far as 12th. So that middle 5 right there. And by the way, only the top 10 get points. Schaub, for the second weekend running, has binned it. That is Schaub right there in the Pope. Stuck at the side of the road in the tunnel. It's dark in there. There's a corner. You'd think drivers can master the corners, but when it's dark, they're not used to it as much. That can be a nightmare of a position to be in. He's just lost it coming out of that tunnel. It's a high-speed corner. It's in the dark. One moment of hesitation, lack of self-confidence. You become unsure of yourself, or you can become a feature of the wall, as Schaub has done. We obviously primarily hope that Schaub is okay, rather than the fact that it's affecting our quali session, because the last thing we want is a second fatality for the season. Time to send them back out. Now that the track is green, there's a lot of traffic they're coming into here. Oh, Rodriguez. Rodriguez is in there, boxed in between Viaba and Maldonado, both of whom are on flying laps, and yet Rodriguez manages to come out in front of them. Trying to get that track position, but you got to be careful. The stewards will look at that. If he was impeding during a flying lap for both of them. 12th is Viaba. Viaba did have a slower mid-sector, so did Maldonado. The stewards are going to be looking at that. They're going to be consulting the 1970s regs. Was there a hold-up? Both of our drivers seem to have improved as Von Heim pops back in at 8th position and Rodriguez makes it line astern night cars in the top 10 as they come in behind in 9th. Once again, they found themselves a 10th down on Von Heim. They were a 10th up with that new chassis, but a little bit of a lack of focus. Maybe just seeing how Schaub crashed in the tunnel had got a picture into their mind, right? This is a dangerous sport. The drivers are fully aware of that. Someone's already died this year. Sometimes pushing right on that edge can have dire and fatal consequences, and so it makes them just leave a little bit on the table, They're not 100% wanting to push on the limit for the whole lap, and I get it. I understand it. Rodriguez, what are we doing for you, sir? Double that would be 4 to 10, so we're going to go with the 2 to 5. 3 times that is 3 to 9. I'm going to go 4 to 6. Okay, the 5 is not bad. 1.5 times this is 1.5 to 6, which means 2 to 9 is better. And there's the golden tune. Rodriguez has a golden tune on steering with points to spare. And because there's a detriment to the engine performance for this weekend, minus 25%, each of the points we add to this will be only 75% effective. So my second priority for both of these drivers is going to be chassis. A frightful reminder that car wreckage, or at least where the scuffs are on the Aramco barrier, that this sport can be fatal. But hopefully they're able to cast that aside as they now come out of La Sardine. Rodriguez, I'm hoping for a big lap from you on this one. They come down the start-finish straight and immediately into Starlet, going through Flambeur in the tight, twisty Bellevue, trying to come down towards the hardest corner on the calendar, potentially. The Princess's hairpin. There doesn't need to be an apostrophe S on that. Just an apostrophe would do, just FYI. But they're coming out of the corner now. Brown Brigadier through the wind tunnel and into the tight, twisty L'Ancienne chicane. Past the Mega Yacht Marina and into the final big double corner of the lap. Into a couple more twisty turns to put the hammer down and on the power as we come out faster than before. Only 4.5 seconds off the lead cars, which is currently the McLarens, by the way. Oh, no, we're 6.5 down and it's Ferrari again. Ignore me. Now we're split. And that 0.3 that Von Heim is down could be the difference between a double points and not. We'll have to find that out as we go through. The lap only takes about 2 minutes, which I think means it's going to take about 2.5 to 3 minutes to do the out lap. So at 3 minutes left, I'm going to send them both out, because doing 2 minutes times 3 on all of these would bring us back, if we do an out lap, another flying lap, and an in lap, would bring us in with a minute to go. So we're only going to have time for one more tune. The reason I want to wait until the end, and it's a risk, because if a yellow flag happens, full course yellows, we won't get to set another time. But the reason I want to leave it to the end is we're already in a good position, so we can afford for things to stay as they are. But if we can hit something big when the track grip is at its maximum, and I say maximum, relatively speaking, track grip is this top bar here, this top little slant. It's how much the tires are gripping the road. And as you'll see, it gets more and more over the session because the more and more rubber is laid down from the cars that set times. So the difference between now, for example, and if you watch this little bar here go up, starts to tick up. It's about another 50%, maybe a little bit less, but it's just that edge that might just give us that extra tenth to creep 2 cars into the top 10. We're still 4 tenths off the Waylands and everything above that. So again, 5th is our aim, 9th and 10th is where our bread and butter is going to be for points this season. And then, if we are 9th and 10th, we're in position for if something goes terribly wrong up front and we can capitalize on it. We want to be those guys that are there, opportunistic, ready to capitalize on the smallest collision. Fonseca's the one on a flyer. That's number 12. So they're going to come around and we're going to see if they can get 2 tenths. Because if they can, they're going to go in front of Von Heim. They cross the line in 8th place. A marker dropped down by Vernier right now. That is very interesting. Vernier have responded to the rumors about a big night part upgrade coming to this race and have said, oh yeah, well, we can still set fast times. That is going to be a problem for us. We're going to have to be fighting against the Verniers this year, I think. And so oh shit, I didn't, oh no, I was busy commentating. I really hope we don't end up missing out on another run because we don't have enough time. Oh God, it's going to be 24 seconds. Okay, we need to give them the golden tune. There it is. 2 minutes 35 on the clock as both night cars leave the pits. They have left it right until the end. As long as we cross that finish line to start our flying lap before the top clock hits 0, it's a I've started so I'll finish situation, and we will be allowed to finish our lap. With just 1 minute 15 left on the clock, it's getting close. 1 minute. Are they going to make it? They are going to make it. Look at this. These boys have absolutely jetted around the track. And they start their flyers. Here we go. Keep an eye on the sector times here for Rodriguez and Von Heim. They need to be going green in all 3. Von Heim and Rodriguez both start off well. As the climb begins again, it's under pressure here. They've been put in. It's a 1-lap wonder to get them out of what would be a kind of disappointing 16th and 17th. Von Heim goes green. So does Rodriguez. They're both setting personal bests all across the timesheet. The question is, will they improve in position as well as time? They come across the line. Von Heim goes 9th. Rodriguez 8th, pushing Von Heim down to 10th, but also going ahead of Viaba. And that is a stellar finishing effort from the boys. Under pressure, they delivered. Rodriguez only 400ths ahead of Von Heim, despite the new chassis and the better tuning. I think you'll find Von Heim is currently in better form as a driver. If they were in the same car, I think you'd find Von Heim would be setting better times. But 8th and 10th on the grid is solid. So as long as Rodriguez can stay in the points, or Von Heim, but with Rodriguez being in 8th, and Von Heim being literally in 10th, which is the lowest point scoring position, I don't know how likely it is their drivers to try and improve their race starts. And, their trainers have been working with them on reaction time stuff. So hopefully they're going to deliver this for us, but we will see. Our closest competitors, remember, are Hemlock in the championship, and it's Pope that we're trying to catch, which is Kukkonen and Schaub. Now, they are way down, which is great for us. Hemlock, Viaba's in the mix, causing us problems. But Hussler, again, just not able to get the job done. Honestly, they're down 7.5 off the pace. I mean, everybody's a couple seconds off the pace, but at least off us, 2 seconds down on their teammate. 2.5. But look at our drivers, like 0.5 tenth away from each other. And I mean, look at this. Look at this section here. It doesn't tell me the gap for, because it's 0. So 1 tenth, just over, separates 8th from 12th, which is, by the way, 4 points or 0. And considering our entire team score for the first 2 races has been 3 total, it just shows you how close this midfield really is. You know, Bregman, Maldonado, and Holgersen going to be fighting over 5th place probably while the top 2 teams just run away with it. And McLaren on pole, by the way, is a spicy meatball for this one. That's going to be a story to watch. Let's go to our race strategy. No weather. No weather. No rain has been forecast. There is weather. There is still a climate. The Earth has not destroyed itself yet. This is still 1970. But there is no rain predicted. None of the radars, which I think in the 70s was a guy sticking his hand out the pits rather than any sort of computer. No radars are suggesting rain is going to be on the horizon. Steiner down in 11th has that unshakable trait. So while they're lower than 10th, they will be just +1 overall. So they're going to be someone to watch out for coming through. As will Acosta, which is the only ones I think we need to worry about. 8th and 10th off the grid for the Night Boys. Really, really good. We're not aiming to get any higher than 8th unless there's some tasty afters ahead. You know, like a crash or some sort of battling that slows them down. We're a midfield team. That's what we're fighting to be. We put our hat into the ring as being a midfield team last episode. So this episode, we're looking to establish that midfield team position. And with 2 grid spots like 8th and 10th, I'm optimistic about it. 71 laps around the Monte Carlo circuit, which for the cars will feel a lot like a Sky Electric, or for American viewers, slot cars, because it's going to be tight. It's going to be boxed in. The track is narrow, it's walls on both sides, it's bumpy, and it's just the most unforgiving track. So you've really got to be locked in mentally around this circuit. In terms of strategy, it's not wet today, there's no rain, so we can ignore the IW, which in this case could stand for I wish there was rain, because we are good in the wet. But instead, we're SMH because we're here in the dry. Off the start, we want to try and minimize that position loss, or rather offset the problems that our drivers have in start performance. So we're going to have those both on burn. In terms of tire strategy, the way I like to look at it is when you get about 25% left is when you want to pit, as a general guideline. I don't know if that's good strategically. I'm not someone that min-maxes games a lot, so I will go with what I think is right for the setting. So in F1 terms, you don't want to be going lower than 25% on your tires. So even though the hards on a normal stint would last us 46 laps, 25% of that is 11.5 laps. So if we take 11.5 off that, that would last us about 34, 35 laps, which would take us halfway. I don't know if you have to use 2 different sets of compounds, but I think this is going to be a hard, soft, soft, probably. We're going to do soft, hard, soft as our planned strategy. And then we're going to react to whatever safety cars and things come up. That would make the most sense to me. We're going to hope for maybe an early safety car. If there's an early safety car to take us onto hards, then mediums, the safety car window would be like 12 to 18. And then our pit will be lap 18. Okay, so without further ado, now that we have our strategy set, there is just one more thing to do. And that's to drive 71 laps around what in the modern day is the most boring yet most beautiful track on the F1 calendar. For us, we're going to watch those dots move around that line, and it's going to be so exciting. Let's do this. All right, we're going to go in on our drivers as we get 5 lights in Monte Carlo. The lights are off and the race is on, and immediately, once again, we're losing positions off the start, but we have held 10th and 12th right now. Why are they conserving? That's on me. Ah! All right, and as soon as I tell them, push, Rodriguez immediately makes great use of that brand new chassis, gets themselves up into 3rd place, and I think with that, we can tell them to chill up there. Von Heim down in 12th can still chill as well, I think. We found where we are now. This is a ridiculous start. Moretti in the Ferrari is on those hards, probably going to be going for the 1-stop, I imagine. But 3rd position on track. You never know what could happen with a safety car. Rodriguez is asking all the questions of those top teams right now. This is the dream start from a great quali for Team Night. And the question is, how are we doing? Because Viaba down there in 5th as well. That's another one of our competitors, of course. And so we've got to be very mindful about how they react to this situation. They are also on the softs. Moretti as well, the Ferrari, even though they're 2 compounds harder right now, there's no stopping them. They're going to overtake Rodriguez at some point. The fact that Rodriguez was able to get to where he's been able to get to is nothing short of phenomenal. Von Heim, I see, is closing in on the people in front of him. And so I'm going to tell him to push, because Von Heim, we do want to get up here a little bit quicker if we can. Now, Von Heim's tires will start to fade out a little bit. So the fact that they're not getting closer, we're going to tell them to ease off. We'll leave the fuel burning for a little bit longer as well. But the fuel burn is, if it's anything like real life, actually going to be more useful during the hard stint to offset the lack of performance of the hard tires. So we're going to see as we come through these tight, windy hairpins that I can't pronounce that one, and the princess's hairpin. Devs. I don't know if the devs are going to watch this. I don't know if this was written in English or if it was translated. It looks like it might have been translated. In English, if you have an apostrophe at the end of a word that ends with an S, you don't generally add the next S. Some people do. But this is my little, like, I love the way that the God Ray has kind of highlighted it as well. Leave off the last S and it looks tidier and it still means the same thing. You can get away with this. That's today's little nitpick from Kush. You're welcome. Von Heim down in 11th, Rodriguez up in 3rd for the night, boys. That new chassis is working wonders right now. As the last lap, Rodriguez was the 3rd fastest car on track. This could be a position on pace right now, except for the McLaren and the Ferrari behind them. But they are definitely pulling away from Viaber already. Von Heim's goal is to try and get closer to Viaber. The problem is we have 3 cars between them. Good work, Von Heim. We have 3 cars between them that, yes, they're on harder compounds, but are also in faster cars. And they're 2 of the teams that I said we shouldn't be worried about. So I'd really like them to take down Viaber in terms of position as quickly as possible. Not run them off the track or anything, but just to take them out of position if possible. The window for pitting under full course yellows for us is 12 onwards, which I think would also incur pitting from the other drivers. We could pit sooner, but if a full course yellow is waved before lap 12, we're going to have a decision to make. If it's lap 12 or after, it's easy. We do it. We pit. We get onto the hards early and then we finish on some mediums. But for now, Von Heim sitting fairly nice in P10. We're going to save some fuel for Von Heim, actually, and Rodriguez. I want to play this a bit more conservatively on the fuel. Rodriguez can surely afford it. The other question, because they're actually about 13 seconds up the road of Viaber, is could we go easy on the tires a little bit and actually extend this first stint? It is a possibility, but I don't think we're going to do it because you've got to remember our pit stops are one of the longest on the grid. So we're going to have to suffer during those pit stops. So it's good to have this little buffer that they have available. So Von Heim currently being hunted down by Maldonado as Rodriguez is being hunted down by Ryan and Moretti. But somehow Rodriguez still has the life in these soft tires, which are nothing more than elastic bands by this point, or getting there anyway. He still has the pace to match the Ferraris and the McLarens. This is extremely uplifting and promising. There goes the McLaren, but we're okay with it right now. And there goes the Ferrari. The person we're really racing is the next one, but they're 10 seconds down and they're burning their tires a lot quicker as well, which means we might be able to go a little bit longer and reduce the amount of time we spend on the hard tires. Because once they pit, we'll just burn through our tires and pit a lap or 2 later. Give ourselves an offset. We might lose out on some track position, but with that tire delta's worked so well for us in the past. Von Heim also currently losing a bit of time to the car in front, so we're just going to get him to burn a bit more fuel because I don't see him holding up Maldonado for the rest of the race, even though he's doing a great job right now. I would love for him to stay in the points. Rodriguez, Team Rodriguez in the comments is going to be enthusiastic to the nth degree about this. They're going to be loving life right now. Here's the situation overall. You'll see there's big gaps forming. Rodriguez having quite a lonely race again now, as he doesn't really have to think about much. Now we're in full course yellow territory. If a full course yellow is thrown now, we quit. We quit? No. We pit, no questions asked. We don't quit, no questions asked. And currently the season has had at least 1 full course yellow and 1 red flag every single season. The way it goes is the full course yellow always brings us a cheap pit stop, and then the red flag at the end threatens our position. So, I mean, this is going to be interesting. Here are your leaders, by the way, top right of your screen. The race leaders. Mack has managed to keep up with Woods on a hard tire when Woods is on a soft tire. That's insanely good. That's so well done. I mean, Von Heim now also closing in on Holgersen. Across the board, it's looking good for us. No one's really challenging us from our competitors. The problem that we have is that Maldonado, unless the Chapmans are not performant today around this circuit, which on pace, Maldonado's on the same compound as Von Heim, and Von Heim's keeping them behind. And overtaking is not easy here. Maybe the one stop would have been the one to go for. We may live to regret that. The ones on the hard tires may benefit if they can stay out long enough. But we'll live to see that later on. We won't get that answer for a good while at the moment. We're just going to see how things play out. Couple laps left until we need to pit. Viaba will surely pit soon because Viaba's tires are looking even more worn than ours. Viaba is pushing a little bit on fuel as well. Still 9 seconds down though. The way Rodriguez is going to do it is Rodriguez is just going to sit there, and then the moment Viaba goes in, Rodriguez is just going to push for a lap. We've got 9 seconds. I think we can afford a single lap of Delta, and we also then get to see what tires Viaba goes on to. Von Heim is just kind of chilling. Just kind of chilling at the moment. Viaba pits. Viaba pits from 6th position. Rodriguez is going to need to push and burn fuel now. Viaba's out on softs. Definitely going for the undercut then, which means we don't want to leave it more than a lap. So Rodriguez is going to pit on our predicted 18th lap as well. This is perfect for our strategy. We're going to pit onto hards with Rodriguez. Von Heim... All right, Von Heim, burn and go one more lap. Just to try something different, you know? Just in case. You never know if there's going to be a full course yellow. Von Heim's going to go one extra lap, then also join Rodriguez onto the hards. Rodriguez is going to come out, and Rodriguez comes out still in front of Viaba. This is fantastic for Rodriguez. One lap of tire delta. Viaba's tires will burn out quicker as well, but the question is, can Viaba use that softer compound to get track position over Rodriguez? It's now or never for Viaba, really, but Rodriguez is not looking like he wants to relinquish that position. As we see just across the wall, Von Heim is about to go into the pits, and does. Where's Von Heim going to come out? That's the question. Getting those hards on. We're going to zoom out to check. Is he going to come out in front of Rinaldi? Yes, just about. That is a great timing on the pit stops for the Night team. Rodriguez holding on to that position. Obviously, Viaba on softer tires now. So Viaba has more pace per lap than Rodriguez will, or should do at least. But those tires will drop off quicker. That advantage is time limited, right? It's a ticking time bomb for Viaba. And with DuPont coming out ahead of them, but behind us, that could be a nail in the coffin for Viaba's chance to catch Rodriguez now. We love to see that. We absolutely love to see that. DuPont will probably overtake us at some point, but right now, Rodriguez running in 8th on track. Poor net 6th, maybe? Bregman's in the pits. Bregman comes out of the pits ahead of us. Maldonado is way behind, but crucially has come out in front of Von Heim. That just shows you the difference in pit stop times, unfortunately for us. But there it is. Rodriguez, though, looking real good right now. Being hunted down by DuPont and will likely be overtaken. But honestly, an 8th position would still be solid for us. Our full course yellow window for this stint is 47 to go onto the mediums. Lap 47 and beyond. But if one comes at 36 or beyond, we could switch on to hards. Because it's going to be a 2-stop either way for us with the strategy we've gone with. I feel like Viaba's going to go on to the hards next or do 3 stops. I can't work out what the Hemlock strategy is for today. We are pushing on fuel, of course, because this is the hard stint, but we still have a bit of fuel in leeway. Your race leader currently is Woods as they come to lap Von Heim, followed closely by Mack. So actually, Mack didn't make those tires last too much longer than Woods did. But Mack is, of course, now on fresher softs than Woods. And I think that overcut might end up playing into their hands with the tire delta. The top 4 are, of course, entirely made up of Ferrari and McLaren, Etzalili and Lebrun. And even after pitting so many laps after us, we're nowhere near them. They are a different league. They are just an entirely different league. The fuel mix in those Ferraris and McLarens needs checking. I'm not sure it's legal, but we're happy with our little 7th position right now on track. Our closest competitors, so Hemlock obviously picking up a 10th, which is not that much, you know? It's not that much. And Von Heim now 8 seconds adrift from Viaba. There are other drivers completely out of it for points. And meanwhile, Pope is the other team, 14th and 17th. So right now, I mean, Bancroft with a 12th and 13th would be the ones to benefit if, say, Von Heim and Viaba went out. Touch wood, they won't. But right now, we're looking strong against our competitors in the league. We could be establishing ourselves with a 5th position. We've definitely established ourselves as a midfield team. We've got the pace. The pace is in this car. This race is looking fantastic for us right now. Because you remember I said we only really were targeting kind of 9th and 10th. So the fact that we're currently sitting in 7th is pretty special. It's pretty special. Von Heim as well was for a minute there, just a couple of seconds away We're going to tell Rodriguez to pick the pace up a little bit because DuPont is now 2.2 behind. But Von Heim, just considering the chance to get Viaba, as Viaba's softs start to fade into obscurity, the life on those tires is flatlining. Those softs are not long for this world, and Viaba will be thrilled to get rid of them in the next stop, whereas Von Heim's tires still looking great. If there's no full course yellows before Viaba pits, it's advantage us in respect to issues potentially happening. Rodriguez seems to have ditched DuPont, so we're going to ease up on the fuel there. Von Heim, I want Von Heim to push a little bit. I want to see if we can just frustrate Viaba. Viaba might just have tires dead to the point that our fresh-ish hards, can overtake him. You never know, right? It's things like this. Viaba makes a single mistake on those worn tires. Von Heim capitalizes, and suddenly Viaba's stuck behind. Because where Viaba is right now, it feels like their race might be more with Von Heim than Rodriguez, which would be fantastic for us. But it would just kind of seal the deal if Von Heim is able to catch them. Although it seems like now Viaba's pushing. Viaba is pushing ahead. They want to make sure they're getting... I think they're going to be pitting any minute now. In a few laps, probably. Von Heim, see if you can push just a little bit. See if you can stay in touch with them. 208. 1.6. Okay, yeah, no, we've got much more speed than them when we're pushing. Can we get Viaba? I mean, if they don't pit now, we overtake them just after, that'd be perfect. If we can overtake them like now, that'll frustrate them for a lap. Although that doesn't seem to be happening. Now is your time. Now is your time to try and capitalize. Although, no, actually, I'm going to go against myself. I think Viaba's going to pit any lap now. I don't think overtaking them now is actually going to be worth the extra burn we're going to have on tires. Our target pit lap for this is 53. We want to hold out until lap 53 before we pit again. The way things look at the moment, we're pretty set, I've got to say. Maldonado, however, is now all over the back of DuPont, who is only a second and a bit behind Rodriguez. This could become an interesting point to pick up on, is whether Rodriguez is going to hold on to that 7th place. Maldonado, I think, will pit. Yes, will definitely pit before DuPont and Rodriguez pit. But again, this all comes down to a full course yellow or the potential of a wet track. Rain is on the horizon and I hadn't noticed. And so now the question becomes, how far do we need to go before the rain? Viaba is going to have to pit. Viaba might have nailed this on forecast. I may have dropped the ball here, being on hards, because we're all going to have to pit around the same time anyway. So we're just going to push for as much as we can, because Maldonado and DuPont right behind Rodriguez are also going to be full pushing right now, probably. How are we looking on weather? We're not into the range of intermediates just yet. Intermediates is going to need to be about a quarter of the bar. So we're looking at probably lap 41. So 4 more laps probably. That's still enough that we can easily push on these tires. But I don't want them to go into red is the only thing. I do not want them crashing around here when we're in the positions we're in. To lose 7th and 8th to these two is better than not making it home at all. Viaba also is going to have to try and make it like 3 more laps. Von Heim could benefit greatly from this. We're going to turn up the engines because Viaba's going to get a puncture any second now if they don't pit. They've got to. They've got to pit. And they're going to be pitting early for the inters as well, by at least a lap. Viaba's got to duck into the pits now. And they do. Right. Von Heim, it's time to push. Because we're going to try and get you onto the inters next lap, I think. No, we're going to leave it a lap. We're going to leave it until lap 40. Rinaldi's had a slow stop, apparently. Disaster for them. How's Viaba going to do with their lap times as well? Because you'd expect Viaba not to be fast when they're using inters on a dry track. The difference in the tires is that the inters and the wets progressively have more tread in their tires, which if you're used to your road cars, is the difference between the surface of the tire. They're little grooves, right? And those grooves give you extra grip when it's wet, but they're not as fast for driving a sports car or an F1 car or a racing car around a track. Oh, we're so nearly there. We're so nearly at the time to pit. All right, Von Heim. How was the last lap there? Yeah, look at that. Viaba 219 on their last lap. 208. They're still going slower. They're still going slower, which means even with our slow pit stops, we might still come out in front of them. Because look at that. They're still, but oh no, they're not going slower than us anymore. Or are they? 35.6, 36. Okay, where are we at? It's time to pit. It's time to pit Von Heim. On to the intermediates, because I don't think that water's going to get anywhere near the wet range at any point today. Rodriguez is going to do the same next. Now the question is, does Von Heim overcut Viaba with this switch onto the Inters? It's a slow stop, but they're coming out way ahead of Viaba, 6 seconds up the road. We can ease up and rest easy on that one. Rodriguez now is going to pit. DuPont is going that extra lap. Rodriguez pits onto the Inters.
1 hour later.
Another really slow stop. Comes out in 9th though. Now Inters, they started on lap 40. Lap 40 would be the first lap, right? So 64 means that it's 24 laps.
Oh shit, here we go again.
They will last to the end anyway. They'll be screaming out by the end, but they will last to the end. We don't need to do any maths right now. It's interesting that none of the people in like 6th, 7th, 8th have pitted yet. I don't know what they're expecting from this. Also, I missed a trick maybe to use our wet strategist's ability of being quicker on dry tires when it's a wet track to maybe offset against Viaba on tire delta even more. But let's be honest, Von Heim doesn't need it right now. 11 seconds the gap, and we're looking good. Rodriguez, I don't like where you're at with fuel. Conserve a bit of fuel right now. I'm a little concerned about that fuel gauge on Rodriguez. We're just going to bring this home. All right. That is the game plan right now. We bring this home in another 9th and 10th, but this time with the positions reversed. Maldonado's still to pit. Also, people are choosing full wets. Oh, there will be a full wet. But the full wet territory is only like 3 laps. I don't feel like full wet is the play. I also don't think what Maldonado's doing is the right play, but I mean, apparently they're still pulling out 2 minute and 2, which is just insane. Is that what the wet strategist does? Because if so, I should have stayed out. I should have stayed out on the hards. My God. Viaba is around the 2-second mark right now. So we're just going to have to look. We need to lap Rosenqvist. Rosenqvist needs to get out of the way. We need blue flags. We need blue flags. Come on. Where's the blue flags? Get them out. Thank you. There we go. We can't be being held up like that. Viaba's now going a little bit slower, so we're going to ease up for Von Heim. Viaba also, of course, because we pitted 2 laps later, our tires are now 2 laps fresher than Viaba's. So we have that advantage. That's what we call a tire delta, because it's the difference in performance and life of our tires versus theirs. But this is going to be a situation, for Rodriguez at least, where it's driving like there's an egg underneath your gas pedal. You do not want to be wheel spinning in this weather. We're telling Rodriguez just to go easy, take things slow. If Von Heim gets within like 5 seconds, we'll tell Rodriguez to pick it up again. Von Heim right now, with only 3 seconds back to Viaba, can't really afford to go too easy on the car. We are currently as well in the situation like we had last race, where the car ahead of us, Maldonado this time instead of DuPont, is ahead of the race leader in terms of being lapped, but we are not. If a red flag was thrown now or toward the end like it usually is in our races, there would be a 1 lap difference between us and Maldonado, because this Ferrari here would stop at the line. When we come round, we'd stop. But over here, Maldonado would still get to complete their next lap. And lapped cars don't get to unlap themselves in this game. Which I don't know if that's how it worked in the 70s. I imagine it probably was. I think unlapping lapped cars was probably a much more recent directive or initiative. But we are looking good. The question is now, is it wet territory? Because it kind of is. So this is now the question of if the wet territory's here, I mean, it's until lap 63. So I guess what we need to do is if Viaba pits, Von Heim responds. Von Heim is now within 10 seconds though, so we're going to tell Rodriguez, you don't have to manage anymore, just keep going. Again, Von Heim, I can't really afford to tell him to ease up because Viaba is right there, trying to spoil our fun and ruin our day by taking our last points position off us. And of course, if that happens, Rodriguez will overtake Von Heim in the standings on points. If they're level, in real life, what it would go by is who has the highest finishing position. I think in the first race, Von Heim got Rodriguez about 5 laps from the end. And so if they finish as they stand now, that would be what separates Von Heim and Rodriguez in the championship, and Von Heim would lead. And that's how close things are right now. Von Heim is now going to be asking the question, how long can Viaba survive on these tires? Because Viaba's tires must be just screaming right now while trying to catch Von Heim, because we pitted later and we're going to have 3 laps of tire life left at the end of this Grand Prix if we keep going like we're going. So Viaba will be on the carcass Listen, it'll be chicken off the bone, right? You'll be like one bite too strong and you're going to choke. So it's... This is going to be nail-biting for the Hemlock team principal as much as it is for me right now, I can tell you that. The closest battle on track is for 14th place, and it's Steiner being chased down by Acosta, although that's now kind of gone. So still, Von Heim and Viaba, the times are fluctuating quite wildly here in the wet conditions, because sometimes these cars are just very difficult to keep pointing forwards when the track is as wet as it is. And for the rest of this race, they're not going to experience another dry lap. Now, it's not actively raining right now, but there will be no lap during this race when the track is purely dry. Viaba is burning fuel now to try and get to Von Heim. I'm confident Von Heim will be able to hold them off based on their tire delta. Rodriguez doing their now once per race complaint about the condition of their car. Rodriguez, you are 10 seconds up the road from Von Heim with 10 seconds to go. A pit stop, if you include the time driving up and down the pit lane, takes 35 to 40 seconds. If I were to fix that problem now, and that's with additional time for fixing the parts, you would be 12th, mate. Von Heim would overtake you, Viaba would overtake you, Rinaldi would overtake you. There's no way those parts are gonna cost you 30 seconds. There's no way. I know you're concerned, but you've got acres of space out there, lad. Don't worry about it. Of course, now cut to the end of the race where it's like, and Rodriguez has failed. This car is broken. So Viaba has dropped away a little bit. And in fact, Rosenqvist has unlapped themselves. And I think this is because we're still technically in wet territory, which only will last for another lap or two. That could end up being what the difference is, by the way, in whether Viaba is able to challenge Von Heim or not. So I'm going to give Von Heim a little bit more leeway on fuel, just for a lap or two, just to make sure we don't end up running out of fuel. But this will soon become interlevel. Rosenqvist, of course, is on fresh wets. Von Heim's fuel is going to be touch and go, but we are still currently holding off as now Viaba overtakes Rosenqvist again on the old Inters, meaning that the track is returning to Inter status, and it is indeed. It's on the cusp. This is what we'd call in F1 the crossover period. There would be another one between Inters and Dries, but we're not going to live to see that in this race. The top four then, the McLarens and the Ferraris still are showing why they're just a cut above everybody else. They are a lap now ahead of everybody except themselves. Even Moretti in fourth has lapped Bregman in fifth. It's crazy. It is crazy. I don't know what else to say, to be honest. Fifth and sixth have also lapped us in ninth and 10th. Seventh and eighth are definitely making their way round to do so. And if they had more laps in the race, they'd probably be able to. So again, we're not trying to challenge these top four teams. We just want to be best of the rest. Or best of the rest of the rest. Because best of the rest will be the Wayland-Chapman fight. Best of the rest is us versus the rest of the field. And currently, other than Viaba being a second away from Von Heim still, which is really giving me stress, we're there. We're 100% a midfield team right now, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Viaba now is still just 3 seconds, but they're surely going to drop away because we're at that point now where the tires are just got to be screaming. As they drive past, all you can hear is ah! Rodriguez, meanwhile, in the other Knight Hemlock combination, has just lapped the other Hemlock, which is looking bad for Hustler right now, because if Viaba comes around and laps them, being lapped by your own teammate should never really happen. Because if you're in more or less the same car, save a couple of performance increases, you shouldn't be a whole lap behind by the end of the race. If the performance of the car is equal, you shouldn't be that far behind. So there's going to be questions asked at Hemlock today. But the Knight boys, with 2 laps to go at the end of this lap, are looking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. In fact, it might just be, no, it'd be 3 laps at the end of this lap, sorry, but it might turn into 2 if Max Verstappen can get past Rodriguez. I think it'll already be 2 for Von Heim. And with DuPont lapping Viaba, that could be the nail in the coffin for their chance at any sort of 10th position. Rodriguez going to bring home what has been a quite lonely but very comfortable 9th position. Obviously, we were up in 6th, 7th early on, and there was a period of time when he was technically running in the podium positions. But we knew that wasn't going to happen. We never expected it to happen. And the thing is, we're now best of the rest of the rest. I think we are solidly best of the rest of the rest. I really do. And that's huge for us. 1 race to get used to the car. And then the last 2 weekends, this will be consistently 3 points at a time. Mack comes home to take another win and move up. But Rodriguez in 9th will be happy as they all file in. Von Heim does manage to hold off Fiabe in the Hemlock to bring home the 2nd consecutive double points finish of the season for Knight. And Brendan Like and Corey Subscribe popping the cork on the champagne again. We were very hungover the day after the last celebration. So I hope we don't go as hard this time because we've got work to do to try and now bridge that gap between us and Chapman/Wayland. I don't quite know when that we're going to do that because their fastest lap was a good 1.5 seconds. Almost 2 seconds quicker than us. Wow. Also, can we just give a bit of a shout out for Albert Steiner pulling off the 1 stop in Monaco? Clearly it wasn't the strategy, but you've always got to consider it. And you've got to applaud Bancroft for trying that strategy, being that they were, you know, a full course yellow. That 1 stop is cheap. Track position is everything around here, as Von Heim showed today. And Rodriguez showed it towards the beginning. But another 9th and a 10th, another double points position. I'm happy with that. Happy with the boys. It's another all Ezzolini and LeBron podium. And I think, as I said at the beginning, and as I've been saying throughout, you're going to see a lot more of those. In the Drivers' Championship, both of our drivers sit on the midpoint, the tipping point of the championship standings. Artie Von Heim is in fact the middle because there are 21 drivers in this season after Rodney Campbell tragically perished in Retorcido. They're ahead of Schaub, both of them sitting on 3 points. 9th in the Drivers' Championship is probably going to be both Carlos and Artie's targets for this season, as everyone else is running away with it. Moretti has got up to 4th. They're only 6 points adrift from Ryan. I mean, ruling out DNFs, I don't think we're going to see any other drivers in the top 4 other than these 4 now. I think that's the rest of the season. And we don't quite take 5th, but from 2 double points finishes, we find ourselves 6th place. And actually, only on countback. So our current goal is to get to 5th place in the Constructors' Championship and try to stay there. Now, there was a lot of attention in the media. I'm going to admit, the team principal, me, I have been distracted. You know, ahead of any of the media asking me this question, I want to get this statement out there. I'm aware that my performance last week wasn't up to scratch. We nearly bottled qualifying. I nearly missed the entire rain spell of the race. And I'm sure there were other things you could point out as well. But this week, we're going to do better. I'm going to do better. The team deserves better. Now, if we look to our garage, you will see Rodriguez's car does have slightly lower reliability than Von Heim's car. And this is where there's a bit of a conundrum because Von Heim has had an upgrade, Rodriguez has had a new part. I do want to give Von Heim a new part this week, but the problem is the price. The chassis is $7. That's our whole lunch money right here. Last time out, we realized that the engine is not necessarily the way to go. It's never really getting a bonus at another track. It does help us with our acceleration though. If we take a quick look at the Argentinian track, the Autódromo Gran Lago, which is the probably 5th or 6th non-English title that I've butchered during this season, you will see that while there is a huge, fast, sweeping section here, there is also a very tight, twisty section that comes around. And so I do wonder whether an engine would be a good thing for that acceleration. Chassis is just overall speed and steering is braking and cornering. Braking and cornering will also help with the tight twisty turns. What I think we're gonna do is build Artie Von Heim a new steering column. New wheel, new steering, whatever this new steering consists of, it's new and he's getting it. The only problem about this is that the reliability of his part will go down. He's currently on 55 and this is 30 to 53. But then this is the only thing that he has good reliability on. So maybe a new chassis would be the one. I mean, the reliability of Carlos Rodriguez's chassis are all going down as well. We don't repair the parts between weekends, I don't believe. So we will have to sacrifice a pit stop at one point, which is concerning. I think we need to do some repairs. I think that has to be what's next. So let's repair the chassis of Carlos Rodriguez. Beautiful. And then let's do the same for Von Heim. Also, we've only saved $1, by the way. So I think reliability has been the best way to go here, which now is also making me think maybe that's why we're doing so well. Maybe some of the other cars have stopped to do repairs during their stops. It's just food for thought. This might come back to bite us at some point. You never know, right? But anyway, let us go to the next race, starting with quali. It is a wet Saturday at the Autódromo Gran Lago. in Argentina as we start the weekend for round 4 out of 8 of the 1970 season. And if the wet weather masters of Team Night, sitting P6 in the Constructors and 10th and 11th in the Drivers' Championship, if they can do anything special, it's going to be in the wet. For our sponsor, we have to try and get the drivers in consecutive positions without giving them any overtake orders, so team orders. And I think that is going to be mostly down to fortune, but I think we tend to come home line astern anyway, so this might work out for us and would be $4, which is huge. Now, the main and only trait of this track is that it's bumpy. Crash chance plus 20%. Things could go wrong. It's also raining, which means that there's no rubber, which means that less grip, less time, and more chance to crash as well. The track is going to be soaked. The drivers are going to be worried about this weekend potentially because they all know that this is the time when anybody could lose their life in such a dangerous sport, but they do it for the love. And so we go into the qualifier as Alessandro Rinaldi, driver of Team Bancroft, replacing Rodney Campbell, of course, partied a little bit too hard yesterday and is now hungover. They do sit currently 21st out of 21 in the driver's standings as well. So, you know, maybe they're just not taking it too well because Rodney Campbell was in 8th when he crashed and lost his life, which would be 4 points, which would currently put him equal 9th in the championship. So maybe, you know, Rinaldi has taken over and is kind of saying, I'm not living up to the expectations of the team. I'm not honoring Rodney Campbell well enough, but we hope not. How long until the wet weather takes over? Because I think it's going to be wet tires in about 8 minutes, so we can get one run out, so we have to go right the hell now. We're going to follow Artie von Heim around the track for a lap of the Autódromo Gran Lago as he comes around the final hairpin of Cordillera, goes over the finish line, long straight into a hard double turn, comes around a left-hander into a left hairpin and a right turn to exit Sector 1 into a more fast, open, and free-flowing section. Round the Curvon del Mate and down another long straight, the Recta del Mar, into Curva de la Bandera. I'm just missing these. And then finally winding up in Chamamé to bring home the lap in another twisty section. It is all corners in Sector 1, all corners in Sector 3, with a fast section in Sector 2, as Von Heim crosses the line just under a second away from Fonseca. This might not be a good quali session for the boys. This might not, we're 8.5 seconds off, but so are a lot of others. We probably won't find any better performance than that until the rain dries up. So our entertainment for Saturday in Argentina will currently be Gamba. The way I do this, and it's not necessarily the quickest way, but it's the way that I think makes most sense, is that this one costs 4 points and this one costs 2. So if I were to try and find out what this would be at the cost of 4 to make them equal, I times this by 2. It would be worth about 0 to 10. Now, 5 to 14 is obviously better here, but I don't know if we're going to want to go with engine. I'm going to be honest, this is kind of like Spa. There's 2 whole sectors of twisting and turning and it's cornering. And then the other sector is basically just raw speed. So it's, I'm torn on direction, but I do think with the amount of hairpins we've got going, we're probably going to want a lot of steering. So we're going to go with steering. So this with 3 tuning points would be 3 to 9. That's clearly better. And we only get 1. That's a fantastic start. This is 4 and this is 5. So if we times this by 1.2, because that's what we'd need to do, we get about 6 to 13, 6 to 14. So 5 to 18 is the bigger risk. We'll go with that. Oh, and it goes to 16 as well. Beautiful. We're going to do it again. We're going to double this up. So that would be 2 to 4. 2 to 5 is going to be better. This, if we times by 1 1/4, would be 3 3/4 to 16 or something, or 17. We're going to go with this one. It's only a 6, which leaves us only 3 tuning points. So we take the 1 to 2. And then on this one, we're going to take the 1 to 2 and then the 1 to 3. So back out on the into the wet so that you don't crash. All right, and then Rodriguez funnels in behind as we do the same again with them. So Von Heim's going steering. I wonder if we go engine with Rodriguez or if we go chassis, because their chassis is already really good. But maybe that's why we don't need to go chassis. Maybe for that reason, we should go engine or steering. You know, I want to see if it makes a difference in their lap times. Von Heim has gone steering. Rodriguez is going to go engine. 2.5 times this would be 2.5 to 10, which is not as good as 4 to 17. That was huge. Let's see, times this by 5 is is pretty easy. It's 5 to 10. 4 to 15 is a bigger gamble. We get 9. Oh, we could have saved some there. We times this by 1.5. That's 3 to 6, which is more of a gamble as 1 to 8. And I'm trying to gamble here. Yes, we got the 7. Let's go. We can't spend those last 2 points at the moment, unfortunately. But it is more or less halfway along the engine. This is great. Let's get out there. Send them out on the wets. Oh, you know what I want to try during this quali? Is dry tires on a wet track. See how much of a bonus Escarso gives us. Because that could be really interesting. So the corners today and this weekend, Argentinians, help me out here. We have the Serpentina del Estancia into the Curva del Granizio. You're not going to get me pronouncing these often, I can tell you that now. The Curva del Rosedal, the Curva de la Luna, the corner of the moon. Is that right? That's my favorite corner of this race, I think. Recta del Cielo, Curvon del Mate. What is the difference between a curvon and a curva? I mean, is it a male road and a female road? Because I'm not looking to either of them, to be honest. So it doesn't really matter to me, the gender of these turns. Recta del Mar. We've got Curva de la Bandera. And for a third weekend running, we have Schaub in the barrier. Oh, it was in the race in Muttonchop. It was in quali in Monaco. And now once again, Schaub from P6 this time has brought out not only a flag, but the red flag. And we just hope they're okay. Once again, this is a dangerous sport. We knew there was an extra crash chance. We knew the wet was also going to contribute. And Schaub has ended up in the barriers more times now than I've ended up in a kebab shop after a night. This is getting to be quite ridiculous. Honestly, if you're the Pope team, you maybe start asking questions about your driver lineup. I mean, to be fair to Schaub, currently sitting 12th in the championship, only 1 point behind both of our boys. But you've got to ask the question. If they can score you points every now and again, but then don't finish a session every other weekend or every other session. I hate to say it about someone in the paddock, but you got to ask the question. Vonheim has gone the direction of steering, so we're going to keep along that vibe to try and hit that golden tune. 4 training points then for this would be the equivalent of 4 to 8. It's nowhere near as good as 2 to 14. And we got the 14! And then this one would be 3 to 6. Not as good as 2 to 8 in terms of the gamba. We got a 6, that's not too bad. We need to times this by 1 2/3, which would be 1 2/3 to about 14. But this is 4 to 17. This is much better. And we have the chance at a golden tune. We don't get it. Oh. That's unfortunate. But we're going to bring it home with a 1 to 3 and a 1 to 5. Oh, we sit about 2 tuning points shy. We are 2 days late and $2 short. Thank you, Martin Brundle, on that tune. And that's a shame. It's a real shame. Just like the fact that we're probably not going to get a decent timed lap in at any point during this. So we're just going to continue tuning them up. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like Rodriguez was able to get a time in, because they can't retune. They can tune up a little bit. So let's see, 2 to 6, that works out better. And then the 1 to 2 will also be it. But they don't get to tune again. This is going to create a divide. Vonheim is going to be remarkably happy about this development. Unbelievable scenes here in Argentina. We're looking for our 3rd consecutive double points finish of the season. And so far, every time Schaub has crashed in a session, we've gone on to have a double points finish. So if you're a believer in signs or patterns or anything, if you're superstitious, touch wood right now, because I think we could end up getting a double points finish again today, which we would love. As the red flag starts to round itself out, we have Moretti and Mack, of course, leading the way. But Maldonado up in P3 for Chapman could be huge. Chapman currently trail Wayland in the constructors by 4 points, fighting over 3rd. And Maldonado himself trails his own teammate by 4 points in the drivers fighting for 6th. So it's big for him. It's big. Everyone's sending everyone out. All 20 drivers on track now, including Schaub in the barrier. Sorry, Schaub. And all 19 competitive drivers are there, but we've managed to find ourselves a lovely chunk of space right there. We've managed to find ourselves an acre. There are farmers that are asking us to buy the land that we currently occupy because of how much space there is. And we're just hoping we get to put something in and learn something from the car. Because right now we're not going to get a good timed lap in. There is way too much water on track. So this is more really about a learning experience for the team. So this is a funny thing. I think it's 60 is the opening threshold to the golden tune. And if that's true, the minimum of 2 on both of these will do it. And so it makes sense to just save a tuning point. Now that that's done, do we want to focus engine or do we want to focus chassis? Now, I saw Rodriguez go green in the third sector, so I do wonder if engine is going to be it rather than chassis. Also, Von Heim's engine isn't as powerful as the chassis, so I think we boost the engine a little bit here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that chassis we're okay on, and we need everything else for that first sector and that last sector. 1 to 5 is better. This, we times it by 1 1/4, so that would be 3 3/4 or 16, 17. This is marginally better. I only got 3. Oh, the mechanics do not know what the hell is going on with Von Heim's car, or specifically his engine right now. This could be a disaster. This times 3 would be 0 to 9. That's a risk I want to take. We got 0. Great. 2.5 times the 2 to 4 is 5 to 10. 5 to 16 is better. Oh, we only got the 5. That was a disastrous time in the box there for Von Heim. We're going to times this by 1 2/3 to give us 5 to 10, which is not as much of a gamble as 3 to 15. 12. Big, strong. Okay, 2.5 times this would be 2.5 to 10. 4 to 16 is better. Can we maybe, just maybe, pull off a golden tune? No. What I worry about now is that this goes over into the red, but you know me. Or maybe you don't. Maybe this is your first video. And if it is your first video, I'm going to introduce you to how much I take risks, which is completely. Oh, and it pays off as well. All right, golden tune on the engine. We love to see it. That is a good tune for Rodriguez. Rodriguez, honestly, is going to be so upset that the session is as wet as it is right now. Because if this were at least a drivable session where we were setting more times, it would have been insane, the progress that Rodriguez would have made. And I've just realized now why all the rest of them are going so slow. It's because for some reason, they're all out on inters. I'm not sure they made the right choice. I know they want the fastest possible time, but past a certain point in the wet, the fastest possible time is not on inters. The track won't be inter again for the rest of the session either. So I'm highly confused at the behavior of all these drivers. But again, you know, they know they're not going to get times in. Maybe they are just trying to learn something. Actually, something I wanted to do that I've not done is send the drivers out on the dry tires to see if it was going to make a difference because of Escarso. I might send them out for their next run on dry tires and seriously hope they don't crash. I'm really worried about that. But we're going to do it. I want to do it. Get the drivers in consecutive positions. We've done it. We've done it. Although because it says overtake order, maybe it means get the drivers to finish in consecutive positions because we have already got them in consecutive positions. Okay, Von Heim, I know what you're going to say, but we're going out on softs, bud. Okay, we're going out on softs, champ, and I hope you're ready for that. Can we get the golden tune for the engine for Von Heim and make a double golden tune? Doubling this would be 4 to 8. 5 to 11 is clearly better. We got, okay. 0 to 2 times 4 would be 0 to 8. 1 to 14 is better. 5 is all right. 1.5 times this is 3 to 6, which is not as much of a gamble as 1 to 7, but feels much more worth it. 2. Okay, it wasn't. Damn it. 0 to 12, nothing compared to 6 to 19. 16! That's big. I think with one more, we can definitely get a golden tune going. What are we going with second? I think it's steering again, isn't it? Okay, so 3 to 6 is marginally better. Times this by 1 1/3. You've got 2 2/3 to 8. 3 to 10 is better. This times by 2 is 2 to 10. 1 to 13 is a bigger gamble. 3. This times by 5 is 5 to 15. 6 to 16 is better. 10, not bad, not bad. 1 to 3, there it is. We're going out on softs, champ, and I hope you're ready for that. Take this so carefully, all right? Your accelerator has a pack of eggs underneath it. Press it incredibly lightly. Do not turn your wheel more than you need to. Be extremely careful, please. It doesn't matter how slow your lap is. I just need you to be alive when you finish it, okay? Be so careful. Just pretend that you're balancing a Fabergé egg on top of your car. I don't know what it is about eggs with me today, but just pretend you've got a Fabergé egg on top of your car. Do not drop it. It's good to know that this isn't at all better to have dry tires on a wet track when it's this wet. I had to push the limits of Escarso's knowledge, but I think it's time we pit because it's going to take us so long to get round that it's just not going to be worth staying out. Otherwise, we're probably not going to get another tune in. That's lessons learned. Fun facts for you stats nerds. This is the second bumpy track in a row, the third track in a row where Schaub has crashed, as we know, and it is the third in 4 races where we have had a red flag during the weekend. Monaco, the only track to not have a flag during the weekend, which is crazy. If you know anything about real life Monaco, it's not like the game doesn't represent that well, because it had, you know, narrow, bumpy, all of these things that increase the crash chance. There was just no flags. Everyone just kept it super clean. It was so fresh and so clean. Andre 3000 would be proud. And Von Heim goes 9th. With Rodriguez replacing him, just 100th ahead. Incredible laps. Out of nowhere, like an RKO. I think as long as we can send them out on track, it applies to the car. I would love to know if that's true. All right, Von Heim goes for the golden tune. Sinks it in 1, baby. That's double golden tunes for Von Heim. From here on out, we might as well just go big or go home. 13-8. I'll take it. Von Heim is going to be in a great spot for Sunday. Rodriguez also going for his second golden tune. I'm just trying to go big here. We're going completely against how I'd usually do it, and he just falls short. Oh, is this going to be a Von Heim weekend? Is it going to be Artie Von Heim retaking the lead in the championship out of the two of them? I was rearranging in my chair and didn't get to send them out. It wasn't even that I forgot. It was just that I was trying to rearrange, like shuffle, and then I didn't send them out. But we weren't going to set a faster time anyway. It's fine. We're going to say that they tuned up in the garage and it's going to be okay. I really hope you keep the bonus even if you don't go out on track. Absolute wild scenes, by the way, at the front of the grid at some point, on their last lap, in fact, in the wet somehow, Woods pulls off a pole position from a second and a half out in front of Moretti. Mach down in P6 won't be happy with that. The current 21-point deficit that McLaren hold versus Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship might close up if they can hold this up. Woods is second in the championship, but is himself 27 points adrift from championship leader Levi Mach. Mach Verstappen. The first lap was the one that counted. Just goes to show in this sport, every lap counts and you can never count one out. It's a bit of a mixed up grid in many ways. Hustler, strongest person on the grid, holding up everybody else right down there at the bottom. This is what I love about this sport. Schaub set a lap and then DNF'd and still finished ahead of Hustler. Remember the days when we were just staring at Hustler's rear wing in the race? God, we've evolved. We've moved forward. You know what they say? If you're standing still in this sport, you're moving backwards. And I think Hustler stood still for a little too long. They're basically a statue. Sunday has rolled around and it is once again a wet race. Now, this is where we have to prove something to ourselves. Are we the wet weather masters that we thought we were in Muttonchop? Was that just that we were good at the track? Or are we actually good in the wet? We get to find that out at the Autódromo Gran Lago as we head into round 4 of the 1970 F1 season. We will be starting from 12th and 13th on the grid. But if we're looking at the drivers there, if I'm being brutally honest, we want to be 9th and 10th. Viaba might cause us some problems, but I feel like we can get Acosta and Fonseca. I feel like we can get, that is such a great trait icon. It's just this deadpan face. Likes to take things slow. They receive a penalty when overtaking. So all we need to do is get in front of them. Acosta and Viaba will probably be the ones that we have to fight with. DuPont and above, they're in like their own little mini championship across the top 8. And honestly, it's Levi Mach and then it's the other 4 or 5. That said, actually, Jorge Bregman is only 1 point behind Luigi Moretti in the standings. Now, obviously, Luigi Moretti DNF'd in the first race, and that's probably entirely why he's only a point ahead of Bregman. But anything can happen in the wet. And what will happen is we're going to start with these 2 tires. Now, we could go Billy Big Britches and decide to strap on a set of softs for like 3 laps. See if Escarso's dry tires on a wet track bonus is operational at that low water level. But as that is currently untested, I'm not keen. So I think it's going to be an inter-start. It doesn't seem to ever get to a point where we're going to want wets in the first 19 laps. So around lap 13, 14, which is about when it would be wet territory, that's when we have to change our tires, or when we're probably going to have to change our tires. What we are looking ahead to as well, specifically is going to come into play here, is that the track is going to dry up. At least a chunk. We don't know yet what the rest of the weather's going to do, because we can only, Steve on the pit wall is putting his hand out from under the pit wall, and it's just kind of feeling how wet it is. And then he's kind of looking up into the sky and going, well, there's grey clouds over there. So it's not the most sophisticated of weather systems, but it does mean that we get some idea of what the water's going to do. So it's inters, easy enough. We want to full push everything off the line. And I'm not going to want them to push for too long because it is in the wet and I don't want them to die. But we are going to push. And without further ado, we have 35 laps around the Autódromo Gran Lago in Argentina for round 4 of the 1970 F1 season, in which Martin Moino, the crew chief of Team April, feels invigorated and gets a +1 bonus. Börje Rosenqvist, which is the driver for Vernier in 15th, partied too hard and gets a -1 modifier. I'm telling you now, I don't know whether to be impressed or just think that he's stupid for doing that before a wet race. The last time I would want to be hungover in an F1 car, I mean, I'd never want to be hungover in an F1 car, but the last time I'd ever want that is in a wet race. He's going to be a liability. I'm just saying. I'm calling it now. Rosenqvist into the wall. I don't want it. I need to make that very clear. I'm not asking for them to get hurt. I'm just predicting that I think that's what will happen based on the information already available to me. I am not affecting this. Okay, so without further ado, let's head around the Autódromo Gran Lago for 35 laps. It's lights off and the race is on as we stay pretty consistent, but we do go down a Steiner. A typical and characteristic early great start from them, but we are struggling to get these Inters warmed up as we settle into a 13th and 14th place on the track. Viabra is getting challenged by Rodriguez, but now Von Heim's coming in from behind. They're not trying anything too fancy now that they've got through most of the first lap. And on lap 1, Rodriguez is already complaining. It's lap 1, Rodriguez. I know it's a bad car, but we will fix the parts for you at some point if you're not running in the points. We will do that for you, but just hold out for now, okay? Just keep on Viabra. As Rodriguez gets overtaken by Von Heim, we are going to tell them to just settle in a bit. We'll let Rodriguez settle in. Von Heim is going to try and make a move on Viabra and makes it too. Goes for the hat trick. But Holgerson manages to come back at them. We're just going to tell Von Heim to chill now as we... And that looks bad. Von Heim loses it coming out of the fast right-hander and has gone into the wall. And the medical car's coming out. I am incredibly concerned right now. I just hope he's okay. Can we get someone down there just to check on him? Can we get a word back? Yeah, just send someone down. We've got to send the boys down. We need to find out if he's okay. Artie is an important member of this team. He's doing what he loves by driving that race car, and by God does he do it well. But I just... Sometimes, you know, it can go over the edge. We've been through this with Rodney Campbell. We've been through it with Schaub pretty much every weekend. And I just hope Von Heim is going to be coming out of that okay. 6 minutes then of the red flag. We're definitely going to switch on to new intermediates. We're also going to do some repairs. I do apologize if my tone is a bit more somber than it would usually be, but I'm sure you can all appreciate this is a worrying time for us all here at Team Night. Like and subscribe. Yeah, sorry, Brendan and Corey just walked in. Hold on. Yeah, no, guys, we need to just get word back from him. We've sent some guys down there. We're just going to need to hear back, but as soon as I know, I'll let you know. They're worried as well. Everybody here is just hoping that Artie's okay. This will not be the same team if Von Heim does not get to see round 5. I'm just so scared for Artie right now. He's just talking about how he was thinking of proposing to his missus as well. And if he doesn't get to do that whole flash mob he was going to do for his girlfriend, I will be so gutted for the lad. Out of respect, as always, the drivers have left his space on the grid, which we respect and appreciate here at Team Night. But as the red flag draws to an end, I have to remember I'm not only Team Night's commentator, but rather in what could potentially be a conflict of interest, also the commentator for this broadcast. I'm going to have to cast my own personal opinions aside for a moment and be professional as the red flag is about to come to an end and we're about to set off for the remaining 33 laps around this circuit as we tell Rodriguez to get pushing, and get pushing he does in Artie Von Heim's name. Rodriguez finds himself up in 7th, but back down to 9th again after a couple of passes. We'll level him out. We'll tell him not to worry about pushing too much. Moretti in the Ferrari is finding himself with some real drivability problems, but they seem to have fixed it over the radio very quickly because now he's back to his usual self. But Rodriguez is currently tailing him and once again has overtaken him. Rodriguez is giving a Ferrari a battle for his money, and that is inspired by wanting to do well to honor Artie Von Heim. And he sits behind Moretti right now, but is in a sturdy 9th. He's got to keep his mind off his teammate and on the race as he goes on the gas pedal to get past Moretti. They're just swapping places back and forth like they're sharing a sandwich as DuPont now goes past Moretti too. But Rodriguez is holding out. Everybody seemed to switch their tires, so everybody's on fresh. But right now, Villalba has gone past. We're going to tell Rodriguez to push a little bit. We do want to stay in the points. And while it is wet, I think we can afford to get him to push just a little bit. Rodriguez says he's in the zone as well. That's good to hear, Rodriguez. As he goes past Villalba, that's beautiful. Steiner has also gone past Villalba now, which is less for us to worry about in terms of the Hemlock threat. But will Bancroft prove themselves to be an equal threat? I do not want to go above orange, really, or above the bottom of orange in terms of stress levels for Rodriguez while it's in the wet. He's already got Von Heim on his mind. The last thing we want to do is pile on more stress onto him. So, as it looks overall, the top 6 have absolutely checked out early, like they're done with the race, like they already know the result. They have checked out. But Moretti is currently making his way back into the top spots, as he is the current weak link for Ferrari. I've got to say, he's the one that DNF'd in the first session. He's not been consistent enough for them necessarily. So, we look to P10 right now, although DuPont and Acosta just ahead of Rodriguez do not look like they're getting away. The question is, do we think it's going to dry up even more? Because if so, we save ourselves a problem by going conservative. But even then, we're not going to have the tire life left at the end. No, push on, Rodriguez. Because we do still want to pit when there's some tire life left. We don't want to drive them right down to the carcass, especially in the wet. So it is going to be worth us keep pushing on. As Rodriguez looks ahead to the 2 cars in front of him, he sits now in the points where he's been for the last 3 consecutive races, including this one. But he also sits here for the first time without his teammate and confidant, Artie Von Heim. But we'll have to pass the scene of the crash every lap, 33 times in total. And I just hope that he's able to focus on the road. He's a professional, so I'm sure he will. We sit currently 1.5 seconds adrift of DuPont ahead of us. We're not even draining these tires as quickly as they are, which is good. That tire life will maybe come back to us. Rodriguez says he can't focus right now, so I'm going to tell him to stop pushing. I'm going to try and tie the pushes into when he can focus, because if he can't focus and he's pushing hard, that's going to be a recipe for disaster. I may actually go back and look and see if that was why Von Heim crashed. It was moments, though, after we told him to chill out, I believe. DuPont and Acosta ahead of us are wearing down their tires. Rodriguez's tire life isn't that much better, and especially not than Acosta, but I do feel like we might have an in here versus DuPont at least. DuPont is supposed to be in a quicker car than us, but is also getting held up quite considerably by Acosta, as on the global scale, it's becoming a 2-horse race here. Woods, though, staying within 3 seconds of Mach, have McLaren outdeveloped Ferrari over the first half of this season? Answer me in the comments if you're keen to weigh in on this, because I would love to know what you guys think. It's that 1 to 1.5 second gap where he's just going to be in that dirty air. And every time he pulls out to try and make a move, the pace is just not there in the car. But the slightly fresher tires might help. However, the pit stop that we're both inevitably going to have to do is not going to help, because from memory, Wayland have pit stops as if they've got a time machine. Some people have reported seeing those Waylands come out of the pits before they go in. So, they're rapid is what I'm trying to say. But we're just holding out in 10th right now. We thankfully kind of dropped Steiner like some dead weight. So as long as we don't crash, we could be guaranteeing ourselves some points here. But DuPont, yeah, the tire difference is not that much now. So we might just chill and see if Rodriguez can do the job. It will get wet again. And in 12 laps, it'll become wet territory. You know what? We're going to pit early. We're going to pit early. We're going to pull the trigger. Rodriguez, burn those tires down. Also, ease up on your fuel for a minute. Burn those tires. He gets past DuPont as they come through Chamonix. Timothy's going to be happy as he feels Rodriguez overtake DuPont. And it's not only us, but Acosta as well. Going for that undercut on DuPont. Or rather, Acosta trying to cover off DuPont. Maybe trying to cover off us as well when they saw our pit crew come out. The Acosta's pit stop is ridiculously fast compared to ours. But Rodriguez is out in 13th place behind the two Verniers, who are currently running line astern in 11th and 12th on track, will be lower than that net. But the question for us now is, when will DuPont pit? Rodriguez still burning those tires for a minute. We just want to try and get in front as DuPont pits. DuPont is now pitting, but as I said, the Wayland pit stops are ridiculously fast. And there's just nothing we can do. Even Acosta got overcut by that. And it will get wetter. The crossover period will be about lap 25, maybe 25, 24, maybe. We've yet to be lapped, of course, by the Ferraris, but I'm not saying that won't happen. As I say that, you just see them coming up now on the back of the grid. It's still insane. Their pace is still insane. At least it took them 17 laps this time, even if that was partially because of a red flag. Rodriguez, I'm going to need you to push. You're going to need to clear these verniers because currently you are considerably behind Acosta and DuPont, and that's who we really want to be racing. And he's overtaken by Viaba. Viaba's made the move and has made it stick. This is a bad weekend so far for Knight. Rodriguez, it's been questioned, his ability to defend a position after last weekend. And that could be the points gone. We're going to tell him to ease up. As Viaba is... Fonseca and Rosenqvist both have slow stops. Neither of them are really in the race with us at the moment, though. They've gone to wet. They're maybe trying for a one stop then, but that's still incredibly bold. Holding on to Viaba right now. Can we turn down that time? Can we shave it off like some unwelcome stubble as we get closer to it? Because right now, Viaba has the pace on Rodriguez. I hate to say it. He just does. Mack coming through with the lapping, and we're going to try and push on a little bit. See if as Viaba slows down to let Levi Mack through, can Rodriguez capitalize? The answer to that is no. Schaub is also behind us, all over our back right here, and is trying to make the move. Rodriguez is going to have to keep pushing. Rodriguez is just going to have to keep pushing on and off. Paul Wood's now going to come to go past Carlos Rodriguez, passes him on the straight. That's minimal time loss for us. We love that. Comes up to Viaba around the twisty section. This could help Rodriguez a little bit get back within some time. Woods kind of struggled to overtake Viaba there, but we are now within a second and a half. I am going to have to tell him to ease up a little bit though. We're within a second, but then it's a concertina. It's the concertina effect of the push and non-push. Is that it gets smaller and then bigger again. It's up to a second and a half. This group of 4 cars is just waiting for one of the others of them to make a mistake of some sort. Because in the wet right now, it's very dangerous to try and make a bold move. We have seen some of them be made so far already today. But Rodriguez struggling to overtake. Schaub and Steiner don't seem to have the pace to overtake Rodriguez. What I worry about is the pit stop speed. I've got to say, I do think we might need to make a change, of our crew chief for next season. That has been the thing that's really let us down. Especially when you compare it to the likes of Wayland. It's night and day. It's night and way, really. You're doing fine, mate. We just need you to keep it on track and in 11th. Don't lose this position out to Schaub. Push when you need to. And just like that, he's lost the position to Schaub. Last time I give him instructions, he clearly can't focus on driving and listening at the same time. Rodriguez, please. We might just have to come in for a lower down position today. I don't know if we're going to be in a position to take something on the points. How long will the wets last us? 12 to 23. This is perfect. I think it's time we switch, honestly. We're at that crossover point now. We're going to pit. It's not going to cost us an extra pit stop to go in early, and it means we're going to be able to push on the inters, and we're hopefully going to be able to maybe get ahead, maybe do a cheeky undercut if there's a miracle of some description. It does mean we're not going to repair any of his car parts, which I'm sure he'll hate, but keep pushing, Rodriguez. Turn on the engine mode, but he's passed by Schaub once again. He's radioing saying sorry, and unfortunately that's all he can offer us right now. Just don't get done by Steiner as well, please. 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 All right, he's in the pits. Turn the fuel down. He's still getting more stressed in the pit. Please ease off in the pit. Don't worry too much about that, Rodriguez. Ease off in the pits, buddy. All right, go to normal. We come out in 17th, but on the right tires. Schaub and Steiner are now in the pit. Crucially, they pit from, I think it was 10th and 11th. Schaub is already he's already coming out of the pit. It's going to be close with Steiner as we go up to the corner. Rodriguez does get in front of Steiner. So we haven't lost any time there. Time to ease up and de-stress. And we've only got 1 lap. They've only got, 1 lap fresher tires. We've only got 1 lap more worn tires. But the problem now is we are a good 6.5 seconds adrift of Schaub. So unless Schaub pulls a Schaub and spins off, and once again, not hoping for it, just saying it might happen, we will be looking at a lower down position as Rinaldi has overcut Rodriguez. Maybe we pit too early onto these wets. We now sit below 3 people that would be holding us up for a 10th place. 4 if you include Villalba. But he's in 9th at the moment. So 9, 10, 11, 12. So we're going to be net 13. I think at the moment, Hustler pits. We should overtake Hustler. We should also overtake Kukkonen. And we do also overtake Villalba. Villalba on a bad strat, maybe? That tire delta might come back to bite us later on. But in the meantime, hopefully we're all gravy. We can absolutely push for as much as the tires are going to allow as well. Even though we pitted that lap earlier, we are still good on tire life. What I worry about, though, is that Steiner is all over us. Oh, I don't know how much fuel we have left by the end of this because we have been lapped. Each lap should be... We will maybe have 1 lap of fuel because we've been lapped, but we're supposed to have like 0 laps left at the end. We do like to cut it close. I do like to try and get ourselves a good position because I think that offsets the subsequent slow pit stop we're always going to have. I will admit it's a lot easier to manage one driver's race, but no update on Von Heim just yet. And we're really hoping he's okay. Sorry, I'm thinking about Artie again. I've got to commentate. I've got to do my job. It's just sometimes you can't keep the human emotion out, you know? Mach with a commanding lead out the front, not even visible in his rearview mirrors, is his teammate Luigi Moretti. 3rd and 4th sit in the McLarens right now, and it doesn't look like the McLarens are bringing it to Ferrari as much as we thought. Maybe it's just the Ferrari pit stops. As Steiner has gone past Rodriguez, we're going to have to tell Rodriguez to try and take that back as Rosenqvist crashes, and it is a red flag. We just hope that Rosenqvist is okay right now. Up in 13th, Rodriguez, though, has an option. Everybody will be on equal tires now. So our early pit stop, while it sucks that we lost 12th position off that last lap, it does mean we have the chance to regain some of the positions we lost from the pits. This could be a blessing in disguise for Rodriguez if he has a good start off the line. Now, we know our starts haven't been that great, and it's going to be the shortest shootout at the end of a race we've had all season. Beating out the Retorcido 4-lap shootout, I think it was, because it's going to be a 2-lap shootout. We look to have what could be a tumultuous final 2 laps here in Gran Lago. Because it's wet, all the drivers are going to be jockeying for position. It's going to be lap 1 all over again, except this time you don't have 34 more laps to rectify any mistakes you make. So the drivers are going to be giving it their absolute all off the line here. And we are leaving a gap, as is the custom, out of respect in this grid. For Börje Rosenqvist. We just hope he's okay. We hope Von Heim's okay. It's a busy day for the medical car. It's something you never like to see in the sport, but these things happen. It's a dangerous sport. You want to see them push it to the edge. That's what you're going to get as we start again under green flag conditions. It's go. And I'm just going to whoop. It's all go. And off the line, there's a few gaining of positions, none of which were ours. The Hemlock drivers up in 9th and 11th are the big gainers here. Rodriguez has had a notoriously bad start. And the question becomes, how many points can we make back up? Because it needs to be quick. We only have 2 laps to do this in. He's got 1 already from Fischer. Can he do the same on his teammate Acosta? Or will this be the April's making a night sandwich? No. Yes. No. What is happening? I don't even know anymore. He's got him. He's got him once more. All right. Rodriguez now coming up behind Hustler for 12th place. Can he get him again? As the last lap begins, we tell him to ease up on the fuel so we don't run out. And now the question is, can he hold it? No, immediately Acosta takes him. We're just going to have to tell him to burn. We're going to hope we don't run out of fuel because we want to try and get some of these positions back. It's not going to be a points finish for Team Night. Like and subscribe today. But at the end of the day, the best result we can have out of today is to find that Artie Von Heim is going to be okay. That's what we need to hear out of this. And until that point, nothing, even a victory, would have been enough. The race ends. Rodriguez comes home in 14th. No points today. Unfortunately, it is my regrettable duty to have to do this for the 2nd time already this season and report that a driver on our grid who crashed during the race will not live to see another. Börje Rosenqvist did not recover from their crash. They've died from their injuries on their way to hospital, and you hate to see it. Condolences to their fans, to the Vernier fans as well, and of course to their family, friends, and loved ones. Oh, thank God. Oh, I was so scared. I was so scared. Part of me thought that the news was coming in order of people that didn't die and then people that died. Von Heim made it to the hospital and they are currently recovering from their crash. I'm so relieved. I'm unbelievably relieved. He won't be here for the next race, but he will be back for the one after, which means he won't see the final race of the first half of the season. Rodriguez becomes our focus now, but 14th place. You gotta wonder if he'd have been better off a higher grid spot had quali not been as wet as it was, but he didn't seem fast on track either. Rodriguez did not seem to have that pace. I mean, his fastest lap was a 2:11, just like a lot of the people down the bottom, but it was a 2:11.8. We in fact had the second slowest fastest lap of the entire grid, if you don't count Artie Von Heim on the second lap. The podium is once again entirely composed of Etzalini and LeBron, but they will always bring that home, won't they? They will always do it. Okay, this doesn't mean get them in consecutive positions. I think this means finish the drivers in consecutive positions from the race. Our second death of the season is a tragedy that we would not wish on anybody. Von Heim, meanwhile, knows just how lucky he is to only be holding a crutch and not a bouquet of flowers to his chest. Von Heim, we wish you a speedy recovery, friend. We have slipped down the order. Both of our drivers have dropped 2 places. We were 10th and 11th. We're now 12th and 13th. The biggest winner was Rinaldi, who managed to score the first 2 points for the team. So while we would absolutely not wish a driver death on anybody, Bancroft may see Rinaldi's hiring as a silver lining because Rinaldi is their first point scorer of the season. He gained 7 places by scoring those 2 points. The Arbor's also up 4 places to 9th, which is one of the reasons we've been knocked down. It's getting a lot closer in the midfield. 44 more points for Ferrari, which only extends the gap at the top. And the worrying thing for us is that Hemlock got 4 points from this, which means that they will go within 1 point of us in the standings. And not only that, but Pope's 1 point takes them 1 point ahead of us. The silver lining is this has really heated up the battle for 5th. There is kind of 3 championships developing. Obviously, Etzalini and LeBron, Ferrari and McLaren at the very top of the tree are not to be caught. I think we know that already. Chapman and Wayland have their own little fight going for who gets the 3rd podium place on the constructors' standings. And we look more under threat from our 6th position than ever because Hemlock have now closed the gap to just 1 point. We are now also 2 behind Pope. Bancroft down in 8th is only 4 off us as well. Can we get 5th place out of this season? That's going to be the story of the second half of the season. Let's see who we're going to replace Von Heim with. This is only going to be a driver for 1 race, right? So there's no need for us to splash out. I want to take a free driver. I know we could have had the chance to get someone for 1 race who's amazing, but it's wasted money when we need that for our upgrades, I think. You know what? Romano was in my offline career, so we're going to go with Antonio Romano. Welcome to like and subscribe, Antonio Romano. I can tell you now, Artie is recovering well. He's got his girlfriend doting on him while he's got his feet up. He doesn't even have to walk the Shih Tzu anymore. He's relaxing at home, just recovering, and he's surrounded by love. He can't wait to get back into the car. You may not know about Antonio Romano. Rich parents, so he was essentially free for us, which is really good with the money situation we've got going on. He's also a silkworm, so he's going to wear his tires down slower. This was the main reason I picked up Romano. We want to do more one-stop strategies. We really do. It's going to be easier for him to do one-stops, I think. And then finally, he's patriotic, which you know how I feel about the nationalism in the sport, but we can't get away from it. If and when he's around for racing in Italy, he would gain +1 focus. Unfortunately for him, that's not where we're going this week. We are off to Canada. It is going to be not only dangerous with a 50% increased crash fatality chance, which after last week, we don't want, but also it's going to be cold, which means there is less grip on the track, which will also potentially contribute to crashes. But it also means tires are going to wear 10% slower. And that is another reason that we're going to be going for the one-stop strategies, because the pit stops have been our big weak point. At the start of the season, it was the race starts. Now, the weak link in the chain is definitely the pit stops. I have talked with Escarso about this, and Escarso is working to try and improve things, but you know, I've been open with him and I'll be open with you. If things don't improve by the end of the season, we will be looking to change our crew chief. So there could be a personnel change at the end of the season. As always, I want to go in and just check on the cars for a second. HereBeCush here in post. I had a little bit of an issue with the recording. It doesn't affect the race weekend, so don't worry about that. but it means that in the footage you're seeing, the upgrade has already been done. Essentially, we upgraded Rodriguez's chassis because of the performance last weekend and its lack of reliability. Enjoy the rest of the video. We're still back to $1 again. We could do to save up some money. I just think while we're in the fight, we've still got to pour all the resources we can into this year's car. Next year's car or saving up for a bigger thing would be good, but right now things are a lot closer in that midfield than I care to think about. So this season is going to hit the halfway point as we move to Fascar Park for round 5 out of 10 of the 1970 season. I am joined in the commentary box this weekend by multi-instrumentalist and should be critically acclaimed artist ChrisVox. Chris, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing very well. Yeah. I feel like we've fueled ourselves very well already with a sterling Sunday roast.
I tell you what, the roast dinners here in Canada, I didn't expect much from them, but we found a place. We decided to dine just before the qualifying session, and it's been delectable.
Ah, yes.
If the racing is half the quality of the food that we've had at the moment, we're in for a real treat this weekend. Of course, this is a dangerous track. Because it's cold as well, you know, you don't have as much grip on the tires, but also they don't wear as quickly. So what are you looking out for from these drivers as we go through this qualifying session?
I'm expecting professionalism. I think also from the recent history and some of the losses that we've had, I think hopefully drivers are going to be taking this more seriously. Hopefully no drivers are going to be going out the night before, having a few too many.
We've got to say, yeah, I mean, I said it might have contributed, and I think it contributed in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're hungover driving a car in the wet, you know, we don't want to speak ill of the dead, but it's got to be said, you've got to be careful in this sport. You know, it's a dangerous sport.
It's 1970s, after all. It is a new age for a lot of people. There's a lot of innovation and development going on. Still quite a few people who are outspoken with, you know, drink driving isn't really a thing. They don't really believe in it. We're in the minority, I think, here, Kush.
We really are, and I think... Yeah, sure, you know, you just want to enjoy your night and get back, but at the end of the day, it is dangerous. And if nothing else, this sport has shown that beyond any shadow of a doubt.
If you are going to go on a sesh after the race, just call up a Mountie. Because how much fun would it be to be absolutely wasted getting a lift back on a horse? The original horsepower, after all.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that sounds amazing to me. And of course, something for this weekend is that all the drivers, out of respect for the fallen, are racing with both drivers' names on their helmets this weekend, which we think is a great show of respect.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a fitting tribute and one that may catch on. It's a new thing for this season and yeah.
Let's hope it doesn't get to the point where they run out of space on the helmets, because the way these safety regulations are going at the moment, we hope that that's the last we'll have to deal with these kind of situations this season.
To be honest, I'm just glad they have helmets.
Yeah, that is a very good point. I think we're getting the green light for quali. It is a bright sunny day here at Fascar Park for the 5th round out of 10 of the 1970 season. Already we've heard reports Christoph Fischer of Team April, currently sitting last in the Constructors' Championship as well, partied a little bit too hard yesterday. We were talking about this just a minute ago. Towards the bottom of the league, maybe he thinks they don't have too much to lose right now.
Maybe he was trying to raise a glass to fallen comrades.
Well, let's hope there's no more of it. Nera Latella at Team Wayland, who were just overtaken by Chapman at the end of the last race, feeling invigorated. So you can bet that they're going to be performing out of their skin today. We're going to pause for a second just to check out the corners on this track. Bennett Bend is where the start of the lap comes in, leading through Wilson Way, round Cooper Corner, end of the straight, sudden sharp turn of Morgan Meadows, through the twisty section of Ross's Run, all the way around Dewdrop Corner, which is just the longest right-hander you can imagine before you suddenly snap the steering left to head down the long Gardner straightaway all the way home round Gray's Corner to finish the lap. Where do you think the action's going to come from on this track this weekend, Chris?
Well, I mean, Bennett's Corner, you know what they say, bend it like Bennett. I'm really enjoying some of these names. I think it's going to be that sort of mini Oxbow Lake in the top left-hand corner of the map. I think that could be a serious point of contention. And the other one being that long, languid corner for the rest of the map it could cause some complacency.
Yeah.
And so that could then have a knock-on effect on the corners afterwards. We'll see.
We'll see what they bring out. We're going to send the boys out to get some time out on track as qualifying begins. 40 minutes here at Fascar Park as we're going to settle in and see what everyone can bring to the table. We have already 6 cars on track, 7 cars on track. And it's going to be fun to see where these teams all lie and where their first times come out. You know, that first time is really putting down a marker, saying this is how fast we are, this is what to expect from us. And we're going to go for a lap around the circuit on board with Rodriguez, coming through the first couple corners, looking very confident as he stretches out. comes into that sharp right-hander, and now it's all about the steering, all about the control. Newman corner, the dewdrop corner. Extremely fast out of that corner onto the long, winding corner here. I said corner about 100 times, but there's enough of them. And that is not a bad starting time. Less than 5 seconds off the Ferrari. At least the one that we have at the moment. And we'll see where they all shake out, Chris. Thoughts on that first lap?
I'm just loving seeing that snaking, that left, the right. There's intensity there.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag already. Sorry to interrupt you there, Chris. Henny Holgerson from 6th place on the provisional grid has crashed out and has brought out the yellow flag. And it is exactly where you said. You pointed to that long, languid turn and maybe causing complacency. And it seems like just out of dewdrop corner, Holgerson has lost it into the Gardner straightaway. And of course, we saw something very similar with Artie von Heim out of that long right-hander last weekend. I'm sure in the same way, Chapman right now will be biting their lip, hoping that Holgerson is okay.
Oh, here's another piece of worrying news in this wonderful sport. Yeah, fingers crossed for Holgerson.
100%. Romano, who is, of course, the replacement for Artie von Heim this weekend. Artie has been spotted around the paddock, though, signing the hats and the T-shirts and the scarves of fans. He's been enjoying some poutine with a couple of his engineers during the downtime. And it's been nice to see him, you know, getting back out there and not being scared to say, I'm ready to come back as soon as the doctors allow me.
Oh, it warms the heart, and it's great news. I shout out to Mike Lavery from Mike Lavery's Fisheries, having sent over a complimentary batch of Nova Scotian lobster rolls for us to tuck into, and we have set aside one as well for Artie von Heim.
Yeah, as we should. And his replacement for this weekend, as I say, is Romano. Now, Romano, which way are we going to take Romano with this tune? Let's see. This is the kind of track where it's a lot of cornering, but we've had some trouble with the starts before, and there is that long, not straight, but at least forgiving third sector on this track. And so I feel with that, we might start going for the engine. We haven't tuned the engine on these boys much this year, so I think now is the time to really start focusing on the engine and seeing if it does help with those race starts. A little bit of the engine might just be helpful here. We're going to go with the 1 to 9. Not a good start with the 2. Doing it again with the 1 to 4. Well, I mean, now it's showing me a 1 to 19. I want to go big. I want to go big. Come on, let's go. 11. Not the worst thing in the world. Still looking to keep on the engine just to see if Romano will pull something good out of the bag with that. And I'm going to go with the 2 to 17. It's a big gamble, but we've got to take some risks right now. I mean, you know, Romano's in for one weekend only. We might as well go big or go home with him. 12. Not bad. About a third of the way, maybe halfway to a golden tune. I reckon we'll get one on him. We send him out on some softs. I always like to split the strategy a little bit between the two, just to try and get some knowledge, some learning from the track, see if they go in a different direction with their tuning, if they're hugely different on time. I'm thinking steering. I mean, there's a lot of corners. 4 to 20 is a pretty big one. If you time this by 2.5 to get from the 2 to 5, you're looking at what, 5 to 12.5? 4 to 20 is much better here. 16, that's a great start. That's an absolute baller start. 3 to 9 would be this one. That looks better to me. Oh, it's come out as a 2 though. That's not too good. That's not too good. The 1 to 2 is a nice, easy one. I feel like we've got to go big. 12. Oh, 1 to 3 or 2 to, that'll be a 2 to 6. We'll do the 1 to 3. And now all we can really do is the 1 to 2s. He's over halfway though. Big tunes. Big tunes. We send them back out.
I'm just a bit worried about Romano in terms of his headspace at this time. You know, didn't even get one lap round and there was a crash. Let's hope that doesn't affect his nerves.
Yeah, you really need time to get used to these cars, to get used to the track, and any of that time lost is valuable time lost. We say that he comes home 1/10 quicker than Rodriguez through that last lap. That's a huge performance from Romano right there.
Absolutely. I'm looking at Acosta as well and being quite impressed because some of his times have been a bit lackluster in other races, but he's in 10th there.
And that is big. I've seen this a couple of times before, though, this season, I've got to say, where we have an April car up there for qualifying, and then during the race, they just seem to fall away. Their race pace is just not there. I'm thinking engine might be the way, because if Romano has just gone 1/10 quicker than Rodriguez, maybe the engine is the way that these cars need to go. So it's going to be time. Let's see, this by 1 1/4 would be 3 3/4. 5 to 14 is going to be the one. Can we get that big golden tune? 8 is a good start.
That's strong.
I want to take the 6 to 19.
That's strong.
Oh, 5. So we can't go over 65. So if it hits 13, that's red zone. Anything else is not, and I'm nothing if not a gambler. Just shy of the golden tune for Romano by 1 point. Rodriguez is next. What do we got? 1.5 here. That's like 2 to 7.5. 2 to 8 is going to be better. Oh, we've got a chance to hit the golden tune immediately. You know I have to go ball to the wall here. Oh, we got it.
Huge.
Big for Carlos right there.
Huge.
And now I think we lean back to the engine. So times that by 1.5. We've got 3 to 7.5. That seems to be the more reliable one.
That's more reliable for sure.
Times that by 2, 0 to 10. I mean, these are pretty much exactly the same. Let's just spend. I'm expecting big things from Rodriguez now. A golden tune after just the first 2 laps. I'm expecting something huge. We'll send Rodriguez out first, give him pride of place, and see what he can muster up around this lap of Fascar Park. When he came in from the pits last time, he did mention he'd spotted some penguins running around, which in this climate, I don't know if I believe him. What do you think, Chris? They are apparently migrating to Canada this time of year.
So yeah, that's the thing. I'm a bit of a bird lover, a bit of a bird watcher. It's one of the things that I love about this guest role is obviously I get to come in here and see your fine self and see these fine cars in this fine place. But it's also taking in the natural beauty of Canada. And one of the things that I do love to do is, bird watching. I'm quite familiar with the migratory patterns of penguins, and they have been known to grace Canada with their presence.
And talk about gracing with presence. Romano and Rodriguez look to put in some great laps there, with Romano being half a second quicker than Rodriguez. What's happened with Rodriguez? What's happened to that golden tune? I mean, if steering hasn't done it for Rodriguez, maybe we go chassis. 1 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4, 6 and something, 2 and 14. We're going to go with that 10. Not bad on the 10. Hit a 1 to 4. And we're going to send them straight back out. Try and get as much time on track as we can from this. 3 to 18 is going to be better. Ooh, 0 to 6. 2 to 4. Got the 4, got the maximum. An extra quarter of that is about 3. This is marginally better. We're going to hit that. Within the 2 to 4 there would be better. We get the chance for a 0 to 3. It is a 0 to finish it off. But halfway up on the engine already, we could have... I don't want to get ahead of myself. We could see 3 golden tunes.
Don't toy with me. Actually, please do.
I'm a little concerned about where we sit right now in the standings. I do want to be fighting for those points positions. After a good, strong start to the season, I don't want us to fall away mid-season. Both of them have gone faster in the first sector as we see another yellow flag has been brought out. Joel Ryan in the McLaren has crashed just before Morgan Meadows. That is going to ruin a lot of fast laps coming through there, including our very own. That yellow flag may have ruined our chance at a higher position. Chris, what are your thoughts on all this drama?
To be honest, I'm really excited how that impacts that sort of top quartet with the McLaren-Ferrari rivalry there. It's a lot for Woods to be picking up now. He's going to be having to carry the entire team.
Do you think Maldonado might be able to push into the top 4? Because there's still room to improve in the 18 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you know what? I've been seeing him climbing the boards in previous outings. He could do it. He could do it. That could be huge for the entirety of the top 10. That could see a real placement shift, which also then obviously helps Team Knight in that kind of second set of, or third subset, I should say.
Big for the drivers as well. He's fighting against his teammate. Big in the constructors because Chapman, who Maldonado drives for, them and Wayland are right there in that second tier of the Constructors' Championship.
This is it.
It's neck and neck between them. So that could be the difference. That could absolutely be the difference. But of course, the downside to it is with Holgerson going out so early on, they've lost one of their drivers. They've completely lost one of their drivers. A little bit on the chassis then. Let's go big. It's time to start taking some gambles. I'm just going with the biggest options because we need to start gambling, because we need to start getting positions. 2 yellow flags in this session. It's a lot of time and potentially timed laps for us to lose. That's a big one there for Rodriguez. Oh, the 2 to 5, the 2 to 4. The second golden tune is in place. We use up all the rest of the points on the chassis. We don't tell him yet to go back out. There's still 4 minutes left of the yellow flag. We want to set a competitive time. So we're going to probably want to leave the garage with about 2 minutes left so that we don't get held up. This is where it matters now. The last 15 minutes of quali is where the times will be at their peak.
And triple purple for Moretti.
Doesn't surprise me one bit that Moretti is up there setting fastest laps. What Ferrari have done time and time again. And we're just seeing them repeat their plays out of what is already a very successful playbook.
It piles on the stress on Woods as well, because he knows that not only is he not going to have the support from Ryan, but also Ferrari are getting out ahead, and they're staying out ahead.
They are. Right now, I think McLaren need a bit of California love for their times. Romano is faster in the first 2 sectors and goes P8 for Team Knight, with Rodriguez somewhat further down the order. We'll ask questions about that later. But Romano has made a big statement there. As a stand-in driver for a standout driver, Romano has become quite the talking point now already. That's big for Romano. We're going to look at the chassis. The 1 to 3 is going to be better here. Let's see, what's that? 0 to 8. 1 to 10 is going to be better. 1 1/3 would be 2 1/3 to 8. 0 to 12 is going to be the bigger gamble. Oh, the 4 to 13 could take us to the golden tune. It's not there. We're just going to miss out on it. We will get a chance for another lap out, though. So Romano will benefit from that second golden tune. And it's time to just start sending them out as soon as they get into the garage. We're going big or going home right now. Caution thrown right into the wind as we put on the biggest tunes possible. With all these crashes, is there some maple syrup on the track, do we think?
I mean, yeah, some people say that maple syrup will add slipperiness to it. Some people will say that viscosity can actually help with the tires. There are two schools of thought when it comes to maple syrupulous.
Oh, great word.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely not a word that I just...
That was a pole position word there. That went purple in all sectors. As Romano and Rodriguez come across the line, and I don't know if I believe what I'm seeing right now. Both of them in the top 7.
This is huge.
Yeah, huge for Night right now. They are now finally dropping back down, and I'm brought back down to earth a little bit. But for a second there, I just wondered.
Even from the previous where Rodriguez was, 16th? That's a massive jump for him.
And has, of course, crucially, leapt his teammate again.
Yes.
He's once again the number 1 Night driver on the board. He's just showing that mental fortitude, really. That's what it takes. When someone has stepped in, unfamiliar with the car, they're a one-time driver for one weekend only, and they outperform you, and you're supposed to be the staple in the team, it's got to put the shakes on you a little bit to say, well, now I've got to prove my position.
Yeah.
And I think Rodriguez has done just that. Stellar work. Speaking of Romano, though, as a stand-in, let's see if we can get the golden tune. We've got 2. Oh, this is big. We're tuning well. 4 to 10. We're just going big. I just want to get the biggest possible tunes. Caution to the wind. And we're about a third of the way to a perfect setup for the weekend along the steering here for Romano. Let's see what Rodriguez is doing. 1 to 3 is going to be better value there. 0 to 3. 2 to 13 is a big gamble, and we get the 13. That's a huge tune. A breakthrough from the mechanics. Of course, 2 of which of this team have come from MIT. So you know that they are going to be knowing what shortcuts to take and what things to get that other teams might just not be aware of. We've got some of the best crew here at Team Night. And of course, as a commentator for the broadcast, I can't be too biased, but with the Night team principal hat on, I have to give credit where it's due.
Oh, absolutely. You've got to give credit to the team. We've paid great credit and homage to all 3 drivers of Team Night today. Don't know if we've really paid enough tribute and homage to Night's owners.
Brendan, like, and Corey, subscribe.
It's great to sort of pay that tribute and homage from our end. And viewers at home, if you want to pay homage to like and subscribe, I think you know what to do.
Both amazing people, and yeah, honor them if you're enjoying this weekend session so far. We're going to go big or go home once more with this tune. 3 to 19. We hit 15. Oh, can we just push it over the edge? Not quite. The next tune, I think, will take things like a perfect setup for Rodriguez here. This is a double-edged sword for Carlos. If you go out there with the perfect tune on your car and you don't pull off what should be a clear-cut fastest time compared to your teammate, the fingers are then pointed at the driver, right? If the car is in the best possible setup it can be and you're not maximizing its potential.
Absolutely, but Rodriguez has been very good at holding that pressure. I'm going to trust him that this is in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, when he comes across the line any minute now, Romano has just gone with a stellar lap. Rodriguez comes across the line and goes faster by 0.3. He's finally found that sweet spot in the car's setup window. He's starting to hit those laps. 0.3 ahead of Romano. That is a statement to say this is why I'm the regular driver here.
Absolutely. And as a driver, this is exactly the moment where you want your big times to hit.
Exactly. And we're looking for big tunes to hit as well now, as we hit just the biggest one on each time. I might live to regret this. Oh, the 4 to 19 would have been it. We just had 2 more tuning points available. But we do not. So we hit a 1 to 4 and a 1 to 3. And Romano has got to be happy with that, though. 2 2/3 of the perfect setup.
Absolutely.
So now we're in a real spot here. 59 out of 65 means we've got 6 points to play with.
Technically a 50-50.
4 out of 7 chance. And we got to go for it, really. We got to go for it. And it's paid off. That's the gamble right there. That is why you don't quit while you're behind, because you'll somehow always recoup it. PSA, this is not advice for real life. This will be now Rodriguez's chance to show why, at the end of the season, he should be coming out on top of Artie von Heim, let alone Romano, who has put in a stellar performance already. If we start with both drivers in the top 10, that is a huge performance in quali for this weekend. As they come around, we're going to do one final lap on board with Rodriguez. Coming down that first turn, getting it turned around, ready for that left-hander. And this is where it just feels a bit like a roller coaster, going up and down and left and right around the hills. That big right-hander there, then you snap it left and you put on the power as you head out for that final slight curve to the finish line. And can Rodriguez bring it home? He absolutely can! P6 on the grid.
Right now, my brain is blasting out both my ears. I can't believe what's happening here. My mind is blown. I don't have any thoughts. My thoughts are currently sprayed up the back of the commentary box. It's amazing.
That was a shotgun blast to the head, that was, wasn't it? That was absolutely incredible. 6th and 9th on the grid. This is huge for Team Night right here. I mean, obviously, with one of the McLarens out the way, the Ferraris have just stormed it. Moretti, in fact, actually 2 seconds ahead of Mach. That's a bit of a switch up. Luigi Moretti to P3 in the standings at the moment, having had a couple of bad weekends where even I asked the question last weekend, should Ferrari be thinking maybe that Moretti is the weak link in their chain? And I think he's responded to that beautifully with that pole position. P6 for Carlos Rodriguez is huge. Still 5 seconds off the Ferrari, but crucially 2/10 off a Chapman. Bregman may be one of the big stories here for this weekend. Up in P3, second row of the grid, alongside Paul Woods. Of course, Paul Woods' teammate Joel Ryan will be making a huge surge through the field, being in a McLaren car that is leaps and bounds quicker than any of the cars he'll have to face before P5, maybe even P4. Holgerson as well, very last position on the grid for Team Chapman, who also have a very fast car. So that's what to look forward to. I'm going to put my Night team principal hat on for just a minute because it's time to think about race strategy. Now, we want to go for a one-stop if we can, especially with Romano. So I'm wondering about the hard tires for Romano. 12 would be the midpoint, which is 39 laps. You take 3/4 of that, you're looking at about 30 laps. I'm not sure how possible a one-stop's going to be here. 30 laps would still leave us 33, unless we took it right to the end. The mediums, we'll see how long we can take Romano out for. Romano's going to be a bit of our test guy here to see how well a one-stop might do. Rodriguez, the one-stop is what we want, but P6 on the grid, I don't want to waste that with some hard tires. That's going to make him slow, So we go soft. We hope for a safety car around lap 15 to give us a cheap stop to go onto some hards and then finish off on softs again. Going to be a 2-stop for Rodriguez. The fans watching will probably be shouting, "This is the wrong thing to do, Kush. What are you doing?" But I'm hoping that won't be that way, as we are about to go for 63 laps around Fascar Park in Canada. Karina Hussler, driver of Team Hemlock, has partied a bit too hard yesterday. They're not learning these lessons from previous fatalities. It's concerning for me that I'm going to have to commentate potentially over a third driver's loss of life. And I don't wish that on you either, as here for a guest as a commentator for one weekend, because it's a horrible thing to go through.
It is a horrible thing to go through, and I think we all go through it around seeing the viewers and all of your well wishes and the letters that come in, the comments that get made. It all means a hell of a lot to a hell of a lot of people. In a way, we're glad that you feel that level of compassion and that level of emotion. It's great to see with the dots.
So we can only hope that they're not going to end up in the wall. A mixture of strategies on the grid as well, as we see both Ferraris with the hard tires. They can afford it. And Rodriguez, one of only 4 drivers on the softs to start things off. So hoping to gain some positions and getting ahead, ready for that first pit stop. Holgerson as well, after crashing out yesterday, clearly got on the sauce a little bit early, has also partied hard. Be interesting to see if with that hangover, they can push through the field from the very back. So without further ado, we will be going for 63 laps around Fascar Park for round 5. The lights are off and the race is on, and immediately Rodriguez is holding on to that 6th place, with Romano coming up in 8th right behind them, but they're now slipping back down the order into 12th. Rodriguez is there in 8th place, trying to battle with Fonseca for 7th position. And immediately, Fonseca has hit the wall. On the very first lap of round 5 of the championship, Fonseca is in the wall, and that looks like a bad one. In every weekend except Monaco so far, we've had a serious crash, and we were just talking, Chris, about how I didn't want you to have to sit through the will he, won't he survive that you're going to have to be feeling now for the rest of this race.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a part of me that's worried because, again, it's that same straight.
Yeah.
As soon as you go through those difficult winding G's, left, right, and then you have to straighten out. And at that point, that's when it hits.
You absolutely called it. You said about the complacency. That sharp left turn, as you say, coming out of that long right-hander to the sharp left and then straight away, it can be a bit of a switch in the driving style. And apparently people aren't ready for it this weekend. I wasn't necessarily expecting a red flag this early, but I guess Rodriguez goes on to the hards at this point if everybody's on these hard tires. We're going to get the car repaired up. We're going to put them on the hards and hope that we can get a one-stop out of this. The softs kept us in position, so we're going to see what happens with that one. Romano comes in as well. We'll put him on fresh hards, repair the car. Now we just wait to hear back about Fonseca. We hope that Davi's okay. Currently sitting P17 in the championship. Yet to score a point, and you just hate to see it be the 3rd driver in a row that is a fatality without scoring a championship point. Chris, your thoughts on the restart coming up?
Well, To be honest, I really don't have any thoughts.
It's a lot to process, isn't it?
It's a lot. There's the logic, there's the emotion. We're thinking about his friends, his family. It's a whole lot. You can see the space there that is again being left in hopefully not mourning.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see at the end of this.
It's a respectful tradition from the drivers. They did have a moment of silence, of course, for the drivers that had passed Rodney Campbell and Berthier Rosenquist. It was nice to see. As we're about to go into this, it's almost like that first lap was just an extra formation lap because they only got about halfway round. Ryan, of course, in the McLaren, huge first lap, straight back up into 5th. We were talking about this, and Holgerson up into 9th. It really does show that a powerful car can get you far in this championship.
And Bregman, again, doing absolute bits there in number 2. Fantastic from him.
Huge. I mean, we thought the Ferraris would get away with it on the hards, but clearly Bregman keeping them very honest. I just want to make sure we're pushing. As we go green again, the lights are off and the race is on, and Levi Mack off the line has put the power on too hard and has thrown it straight into the pit wall. This is a calamity. The stewards have to ask questions, Chris.
Honestly, Formula One is like buses at the moment. This is shocking.
Take the time to process your emotions. I can see on your face, Chris, you are absolutely stunned at the potential here of losing 2 drivers in one weekend, and I don't blame you. That's big in the Ferrari-McLaren storyline for the year as well. Big at the top of the table, not only in the Drivers' Championship, but in the Constructors as well. All the cars essentially just parade around the lap to repeat what they've just done. And here we are, still yet to get one single complete lap of racing here at Fascar Park. The drivers need their confidence of rock and stone as they think about this race. They can't let the cars slip, as 2 of them already have. Finally, the race is back on again as we hope to get a complete lap of racing for once. It's a great start from Rodriguez to hold that 6th position. Moretti is out in front with Bregman keeping them honest, still ahead of both McLarens. Maldonado pulling up in 5th and Rodriguez still in 6th. The second of the hard tyre runners at the moment, Rodriguez. Romano in 10th position as well for Team Night. A patient start we have had. Now, our first lap of actual racing as we just tell our drivers to chill out now and settle into what is hopefully going to be a one-stop strategy for us. This does make things easier to go for the one-stop because obviously, Team Night have struggled with their pit stops and how long they've taken in each race. So we are hoping that we only have to make one stop this weekend. And I think this will help, right? Because now we're 5 laps in and we've only really used 1 lap of the tyre life.
Absolutely.
If there was ever going to be a chance that we could get a one-stop, I think now is it. Moretti, of course, out front with the pace of Sebastian Vettel in 2013. Chris, he's not going to be caught, is he? This is it now.
No, absolutely. He's roadrunnering this. Yeah, I think he's absolutely out in front. I mean, yeah, Woods, Ryan, they're pushing. Bregman still in 4th. Maldonado in 5th. Acosta doing rather well in 8th. He was 7th, but he's still holding up a top 10 position. And that will be great news for Team April.
It will. Acosta currently looking brilliant and not even out of position. He's in 8th on pace. You can see because he's managing to keep up. As now Rodriguez under pressure from Holgerson back there, less than a second away. And it is huge. Just the difference between how casual this race must be now for Luigi Moretti compared to how tense this is now for Carlos Rodriguez, for Henny Holgerson, and in 8th place even, Mario Acosta. Still proving that he's out there to get points, to make a performance.
Oh, for sure. And also talking about tension, I mean, you've got Romano there in 11th. He's been battling out between sort of 11th and 9th. And he's been really around that Team Night, Team Hemlock rivalry has really been...
A yellow flag. Sorry to interrupt you there, Chris. But once again, the cars are going to have to slow down because we have a yellow. This does not look as bad as a red flag. So I'm pretty convinced Rinaldi will be okay. Of course, stand-in for the late Rodney Campbell. So that would have been a horrendous situation for Bancroft to lose 2 drivers in 5 weekends. Once again, the cars slowed down, again helping with the tyre life. Much towards a one-stop strategy here. Maybe looking at about lap 40 for that. 18 laps. We want to come in about lap 45 for some softs. We can absolutely make that. We can pull off a one-stop. But of course, everyone else can too. The track was obviously really good to tyres anyway. And 3 flags in 13 laps is just crazy. It's just crazy.
Absolutely. But also you can see with Bregman and Maldonado who are really competing up there in the top 5 positions there with their medium tyres. And then you can see that whole host of drivers from Rodriguez below in their hards. Now, of course, yes, you would expect, Holgerson, Acosta, DuPont to be there. But DuPont has been also much higher than 9th.
Yes.
In previous races.
Oh, hugely.
But rocking those hards, maybe that's affected his placement today.
Maybe it has. I guess they can afford it, though, because the Wayland pit stops are always lightning fast. Rodriguez once again under pressure from Holgerson, keeping Carlos very honest in the middle of what is the Chapmans making a night sandwich out of Rodriguez. Romano has meanwhile fallen below Viaba further back, and the Hemlocks, nothing compared to Rodriguez right now, but they've definitely got Romano's number. Rodriguez still holding out P6. You can see the 14-second gap ahead of him to Maldonado, who pits early. And that's going to be crucial because now both of those two have come out in front of Maldonado, as has DuPont. Maldonado, that's a very early stop onto some softs as well. So going to be looking to get fast track position, and he's really going to need to make those overtakes pay off very quickly. There's no way they make it to the end of the race on those tires, surely. That's got to be another stop, Chris.
That must be another stop, I'm sure. But, I mean, that was also a lightning quick pit stop. I mean, comparatively...
That's what I was talking about. I'm so sorry to interrupt you yet again. But that was a pass there from Holgerson. And you were 100% right on what you were saying about the lightning fast pit stops. 100%.
No, indeed, and quite right to commentate at that point. That was a great overtake there. Got to say, though, Rodriguez still holding up incredibly well. Team Night, we were talking about rolling the dice, taking a few risks. That's what you've got to do at Team Night at the moment. That's what that team has to do. So many of them have paid off as well.
Some of them have indeed paid off, and currently Rodriguez is trying to make this hard tire gamble pay off. The soft tire gamble at the start of the race didn't really do much because we were straight into some flags, whereas now most of the grid is on hards. And you see here, Luigi Moretti already coming to lap 6th place, and that is the speed of the Ferrari. It is a very relaxing day for Moretti. Again, almost like he's just out there in California catching some rays among the palm trees. You know, one hand on the wheel, one thought on his next holiday. It's a quicker migration than those penguins we talked about earlier.
And talking of quicker as well, Maldonado making those softs work and getting past Rodriguez, who is now being very, very pressured by DuPont. We'll see how that works out.
And DuPont, as you say that, tries to make a move into the final corner. Decides against it. Maybe all these crashes are just kind of making people think twice about those more gutsy overtakes. You know, they'd rather get home one position down than not at all. And that's sometimes what's most important, is keeping it on the track. As Rodriguez doing a very stellar job to keep it as high in the order as he currently is, and will be bringing home a great amount of points for Night if he can hold at least onto 8th. I'm saying maybe 7th is a bit of a pipe dream with DuPont having already pitted, but you never know.
Romano back in 9th position. He was all the way in, I think, 13th at one point. So, yeah, he's doing so well. Again, on hards, surrounded by medium tyres. He's being really pressured, but he's actually keeping some strong time. He's not being pressured in front or behind.
Not right now. He's in a bit of a lonely stint, but that's because they pitted. You know, you were right. He was under a lot of pressure from before. And for the 4th time in this session, and for the 4th weekend in a row, a yellow flag is brought out. And for the 4th weekend in a row, it is Jan Schaub.
It's Schaub!
It is. And Chris, even the guest commentator, already knows what that means for Pope, because that is not a rare occurrence by any means, is it?
I apologize, dear viewers. I was only laughing because otherwise I'd cry.
Yeah.
It was something that I was actually wondering about making another prediction of today. Is Schaub going to make it round? And no, he's not.
No, again, for the 4th weekend running, it's crazy. Pope have got to ask that question. That's both of their drivers out now. Kukkonen earlier on, Schaub, that's both of them gone.
And especially as they're being so pressured in that 5th position there. Team Night and Team Pope have been really, well, they are literally neck and neck on points before today.
I mean, I don't want to say it's good for us, right? Because I don't think drivers being injured is good for anybody. But competitively speaking only, purely in the business of competition, it's a silver lining for us that the Pope drivers won't be scoring points today. Not that they're out, you know, off the track and potentially in the wall, but at least that they're not scoring points over us. I feel kind of dirty just saying there's a positive side to people being injured, but it's not that part of it.
Well, one of the parts that I would have hoped in terms of a positive to this level of danger is hopefully, as we've had so many crashes, we've said it time and time again today, let's hope that the drivers play a bit safer. They know that this is a dangerous track and they're not acting in that way. There's been so many crashes.
I'm not 100% sure on what the FIA decided about whether we have to run 2 mandatory compounds of tyres, but we're going to chance that we don't. We're going to see how it comes at the end of this, but Romano is going to go into the pits, try and get a cheap stop while everybody's on a yellow flag and slow down and hopefully not lose too many positions. Where are those Hemlock drivers? That's the question. Here they come around the corner. Can Romano get out in front of them? Yes, he absolutely can. That's huge. Rodriguez now needs to also pit onto hards, Chris.
Oh, bravo. Bravo to Romano, just really holding his cool there. It must have been a huge amount of pressure. He's done brilliantly.
He really, really has. It's incredible because that now is as well giving us a great tyre delta. Rodriguez comes out in front of DuPont with 8 seconds to go on the yellow flag. We're going to run this one home, and we're hoping that now Rodriguez can hold out a little bit in front of, oh, that's Romano, in front of DuPont. I'm going to put a little bit of burn on for Rodriguez just to tell him that he does have a bit of tire life to lean on with these hards, just to try and keep that 1 second gap a little bit. But the moment he starts to get too stressed, we're going to be dropping that away because we don't want to tell him to push and become the latest in what is becoming an horrendously long list of casualties here today. And this will be it. A one-stop strategy for both of our drivers and also for, I mean, let's be honest, most of the grid, unless they for some reason decided they were favoring the softs today. And Rodriguez saying he's in the zone, but he says that as DuPont makes a move on him to get past and retake that 7th position, of course, being on those medium tires. The question on the minds of us at the moment, though, is will DuPont make those mediums last to the end of the race?
Well, indeed, and I'm not 100% sure what DuPont's pit stops are like.
Wayland have a time machine.
Oh, goodness me.
This is looking good for Knight right now. We are relaxing a little bit, potentially a surprise result here of 5 crashes. That is a lot like most Monaco Grand Prix. Because if you look at the distribution here of the crashes, right? There's one coming out of that twisty turny section onto the long straight. You've got one just going into it, one just before the S-bends, one at turn 2. You've got one down the start-finish straight from the beginning. Is there any place on this track that's safe?
Yeah, it's a real mix. And even when we were doing the tuning and you were discussing, you know, what to focus on, as you say, there's such a mixture. There's such a variety. There's straight, there's soft turns, languid turns. There's those tight G turns. It's got everything. It's got a bit of everything. And then on top of everything else, it's a bit of a dangerous track.
Mm-hmm. Very much a dangerous track. As Rodriguez was trying to be a bit of a danger to DuPont on that last lap, was really pushing and pressuring him, but just couldn't seem to find a way through. Has now managed to get Fisher lapped. A few more people now pitting. That's one of the Hemlocks is there pitting. I think it was Bregman as well. I just saw come out of the pits. It would have been Woods. Woods was one of them. Didn't actually see who the other one was. Possibly Edwards?
Yeah, it was Edwards.
Yeah, there's a few of them pitting. Rodriguez still holding on to 8th, and I can just hope that DuPont's tires aren't going to last. Rodriguez could push just a little bit more. Maybe try and keep DuPont honest here, as we maybe also want to ease up on the fuel situation. I'm just realizing how much of a problem that's going to be. He should be okay because of being lapped by the Ferrari. Rodriguez is trying to keep up with DuPont up the front there, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Behind him and in front of Romano is right here, Acosta. Acosta is, of course, those mediums are starting to fall away. So the eyes are going to be on Romano more than anything right now. Can he close that 3.3 second gap to Acosta over the remaining 15 laps? As Rodriguez has been pushing a lot now, so we're going to tell him to ease up before something disastrous happens.
Well, yes, if Romano can keep this pressure on, then when Acosta inevitably does have to pit, Romano's going to, well, hopefully be able to capitalize on that because there's no more pitting for Team Knight.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think that Acosta's going to pit in the next 13 laps for softs because, I mean, there's no way that those mediums are going to last, surely. They're falling away every single lap at a rate of knots. Like I said in the first race, they're melting like an ice cube on a hot day. They are really losing all their skin like me the moment I go out in the sun. I burn, not tan, what can I say? But Romano, of course, being hunted down a little bit by Hustler, but from a long way back, and I don't see that becoming a problem.
Will Hustler have to pit as well? Hustler and Steiner?
I mean, those hard tires, it's a question, isn't it? Because they might still be able to make those last 9 laps. But maybe. But I think either way, Romano's going to be looking pretty safe at the moment. Acosta's pitted. Romano goes on ahead. And now we have 9 laps of Acosta on the softs, seeing how much he can catch up to Rodriguez. But Hustler goes past him. And that's going to be an extra job he has to do before he can take off. Mario Acosta might have just thrown away a 9th position with this strategy, or rather the team might have thrown it away for him. Comes upon Hustler now, trying to overtake. Hustler's rear wing is a stubborn image to get out of your mind, both physically and in your nightmares. But Acosta has managed to make light work of it on those fresh softs. And we'd be very happy to be running on these tires right now after being on those old mediums that would have been screaming with every single degree of turning of the wheel. Now, these softs are just begging to give you speed. They're begging to turn around each corner. Rodriguez, we've fixed the parts of the car twice, all right? We've done it twice. Carlos, look, I know your car is shaky, but I promise you, you're worried for nothing. We've repaired so much of this car, this race. You've got nothing to worry about. There's no way it's going to be a problem. Your parts are fine. Just keep on. You're in P8. It's not under threat. Just keep it on the road, lad. You got this.
Acosta, you can see that time chipping down. It was at plus 18.
4 laps to go, though, means that he's got to really make up like 3.5 seconds a lap to make this strategy pay off. I think we've done well with this one stop right here. And Hürstler gets a puncture. P11 they maybe were at the time. Hürstler did not pit in time to keep those hards fresh. And that's a mistake from the pit crew, from the race strategist there on Team Hemlock. That's terrible. I know they weren't necessarily going to be getting points, but they were in the running for it.
It's more great news from Team Night. When you think of the overall table, it's massive.
It really, really is. This is part of that thing, you know, that maple syrup, maybe that's clouding the judgment of the minds, not only just making the track slippy in places or sticky in other places, but if you've had too much of it, you know, that sugar crash, maybe the race strategists just don't have it on their mind anymore. Our mechanics, meanwhile, you know, there's a couple of them, they grew up from humble beginnings. They didn't have a lot of sugar growing up, and so they don't even blink an eye at it. You know, they haven't really had anything sweet all weekend. They've been laser focused. And as we bring it home, Romano did indeed hold off Acosta. It is a fantastic weekend for the Night boys, coming home in 8th and 9th. We're just getting these updates on our many crashes. So folks, just bear with us for a second. Levi Mack is recovering. Levi Mack is okay. And of course, championship leader, that will be a crucial step in the right direction for Ferrari. Fonseca, however, for Team Vernier, once again, a driver that had yet to score a point. I'm sorry, Chris, this news is coming in during your time here, that Fonseca has not made it, and they have in fact passed away, becoming our 3rd fatality in what is already a fraught season. The others were all okay. There was just the 2 red flags we had to keep up with. The yellow flags, the drivers tend to walk away absolutely fine. We haven't heard anything to the contrary, which we're very happy about. But your thoughts on that race, Chris? Any highlights for you? What did you feel about that? How was it? How was your experience here?
Oh, I mean, it was amazing to sit next to such a storied professional.
Oh, please.
I've loved every second of it. Even those scary moments, you know, it's all part of the sport, not necessarily the parts that we love, but it makes every checkered flag really, really important. When you see your boys getting over the line, knowing what they risk day in, day out, whether it's qualifying, whether it's the real deal, whether it's in training, these guys really put themselves through the paces, not just the cars, is it?
They really do. They really do.
To be objective for a moment, you know, you've really got to feel for Team Pope.
100%. Been a respectful weekend from the drivers, paying respects to those that have passed away in the times before, with both the moment of silence and with the names written on the helmets. And unfortunately today, one more will have to be added to that list. Davide Fonseca. It's unfortunate, but it's a sad fact of the sport right now. Chris, thank you so much for joining me today.
It's been a pleasure.
Chris is a very, very talented musician, incredibly underrated. Please go and check out the link in the description, which will be to Chris's Spotify page. And I do hope you enjoy it. Listen along to that EP. We are 5th in the standings for the year so far. We do have a 5-point gap on Pope below us. And I think it's pretty obvious we're not getting any higher than 5th, at least failing a miracle, unless we suddenly have the fastest car on the grid. But I'm happy with where we are right now, because we started the season projected to finish 10th, which would mean that on the driver's side, surely our drivers would be the bottom of the pile, right? But they're not. We have our main 2 drivers sat in 9th and 12th in the championship right now. This season has been a steady upward curve for the Night team as well. We've only ever had one time when someone's finished out of the points since race 2. It was Rodriguez at the Autódromo Gran Lago in round 4. But don't worry about that, because we are so back. So as we look to the second half of the season and we look to see how everybody's prepared, we're going to take a quick look at the track for this week. And it's, oh my God, okay, this game never lets up on trying to challenge me with pronunciations. This week's track is Ondasrolando. Ondasrolando. I don't fucking know. It's one of those, maybe, close to. The track is at high elevation. The engines don't get much oxygen, neither do the drivers, but there is far less wind resistance, which means that while the engine won't perform as well, the chassis is going to be through the roof. The chassis is where we want to pour most of our focus this weekend. It is also bumpy, meaning if we hadn't had our fill of crashes already this season and flags, we could very well see more this weekend. On top of that, the track is anti-clockwise, which honestly has no other effect other than that it's unusual for this season. And finally, it is wet. The weather will be wet. Now, if you remember all the way back to episode 2, Muttonchop, where we got our first double points finish, we claimed we were wet weather masters. However, that didn't necessarily play out in future, as the Autódromo Gran Lago was wet and we got no points whatsoever there. So that didn't exactly work out. However, we're hoping to turn things around again for Ondasrolando up in the mountains. I'm about to piss some people off with this. All right, I am fully about to piss some people off, and I'm aware of it. So far this season, most of the improvements have gone to Rodriguez. He's the only one so far to get a new part. He's also had some improvements to his car every week since race 3, which is why this will be the first race weekend in 4 weekends that Rodriguez will not get an upgrade. I know, Team Rodriguez already hammering on the keyboards, saying, how dare you do Rodriguez like this? He held it down when Von Heim was injured. And you're right, he did. He 100% did. But I feel like Von Heim's coming back. He's going to need a car that he's confident in. You know, the nerves of having had to sit a race out after being injured in quite a high-speed crash, coming off that fast right-hander back at the Autódromo Gran Lago. And he's had to sit out for the whole summer break as well. So it's been a long time since Artie has driven the car in anger. We need to give him something to bolster his confidence and to bring him back onto the grid with a bang. Not the kind of bang where the car's going to explode, by the way, just to be clear. The bang, like the metaphorical bang. Only the metaphorical bang. Oh my God. We know the chassis is going to be big this week. I also am tempted by a new engine because of how bad our starts have been. Because the engine affects acceleration, that's probably going to be a huge deal off the start. So let's take a little quick look at the engine. So if we were going to build a new engine, it would be 100 to 150 points more, plus 20, and the reliability will be somewhere between 30 and 53%. Now, 43% is his engine currently. That could be a way forward. If we build a new chassis, the performance benefit is going to be huge for Von Heim because we've already had that new chassis for Rodriguez. And we know it gets the extra bonus this weekend. The reliability once again would be 30 to 53, and the current reliability is 40. I feel like chassis is the way to go. A new chassis for $7. Let's see what we've got. Wait, so 2296 is Artie's current chassis. 2296 with 40% reliability. Let's see how it shakes out. 2551 is huge on performance. However, 34% reliability. That is a 6% hit for Artie Von Heim. Oh, there it is, look. Okay, we need to do something about that chassis. We might have to repair that at some point because that's going to be something we need to keep an eye on. Just like Rodriguez's engine as well. So a quick look at the chassis. It seems like with every new chassis we build, they only get less reliable. And I'm a little concerned about that fact, but we'll see, shall we? That new part also brings Artie's car on average as a slightly higher performing car than Rodriguez. The reliability is approximately the same, but let's see what that does to the power dynamic between these two. Because looking back to when Von Heim crashed at the Autódromo Gran Lago, he'd just come off a weekend in Monaco where Rodriguez had outperformed him for the first time in both quali and the race. He had something to prove to himself after that and to the team, I think he felt. So he was pushing hard, maybe pushed a little too hard. So it'll be interesting to see how he can deliver with that new chassis. So without further ado, it is time to travel to Ondasrolando for quali. And would you look at that? It is immediately wet, and Kukkonen from Pope partied a bit too hard. We know that some of them do it. I mean, look at Paul Woods. Let's touch for a second on that rivalry towards the top of the table between Levi Mack and Paul Woods. We know that they're both low-key celebrities around the paddock, and rightfully so. But whereas Mack is that workhorse, that guy that stays late with the mechanics trying to find that extra 10th, Paul Woods is out getting sloshed, girls on his arms, God knows what in his system. Will it punish Kukkonen more than it's punished Woods so far to date? We will find out. Hustler also was out with them by the looks of it, as well as Neralatella, one of the best brand names I've heard. Maybe they were all out together. Maybe Neralatella's been trying to coerce Hustler, maybe coerce Kukkonen into trying to come over to the Wayland team for next season. Maybe they're going to shake their drivers up a little bit. Who knows? I mean, they're both doing pretty well, but DuPont's being outraced by Bregman somewhat consistently. Bregman currently sitting in the championship with 54 points. DuPont with less than half of that at 22. Are we seeing a recruitment drive by way of entertainment and partying from Neralatella? If you see Hustler or Kukkonen switch teams to Wayland for next season, I called it here. I called it on race 6, I tell you. But there's no more to be said. It's quali time. The rain down here is only going to get worse. So we want to get our drivers out immediately. We're going to send Von Heim first. Car cannot be tuned until it sets a new lap time. Question is, how much water is on track right now? It looks to be inter territory, and it's not going to be for long. So we've got to send them out on inters. And we're going to give it a second and send Rodriguez right after them. Let's see what we got. We're going to go on board with the man that has all the new stuff. The new seat fitting that was done just to make sure he hadn't put on some weight while he was off. The new chassis that we've given him, and hopefully a new lease of life, having had a near-death experience where he still has come back to the grid in a true show of bravery. So then we go for a lap. It's the first flying lap of the second half of the season, and they over the line straight into a left-hander that slows them down. It's very stop-start as they go straight corner, big braking zones, a long left-hander into another straight, a little kink to the right before a hairpin to the left can catch the drivers out here. Another right-hander going almost a hairpin. A strong right-hander again. These corners are big braking zones. You see as they're having to slow down for most of them. Not helped, of course, by the water on the track at the moment as well. They have to take it even more carefully than before. Even more carefully than they would in the dry. And the night drivers are keeping it pretty close together, close next to each other. They're coming across the line now. What are we seeing? Which one's on top? It's Rodriguez by 0.4 of a second over Von Heim. Well. Was Von Heim holding back? Is Rodriguez just in hotter form? This is a story now. We were wondering whether Von Heim would come back and immediately take the #1 driver spot back from Rodriguez. But I think Rodriguez spending a week leading Romano, leading the team, has really given him that confidence to drive forward. With everybody across the line, we see ourselves in 12th and 14th positions. That's not the worst thing. It's not the worst thing in the world. It could be better, but it could be worse. We're in now. Von Heim. It's time to tune. Now, chassis is going to do well this weekend. We're going in a chassis direction. That's 4 to 10 instead of 3 to 11. We got to take the gambles always. 4 comes out of it. We could have just spent less at that point, I think. Maybe when it's just one either side from one score range to the other, we do just go for the cheaper one. I think that'll save us some tuning points potentially. So this one here would be 3 to 9. So we're going to do that. Timesing by 2.5. We've got 0 to 12.5. 3 to 19 here is worlds better. We only get a 9 though. Let's see. This one, 1.5, 0 to 6. 3 to 8 is better. We only get 5. And then this one, a 2 to 6. That's going to look better. And then a 0 to 2, a 0. That's not a great tuning setup there for Von Heim. I gotta say, he's not going to be extremely confident off that one. And with the amount of water on the track only increasing, I can't see there being any improvements to these lap times. Which means we send him out on the inters and then we tune up Rodriguez. You know what? I'm going to split the setup direction. I'm going to make a big call. Von Heim's going chassis. Rodriguez is going to be all about that race start, that acceleration from the engine. Because you look at all these sharp turns we've got, the acceleration is also going to be key. So, do we go that way? Because with the engine performance reduced, maybe we don't want to go that whole way. Maybe engine is the second stat we up. You know what? I'm 180ing on exactly what I just said, and we're going to go chassis. All right, 3 to 7.5 is better than 0 to 7. 4 is okay. 1 to 2, 2 to 4. We'll do the 1 to 2. We got a 1. 1.5 times this is 1.5 to 6. We do that one and we got a 4. So yeah, because that's a good point actually. Like this here, right? If you times this by 1.5, that's 6 to 9. For 0 to 13 to be worth the extra point, the result of that has to be 9 to 13. Otherwise, that's something you could have got with the 3 points here. So is it really worth it, you know? This, for example, 0 to 10 or 2 to 20, this is going to be hugely better. But if it comes out as anything 10 or less, on balance, it was a bad decision. 18 though! Oh, Rodriguez is going to be happy about this right now. We've got this one here, so let's see, times 1 2/3. So we've got 5 to about 15. 5 to 18 is going to be better, but it's about the same. We're going to save. 8, you see that? 8, perfect. Love that. Oh, we did end up with 2 points spare though. So actually in that case, it goes against completely everything I said. I feel like I'm getting the commentator's curse times 100 this week. This is wild. But no, strap those tires onto Rodriguez and let's send him out. Oh, I've been saying his name wrong as well. It's Rodriguez. Sorry. Yeah. It's probably true of a lot of countries, but if you've ever seen not true English tourists, but the more drunken, disorderly English tourists, they'll go abroad, they'll try and speak loud English, and when the people there don't understand them, they'll just try and slow down and speak louder. It's like if you're in someone else's country, just try and learn their language, you know? But hey, this is another soapbox again. So we're going around this track one more time, and this is going to be an interesting one. Being up in the mountains, being bumpy, and this time around we're going to go on board with Von Heim once again. Says he can't focus while Rodriguez says he's in the zone. As they come through those first 2 left-handers, everything looks tidy so far, but the amount of water on the track means that we probably won't have a faster time. Coming towards the end of the first sector, we're about to find out, and sure enough, There's nobody going faster here at all. We don't expect to see it. You look at the amount of water that's about to be on the track. We're not going to see any faster times, I don't think. 12th and 14th off the grid is probably what we're expecting today, which honestly, that'd be like our second best quali of the year, believe it or not. Despite how well we're doing, our quali hasn't been amazing. Actually, third best, sorry, it would be. But coming across the line, actually, Von Heim, cheeky, going a little bit faster right there in the last sector. It's a pity that you didn't do that in the first time you went out for a lap, but, you know, well, it's fine. It's fine. In for another tune. Because the times aren't going to get any faster, it's just about sending them out. Doesn't matter when, it's just sending them out for as many laps as we can get from them to try and maximize this tuning potential. Now, 4 to 5, so we're looking at 1 1/4. So 2.5 to about 15. 5 to 16 is going to be better there. Only an 8 though. Again, we could have gone for the cheaper one. It's always going in the wrong direction. 1 1/2 of this is 2 to 6. 3 to 6 is better. Still a 4. You know what? I'm going to do this one this time. 3. Oh, that's a 2 to 6. It's just better overall. This one's a 3 to 9. That's a 0 to 3. That's another 0 to 3. And a 2 to 5 brings us up to 44 out of 65. Von Heim needs to find something. It's wet weather territory now. We send him out. Rodriguez comes in. What do we got here? Oh, I clicked one by mistake. I clicked one by accident. We've not been communicating in the garage and they've just gone ahead with a chassis direction. I think it worked out okay. And now we're going to double this to 0 to 10. 2 to 13 is going to be better. Only comes out with a 4. These tunings are not going in our favor right now. We're going to go with the 1 to 4. We're going to go, let's see, what's this? 4 to 10, 3 to 11. Again, I think this is going to be just more worth it. Yeah, the 3 you see there. This would be 0 to 10 or 4 to 16. That's going to be a lot better. We had the chance to get the golden tune and didn't, but they are going to come around at least once more. We're probably going to get another 2 to 3 tunes out of this. So it's fine. It's fine. We'll see them good. It's fine. So I, once again, left them in the pits. I fast-forwarded time a little bit and completely didn't realize that they hadn't sent the cars out yet. The miscommunication on team night. Everyone's still a little drunk from the summer break party we had. We did a little retreat in Bora Bora. Had a lot of fun, a lot of partying, a lot of drinks. But it seems like we're not kind of fully focused on returning and we need better communication amongst the team. And that starts with me. So I'm going to have to start making sure the team is on point with this stuff. We're going to tune up Von Heim, try to get that golden tune on the chassis. So what have we got? 0 to 6 or 2 to 8? I think we can afford it. Not the 2. Oh. Okay, this has the potential to get us a lot closer to the golden tune. 2 to 10 is not even that much better. We're going to go for it. Come on, give me an 11. 11, baby! Oh, and then the 0 to 8 to finish it off? You know it. Yes! Golden tune number 1 of the second half of the season goes to Artie Von Heim, who is fully ready to race the livery off this car when it comes to tomorrow. Okay, next up, we're going to go for engine. I know it's getting a performance hit, but we do want to see if we can get those better race starts going and not drop positions. We want to be hitting double points finishes, honestly, to the end of the season if we can. That's the goal, to try and stay where we are. Because being 5 points ahead of Pope is fine for now. But look at Jan Schaub. I mean, Jan Schaub will probably crash on lap 1, but assuming they don't, that's going to be huge for Pope. That right there is 6 points alone for Pope. If Schaub finishes there in the race and we don't score, Pope immediately jump us again, and the battle for 5th is back on. We've only ever gone up in position this season. We've gone from 10th to 6th, and then at the end of the last race, we went up to 5th. I don't want to be dropping down now. I want to start this second half of the season as we mean to go up. Engine tuning then for Von Heim. So 0 to 12, 1 to 10. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? 2. Oh, well, it is what it is. We'll send him out. It is what it is, you know? On the other side of the garage, we need 14. I'm going to go for the 1 to 15. There is a 1 in 15 chance. That is a 6.5% chance, approximately, that we go bust here and we end up going over into the red zone. But we don't, which is good. 2 to 9 will guarantee us the golden tune. There it is. Perfect on the chassis. Now, what do we do here? 1 1/3 would be 1 1/3 to about 11. 4 to 11 is just better. Gets us a 5. Get the 0 to 4. We finish off with a touch of steering. Neither of them have really got a great engine going. Rodriguez is like 5 better, which is, it's okay, you know? It's okay, but we're going to have to send them out now. Let's see. Oh, I sent Rodriguez out on inters. Oh, Rodriguez, we're just checking if it's inter territory. It's not. We're going to call him back in. Rodriguez, it's time to come back in, bud. We're going to fix those wet tires to you. We were just doing a little reconnaissance to see if the difference is that big, but it really is. Von Heim comes back into the pits to get tuned potentially one last time. Okay, times 2.5. Look at 7 to... No, this is better. 3! Von Heim, are you cursed? Did you try and visit a witch doctor while you were out injured and they hexed you or something? What the fuck? What is this? Come on. Okay, times by 5, 0 to 10. We're gonna try it again. This needs to be like 10 plus. 9, okay, is not the worst thing. It's not 2 at least, right? This then, 0 to 12 or 4 to 12, it's 4 to 12. It gives us an 8 and then the 1 to 2 to finish it off. Don't think we're gonna get that second golden tune on Von Heim, unfortunately. And Rodriguez complaining about being behind Maldonado when he's like 2 seconds behind him, which is a fine gap, and also on his in-lap. Rodriguez just loves to find reasons to complain. You know what I mean? They just love to find reasons to complain. And I don't get it, but, you know, maybe we look elsewhere next season. I'm just saying, all right? It's not a commitment. I know Team Rodriguez is going to be so mad at me after this weekend, but if he keeps complaining, nobody wants a Debbie Downer in their team. You know what I mean? No, you don't want people that just keep complaining about stuff. You want people that keep finding solutions for problems. It's like if you have a friend and all they do is complain, you spend less time with them. You want to be there for them, but if it's just relentless and they never even trying to think positively, you know what I mean? So we're going to see what we can do with Rodriguez for this tune. We just go big. Let's just go big. 7's not great. 10 is better, 8 is good, and 3 is good. You know what? If I hadn't fucked up Rodriguez's last send out with the inters, there's every chance he could have got one more tune and potentially a golden tune. But, you know, I don't think he would have got a golden tune though, let's be honest. Because he would have been behind Von Heim to begin with. And Von Heim isn't even back in the box yet. And there's only 30 seconds to go. So that is how quali looks for the first race back of the season. As it's completed, we sit in 12th and 14th. If we want those points positions, we have places to make up. We have work to do. A 0.44 of a second difference between Rodriguez and Von Heim. Von Heim, what's with the new chassis? You didn't put it to work. Although we don't know how the times would have looked had the weather not just got wetter and wetter and just had an absolute monsoon. So, you know, potentially Von Heim still has pace and just threw a bad lap together. It could possibly happen. Moretti right up to the top of the charts there. And of course, by the way, important to mention that Levi Mack for Ferrari, Ezzolini, sorry everybody. Levi Mack is injured this week, so he's out of action. Schaub obviously came back just fine. Kukkonen came back just fine. Rinaldi also came back just fine. Fonseca, of course, perished. But what can Moretti do as the new leader of Ferrari for this week? Answer, stick it on pole. But let's take a minute to look at Henny Holgersson up in P2, less than 2 seconds off Moretti. Where are the McLarens this week? You've got Ryan, who's a second adrift from Holgersson. You got Paul Woods, who's a couple more seconds down. I wonder what lap 1's going to be like with such a mixed up grid. Maldonado down in 10th. Chapman just diverged up and down the grid, apparently, and you got to expect they're going to be up there, right? The two Wayland drivers here currently in the exact same places that they are in the championship, but Chapman are throwing a little spanner in the works of predictions here. But what can we do from 12th and 14th? That is the question. But first, we need to set our strategy. That's a lot of water on the track, but it's not instant. And this is where it's into territory. It's going to be wet. But it's not really going to get to wet territory until maybe lap 15. That's like halfway through the race, you know? So we definitely start on inters for one. We're also going to push off the line. Even though it's wet, I just want to get a good start and then we'll probably immediately drop them out to neutral. So I'm assuming this will allow us to get to about lap 12. Now, at that point, we can go to wets, but it's going to be early. So what I might do is actually off the line, kind of just go normal pace. We don't push, we don't risk going into a wall. I mean, lap 15 is probably when it's going to be wet territory, really. And if we're looking at 16, 17 for 12 laps, maybe we actually want to go light on the intermediates. Because if we go light on the intermediates, that would give us 16, 17. So I think we're going to go light off the start. We're going to fuel burn, absolutely. But this is a big call because I want to go long on the inters to just make it a one stop onto wets. It's probably going to be a 2-stop, let's be real. It's going to be inters long, and then for wets that have the same tire life, we're probably just going to burn wets as much as we can because we're not going to reach 22 laps on wets. So we're going to come out of the box, going easy on the inters. We're playing the long game here. We're sacrificing a bit of speed at the start to try and make it come good in the strategy. I don't know how this is going to work out, but let's see. As we go for 33 laps around the Ondasrolando circuit for round 6 of the 1970 season. Viaba of Team Hemlock partied a bit too hard, which we don't really care about because he's down in position 17. They're all going to burn off the start, and they're on inters. You know what? I'm not going to check, because that would kind of be cheating to see what they're going to do and then change our strategy because of it. I'm not going to cheat. So let's see. The lights come on as the 1970 season resumes. Curtains up, lights off, and the race is on. And immediately, the night drivers are struggling to hold their positions, but they are holding it as Rodriguez comes fighting back into 10th position here, straight into the points. Von Heim still trying to get used to his car from before the summer break. With that new chassis as well, everything's changed a little bit for him. So Rodriguez settling in here, being chased down by Kukkonen and Maldonado. Maldonado not being able to make a lot of ground up for Chapman. And on lap 1, David Edwards of Vernier has already crashed. And it's not just a yellow, it's a red flag. Just like that, the race is reset. Neutralized immediately. We're down to 19 cars. Rodriguez, don't pit. We're going to fix the car. Rodriguez, it's a red flag. We're not going to pit you. We're just going to put you on the grid and repair it there. It's fine, dude. Just drive back. Because we've had that one lap that we've just kind of thrown away, we only got to do 12 laps to the wet tire stint, probably. So we're going to go on to normal pushing mode. Rodriguez has done fantastically out of this, up into 10th place, gets a full repair on the car, and doesn't have to conserve anymore. So let's stick him back on to the inters. What a way to resume the season. We made it round about half a lap, and immediately David Edwards throwing off not only his car into the gravel, but the season into stasis once again. Everything is paused, everything is neutralized, and you see the McLaren up on the front row for this restart. That is Joe Ryan up there. Had a great start on that first lap. But what is next for this roller coaster of a season that we keep seeing left and right turns in, not just on the track, but metaphorically speaking as well? This is absolutely incredible. We could still get away with a one stop potentially here if we have a late red flag, but let's not wish that on anybody just yet. We move to Rodriguez and we what he can do off the line. It's green flag in Ondasrolando even, as Rodriguez loses a couple of positions off the line, loses many more, and even to Von Heim. Rodriguez not having the best restart there. Von Heim is now once again the lead car for Team Night, but he's also falling down the order. Is it just that I'm spectating them? Are they just shy? Are they just not performing under pressure? I won't look at you if that's the case. I'll zoom back out. Boys, we need to move forwards. The race is now underway proper, and we've managed to get round almost a lap without anybody crashing. Touch wood. As Moretti rounds the final corner, does complete a lap with no incidents, but this is not where we want to be. This is not where we want to be at all. Down in 15th and 17th. We can only hope everyone else is kind of burning up their tires. They don't seem to be, and honestly, we're using probably more fuel than they are. Already, Moretti is leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the field. Even both McLarens, who are now second and third, can't keep up with him. They just can't keep hold of him right now. And it is a Ferrari season. It's definitely the Ferrari show. Von Heim is up into 13th, though. Von Heim's starting to make moves. Don't get shy, Von Heim. I am spectating you now, but don't let that throw you off. As the next one on your hit list is going to be Steiner. Can you get past Albert Steiner? Come on now, Von Heim. You got this. Just keep making moves. Come on, that new chassis has got to work wonders for you. On the tail of Steiner, trying to make the move up into the corner, but can't do it. Steiner still holds him off. And we're going for another one on the... Oh, I'm not going to be able to name any of these corners, but he gets it done. Better than I get the pronunciations done, that's for sure. I'm not going to be able to name any of these corners. What I can name is my favorite driver right now, and that's Artie Von Heim, up there in 13th. As I say that, I curse him once more. Down to 14th. Rodriguez is all over the back of him now as well. Von Heim just getting a little bit squirrely in these wet conditions, but finds his confidence again, finds some traction, and finds a position past Acosta. And with so much water on his tires, only the single-figure positions are on his mind right now. As Von Heim just sitting there in 13th, itching to make a move forward. Acosta still over the back of him as well. Not quite the tyre life that Von Heim has, though. So Von Heim, I think, is going to be looking a little bit fresher here. It looks on the forecast like it will start to dry up later as well. There's the question of which compounds we go to as well, as Von Heim finally gets past Steiner and is immediately reunited with the rear wing of a Hemlock. This time, of course, it's Viarba, not Hustler, as we had throughout most of the entire first weekend, and some cameo appearances from Hustler's rear wing, again in future races. Von Heim is looking strong. He's definitely got some momentum. He's in the ascendancy here, and he just needs 2 more positions to get into the points. It is Viarba and Morel that stand in his way right now. Already, he's left Steiner in the dust. Steiner is really struggling on those inters. Cannot seem to get the grip, probably sliding around a lot in the wet, and that's only going to flat spot the tires. And that's only going to cost you grip, as Acosta now gets past them as well. Rodriguez could be next, but Von Heim's looking at Viarba next and immediately makes the move down the straight into the kink before the hairpin. What a bold move from Artie Von Heim to get up to 11th. That new chassis is paying dividends. As Rodriguez is being overtaken by DuPont. I'm not even sure why DuPont's all the way back there, actually. I don't think they pitted. So I have no idea how DuPont ended that far back. Maybe just a bad start to the race. Rodriguez has dropped them a little bit now. It's a 1 second gap. DuPont seems to have worn his tires down a little bit more than Rodriguez has as well. We're doing really well with our tire life right now. Everyone around us seems to be on more worn tires. And that's what we want to see as we move back to Artie Von Heim, who is pressuring Morel for a precious point. And it is precious to us right now in the battle versus Pope, because Schaub could currently be getting 4 points, which would put them just 1 point behind us in the standings. Kukin, I don't think is going to see any points at any time soon. We can start to push on because it's going to be wet tires very soon, because the delay of the red flag has brought the weather out, has brought the rain out sooner, not the weather. The weather's always been here. We are going to start to push a little bit on these tires, stay out for a couple extra laps if we can, and then pit. Von Heim, I think, will be the first to pit. I mean, it doesn't really matter, actually. We can double stack without any sort of penalty. Rodriguez has managed to pass Acosta as well. So we're gonna drop away for both of these drivers. I only want the stress levels to go yellow. The more you push, the more stress they get. And in the rain, we do not want them getting too stressed. Von Heim has already had a nightmarish situation in the rain before, back at the Autódromo Gran Lago in week 4. And, you know, maybe that's part of why he was so tentative in qualifying as well, because it was familiar sights. Seeing all that standing water that he'd hit before, you know, just maybe it wasn't it. What are these laps looking like now? The wet tires are still not looking tremendously fast by comparison. You know, I think Steiner, Kukkonen. I'm trying to look at drivers that are around our skill level. Maybe it is. All right, 1 more lap and then it's on to wets. But for how long? I'm going to pause things for just a second. I want to check. So we're going to be on wets only for like 6 laps. Oh, it's a hell of a gamble because I don't want to pit more times than we have to. If we only go to lap 16 and then we change to inters then, that's only 4 more laps we've got to do. Is that too much? Is that too much on these worn inters? You know what? We're going to split the strategy. Rodriguez is going to go long. Von Heim is going to pit for wets. Von Heim is currently in a potential point scoring position here. We don't want to mess that up with a bad gamble. Whereas for Rodriguez, we might as well try it, right? We might as well try it. Von Heim now trying to make a move on Morel and can't seem to get it done. Rodriguez now is just all about staying on those inters, trying to make it work so that only 1 pit stop needs to happen because look, the water is completely disappearing. Von Heim did get past Morel while I was saying that as well. It'll be completely gone. I mean, it won't be inter territory anymore by lap 29. We could maybe see a really rapid soft stint towards the end. And this is where the most painful part of our race is going to come in. It's these pit stops that take absolutely forever. Von Heim comes back out in P16, crucially just ahead of Viarba. Now. Stop complaining, Von Heim. It'll be fine, okay? It'll be fine. If we actually, how is it? 29% on the chassis. Okay, he's already been burning quite a lot. What we want now is Von Heim to come back in probably at like lap 29 for 4 laps on the softs. maybe 26, 27. Let's see how this plays out, but I don't want Von Heim to push too hard. I don't want him to push these tires too much. Rodriguez actually still doing a fantastic job on those inters. And this is the high point of the wetness. We may have just thrown Artie Von Heim's race away here, or at least given Rodriguez some sort of boon. Everyone's coming in now, back onto inters. So Rodriguez is looking fine with this right now. Schaub, of course, is going to be our thorn in the side because he's going to be getting points for Pope that we don't want him to have. But there's not much we can do about it right now. Rodriguez looking to last out for a couple more laps until that inter territory comes back. How's it looking right now, Rodriguez? It's not quite into territory just yet, but you can probably just push for normal. Splitting the strategy was huge, but we now also see Von Heim catching up again. So maybe Rodriguez is starting to feel the pain of this. The track's drying out and these wet tires are going to fall apart. I want to pit and change tires. Von Heim already wants to pit again. The track is drying out, but it's not fully dry yet, Von Heim. It's still wet territory, at least for a couple more laps. Can Rodriguez make one more lap? That's the question. I think so. I think so. Rodriguez does not want to push at this point, though. Oh, this is big, though, because everyone behind Rodriguez except Schaub is on wets, and so we'll also need to pit. As soon as Rodriguez is overtaken and stops holding up DuPont and Fischer, then we pit Rodriguez. Can he make one more lap? He can definitely make one more lap if we need him to on these inters. It's a really interesting strat, though, that we've ended up doing. Von Heim, ease up as well. I don't want you getting too on fuego. All right, Rodriguez has been overtaken. Now could be the time. I think now we bring him onto the inters. And then maybe some softs at the end. Depends what that water does. This is the question. Because the inters will last 15, 16 laps. That is enough to take us to the end. Onto intermediates. Rodriguez, push. Push, push, and box, box. Von Heim, meanwhile, we're going to make him push a little bit more again and do one more lap. It's about to be lapped by Moretti. Can you get Schaub in the meantime? Go on, hold Schaub up. Rodriguez coming out of the pits in 17th, but with fresh tires and a dream of maybe getting points here. Von Heim, now it's time to pit. Back onto inters. Normal push in case we need to go to the end. Oh, do we repair the chassis? How far ahead is Von Heim now? How much time would it add? It would add 20 seconds? Nah, we got to take the risk. Sorry, Von Heim. We got to take the risk, mate. But also ease up. I don't want you crashing. You already crashed in the last race. All right, Von Heim, bring it in. Box, box. Box, box. Pretty sure we're going to see Rodriguez take the lead in terms of our two drivers here. But we shall find out as Von Heim is getting those tires put on. Rodriguez sails past. This strategy, and a terribly slow stop for Von Heim as well. Really not good. We're going to make these tires last for now. Now, here we go. The question about going on to softs at the end. Do we want to risk the time? Are they going to really be able to gain that time back? I don't think they are. I think we're going to go inters to the end. We may see a couple of teams decide to risk a dry tire finish. It's not going to be us, though. Steiner as well, somehow on much fresher tires than we are right now. Or at least a little bit fresher tires. Rodriguez, you're going to need to make a move on Steiner pretty soon. I'm going to tell you to push because we need to get into clean air. We really do. But I feel like Rodriguez is going to get a points position. If you get past Steiner, both of those hemlocks are going to have to box and come out behind us. DuPont is a question mark. Schaub with the slightly worse tires is still 40 odd seconds ahead. DuPont already is in and out like a flash because Wayland have a time machine. Rodriguez can't make that move on Steiner, but we are now back to our net position on track. There's no more stops that are going to impact us. It's time to ease up. Ease up a bit, Rodriguez. I don't want you getting too stressed. All right. Meanwhile, Von Heim all over the back of Fischer, but couldn't make it stick. Apparently, we're not good on this stint. The last stint was really good. Rodriguez just currently being held up by Steiner here. Albert Steiner, 18th in the championship, currently last on my Christmas card list. What is going to happen here? We got a McLaren behind us that's going to come and lap us both as well, and that's Joe Ryan. As we go down the straight, good time to let them pass Rodriguez. Well played. Will Steiner let him pass on a corner, maybe? No. We are right there, though. We're right there. Von Heim, push a little bit. Also, we're going to ease up on our fuel because I'm getting a little nervous about the fuel levels. Even though I know we've been lapped, so we get like a +1 lap here. So we might be okay. As Rodriguez now is being left in the dust by Steiner, I think it's time to ease up on the fuel a little bit. And we just see what happens. How's Von Heim looking? Still hasn't been able to overtake Fischer. This is a disappointing end to what was a really promising start to this race. And it's apparently the best strategy was to stay out on the inters. And which is good though, because this is lessons learned, right? This is absolutely lessons learned. We know now that in future, oh, Von Heim, please. Do you want to know what's really annoying about that? This is not even an excuse. I went to grab my mouse, and sometimes my mouse does this thing where it won't register for a couple of seconds until I move it. That was the difference between me clicking the medium strength push and not clicking the medium strength push. That's just bad odds, that is right there. I mean, we played those bad odds by pushing Von Heim. And of course, the paramount thing here is we hope Von Heim's okay. We can't lose Von Heim at this point in the season. He looks to be okay. And with the yellow flag, there's not even a point in Rodriguez coming in for fresh inters either, because we just wouldn't make it back, I don't think. That is kind of annoying. I was making him push, and the low car reliability won't have helped either. But I just, sometimes things outside of your control as well. It's been a frustrating end to what was a very promising start to this race. I can't hide my disappointment with that, I've got to say. But yeah, a combination of a comms failure, a failure in our comms tech. We weren't able to tell him to back off as quickly as we wanted to. And now this is where we're at. So Rodriguez can now go normal, I think. No, you're still going to have to kind of ease up a little bit. Oh, also your tires aren't going to make it? Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, his tires will make it with a lap left. All right, we're underway, and it's all on Rodriguez now. But we're 1.2 seconds away from a point. That's all we want. Because if we don't score a point now, this will only be the third race this season we haven't scored a point. I mean, last time we only finished one driver. They didn't finish in the points. And it was Rodriguez. But we're hoping Rodriguez can do a little bit more this time. We're going to make it to the end of the race with so little on our tires. Morel might even have us at this point, although I feel like Morel's going to have to pit. Like, they've got to pit, right? They've got to pit. There's no way they don't pit. But there's no way they don't overtake Rodriguez at this point either. Steiner's off into the distance. There's no way we come out with a points finish now unless somehow Albert Steiner spins off into a wall. Yeah. I'm annoyed about Von Heim, but I'm also annoyed that we couldn't bring home the 10th place. If I'd have done it the other way around, if I'd have given Von Heim the stay out on inters instruction, maybe we'd be looking at a different situation. I'm not trying to discredit Rodriguez here. He's done a very good job in holding together the team in Artie Von Heim's absence. But I think we know the difference in pace today was a little bit evident. The scales tip in favor of Von Heim, I think, which is a shame for Rodriguez, but maybe we can at least bring home an 11th place, which is the hope right now. There's nothing we can do about the fuel or the tires because we're going to finish with 0.9 laps left on our tires and 0.6 laps left on our fuel. We've really pushed this to the edge. Morel is all over the back of Rodriguez as well. But with 4 laps to go, there's no way they hold on to these inters without a puncture. So I'm honestly not that worried about Morel going past literally right now. Don't worry about it, Rodriguez. If they make it to the pits in the first place, they're going to box and go behind you. And if they don't, it's because they've had a puncture. There's no way that Vernier have the kind of tire gentleness. What am I thinking of? Tire preservation on their car that they can make it to the end here, surely. Viarba, however, is a different story. And Viarba's about to be all over the back of Rodriguez now. This is not ending well. Rodriguez, I need you to go on the defensive, bub. I really need you to go on the defensive. I mean, 32 laps. We're looking a little bit better on tire life. We could push for maybe a lap, but I don't want to risk it. There goes Morel. Like I said, there was no way they were going to stay out. It's been a bit of a mare for Vernier today, but Vernier's still the only team not to score points so far this season. So honestly, what's changed? I mean, when you're making decisions like coming out 2 laps from the end on mediums, we needn't look any further really for why they're down in 10th, right? I think that's kind of obvious. A disappointing day for Knight, but maybe there's a late twist in this story to happen. Or maybe both of these Hemlock drivers go past Rodriguez as we now have a Knight sandwich between the Hemlocks. It is going to be 12th after all, but Acosta actually coming through on Viaba there. But Viaba's then taking it back. Can Rodriguez turn this around a little bit and just hold on to 12th maybe? 1.1 laps left. It's gonna be close for the end, but we are gonna make it on fuel and tires. But Rodriguez just didn't have the pace to bring home the points finish today, which was a shame, to be honest, and ended up something like 26 seconds away from Steiner. So really didn't have the pace. But we tried to make the one stop work, and I think it did to some degree. But 13th is all we're going to get out of today at best, depending on what Viaba does here. We could see Rodriguez drop to 14th. Let's find out. Kukkinen, meanwhile, at the back has a puncture. A mixture of strategy gambles that didn't pay off, leaning too hard on the car and the tires, and then also a comms issue. As we're going to go around these last few turns, Rodriguez will hold on to 13th place, but it could have been so much more for the team today. It's a bad return to form for Knight here. We've not done ourselves justice, I don't think, here today, but we will come back stronger. Let's go to the standings. Von Heim and Rodriguez both losing one position because Tristan Lupe, the stand-in driver for Ezzolini, came out with 10 points from that race. But that is not even the main story because the only position change in the top 8 is the switch for the lead. Luigi Moretti takes the lead in the championship after round 6. 4 races to go and now has a 12-point lead. I feel like Levi Mac's not going to let that stand. They were injured and Moretti made the most of it. So Moretti is now on top. No other changes in the top 9. In the bottom half of the table, 2 out of the 3 drivers that are deceased have gained a place in the championship last week. I don't know how. I maybe need to talk to the FIA about this. I'm not sure if that's supposed to happen because they can't have got a higher best finishing position for countback, but they're definitely going up in position somehow. So that's happened. And of course, Schaub was the big story of the weekend in the mid-table fighting because usually Schaub is crashing. Last week, he actually managed to score some points, which brought Pope closer to us. And in fact, there have been no changes at all in the constructors, but Pope are now within 3 points of us, and that worries me. Considering 5th is absolutely the best we're going to do, for us, honestly, 5th would be a victory this season, because if you just look at the points difference to the top 4 teams, 5th is what we're aiming for, and Pope is, maybe I'm jinxing it here, but Pope is the only team currently that can block that goal from being achieved. We're hoping Pope haven't suddenly found some sort of 2024 mid-season McLaren-style upgrade, and that they are going to stay down there in 6th, and we can cruise into a 5th, but I know we're going to need to do some work to solidify that. On the Vernier side, down the bottom of the table, Edwards, as you can see here, is now out injured for this week, so he won't be taking part. Vernier also, as you can see, from all the drivers that are in the table for Vernier, their replacement this week will be their 5th driver of the season because 2 have died and 1 is currently injured. They're going through drivers faster than Whalen goes through a pit stop. So Vernier are not going to be a problem for us. Pope are going to be a problem for us, most probably. Von Heim. He's okay. He won't be injured and he won't be out. What he wants is an upgrade because 34% on that chassis is not good reliability. 37% on Rodriguez's chassis is also not good reliability, but of course, we only have $5 to spend and each upgrade is $3. So we can only upgrade one of these cars and it's going to have to be Von Heim just because that's the lowest reliability part and because chassis is going to play a big part this weekend, I feel. So we're going to strap an upgrade onto Artie Von Heim, boost the reliability up to 43%. Which at least puts him now above 40 across the board. I'm still concerned about the state of these cars, but we shall see. So let's take a look at the track where we need to take on Pope and try to solidify our position. We're heading to Schwarzwaldring, another track I've probably butchered. And honestly, the rest of the season, it's a 50-50, right? I think I can pronounce Hopkins boot. I think I can pronounce Potenza. Circuit Eerste? I actually have Belgian friends. Please correct me. Please tell me how to pronounce this because I would love to know. But yeah, Schwarzwaldring will be next. Now, what you can see here is only one trait, and it's a trait which is actually going to become quite prolific in the back half of the season. It's dangerous, meaning that there is a 50% increased fatality chance when a driver crashes. As you can see, 3 out of the 4 of the last circuits in this season have this trait. So we are preparing ourselves and bracing for the worst in a season that's already seen 3 fatalities. We do not want to see 3 more. We want the drivers to come home safe. And as you can see, Schwarzwaldring is a fast circuit. There's a lot of straights. There's a long right-hander in there as well. There's still a couple of sharp turns, but I think overall, chassis is going to be our main part that we want to focus on during tuning and quali. And after that, we're going to want to go to engine. Our race starts need to be better. We seem to be okay at holding positions once we have them. It's just we'd like to get them at the start of the race. But I do still think chassis is going to play a bigger part here than the engine potentially. Our strategy for this week, as always, is going to be to do as few pit stops as possible. That is definitely going to be the goal because our pit stops take way too long and can potentially ruin our race. I mean, it can ruin anyone's race anyway, but for us especially, we have one of the slowest pit stops on the grid. But our other goal, if possible, is to do this sponsor challenge from Metal Tubing. They will give us $4 if either this race or next, we can finish in the top 10 without using the highest engine push mode. Now, I haven't read the fine print of this contract. I don't actually know if that means one driver can finish in the top 10 without using push mode and the other can use push mode, or if that means we have to finish one of our cars in the top 10 with neither using push mode. But my strategy for this is going to be, because I think positions are going to be more important here, if possible, whoever's leading in the top 10 will not use push mode and the other driver will. And then if we don't get the sponsor bonus at the end of the weekend, we'll know. I asked the legal team to look into it, but they're going to take all weekend to, so I haven't got the time to wait for them, unfortunately. So without further ado, folks, night fans, race fans, Team Von Heim, Team Rodriguez, it's time to go for round 7 of the 1970 season as we head to Schwarzwaldring. And it is a dry day, which honestly, I'm pretty happy to see because I don't want to keep having wet qualies. One-shot quali is way too much pressure, way too much stress for the boys. And obviously Artie is supposed to be, according to his trait, careful, so should be able to focus fine and not crash. But, you know, we saw last week that one-shot quali didn't pay him any favors. He was only just back from missing a week, of course. And his DNF last week made it the 3rd one in a row where he didn't finish a race, including his DNS from 2 weeks ago. But we're hoping that this sunny weekend, and I'm hoping it does stay sunny all weekend, will give us a chance to get back to business as usual. So let's go ahead into quali, as the first news we get is that Mario Acosta from Team April currently sat 18th in the championship. Partied a bit too hard yesterday. We know they do it. He's hungover. Always someone's doing it, and we just can't stop them from partying. They don't seem to learn the lessons. So we're hoping Mario Acosta will not perform well in quali. I think Acosta, if memory serves, does usually do quite well. So this might help us get a better quali position. Jürgen Schuss, crew chief of the mighty Ezzolini Ferrari, partied a bit too hard as well. Maybe Acosta with the good quali performance, maybe they've been having conversations, right? I said this last week about the potential for, you know, these parties to also be political and potential contract negotiations. We shall see. That one won't affect us, of course, but what will affect us is anything happening with Pope. Now, nothing's happened with Pope just yet. So let's get our cars sent out. Von Heim, you're heading out first, bud, and Rodriguez right behind. And let's just see how well our drivers can do this weekend. Von Heim, is kind of right behind Hustler's rear wing. I love it when a character returns to a TV show. You know, the return of Hustler's rear wing will be a sorry sight for Artie Von Heim as we go around this circuit as they approach the next corner. I'm not seeing corner names, actually, on this track. I don't know if these corners are named, but I'm not currently seeing any. Von Heim, yes, I know you're stuck behind Hurster at the moment. I mean, you had all lap to make a space, though, so you can't entirely blame me for that. You did have space behind for Rodriguez. Mark, of course, going purple in the first sector. Purple meaning fastest out of everybody. Green meaning personal best, which you're going to see them all have if they're not purple at the moment. Mark also getting caught up here with Von Heim and Hustler. Von Heim really not going to be happy with this quali lap at all in the positioning. We're going to need to look internally at what's happening here. But as they come across the line, Von Heim, 7.75 off. Rodriguez, a mighty 1 second quicker. is Von Heim still just not confident behind the wheel? Or was Hürstler's rear wing a real distraction? Was the positioning of Von Heim's car during that lap a serious issue that we really need to look at? Again, Von Heim had all lap to back off and make a space, but we know these drivers like to complain rather than fix problems, right? They like to moan about problems rather than come up with solutions. So now let's try and come up with the solution to a slow car, which is tuning. We all know how this works. The engineer has so many tuning points to spend. We can choose one of two directions to go in, which will buff the stats of that part. We want to try to aim for the golden tune without going over. So, as I said, this week it's all going to be about the chassis. So what I'm going to do is try and go big off the start. That's usually what we do that lends it to us well. I started the season going with all these complex mathematical ways of trying to calculate the best option. Sometimes you just got to go big. That is not a time that we went big. All right, let's go with the 1 to 2 to try and get a better option here. That first going big has immediately put me off doing it that way. So we're going back to the classic. This then, 1 to 4, 2.5 times that would be 2.5 to 10, 0 to 15, right? We got to go big. 10 it is. We could have gone smaller on that one. Okay, this is 1 2/3. So we're looking at 6 or 7 to 15. It's this one. Okay, 5, not terrible. Let's go with the 0 to 5. Okay, we're just under halfway on that chassis. Not a great first tune, but let's get the soft tires on and let's get Rodriguez in. We're also going to go chassis. Both cars are going in the same direction this weekend. I'm trying to find a way of benchmarking the two against each other. They have roughly the same performing car. Von Heim does have an edge, but I really want to try and find out who is the better driver right now. I know I upgraded Von Heim's car this week instead of Rodriguez's. Well, Von Heim already had the better car slightly, but it was because the reliability needed it. So times this by 2.5, we get 5 to 12.5, which if we're going by this, bam, 3 to 13. Let's try that. It's a 7. Times this by 2.5, we get 5 to 10. 6 to 16 is just better. And we get the 16. Rodriguez looking good in these tunes. Okay, now here's something I don't usually think about. We've got a 3 and a 2 here. We've only got 4 left. The chance that we get a single 1 that we can do next is probably unlikely. So I'm going to take the 2. There it is. I tell you what, I'm cursed. My tuning is absolutely cursed. All right, let's go the 0 to 4. And like that, Rodriguez is halfway to a golden tune on the chassis, and we love to see it. Von Heim, it's going to be time for you to do something good here. I'm going to let that driver just go ahead so he doesn't get stuck behind someone. Same with that hemlock. There we go. All right, we've given them space now. Both of them have space. Both of them have better tuning. I feel like this will be a more representative lap to see who's going to be better than who. Than whom. Sorry, everybody. So as we come over to start this lap, we're going to follow Von Heim around. The first corner is a sharp right-hander into one of the many long straights of this lap. As we go round the listing right-hander into a little left-right-left kind of chicane that will be present again later on in the lap, but it's the long right-hander to bring you to the second half, into the second sector, as we go again, right-left this time, right-left-right instead of left-right-left. Another sharp right-hander, and this is where the track kind of tightens up, gets a bit more twisty as we go left-right-left all the way around those corners. Those are the two directions they go. Final corner, Von Heim across the line definitely improves. And Rodriguez comes across the line, not as fast as Von Heim. This time around, Von Heim has over a second on Rodriguez. I wasn't watching Rodriguez on that lap, but I do see that Rinaldi has overtaken them. I wonder if there was a bit of a impeding question to be asked there for Rodriguez, because that is a 2-second swing in the difference between our cars. And Von Heim now back in the box. Let's buff this chassis up maybe. Or maybe we split the focus and try to take some on the engine as well. No, I think we go full chassis. So far, the direction is working. I mean, we're 8th and 12th. 8th I will absolutely take with Von Heim, because if we have a chance to hit that sponsor, finish in the top 10 without hitting the engine push mode, I'll be very happy. It would also, of course, mean not pushing off the start, which can always lose you some positions. So maybe we do actually need to dip Von Heim into the engine. I'm so indecisive about this stuff. Here's my plan. We're gonna put some into the engine as we go through this session, as well as the chassis. As long as we get one golden tune out of the two, that's good. But I think the engine definitely needs a good amount of points into it as well to offset potentially that bad start if we're not pushing on the engine. Because you could argue we should go whole into the engine for Von Heim because we're planning to not push him, if he is the one, in fact, that finishes above Rodriguez. But we still don't know, because maybe Rodriguez just got held up. Oh, I'm so torn. I'm so torn. These quali sessions are a stress sometimes, I tell you. All right, so far, I'm just not going to fuck with what's working. Von Heim is doing well with the chassis upgrades. Let's continue with that. We get the maximum 3, which is beautiful. 1 1/5 out of this. I mean, it's 0 to 10 or 0 to 20. For 1 point difference, I don't mind even if it is a 0 to 10 and it's a 6. 1 1/3 of this is like 2 1/3 to 9 or 10. We're going to stick with that one for now. How many have we got left? We've got 6 points left. 0 to 7. Oh, the 2. All right, we're going to hit the 1 because then that'll give us a 2 that we can take on the last one. That's a 3 and they go big. All right, well, a couple points into the engine then, 4 into it. 1 more tuning will give Von Heim the golden tune that he needs. We're going to also tune up Rodriguez. Rodriguez is definitely going to go straight for chassis. There's no doubt about that one. It's all chassis all day, all Rodriguez. And for that, we're going to go 1 to 8. Oh, we got the 8. Rodriguez's tunes are going beautifully. I think I'm going to keep it easy with the 0 to 6 on this one. It was a 0, so I think I was right to do it because a 0 on the 0 to 10 would have cost us 1 more point. 2 to 8. Okay, a 4, not terrible. The 0 to 5 is marginally better. Another 0. 2 zeros. Oh, you hate to see it unless it's followed by a 7 and James Bond can come in and just shoot the Pope drivers so that we don't get overtaken in the constructors. No, that's not me condoning violence or one of the Pope drivers crashing and dying. That's not my responsibility. Okay, I'm just getting ahead of it. But what now? Let's see. 1 1/3. So we're looking at 4 to 9. That is better than the 1 to 11, I think. And a 5 proves it. 15 to go. 13 to go now. So only 13 points needed off the next tune to get Rodriguez that golden tune on the chassis. After everybody finished their next round of laps, Ronheim is down in 9th, but that does make us best of the rest. Schaub right up there with him, though. Definitely Schaub going to be causing us a potential concern towards the end of this season, I think. Now, we don't want anybody coming out of the box to impede our drivers, please. And immediately Silva, the Vernier replacement, has tried to impede Von Heim, but it's okay for Rodriguez now. So will we see another swing by 2 seconds of Rodriguez going a second faster than Von Heim? Bregman is about to ruin Von Heim's lap as well, or at least try to as well, as now Bregman has been held up a bit by Silva, though. Hopefully Von Heim can get across the line before Bregman can get across Von Heim's path. He can indeed, as he frowns the final corner. 2 green sectors, make it 3, up into potential 7th. Rodriguez crosses the line, goes 10th, and still a second down on Von Heim. I think we're seeing a consistent thing here. Rodriguez had acres of space there. I don't think it was a slow lap last time because of impeding. I think we're just finding out who has a more raw pace. Let's get you that golden tune if we can, Von Heim. We're going to go big. Okay. Oh, can we get it in 3? Oh, we can! Golden tune! And now we get to focus on the engine for the second half of this quali. We're going to max out the engine for Von Heim. I may be tempted because of this last sector to dip a little bit into steering for Rodriguez, but Von Heim is going all engine, baby. All engine. The 0 to 3 is a safer bet. I don't want to spend 4 points and potentially get a 0. We got the 3 out of that as well, and it leaves us perfectly for the 4 to 8. 49 points at least to get the golden tune. I think we can pull that off for Von Heim in the next tunes. Let's finish Rodriguez's golden tune off on the chassis. We got a 3 to 7, comes out with the 4. I really don't want to go into the red zone. Oh my God, we're going to have to, aren't we? The game has forced my hand here. We're potentially 2 off a golden tune. What I'm actually going to do, because the odds so far have been very hit and miss for us. I'm going to leave this. And I'm sure there'll be a few of you when I said the game has forced my hand. You were like, no, just leave it. Just go and do the engine and then come back to it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to up the engine. We're going to go big on the engine and get not rewarded for it. So that explains why we didn't do this. Let's see. The 0 always just makes me nervous. We're going to go 3 on that one, a 1 to 5 on the steering. And then next time around, all we've got to do is it's just got to give us one that doesn't go more than 7, which most of the time they don't. So let's just hope that works out for us. Rodriguez has some space, but also has Holgerson bearing down. Holgerson, if you're going to go past, I'd rather you go past now and get the hell out of the way. As the other 2 next to Von Heim peel off into the pits, and Von Heim peels off onto another fast lap, as does Rodriguez. But Rodriguez is going to come up behind Mack, but thankfully Mack is far enough ahead and with a fast enough car that it's not going to bother Rodriguez. Both of our drivers in acres of space here. Can they make up acres of time? Because crucially, Schaub did go just over 3/10 quicker than Von Heim, who jumps back into the lead of Schaub there and actually goes up to 8th. And Rodriguez cuts the gap to Von Heim down to just 0.6 of a second, but is still off the pace of our prospective lead driver. Okay, Von Heim back in the box. 1 golden tune down, 1 to make happen. So this would be 4 to 8. 3 to 13's got to come out better, right? A 13. Oh, it's huge. I feel like doubling down. A 9 is not bad. 1 to 11 or 4 to 17 on this one. It's 1 1/4. So it'd be 1 1/4 to 14. 4 to 17 is just better. It wasn't that much better, though. The 1 to 3 will finish it off, though. We're going to get that second golden tune for Von Heim, I think. Von Heim will be in a great position for this race, I believe, as we send them back out. Rodriguez. There's our 0 to 2 and our 0 to 4. We're going to go 0 to 4 just to give us more chance. There's the golden tune with no red zone. That's what we love to see. Now, this one would be 0 to 15. A 1 to 18's got to be it. And it's a 12. Go big again. A 17. Oh, these tunes are massive. Tune stonks. As we go 2 to 4, 1 to 2, we're going to get a double golden tune on both of these. Will we even, in Rodriguez's case especially, see a triple golden tune? Will we see the car completely maxed out? I'm just saying it could happen. Good space again. We are getting our drivers out into good space and they are starting to reward us. Acosta, despite his partying last night, has also taken 10th position in the standings right now by 0.04 of a second over Von Heim. And Schaub has also gone all the way up to 8th, but that's been taken by Von Heim again. 8th place is going to go down to last across the line as Rodriguez also now just still 6/10 off Von Heim, brings it to 8th and 9th. We're going to be watching Schaub on their lap to see what they do here because we need to know. But first, before we see the result of that, we're going to need to tune up our boys again. Von Heim in the box. I can't resist the chance to one-shot a golden tune. And we get it. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, that was beautifully done. Now we are in a position where we might be able to max out both cars, which would be huge for us. Something that I'm aware of because of our low reliability is that we may need to repair our cars during a pit stop, which will cost us more time. So that's something I might experiment with if the position loss is not going to be too great. But obviously, if you're in the points, that makes it a lot more risky. So a 3 to 6 or a 4 to 7, it's got to be the 4 to 7. Gives us a 5. 2 to 6 or a 4 to 9, it's got to be the 4 to 9. 2 to 4 or a 1 to 5. Let's go with the cheaper one. It's a 1. And we can't use our last 3 points. Oh, that's heartbreaking. All right, Von Heim, you got 2 golden tunes. Schaub has also gone quicker in the first sector. Part of me thinks on the very last lap, we wait and we send out Von Heim and Rodriguez after Schaub because I'm concerned that Schaub is just going to edge us based on the track grip and the track ramping up. Anyway, Rodriguez then. Let's pump for that second golden tune. Oh, we so nearly got it. Okay, if this is a 2, we get the golden tune. It was a 1. Okay, well, we might as well spend less because we know the golden tune's guaranteed. And then we spend a 2 to 5. 3 golden tunes for each driver is still possible. It's still so possible right now. Maldonado, though. Oh, Maldonado's a little bit close behind. I don't like that. I should have gone sooner. Maldonado's going to become a problem, aren't they? As actually behind Von Heim as well. Who is that behind Von Heim? Someone went behind Von Heim. Oh, it's Maldonado. Holgerson? So Holgerson might be an issue for us as well, although Holgerson should ease up when they're on their in-lap now. So Von Heim should just be able to pass them on a straight. Nice and simple. Or not. Rodriguez, meanwhile, having the same issue. So basically, both of the Chapmans have just tried to torpedo our lap here. We're still going faster in all sectors. Schaub did indeed edge Von Heim by another 1/10 of a second. And we're seeing faster sectors all around. Von Heim crosses the line, jumps back up to 9th position, a whole 8/10 quicker than Schaub. And that's what I'm saying. I think if we wait, with Rodriguez right in behind, that's what I'm saying. If we wait on the last run, which will be the one after next, I think, we just go as late as we can. It's about 2 minutes to get back. So overall, it's about a 6-minute round trip, right? So we're going to get one more good one in before we have to do that. Let's see what we got. Let's just go big and see what we can achieve by going big. Okay, 24 points on the last tune that we're ever going to get. We might be able to pull off the triple gold for Von Heim. And we're going to tune up Rodriguez. Same deal. We're just going to go big, see what we can get out of this. All right, 25. The triple gold is possible on both sides of the garage here. Mark is about to finish their lap. All purple, by the way. What a blinding lap in the 147s. We're pulling out 155s at the moment. See, now for this run, Rodriguez is behind Schaub. So we can use this as a benchmark because Rodriguez has been about currently they're within 3/10 of Von Heim. So let's say wherever Rodriguez comes out compared to Schaub, take 3/10 off it, and we should see the result of that. Von Heim being tailed by Viarba here, but thankfully they're both on flyers, so Von Heim has no reason to let Antonio Viarba past, as they're still green across the board. We love to see it. Some of the top 8 there, 5th to 8th, not necessarily improving. Schaub improves to, well, Schaub did, sorry, improve to 11th position. Von Heim still goes much faster. Now, Schaub comes in. Rodriguez goes in above Schaub. Did Schaub just get a really good early tune and is now failed? And it's raining as well. So I don't think we're going to see any faster laps than this. So I think we've secured 9th and 11th on the grid. Mario Acosta still up there in 10th, despite partying so hard yesterday. I saw him. It was dancing on the table. Edward 40 hands. Absolutely crazy stuff. Anyway, is it even going to be into territory yet? You know, I don't think it will be. I think we can get away with one more soft lap. But how long is it going to take to tune up, I wonder? It's usually like 20 to 40 seconds, right? Can we afford to wait? Well, yes, we can because we just send them out later. Okay, now we go cheap. 2 to 8, 5 to 11. That's a no-brainer. We could make it, but we could also break it. Oh, no. Okay, this is guaranteed. It's a triple gold for Von Heim, and all the benefits have been afforded to him for this week. It's simply a case of how fast can you go, Von Heim. Von Heim's weekend is going to get real good from here on out. A 2 to 6. We stay cheap for now. Times up by 4, 4 to 12. Oh my God. Okay, the 4 to 9, 2 to 9. It's a triple for Rodriguez as well. Golden tunes across the board for every part of both cars. If now is not the weekend where we get back to our double point scoring ways, I don't know what is, because this is the best chance we can give our drivers right now. We have to just send them out as soon as possible, because already I don't think they're going to get a good lap out of this. Actually, Rodriguez gets out ahead of Von Heim this time, and Schaub just coming round. Hopefully we can kind of cause Schaub some problems here, because Schaub is on a flyer. Rodriguez might have just shot out the pits in time to keep Von Heim ahead of Schaub and himself, actually. So that's pretty awesome if he can do that. Schaub is, of course, going to try and get ahead before the line in order to repay the favor to Rodriguez. But I'm not sure he's going to manage it. I don't think he did. Rodriguez has been knocked down compared to Acosta, though. But now we start our flying laps. Von Heim is going to have to try and get past it. Okay, now Schaub overtakes. I'm not sure how Schaub, on an in-lap, has managed to overtake Rodriguez on a flyer when both our drivers are currently still green in both sectors as well. There's just a melee of cars right here. It's anybody's game right now. Can Von Heim improve enough to overtake Schaub? No, you're kidding. I'm stunned. I'm actually stunned. I don't know how Schaub pulled that off. We blocked, and then somehow Schaub overtook Rodriguez on the next lap. Schaub just got out in time, I think, with the water. I think with the level of water as it was on track.
Must be the water.
Schaub just got out there a little bit early enough. Maybe they didn't tune as much because they wanted to get out quicker, or they just waited and decided to go for one final lap before the water. I don't know, but it worked. Pope are pulling out the strats against us now. They were on old softs as well. The gap between our drivers, by the way, is 0.02 of a second. So maybe there is speed in that Pope car yet, but not both Popes. Kukkonen still can't rub 2 laps together to save his life. Jan Schaub, meanwhile, absolutely killing it. And Jan Schaub went from lead crasher to lead driver of the best of the rest of the rest. He's going to be a problem for us. He is going to be a problem this weekend, but our position on strategy for this weekend is going to be fewest amount of pit stops possible. I don't know if we can afford to go for the sponsor thing of not pushing. Maybe we try it with Rodriguez and see if Rodriguez can just cheap pit stop his way into a top 10. He has done it before. I'm just saying. So it's supposed to be dry, but it is cloudy. It's overcast. It dries out very slowly. I mean, it's not wet at the moment anyway. This is round 7. Here's what the grid looks like. Who's coming up from behind Rodriguez if he doesn't push off the line? Acosta, if consuming fuel, will consume faster. They do also get a boost while they're not 10th, though. So we could do to keep Acosta behind. Hurstler, of course, is a potential problem as well. I'm not worried about Vernier. I'm not worried about Fischer or Rinaldi or Kukkonen. Look at all these people that get bonus stats when they're below 10th. I don't like this. I don't know that we can afford to do it. I mean, they're 10th and 11th as well. Let's see what the strategy's saying. Let's see if we can give Rodriguez like a 1 stop and then see if we can go from there. 35 laps. Let me get my notebook out. Let me do some calculations here on tires.
1 hour later.
Softs will save us about 2 or 3 laps per driving mode. Mediums is 3 to 4. Here's the thing. If Rodriguez conserves on hards, I know this is going to be painful for Rodriguez if he does it, but if he conserves on hards and then goes normal on mediums, that'll leave him with very little tires at the end, but he can do a 1 stop on a hard medium or on a medium hard. Now, I don't yet know. I think we've had a lot of early safety cars recently. Maybe hards, I think, because then at least if there's not not a safety car before lap 20. I mean, even if there is, you can just do a normal one stop. Would conserving on hards be possible even for 25 laps? Absolutely not. 23. Well, we couldn't use hards because we'd already used hards. Or was that not a thing back then? I don't think back then mandatory compounds were a thing. So we could just get away with going hard. In which case, hards for Rodriguez going 18 laps is the way forward. And then as long as there's a safety car after lap 13, then Rodriguez can just conserve hards for the rest of the race. Rodriguez is going to try and win us this sponsorship thing. I feel like there's only going to be 1 points position up for us unless there's a safety car and there's a DNF for Schaub, which is very possible. But if that does happen, Rodriguez pits for a cheap stop, and then that's our only stop of the race. So it could be win-win for Rodriguez in that way. Von Heim, meanwhile, without going again to like just doing hards the entire time. If we go mediums onto hards, gives us 29 laps with a soft stint at the end. We also hope for a safety car to maybe remove the need for that stop. Yeah, we're going to start on the mediums. The softs look really weak here. The hards are the race tire here. I'm looking at it. The hards just have so much life in them. We're also going to make Von Heim burn off the start. Well, here we are then. Von Heim on the mediums, Rodriguez on the hards. Rodriguez is taking one for the team this week and is going to try and help us secure that sponsorship. You know, twice I think now, Rodriguez has benefited from a safety car that's well timed. So let's see if that's the same today as we go for 35 laps around the Schwarzwaldring circuit in round 7 of the 1970 season. We see that Rinaldi of Team Bancroft partied a bit too hard yesterday. That's not really going to bother us. He's last anyway. And we can see here the hards are indeed the favored race tire across the board. There's a few people on softs. Moretti, for one, hoping to try and keep that championship lead by maybe just nipping Mack off the start. Let's hope nobody ends up in the wall, as here we go. 35 laps around Schwarzwaldring. The lights are off and the race is on, and straight away we're dropping like a stone once again, despite the points put into our engine. It's not helped us off the start. We are 14th and 15th currently running though. The soft tire runners, I think, maybe had a slightly better start off that one. So we'll just see how this goes for now. Von Heim still burning on fuel and will continue to burn on fuel. Rodriguez will not be able to. And we're not thinking about pushing, but Von Heim has found the stability in the car and has found 2 positions just like that. Up into 12th. This is what we want. We do not, however, want 2 Pope drivers in the points as they currently are. We need Steiner to overtake Kukkonen for one. Thank you, Steiner. It's as if he heard me, honestly. And other than that, we want Schaub not to hold off Maldonado, ideally. But Silva, who is this guy Silva? And what is he doing? He's huge. Look how fast he's going. He's really turning it around for Vernier. I mean, honestly, they need it, to be honest. Von Heim, the only one finding himself on the medium tires at the moment. Rodriguez already complaining about the car? I mean, we're not going to make you push, or at least not yet. Just stop complaining, mate. Don't worry, Rodriguez, you're going to be taking it quite light today, so you don't need to worry about the condition of the car. We're not going to get you to push anytime soon. Just bring it home. We're hoping that you're going to be able to pull off a strategy here with some sort of well-timed safety car. Von Heim has dropped yet another position. It may be time to start pushing. Fischer is on the hards as well. You'd hope that Von Heim can make something stick on him. This is how it looks overall. The Ferraris once again have just checked out. And Moretti did, in fact, nip Mack off the start and currently holds the golden lap. Roll credits. And with Von Heim now getting closer to Fischer, we're going to tell him to push. Take that position, Von Heim. You got this. Come on. Come on, Von Heim. We need you to get past Fischer. Or do you mean I can't get past Fischer? Please do. Make it work against Fischer. Come on now. We need you, buddy. Please do get past Fischer. Go. Von Heim is going for it, and Von Heim has done it. Von Heim can now ease up a little bit. We don't want him getting stressed and heading off into a wall again. Schaub is down to 9th. Kukkonen is no hope of any points right now. He's got less hope of points than I've got of effectively dieting when I love cheeseburgers too much. Von Heim once again now looking tidy on those medium tires. Closer to Silva, who may have burned those softs up just a little bit fast. Of course, the softs really not lasting long at all. Rodriguez down there in 17th, still holding on a little bit, or 18th now, still holding on a little bit to the 17th and 16th positions. Von Heim says he can't get past Silva. I mean, if you're trying, then please do push. You're free to overtake, press overtake on these 1970 cars as he goes past again. Von Heim in the ascendancy right now. We love to see it. Already catching up to Steiner as well. Keep going. If you can keep taking positions, Von Heim, you keep taking those positions, bud. As long as those mediums are working for you. He's in the zone as well. These golden tunes could just be bringing us some good fortune here. More people now switching from softs to hards. I think the hard is definitely the race tire for this race. As we get closer and closer to Steiner, they go up round the corners. Von Heim finds a line and gets past him down the straight. A little shimmy, a little double bluff there. Faked out going left, darted right. And Von Heim now finds himself up in 9th position. He's looking real good right now. If we ease up on these tires, we would love to make it to lap 18. Would we be able to do that if we ease up? No. We might as well just keep going normally then, and we'll hit the hards next, and then we'll probably have to finish on some softs. But maybe that's what everybody's doing. We don't know yet. Rodriguez on those hards, still just doing a job for us, hoping for a safety car of some sort, full course yellows, VSC, whatever you want to call it, or a red flag. But the red flag probably wouldn't help as much, but we'll see. Those hard tires lasting, maybe not even as long as they're lasting for some others, but I think Rodriguez is not the only one trying that strategy right now is the problem. Von Heim's going to push for this lap, and they're going to box onto hards. Hasn't complained about the car yet. That'll do. Rodriguez, unfortunately, just kind of sat there, not really doing much at the moment, but Von Heim's going to come into box, and we're going to see where we end up now. Von Heim comes back out, already lapped, so, you know, there's no need to worry about being lapped. That's one thing. A red flag now would be perfect for Rodriguez because also we're within range of being able to make it to the end. So any chance? Maybe? Any chance of a safety car? Maybe? Red flag even? Red flag right now before Schaub passes us? Maybe? Please? Please? Rodriguez, try and stay ahead of Schaub. We want to try and hold Schaub up a little bit, you see here, while Von Heim's making back some ground. That's the aim. Because if Rodriguez can make it to lap 18, then he's going to be able to make it to the end on normal push on hards anyway. So we're just trying to stay ahead of Schaub here, and it's not been managed. We're going to have to back off. We're also going to have to tell him to let Von Heim through because they are on wildly different strategies. First time this season, I believe, we've had to use those instructions, which is a shame. But Rodriguez, we knew it was a gamble strategy for today. As Von Heim, wait, I don't want this to happen again. I've learned that I can press space to pause, and I don't want Von Heim going all the way to the end while pushing, and I just don't want it to happen. Okay, we need normal push right now. You are ahead of Schaub, so in fact, ease up. Let's drop that stress. Okay, maybe don't ease up that much. Okay, Schaub has taken over. Okay, that's fine. 12th for now then. They are on about the same tire life, so this is not terrible. This is not terrible. You do need to get past Rinaldi pretty fucking fast though, because Rinaldi's got no tires left. You have no business sitting behind Rinaldi. I'm not making you push to get past Rinaldi. You should just be able to do it, Artie. And Kukkonen has DNF'd. There's not even a yellow flag for it. Artie, you're not making this easy for us, okay? Come on, Artie, do it. Artie, please. How are you not able to do this? Okay, now finally you're past. All right, good. And now Steiner's gone past. Artie, you know, I really want Artie to lead this team with how much pace potentially has, but he just doesn't have the consistency that Rodriguez has sometimes. Rodriguez, you're going to pit onto more hards. And we're going to see what we can do with this. Von Heim still unable to pass. We're going to have to tell him to push. If the overtake button is the only way he can get past Steiner on fresher tires than Steiner, I think we're in trouble, but here we are. Please, Artie, don't make this a problem, please. Rodriguez can probably pit again to repair his car for next week, actually. Von Heim's going to try and make it to the end on these tires. That's the plan. So hopefully Schaub will have to pit again, but we're just going to see how this goes for a bit. I should have actually repaired Rodriguez's car when we went in, but I didn't know it was going to be such a slow stop. Von Heim currently sits P10. Steiner is the closest problem we have and will probably go to the end. So that's going to be a battle that happens towards the end of this race. And we're going to have to see what happens there. But Rodriguez can't even hold him up because he's too far back. So this is one of those cases where people have said to me, you know, if you're in a position where you're not going to lose a position, you can just pit them again for new parts. And that's what we're going to do with Rodriguez. Von Heim will just sit in 10th and hope beyond hoping that even though we have to conserve on... Oh, no, we're going to run out of fuel. We're going to have -1. Okay, so we'll do that for now. -0.2. Okay, Von Heim might run out of fuel. I might have stopped him a lap too late. I think I miscalculated. That one's on me, and I really hope that it doesn't affect us. DuPont is easily going to overtake. Acosta and Silva need to box. Von Heim, please. 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 -0.1. I can't. 1/10 of a lap. Oh, Holgerson actually had a puncture there. Hörsler might be an issue for Von Heim. Von Heim is currently heading for a points finish. It is a solitary point. Silva and Acosta will have to pit anyway, so I'm not worried about them passing. It's Hörsler that I am a little concerned about passing, and Steiner that I'm very concerned about. But with only 7 laps to go, we might be okay. Okay, wait, Viaba's behind Rodriguez now. I don't think Rodriguez is going to quibble about 18th versus 19th, though. So I feel like we might still box him for new parts. All right, so Steiner is now right on the back of Von Heim, so I think that is a position lost, unfortunately. However, Acosta also with a puncture now will put them more than a pit stop behind. Von Heim could hang on if Hurst... No, because Steiner's going to get passed. Oh, that's a shame. A red flag right now would be great. Before Steiner passes, please. That would be lovely. But I think just the fact that he needs to save fuel is too much. Yeah, because Morel's going to have it as well. Rodriguez back up to 16th, believe it or not. Oh, but with 16th, I think we're still gonna have to pit him for parts. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that with him. Von Heim may still get a point out of this if there's a crash up ahead, especially if Schaub crashes. That would be beautiful. And obviously we don't want him hurt. At least drop positions. A puncture maybe would be great. We also need Morel to have to pit, and I don't know if that's gonna happen. Lap 34 now. So Rodriguez, it's time to burn, buddy. And you're going to have to box to repair your entire car. It's going to take over a minute. Can Von Heim hang on to these positions? I don't know that he can. Okay, you know what? It's impossible we get points out of today. There's no way that 2 drivers ahead of Von Heim crash on the last lap. The chance of a driver crashing on the last lap is low. So I think Von Heim is also going to pit for new parts. We're just going to call this a failed gamble on a week where we had all golden tunes as well. And we're just going to repair the whole thing. We're just going to do full repairs. We're going to reset for race 8. Because with Schaub in 9th, that'll be 2 championship points for Pope. So they will still be behind us. Why are we not boxing? Why did we not box? I mean, maybe I left it too late with Von Heim, but Rodriguez should definitely have boxed, no? I am confused about this. I'm going to need a replay and Editor Kush to weigh in on this one because I don't know what just happened. Editor Kush here. We called both drivers into pit when the leader, Moretti, was on lap 34. Our drivers were going through turns 9 and 10 towards the end of the previous lap, and they had multiple corners before the pit entry. So there was plenty of time to box and still do the final 2 laps of the race. Even I can't figure out why they didn't come in. Let me know in the comments if you can figure it out. More comms issues, I guess. Drama right at the end. What an action-filled race. Again, not where we want to be. If we can start picking this up, it would be a good storyline for season 2. If we can't, maybe our drivers leave us. On the driver's side, there's been very little movement. In fact, the only movement is that unfortunately Jan Schaub has overtaken Carlos Rodriguez. Moretti, meanwhile, at the top. 2 wins in a row means they extend their gap over Levi Mack, who honestly everybody I think thought was going to be the favorite here. On the constructors' side, I mean, there's no movement at all for the second week running, and things are mostly settling down in the top 4. Wayland could still give Chapman a run for their money, but they're 7 points down. They need to do something this week if they're going to make that play. But the gap between us and Pope has never been closer. Pope have closed in and are just 1 point behind. We've got to do everything we can to fight Pope in these last 3 races, but it's going to be tough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to lie to you. This is going to be an uphill battle to protect our 5th place going into the end of the season. The reason for that is we have had car reliability issues for weeks. And last week, we were going to pit for some repairs and the drivers they didn't pit. They claim they didn't hear the instructions. Our comms team says the technology was working correctly. I don't know where to put the blame on that one. And that leaves us in a position. Both of our cars are looking a little bit worn down, to say the least. And unfortunately, with only $5 in the bank, we can only fix one of the 4 low reliability parts that we have. And it's gonna be Rodriguez's engine. Team RT, you gotta hear me out, okay? Firstly, Rodriguez has not received any sort of improvement in the last 2 weeks. So it is time that we give them a little bit of a boost. But also, that engine at 27% is just not good enough. Now, we could upgrade it and get them a little reliability boost, 6 to 10. It would maybe put them at 37, which wouldn't be terrible, but it may end up putting them at 33, which, I mean, that's a third of the reliability. Either way, it's looking bad. Performance would go up by 5 to 6. I feel like there's some performance scaling on the reliability as well that we're not seeing. So I don't know that we'd get the full bonus out of that. Or we could build a new engine. This would be much bigger in performance and would take us, 30 to 53. It's a gamble. But if you consider that upgrading could be as low as 33, the extra 100 performance, I think it's going to work better overall. And even if we just upgraded Rodriguez's car, we'd have $2. We wouldn't be able to do anything else. And we need to have 2 cars in the fight to keep Schaub at bay. Because let's be real, Kukkonen is not a threat to us, really. It's all Schaub. It's Jan Schaub, lead crasher of the season, who in the first few races we honestly thought might perish. And I'm not saying he should have, but the fact that he survived is a miracle. And now he's here causing us problems. It's time to upgrade the engine and get that second car back in play. So let's do it. Let's build a new engine. 37%. Okay, it wasn't going to be any better by upgrading, but this way the performance is boosted. It could have been so much more, but let's put that new engine on. They're very close together still in performance, and you see Artie still has the better car, so Rodriguez really did need this. I don't know what we're going to do about this reliability, but if either car does not look like it's going to be in the points today, we're going to have to get aggressive with our reliability pit stops. I don't want to risk a points position because points are more important. I know we said we don't really want to sacrifice them positions, even if they look like they can still be competitive. But I think now anything 11th and below with no chance of a 10th has to be an extra reliability pit stop towards the end. Now we know that we can't risk doing it 2 to 3 laps from the end because that's what we did before. And neither driver came in, but there it is. Now, Circuit Eerste, the stage of the next round of fighting between Knight and Pope, or should I say Knight and Jan Schaub. Jan Schaub must be feeling like a 1970 Max Verstappen at this point. His teammate is nowhere to be found, and he's the one carrying the team. But Circuit Eerste, I'm going to go with Eerste, is wet, which means we have a chance to potentially bring Escarso back into it, our wet weather specialist. And it's bumpy. 20% extra chance of a crash. Now we know if there's anybody that likes crashing, it's Jan Schaub. It's kind of also Artie von Heim by this point in the season. And we hope it's not going to be von Heim. But if anybody's going to crash, maybe Jan Schaub will be the one. You will also notice, because the later tracks have the dangerous trait, this is the last non-dangerous track of the season. So fatalities could throw a spanner in the works for anybody towards the end of the season in the last 2 races. But today, we're unlikely, or at least less likely to see a fatality, and we never want to see one. So let's see then. Let's go into round 8 out of 10 of the 1970 season as we head to Belgium and Circuit Eerste. And it is wet to start this session, but supposedly it will dry up later on, and so we might see some strategy come into play here. Oh, I just hope we time it better than Schaub this week. Circuit Eerste then has a long start-finish straight, the Goudenglade. I'm going to get all of these pronunciations probably wrong, by the way. Into a first sharp left-hander, the Tulpenbocht. Round the right-hander of Heldhaftige Bocht. It's just a little bit easier on him. But then it's a tight, twisty section. It's Fluwellenweg, Ridderskroon, and then it's a cheeky double corner. You come round to this right-hander at the Azurenboog, something like that, and then you snap left. And then it's power on as you head down the Drakkenstad, all the way until you reach Fluisterende Pienbommen, round the Valkenwulkt, and then into left and rights, the chicanes, the second tight, twisty section of this lap. Vensput, until you then end up with one more chicane to go before you hit the start-finish straight once again. The cloud's not giving us a good view of the circuit as I described it there, but let's let the drivers get out, shall we? As the rain on track is not huge. It's not a lot of rain. I think we can get away with dry tires on this, and Escarso's benefit to us might come in handy a little bit here. The extra 10% of dry tires on a wet track. Now, Gabriel Escarso feels invigorated. No partying for them. And that's going to be amazing for us because Gabriel Escarso is ours. And we love to see that. They are really feeling like they can bring something to the team today. They can let their abilities shine. And hopefully that's what they'll be doing. Karina Hursler of Hemlock partied a bit too hard. Again, we know they do it. Even before a wet weekend, they will party. I've said a million times by now. Doesn't bear repeating really how much I disdain the lack of responsibility that some of these drivers have, but it is what it is. As we start the session, we're going to tune them up. I feel like we don't even need inters. I feel like we can get away with softs right now because the water on track is so small and it will come good again at the end. But until at least the last run of the session, this is going to be what it's all about. So I feel like the last run, there's slightly more water on track, but everyone will have tuned their cars better. So that will be where it all comes to a head, I think. But at least for now, we've got to do something good. So let's get out there. Let's throw them on softs. And the moment they're ready, we're going to send them straight out. And indeed, we do get out before everyone else. And this could be crucial for our position in the provisional standings after the first run. We just need to make sure everybody else comes out before we get around. And it doesn't look like everybody else is. Most of them are. How's their space going to be? Are they going to find a gap? No. Whoa, actually, Von Heim looks like he's okay. Also, Rodriguez looks like he's okay. So let's see how they do. You're going to see the sectors light up green or purple for us, actually, as the first one's out. Purple and green. Purple, obviously, fastest of anybody. Green is personal best. And white, which you won't see any of from anybody in the first run, is that they have not improved on their previous time. So the time to beat from Von Heim is a 1:34.6. Rodriguez is only 0.02 seconds behind Von Heim. So it is extremely close between them. They start to file in. Crucially, we are 7/10 ahead of Schaub, which is a great start. An absolutely phenomenal start for us. Now, on to tuning. Arguably some of your favorite part of the weekend. So let's get tuning. Now, we need a lot of steering. There's a lot of corners. There's so many corners on this track. And yes, we're going to need the engine for good starts and for accelerating out of those corners. But I believe steering is going to be the most important thing here. So let's have a look. We can do 1 to 2 for 1, which is the equivalent of about 5 to 10 of this. But this is 6 to 20. We go big. We get the 6. Oh, that's a bad start. That's a bad start right here for Von Heim. Now it's the 1 to 2 or the 4 to 7. That would be a 3 to 6. 4 to 7 is better. 1 to 2 or the 2 to 4. We're going to keep it low on this one. We got the 2. That's good. A 3 to 6. We're going to do that again. 2 to 4 would become 5 to 10. A 2 to 15. Oh, we're going to gamble. And a 13 to seal it. Okay, we're about a third of the way to a golden tune for Von Heim. It could be so much worse. Okay, it could be so much worse. We can just about squeeze in maybe a soft lap over the course of you know what? Nobody's going to improve anyway. Let's not have them crash. We're going to play it safe with the inters on Von Heim. Rodriguez, time to tune you up as well. We're also going steering. So this would be 1 1/3, which is 4 to 8. We've got to gamble. 13! A big start for Rodriguez. Times this by 2.5. 5 to 12.5. Let's not push our luck. Okay, 3. 3 is 3, I guess. That's all I can say about that, really. 1 1/4 of that. 3.75 to 10. Let's gamble again. We got the 11. We love to see that. A 2 to 5 becomes 4 to 10. You see, the problem with this, anything over 5 makes this worth it, maybe. But below that, it's a number that we could have just got by only spending 2. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to hit the 1 to 5. And then we get the 1 to 3 at the end as well. Rodriguez actually tuned better there. We're halfway to the golden tune already. And so we should see Rodriguez close the gap, maybe overtake. I mean, it's not going to be in the standings because they've already gone out and had their faster lap, which they'll have had with the softs. But potentially can at least show that their second lap will be faster than Von Heim's second lap. Let's go for a lap around the circuit. I think we usually do it with Von Heim, right? So let's go for a lap around with Rodriguez. As they come to these final 2 straights, that last chicane, you've got to get it right because that dictates how your lap starts. A sharp left, you've got to keep your eyes right, though, looking through the pits. An easier right-hander, and then it's the twisty-turny section. Keep your car on the track through these fast corners. The snap left onto the big straight as they put the power down. Then it's into 2 right-handers and another twisty section towards the end. It's very technical, this track, as Rodriguez seems to make light of it. That final chicane just as important at the end of the lap as it is at the start. Until we get to that end there, I don't think we have any need to look at the timings in terms of the standings because it's going to be wet. So let's get this steering set up for Von Heim. What do we got here? 1 2/3, 5 to about 11. 6 to 19 is way better. And the 13 is big. The 13 is very big. A 2 to 6 here. It offers about the same as this. So we're going to do that. I only got the 1. A 3 to 9. There's no real benefit to doing the 3 again as well. We got the 3 there. This could take us to a golden tune if we get this immediately. times 2.5, you're looking at 5 to 12.5. Oh, let's just go big. Oh, we didn't get it. We need 12 still. So for now, let's put some into the chassis and send out Von Heim on the inters. Another reason to do the inters is I don't want them sliding off the track, crashing. We really need to be controlling our odds as much as we can right now. Any bad luck will potentially ruin our season this late on. So Rodriguez, what have we got? The steering is looking like we're going to stick with the 1 at the moment. This is going to be times 1.25, 5 to 12.5. I don't think it's worth the big one. Oh, that's a payoff right there with the 10. We only got 22 that we need to get now. This is exactly the same, so we're just going to spend less. And here we might be able to get the golden tune. I have to take that first gamble. It does not pay off, unfortunately. That's 1 for each of them that hasn't paid off. The 2 to 4, the 1 to 5, and we are now just 9 away from the golden tune on the steering for Rodriguez. Let's get that tuned out on the inters and sent out. And, you know, lap times don't really matter now as much as feedback because it is wet, it is cloudy. The lap times are not really there. You've got some people improving in a single sector across the track, and their tuning seems to be outweighing the lack of performance they had in the dry, apparently. But there's no lap times fully improving, I don't think. I mean, Schaub's taken a couple tenths off us. Maybe we can go back onto softs quicker than we thought. I mean, we definitely can, actually, because we have a Scarso. So maybe that's what we do. There's a yellow flag, and that is for Steiner, who has just lost it out of that tight first corner. We said it before, didn't we? You're looking to take a sharp turn left, but part of your attention there is on the right-hand side to see if anybody's coming out of the pits. A bit of a dangerous pit exit, that. And I think Steiner has just fallen foul of that a little bit. And that is not a good start to the weekend for Bancroft, currently sitting 16th and 18th in the standings. They are hot on Hemlock's tail in the constructors, but I feel like Viaber and Hürstler, currently 17th and 19th, will re-overtake them in that last run out. The track is about to start drying up, and it's going to be about time to start getting golden tunes on our cars. We've only got to get 12 for Von Heim. 1 2/3 to... The 4 to 15 is better. The problem with this is we could go over. The last thing I said, control the odds. I said we don't want to risk anything going, you know, against us and ruining our season. Let's do the 1 to 7. Let's do the 2 to 5. Now we're left with such a risk. A 7 or an 8 will burn us. And it's a 3. Golden tune for Von Heim on the steering. The golden gods are looking down on us with favor, at least for now. And now it's time to start looking towards the engine. So... times out by 5, a 0 to 10 or a 2 to 10. I don't ever want to get a 0. We'll try the 2 to 10. A 5 is not terrible. We'll hit the 1 to 2. We'll hit the 1 to 4. Could have saved a point there. Either way, how are we looking on potentially softs? It's definitely not soft range. Maybe next run we do it, but they're both on inters for this one. Von Heim that goes on to softs first, I think, and takes the gamble. The 1 to 5 for Rodriguez immediately puts us onto a golden tune, and we can start getting to work on that engine. 1 2/3. I mean, here's the thing though. The chassis is just total speed. Now, it's not just top speed, right? It's like, I read that to mean like everything. But also there's overtaking opportunities, you know, at the end of the long strats, I forget what the name is, and on both of these start-finish straights. I'm going to send Rodriguez in the opposite direction here, I think. We're going to go chassis. We have to start hedging our bets. So, 0 to 5, we get a 4. 1 1/4 to 10. 2 to 11 is just better. 6. 0 to 2 and 0 to 5. 0 to 2. Let's keep the risk low, because you see, we ended up with a 0. Times 2.5 on this is 2.5 to 10. 5 to 20 is miles better, and we pull off a 20. Okay, 1 to 3 finishes it up, and already Rodriguez is halfway towards a golden tune on the chassis. We'll strap on those inters, and we'll send them out. Von Heim gets out onto the track. Rodriguez is not long behind him. There's a gaggle of cars on the opposite side of the track at the moment. I think it's because they've got out for the yellow flag, potentially. Everybody rocking inters now. Moretti currently leads by 1/100th of a second over Mach. And that championship fight is going to the wire, I think. I mean, Moretti could seal it. I don't think they can seal it this weekend. I think they can seal it next weekend, you know, if they win. Mathematically anyway, but Moretti is actually going faster on the inters. Holgerson's putting in a green sector there. Do we see Holgerson move up the order here? We do not. Moretti also does not improve. It's just on one sector. And in terms of our times, yeah, we're still 4 seconds odd down. So I think the next one, we might send Von Heim out on the softs just to see what we can do. We're sitting very nice at the moment, 8th and 9th. Holgerson, I think, obviously will come back a little bit, but let's see. Von Heim then. We're going engine. You're looking at 1 2/3 to 15. 6 to 16 is just overall better. A 7 is not great though. 4 to 6 and 1 to 5. Times that by 1.5. It's 1.5 to 7.5. The overlap is huge. And this is what I don't like. The only way that this will get us more than this at all is if we get a 6. And if we get anything else, we could have got it with the 2. So we're going to play conservatively. Times that by 2.5. It's 0 to 12.5. I don't want to risk a 0. 4 to 17. 9 is not bad at all. 1 to 2 or 1 to 7. That's a 3 to 6. We go with the 1 to 2. Another 1 to 2 and a 1 to 3. We're halfway there. Halfway to an engine golden tune for Von Heim. This is where they diverge a little bit. The wet range is... We're going to take the risk. Von Heim, do not crash. Please do not crash. On Rodriguez's side, the naught... I don't like the chance to have a naught there, spending 5 points. The 2 to 4 it is. Ooh, times 1.25. We got 2.5 to 17.5. It's just better and for cheaper as well. 4 is not great. A 2 to 4 or a 4 to 12. 4 to 12. A 5. Oh, this is not landing well. Let's take a gamble at the end because it can't go over into the red, but it could be a golden tune. And it is! Oh, a huge gamble there. Rodriguez now can spend the rest of the session just focusing on getting that engine performance up. And we're going to send them out on the inters. Play it safe. And let's see what Von Heim can do on those softs. It does seem like everybody on their outlap is going back onto softs. So maybe Rodriguez does in fact want to come in and change tires. This is not the run, Rodriguez. Don't worry. Your next run will be the timed one that you need to worry about, and the one after. This one is just for feedback, okay? We're just playing it a bit safe. Mack with a purple first sector is a story worth reading. There's faster sectors now all across the board. Von Heim has gone faster. Schaub might end up pipping Rodriguez here and goes 5th fastest. Track Evo is huge now. And now soft tires are the name of the game for the rest of this session. This is going to be the one where I need to see how long it's going to take them to get around a full lap. It took Rodriguez quite a bit longer to get around on those inters already, so the softs are definitely the preferred tire right now. 0 to 5 or a 3 to 9. I don't like the idea of a 0, so we're going to do that. A 6 is okay. A 1 to 3 or a 1 to 4, we're going to spend less, and it's a 1. 0 either way, so we're going to spend less again. Oh, 5 to 13 or 2 to 17. These look vaguely the same kind of range, but this is cheaper. Okay, 4 to 7 or 4 to 12. It's a 50-50 chance that we'd get that this would be worth it. So we're going to stick with the 4 to 7. 2 to 5, 0 to 3. And we're so close. Oh, we're so close. Oh, we're so close. Okay, on to the softs, Von Heim. Rodriguez is laughing right now, at least about the tuning, not about the tires. So 1.25, and we're looking at what, 3.75 to 15. It's worth staying with that one, I think. I don't like the idea of a 0. 11, that's good. 1 1/3 is 2 1/3 to about 11. It's not going to be worth spending the extra. 2 to 5. I don't like the idea of a 0. But we're going to have to risk it there. Okay, about a third of the way along. They might get that third golden tune, maybe. And now it's a timing game. So we send them out with 10:50 left on the clock. 1 minute 30. 1 minute 37. I'm going to round that up to 1 minute 40. We'll say 1:45. Maybe 2 minutes on the clock. But 1:45 is as late as we can realistically leave it on that final run when we get to it. Von Heim green in both of these sectors at the moment. Where's he going to put it? That's the big question. 6th position is huge. A second clear of Schaub. Rodriguez comes in behind him by half a second. And this is big for the boys. We're currently ahead of DuPont as well, but I don't think that's going to stick. But ahead of Schaub is where we want to be. That's the crucial thing here. 10:50 to 5:50. Took us 5 minutes to do the outlap, flying lap, and in lap. We do not have time for another run before the final one, so this will be it. Because the track Evo through this drying up, it's not going to be worth doing a run now for the sake of it and then tuning up again. It's just not going to be worth it. Let's give Von Heim that second golden tune. We love that. And now it's onto the chassis. How much can we get out of this for Von Heim? I mean, a lot of this is overlapping, so we're going to go with the cheap one. I don't like the idea of a 0 having spent 4 points, so we're going to go with the 1 to 4. 1 2/3 would be 2 2/3 to 9 or 10. 3 to 18 might be worth it. A 7 makes it not worth it at all. A 0 to 2. There it is. No triple golden tunes for Von Heim. We've got a double golden tune. We're going to get those softs on, and we're going to now play the waiting game. Rodriguez looking to potentially seal that third golden tune. Can it be done? There's a huge overlap here. We're playing it safe. We're going to spend less. 0 to 2 or 0 to 5, definitely 0 to 2. 0 to 20, I don't want to spend 5 points and end up with a 0. I just don't want it to happen. Oh, but I mean, is there anything to lose here? This could be huge. It wouldn't leave us with much to do though. So I think we're going to stick to that for now. A 1 to 6, we get the 3, a 0 to 4, a 2 to 8, a 0 to 3, not quite 10 points off, but it's a strong tune. And now we've got to send our second driver out with 1:45 to go. Vonheim has been quicker overall. We're going to send Rodriguez out with about 1:55 and Vonheim with 1:45. Currently sitting in 9th and 11th. 1:55 and he's out. 1:45 and he's out. Okay, Rodriguez has space. Vonheim has enough space. Not a huge amount. But we should now hit the flying lap right as we go across. Hürstler might actually have timed it even better. But will they actually make it across the line is the question. We definitely will. And will Hürstler make it across the line? No! Viaba hasn't. Hürstler did, apparently. I'm not so convinced about that. I'm not so convinced the guy with the stopwatch on the finishing line has got that right. But here it is. Schaub improved massively. Vonheim is also improving. We don't know what's happening with Rodriguez. Oh, Rodriguez has gone over in 9th. Vonheim in 10th. We're both ahead of Schaub. Vonheim actually should be behind Schaub because it was the exact same time and we did it last. But I'm not going to complain. 2 drivers starting in the top 10 and ahead of Schaub. I don't know what happened with Vonheim, but Rodriguez will start ahead of him. This is going to be huge for us. This does put us into a little bit of a conundrum, because we're not going to have the desire to pit them for reliability if they hold these positions, because if they're in the points. The race will start dry and get wet. It's going to be a strategy game. Oh, this is going to be very interesting. There's the opportunity that we could try the sponsor challenge, but I don't want to risk it, I think. I want to push the engine, I think, a little bit. But then, I mean, looking at our reliability, maybe it's not worth. There's questions each way. Jan Schaub, of course, being a hooner, wears their tires and they also are more likely to crash. Now, as long as that's not into one of our people or fatally, it's okay, right? It's okay if that happens. The fact that we are both ahead of Schaub off the start is going to be huge for us. Now, projected tire life for this race. With rain coming, the rain will start to come at about lap 25. Probably about lap 26, 27 is probably when we're going to want to get off the dry tires. What that's going to be is either conserving on mediums or normal on hards, but with the opportunity to push a little bit. The hards might be the favored race tire here. I think both of them are going to start on hards here, I think. The question now is, do we sack off the sponsor challenge? The sponsor challenge could buy us the chance to upgrade both cars instead of one next week. But I think we're in such a precarious position that that's a kind of gamble we can't take right now. So I think we burn off the start. So 61 laps around the Circuit Eerste in Belgium. Can we hold off Pope and Jan Schaub? It's quite symbolic that Schaub is 1 position behind our drivers because Pope are 1 position behind us in the constructors. Let's do this and let's see how we get on. Joel Ryan of LeBron partied a bit too hard. We know they do it. We've talked about it a lot. He's in 4th. He's lagging behind his teammate by 13 points in the championship. Maybe things like this are why. Paul Woods, of course, we know is also a party animal, so maybe not, because there he is. It was probably the McLaren team party to celebrate securing 2nd in the Constructors' Championship. I don't think mathematically they have, but realistically they have. And Levi Mack. Oh, Mack maybe drinking his cares away a little bit. He's maybe trying to cope with the fact that he's now losing his championship to his teammate. Let's see where this goes. What's really fascinating to me is Schaub, Silva, Acosta, and Morel behind us are all on softs, looking to get the run off us off the line. They might do, but I don't think that's going to be the play. I really don't think that's going to be the play. Even if they're conserving on softs, they're going to have to pit a good 10 laps before the rains come. I don't think that strategy is going to work for them. I think we're onto something here, but let's find out as we go for 61 laps around the Circuit Eerste. It's lights off and race on as we head out with it's all change around that compact first few corners, but it seems like Rodriguez has come out the best of it, up in 7th. Schaub has dropped all the way to 14th, not the start they were looking for on those fresh soft tires, but Rodriguez is mixing it up with the top 4 teams at the moment. Holgerson, we expect on those softs, will get past them pretty quickly. But for now, Vonheim is playing defense. guarding Rodriguez's 7th position. He doesn't last long as Silva, of all people, coming up out of nowhere to overtake. But Rodriguez holding that 7th position right now. And as a number of people just settling in, I think at the end of this lap here, we're going to tell Rodriguez just to settle down a little bit. And that we will do. In fact, both of them, because we don't want them getting... Oh, I was so nervous there. We don't want them getting too excited and ending up in a wall. You got to buck up. I'm sorry, Rodriguez. That's all we're going to push for to begin with. And you, Von Heim. I think we'll be okay as Von Heim just sent one on Holgerson towards the end of the start-finish straight right there. And Von Heim is playing serious defense for Rodriguez here because Holgerson's the biggest threat, I think, right now to Rodriguez's 7th position. But this is exactly the start we wanted. Schauber's managed to find his way back up to 11th, is past his teammate now, as Holgerson says, hey, if you can do it, I can do it on the very next lap, does exactly what Von Heim did to them. After those 2 long straights, sometimes with all that slipstream, it's just difficult to hold them off into turn 1. But right now, Holgerson is on a rampage and will probably be appearing in Rodriguez's rearview mirror quite soon, as we see there is a yellow flag. Where is that? And it is Steiner. It is Steiner once again. Bancroft having an issue here with their drivers. This weekend has been terrible for them, and their aim to try and take 7th off Hemlock in the Constructors looks to be rapidly flying away from them as we all slow down. This resets the race a little bit with the double yellows. The VSC, for you future viewers, I don't know what that means here in 1970. I don't know why I just said VSC. That's 3 letters that I don't know why they go together. But this actually plays into the hands of the soft tire runners quite nicely. So maybe this is what Pope were banking on when they put the soft tires on their drivers. And maybe they're laughing now. We're going to want our boys to push to hold position here. If Von Heim loses out to Schaub, this is when things could get a bit messy. Green flag. We're going to tell them to push. We did just spend 2.5 laps under yellow flag, and that means we could be okay to push for 2 laps in response here, as Von Heim is actually all over the back of Silva now. Off that restart, Schaub is not the person that's close to Von Heim anymore. Rodriguez has managed to get away from Holgerson a little bit, which is great to see up in front. We're going to tell Rodriguez to just hold up a little bit. Can Von Heim get past Silva on this straight? End of this straight. If he can't send it, and he can't, we're going to tell him to drop back as well. Just take it easy. Not conserve, but just do what you're supposed to be doing. Rodriguez is up there saying that he's sorry for not being able to get past Joel Ryan in a McLaren. And honestly, Rodriguez, don't worry about it. It's fine. I wouldn't have expected you to get past Joel Ryan in a McLaren any day of the week. But Holgerson finally about to make that car performance tell as the rain starts to fall. Holgerson on those softs takes 7th place from Rodriguez. But this is the start we wanted. This is the first stint we were looking for here today. And now it becomes, when do we switch onto intermediate tires or even wets? Because it looks like it's just going to keep raining. So do we head straight to wets, or do we go to inters? Now, the last time we had that decision, Von Heim Ondasrolando took the wets, and then it went dry again, and it was not good for Von Heim. So maybe we just stay, maybe we... I'm not sure what we do yet. Von Heim still behind Silva, but crucially still ahead of Schaub. Those soft tires really starting to fall away for them now. The first part of that first stint is what we were worried about, because that's where we could have found the Pope drivers coming right up behind us. I'm less worried now, with Schaub being 3 seconds plus behind, and those soft tires really wearing down. Von Heim is all over the back of Silva, meanwhile, and gets him down the straight into that final chicane. Rodriguez and Von Heim sitting 8th and 9th now. Von Heim a massive 12 seconds behind Rodriguez by this point, but still putting in a great job here. And this is what we want, boys. This is the double points finish we're dreaming of right here. We're going to hold out until the rain comes on these hard tires. Meanwhile, some of the soft runners behind us, and Holgerson in front of Rodriguez, by the way, will also have to pit before the rain, I reckon. Unless they're going to seriously conserve, which none of them seem to be doing. How much is that double yellow going to have affected things? That's the question. How much will that double yellow have saved the soft tire runners from having to make an additional pit stop? That's going to be crucial, because Holgerson, I mean, Rodriguez is keeping them honest. They're still 3-4 seconds behind. There's no way that Holgerson can pit and come out in front of Rodriguez. I mean, maybe even can't come out in front of Von Heim. This is huge for us. This is exactly what we needed to see. Rodriguez definitely putting in a stint. Same with Von Heim, who sits 6 seconds ahead of Maldonado. Now, Maldonado, I was going to say is going to be a threat, but now they have hit the wall on the straight, just clipped a puddle there, and it's going to be some pit stops for the soft runners to get a cheap pit stop. That doesn't mean they get a free one, but it is cheaper. Everybody's pitting onto Inters. This is fascinating. In 2 laps time, when this dies down, where are we going to be? Maybe Inters? Maybe Inters. I think we have to take advantage of it. Because if we don't pit now, how many laps are we going to have? Maybe 5 or 6 where we have the edge and then we have to pit anyway. Oh, I'm so torn. I think Von Heim has to pit to cover off the Schaub threat. We might have to split the strategy again. And these Inters will take us at normal pace 22 laps. So that would be about lap 40, which is when it might just go wet. We're going to leave Rodriguez out for now for a few more laps. Von Heim, meanwhile, comes in onto those Inters. Now, how much is our long pit stop time going to cost us? Because that's always been a problem for us. Schaub is on that final pit straight now. Von Heim gets out of the pits behind Viaber, but crucially ahead of Schaub. And then complains on the way out of the box that the car is a literal potato. Like, yeah, change the tire, guys. By the way, I'm a potato! As it goes green again, Rodriguez can push a bit more to try and edge that gap out. We're going to have to keep an eye on those lap times to see who's doing what. This next lap now. It's not the one they've just done, but it's this next lap that's going to start to educate us on where things are on the lap times. Rodriguez is, of course, pushing right now, so that does distort it a little bit. But we shall see. Okay, Rodriguez. You can ease up, Rodriguez. We don't need you to try and overtake Joel Ryan. Rodriguez puts in a 128.7. Now, what about the people on the Inters? What are they putting in right now? Viaber and Von Heim. Von Heim's the best comparison, probably. A 132. It's definitely still dry. I wasn't wrong about that. The cover off of Schaub was essential, I feel, though. So this is good. What about that next lap? 133. This is the crossover point. I think Rodriguez now might need to come in. We're going to push and see what we can do on a push lap for Rodriguez. A 133.6 and a 133.8. Now he's definitely dropping away from Woods, even on push. So I think it's time we pit him. Oh, when does it become wet? Wet is about half to 2/3 of the water on the track. We're going to pause you there, Rodriguez. I mean, that's what? Lap 38? He's not going to make it to the end anyway. So I think it's got to be Inters. It's got to be Inters for now. Okay, on to intermediate tires then for Rodriguez. Slides down the pit straight into the box. Can he hold on to 8th position ahead of Viaber? He's going to be the big... I mean, Viaber has to pit, actually, so yes, he can. Viaber also does come into pit as well. And Rodriguez here can now chill out a little bit and just settle in. Rodriguez being lapped. The Ferraris up in front, 25 laps in. They've already lapped both of our drivers in 8th and 9th, which is crazy. But crucially, Moretti's still ahead. There's only 4 seconds in it between them. And Mack has slightly fresher tires, but they're still ahead. Now, Schaub is 3.5 seconds behind Von Heim on the normal fuel levels. So this is where we should... Actually, Schaub is closing in quite quickly. This is where we could start to see an issue between us and Schaub if the Poke car is in fact quicker. Now, Schaub in that position will score a point. Currently where we are is 6 points, which would be huge for us. If Schaub overtakes, that's 5-2, which is still a gain for us. If Schaub overtakes Rodriguez, it's 4-3 to them, which would bring us level in the constructors. Schaub is really bearing down on Rodriguez right now. I think Von Heim can afford to push, and should, to be honest. Schaub is completely burning, actually. He's on a real push. I think we can afford Von Heim to keep pushing right now. And in fact, even Rodriguez as well, because they're going to have to switch to wet quick enough. Like soon enough. So, yeah, about lap 36, 37, 38. Schaub is still right there on the back of Von Heim, though. Now falls away a little bit. We're going to tell Von Heim to ease up a touch. Rodriguez will do the same. And Schaub is that question mark for us. It definitely seems like they have more pace. And clearly fuel to burn as well. Whereas we do not have fuel to burn right now. But the early 2 DNFs have definitely helped with the fuel burn a little bit. So we might have something to burn later on. But for now, just got to stay as it is. We're going to tell Von Heim to push again. He's in the zone. Rodriguez's chassis has failed. Unbelievable. From 8th position. And do you believe it? The bad luck for our team continues. We knew the reliability was a problem. There's no flag. But that means now it's all on Von Heim to try and stay in the points. And ideally ahead of Schaub. But as long as you're still 9th. Well, actually, no. If 8th and 9th, Schaub would put Pope in the lead. Von Heim just got to stay ahead of Jan Schaub. What a tumultuous end to the season as Jan Schaub hits the wall. And I don't mean to sound excited about that by any means, because it's not what we need in the sport. But, oh, that takes the pressure off us somewhat now. That really takes the pressure off us. It's not wet territory just yet, so we're not going to pit right now. It's a 5-minute double yellow. You know what? The scales tip. Anything can happen in Formula One. And right there it did, as we got terrible luck with Rodriguez's chassis. And then Schaub gave us some good fortune. I do hope Schaub's okay. To win 5th place over them would not be what we want to do under the circumstances of a death. You know, to be respectful, I think that's obvious. Wet tires right now would be 22 laps on a normal. So you're looking at 39. I don't really want to pit yet, but it's going to be soon, isn't it? Everybody's pitting. We've just got to cover it off. We're going to play it safe. We do have an entire pit stop ahead of Silver at the moment. Acosta might actually have us, unfortunately. We should come out of the pits just as the yellows end, which would be absolutely perfectly timed. Now, the question is, where is Acosta? Here he is, up in 9th right here. Can Von Heim get out of the box before Acosta gets out of turn 1? No, because it's a slow pit stop. Not only will he drop to 9th, but he'll drop to 10th. Gets out of the pits in 10th, and the scales tip once again away from us. Green flag, races on. We've got to hope Von Heim's car doesn't fail in the same way that Rodriguez's has. And it wasn't the engine, so I don't think we need to worry about easing up on the engine, but wow. This is horrendous for us right now. Viaba will have to pit off those inters at some point. How are we looking? I mean, Von Heim he's gaining and losing, isn't he, really? It's a tough one. He's losing a little bit to the inters. But the question is, when does Viaba pit? Not now. It's not yet. I'm torn right now between pushing Von Heim to catch Viaba even more and then making a second pit stop during the wet, or we just conserve towards the end and go with the 1 stop or the 2 stop at this point, sorry. And I think we're going to have to do 2 stop. I don't think we can afford to push the car that much. My main concern right now is the reliability of Von Heim's car. Silver sits behind Von Heim currently. We're going to watch that gap and see what happens to it. If Von Heim can pull away, we will be able to let him conserve his tires towards the end. And that would be ideal, honestly. Or maybe even conserve on fuel, because that is where it's going to become crucial. Acosta, 20 seconds up the road almost. That gap is staying pretty consistent as well. Those last laps, look. Von Heim and Acosta, pretty similar to each other. Acosta actually 2 seconds faster. Silver right there with Von Heim. We were also getting held up by the lead drivers coming around and lapping Von Heim, so we could be okay for a while. That gap's gone up to 7. Von Heim once again in the zone. And we love to see that. Another yellow flag. And that will make the one stop a lot easier for Von Heim. We love to see that. We don't love it to be an issue, but it's the championship leader, Moretti. Moretti on the back straight. I'm not sure if he was trying to lap someone or he just couldn't hold it, but it's on a straight and Moretti has DNF'd, which might put a real dampener on his championship hopes, as Mack is surely going to take the win here today and go 6 points ahead of Moretti in the title race. Wow. Today has been eventful. 5 DNFs, 1 our very own Rodriguez, 1 our main championship rival Schaub. Wax on, wax off, eh? This really is a day for the ages in motorsport. As the green flag flies, this, I said 1 stop earlier, this 2 stop will be easier as Von Heim celebrates overtaking the crashed Moretti. But this does put us in a good position versus Pope. Now, Kukkonen is 10th because of that. So Kukkonen would secure the point. If Von Heim's car fails, Kukkonen would level it with Pope and Knight in the constructors. Now, we don't want that. Not at all. But this reliability issues have been plaguing us all for the back half of the season. And I mean, I think you'll agree we can't afford to pit Von Heim now. With Kukkonen 10th and Von Heim less than a pit stop in front, I mean, we know it takes us about a minute to secure the pit stop, so there'd need to be a hell of a lot of gain for that to happen. Silver's starting to wear those wet tires down a little bit more than we are. Has closed the gap to 5 seconds on Von Heim, but I feel confident. As long as there's no reliability issues with Von Heim today, I feel like we might hold off Silver and take home 8, which would be 4 points to Kukkonen's 1, which would put us 4 points ahead of Pope in the standings going into the last 2 races of the season. That gap is down by another second. By the end of the race, we'll probably only have 10-15% of our tires left. But at this rate, if Silver keeps pushing, Silver may have to pit before the end. So that would be very beneficial to us. With 11 laps to go, I think Von Heim might have this. I don't want to push Von Heim's car anymore because of the reliability. I'd ideally not like to have to push his tires either. I believe in Von Heim's ability to hold Silver off. Silver is definitely on a push right now. You can see he's still pushing those tires, which are now, I wouldn't say considerably more worn than ours, but there's definitely some blistering coming in. We could afford to push soon. Silver is all over the back of us. Silver's tires do not have the life that Von Heim's tires do. I still believe in Von Heim. As Silver eases up, the gap extends again. And you see that gap extends quite quickly. Von Heim's just driving sensibly here. Silver burning through those tires, the gap back up over 2 seconds. There was a little bit of concern there for a second, but I think Von Heim might just have outlasted Silver's final attempt. As Silver drops further and further away, I think we were right to just hold off on this push. Now Von Heim's car just has to make it over the line. Silver now 3.5 seconds away. Mark is up in first. Wood second and Ryan 6th is very interesting, by the way. Ryan is 27 points ahead of Bregman in the standings, but that could be closed in a lot with Bregman getting 3rd here. Because that's 15 points for Bregman. Currently 8 for Ryan. That's 7 points closed in. I don't think it'll be enough to make a dent in the championship, to be honest, in that 4th place in the Drivers' Championship. But that's not what we're focused on right now. What we're focused on right now is Von Heim. Artie Von Heim. The last bastion of Night L&S point scorers. We haven't scored any points for the past 2 weekends, and it's been a low point for Night L&S fans. Is this a return to relative glory for us today? Or will Von Heim's car fall out before the end? That chassis at 25% is a concern. And Silver starting to close in once more. Burning a little bit of fuel towards the end. I think Von Heim might be able to do the same, actually. It's a bit of a risk. Maybe just for a couple of laps. I know I said I wouldn't do it. But I just want to hold off Silver a little bit. Silver's fallen behind 3 seconds again. I think we're going to ease up. We don't want to push that engine a moment more than we have to. We don't want to push it a moment more than we have to. That's all. And there will soon be 4 laps left. Von Heim has still held Silva off. And this is going to have been quite the roller coaster, honestly. Because Rodriguez would have been 7th. And Von Heim would have been 9th. We'd have got 8 points out of that. We're going to have to settle for 4. Which is half as many, obviously. But honestly, 4 is great today. It is better than the 0 we've had to get for the last 2 race weekends. 5 DNFs this weekend, including championship leader and current golden lap holder, Moretti. Incredible. Silva now more than 4.5 seconds behind. Might end up being lapped by Woods as well, who, by the way, is about to be lapped by Mack. Mack, an entire lap ahead of the rest of the field, and this is about to certify it, I think. As we're about to see Levi Mack go past Woods. Woods doesn't fight it, of course, on the outside. The blue flags are waving. And there it is. Silva now behind the race leaders. We're just going to get Von Heim to drop the fuel burn a little bit. I think we can afford it now. 7 seconds the difference. I think we can also take the tire burn down. Von Heim's just going to coast. We just don't want him to end up in the wall. We don't want the car to break. As we let Levi Mack past. The same will happen for Paul Woods. There it is. 5 seconds now the gap to Silva back there. 4 seconds 40. 4.0. I think we're just going to take things to normal again. We had a lap off. 2.8. You see, I'm not keen on this late push that Silva's trying to have here. But as we go over the line, we hold it off. Von Heim comes home in 8th. Oh, what a weekend that was. Ups and downs. The championship battles continue with a new leader once again at the top of the Drivers' Championship. It is Levi Mack that has retaken the lead. Call him Leadvi Mack at this point, or don't. Maybe don't. That's maybe don't do that. But the other news at the top of the Drivers is that Paul Woods is only 10 points away from the championship lead. We've always said this will be a Ferrari year. And I mean, in the Constructors, mathematically, only Ferrari and McLaren can still win, Ezzolini and LeBron. But realistically, with a 48-point lead in the Constructors, it'll be Ferrari, I think. But in the Drivers, I was not noticing how consistently Paul Woods was catching up. Obviously, Mack and Moretti have had a few DNFs between them, and I think that's hampered them a little bit. So the question at the top of the Drivers' Championship as we come to the sunset of the season will be whether Ferrari's reliability will hold them up and prevent them from getting this driver's title. It's Mack and Moretti, it's always been, but Paul Woods is right there. Just 5 points adrift from Moretti, 10 points from the top of the leaderboard. Who knows how that could end? Technically, mathematically speaking, Ryan is still in it. It is, once again, only Ferrari and McLaren that can do anything here. But I don't see Joel Ryan pulling that off unless the top 3 DNF somehow. I think it would take a bit of a miracle, but Paul Woods is up there, throwing his hat in the ring late on. And down where we are, you will see Mario Acosta up 8 places after a 7th position at the Circuit Eerste in Belgium. And he sits now tied for 10th, technically, with Jan Schaub and our very own Von Heim and Rodriguez. On countback, we lose out on that battle apparently because we've never been that high up. Speaking of, Von Heim pulled off his highest finish of the season, which was amazing, in 8th place, securing us that gap over Pope in the Constructors and bringing him tied on points now with Carlos Rodriguez in the Drivers. Carlos, of course, DNFing for the first time this season. We talked about how consistent he is, and this DNF wasn't even his fault. We've been plagued by reliability issues, but he sits there now tied with Von Heim. Gerardo Silva, after those 2 points, popping up into 19th place, and he's now going to have to sit on the bench. Vernier, controversial decisions being made, but you know, maybe Silva is a potential person to scout for next season. Who knows? And Rodney Campbell, honorable mention, even though he perished in the very first race, still sitting there in the top 20 in a season that has seen 26 drivers take to the grid, most of which belong to Vernier. But we hope that there will be no more fatalities this season. as we see that David Edwards is back for Vernier, who has been out for must be 3 races now, at least 2. A controversial decision maybe from Vernier to bring David Edwards back and give him his seat back over Gerardo Silva, because last race, Silva actually scored 2 points and got Vernier their first points on the board for the season. Wayland have retaken 3rd place. I was saying, if Wayland want to give Chapman a run for their money, they've got to bring their A game. And they did. They absolutely did. And they sit now back in 3rd place. You will see us, Night, Like, and Subscribe, still in 5th. We're holding off Pope in the battle of the best of the rest of the rest. And we look to continue that form today. Hemlock and Bancroft fighting over 7th place. And then out of nowhere, Mario Acosta of April changed the game. It just goes to show anything can happen in Formula One. And we are a testament to that, because April now sit in 7th. I don't want to say they're going to be a threat to us. If Mario Acosta makes a habit out of scoring big points, maybe there'll be an issue there. But also Acosta only finished ahead of Von Heim last race because of a pit stop issue we had. And now back in the garage with $4 to spend, and it's looking a bit crazy. Rodriguez had his chassis replaced, so it is now up there at a 52% reliability. Obviously, the engineer is not too happy that it fell over, but it's been coming for a long time. We've been plagued with reliability issues throughout the season. Once again, the strategy is going to be, if we are not in a points position, I think we're going to have to bring them in for reliability's sake for that crucial season finale. But for now, all we can afford is to upgrade one part, and that part, you probably guessed it, because you know what my theory is on how we upgrade parts and things like that. It is going to be Artie Von Heim's chassis. 23% reliability. If we wanted to build a new one, it would cost us $8. Not happening, but the reliability of 6 to 10 is still not going to be great. It's really not. So I'm concerned that he might have to retire like Rodriguez did last week, but hopefully not. So we're going to upgrade that. We do get the full 10 on reliability, which is incredible. We love to see it. Only the 5 on performance, but we'll take it. Artie Von Heim's car is not looking great. Actually, Rodriguez now in a pretty good position other than the engine. Everything's at 50-60%. I guess they had more time to fix him after he DNF'd last race. But for now, we look ahead to the track for this week. It is Hopkins Boot in the United States of America. Going to be another wet weekend, our final one of the season. Bring your galoshes, and it's also going to be dangerous. Now, this is not the last dangerous track of the season, because next week, the final week, is also going to be dangerous. But this means if a driver crashes, there is an additional 50% chance that it will be fatal. And we hate to see it. I don't like seeing the fatalities. I don't think any of you do. Nobody wants to see that for the sport. 3 so far this season, and no fatalities since race 5. So let's see if we can keep that until the end of the season. There's a few twisty sections, but I think it's going to be mostly about the top speed, to be honest. I think chassis actually might play a big part here, with total speed as well. Steering might come into it a little bit, but I think we focus on the chassis and possibly the engine as a second one for the start. See where we go. So without further ado, Hopkins Boot, what have you got for us? And it looks like quali today is dry to wet. It means that we're going to have to be getting the runs in early and predict when the water comes. Jan Schaub had the better of us at Schwarzwaldring for that reason a couple of weeks ago, but hopefully we can pull it off. The corner names at least are going to be easier to remember for me this weekend. So we have stepping stones, then into the March turn, it sharpens up. You head to the left of heel kick, cheeky little chicane before you push out down the sole. You list to the left, you bring it round the tip, just the tip, through parachute as you fling the car left and right through the high-speed corners, onto the right-hander of outsider loop. And that's when it really starts to open up. From the middle of this corner, all the way through the insider loop, because we've got outsider and insider, all the way down the straight up straight, down until you hit the hard braking zone of Copperhead Bend. This could catch the drivers out as well. There's a little right kink, and if you don't plan that correctly, if you don't nail that turn and your braking zone, we could see a couple of drivers going off at the Copperhead Bend. If they survive that, they go round Liberty. It's a very generous chicane into the final right-hander of Eagle, and no incredibly dangerous pit exit on this track like there was at Circuit Eerste. We love to see it. So without further ado, let's get quali underway. David Edwards of Team Vernier has partied a bit too hard. If you're making making a case for why you deserve your seat back over Gerardo Silva, the first driver to score your team points in the season. This is not a way to do it. Obviously, David Edwards, I think, was only in for one race before he was out injured, so he's got a lot to prove, but this is not how you do it. Jan Schaub also partying yesterday with Edwards, perchance, but that will be helpful to us because they're not going to be quite as on the ball for qualifying today. And we sit 4 points ahead, which means as long as Schaub doesn't get 8th or better in the race, we will still be ahead of Pope going into the final race. Going into last week, I said it was an uphill battle. The incline of that hill has lessened slightly now, but we've still got our hiking boots on because we've still got to trudge up that hill. Now, it's pretty dry throughout the entire session, and the rain will start about 5 minutes from the end. Oh, 10 minutes from the end, actually. So we probably want to get one in. It depends when the rain's actually going to start to have an effect, because the track grip also is increasing, even though it's wet. We just treat this as a dry session, really, because the amount of rain on track at the end is still not a lot. So it's quite a generous session as far as wet weekends go. But let's send the boys out on the soft tires. Let's see how they do. Artie von Heim goes out. Rodriguez behind, and I'm now realizing I got the corners completely the wrong way around. This is a clockwise circuit, and there is in fact a dangerous pit exit. At least it's on the exit of the corner, and it's not a sharper corner as last weekend. So let's go for a lap around the correct direction of Hopkins' boot with Artie von Heim into that first right-hander of Eagle, through the easy chicane of Liberty. You take Copperhead Bend, and then it's power on, power on, power on, through the insider loop, the outsider loop, through the parachute chicane, round the tip, through the sole of the shoe, up the heel kick, around the march turn, and then you bring it home around the stepping stone. Now we're looking out for Schaub. He's number 16 here at the bottom. Schaub comes in behind us by 4/10. That's good. Well, 3.5 tenths, but that's good. That's what we want to see as the boys come back in to be tuned. Half the corners we have on this track are fast corners, so I think it's chassis, and only 600ths of a second separate our two drivers right now. So back to tuning. Once again, it's some of your favorite times of the videos. So let's start with the chassis. Okay, so 2 to 5 or 0 to 7. It doesn't seem to me like it's worth spending an extra point for basically the same range. So let's go 2 to 5. We got the maximum 5. We love that. A 2 to 8 or a 3 to 13. You see this, as long as we don't end up with a 4, could very well be worth it. We got an 8. I'm happy with that. That's at least double what we would have got spending half. A 0 to 2 and a 0 to 14. I do not want to risk getting a 0 and spending 4 points. We got the 2. This tune for Von Heim is going phenomenally. That's double for 1.5 the cost. So we go 2 to 8. We got the 2. 1 2/3 of that is 1 2/3 to about 11 or 12. I'm going to play it simple for this one. Only a 2. Okay. We can't afford any more on the chassis. With the amount of straights, I don't think we really need to worry as much about the steering. Although, arguably, because we have very few slow corners, I think it might be more about the steering than the engine. I'm going to go steering with Von Heim, and I'm going to go engine with Rodriguez, because we don't want to demand much out of the engine for Von Heim, I don't think. We don't want to mess with the engine, right? We don't want it to fall apart while we're trying to tune it. So let's go for the steering for Von Heim. 2 to 5 or a 1 to 2. Let's go with the 1 to 2 because that seems more reasonable. And 1 to 2 again. Okay, send out on the softs. Rodriguez, come on in. It's your turn, bud. Chassis first. 2 to 5 and 2 to 8. I don't think that extra 3 is going to be worth the extra point. So let's do that. The 0 to 2 or the 1 to 5. I don't like the idea of scoring a 0. Oh, the 5 is beautiful. 3 to double the 2 to 5 would be 4 to 10. 4 to 11 is very... Ugh. We'll try it. It's an 8. Okay, I'm okay with that. A 1 to 2 or a 0 to 6. We do the 1 to 2. A 1 to 2 or a 2 to 5. Let's do the 1 to 2 again, because that gives us the chance to do a 0 to 7. And it's 2. Okay, so 2, 4, 3, 7 is where we're at with Rodriguez right now. Levi Mack not holding his composure at the top of the championship right now, sitting 2.5 seconds down on Moretti. Must have been a hold up there, I'm pretty sure. But other championship contender Paul Woods sitting in second place now, and he'll be reveling in that. First sector goes green for Von Heim and green for Rodriguez. Green, of course, being a personal best means they're improving. They're bringing that time down. Second sector, all green as well, and they cross the line. Von Heim goes quicker. Rodriguez comes in about 2 tenths down. Von Heim, 3 to 9 or 3 to 12. For the extra 3, I don't think it's worth spending an extra 1. I can't spend 5 when it could be a 0. Can I? The one time ever I'm going to do it. A 14. Okay, that's actually solid. We get an 8. Not bad. Oh, if we just had 2 more points, we could have potentially had the golden tune already. 1 to 4 and a 0 to 3 on the engine because it's all we can afford. So he was a 2296. Rodriguez was a 2-2-8-1. That kind of explains some of the gap, as Mario Acosta, by the way, has now come in at 10th place. Maybe Acosta is going to be more of a problem for us in this Constructors with April than I thought. The difference is, though, because Christoph Fischer is not there, we have 2 cars in the game, whereas April don't, so we can afford to split strategy if needs be at some point. So, chassis once again, the 1-3, then, let's see, 1 1/4 of that is 6 point something, and 18. You know what? The 5-13 is actually better value. An 8 is not bad. Times this by 5 and you get 5-10. The 4 to, it's not, I'm going to gamble again. 11 is not bad. 11 is not bad at all. A 0-5 or a 1-18. I don't like the idea of getting a 0. They're very much the same, but this could take us to a golden tune, so I'm going to do it. And it does! An incredible tuning session is exactly what we want to see. And after just 2 tunes, he's already got a golden tune. So, on the softs, let's see what you can do with that. Schaub is behind Rodriguez. There's a lot to be said about the competition between these 3 drivers. Jan Schaub has definitely made us sweat. Mario Acosta is also there as well, but Kukkonen has 5 points, which is Schaub's teammate, whereas Christoph Fischer has yet to score. That's why Pope is at our necks and April are not. Rodriguez and Von Heim have got ahead of Acosta and ahead of Holgerson as well. We love to see that. Levi Mack does a personal best first sector, fastest of anybody, in fact. They come on in about 4 seconds adrift from the Ferraris. This is actually better than where we were at the start of the season in terms of gap to the Ferraris. And there's only 0.02 of a second splitting those 2 Ferraris on the front row. Incredible. So chassis for Von Heim. I don't like the 0. We're going to go 4-7. And we got the 7. The 1-4. Oh, the 2-4 could take us to a golden tune. It doesn't. Okay, well, I'm going to spend less because this has got to happen. So there we go. Von Heim now has some more to spend on his steering. 5-14 or 5-15 for 1 difference. We're going to go with the 5-14. 1-3, 1-5 only gets us the 1. Could have been better, but we'll send him out again. Rodriguez comes in for a tune. What do we got? We were going with engine for Rodriguez, aren't we, to see what that does. They currently sit about 4/10 away from each other. So let's see if that changes with some points put into the engine, and we'll know then which is the better setup direction, I think. I don't want to risk a 0 with 4. I'm going to go with the 0-2. We're going to go the 2-5. Again with the zeros. So 3-14. We've got a 10. I like that. The 0-3 or the 1-11. We're going to go with the 1-11. It's a 10. Nice. You know what? Let's just go big. 9. Okay, halfway up the engine for Rodriguez. This could be a big lap. I saw that both of the Bancroft cars were coming around. Didn't want to get them tangled up in that because they're not very good at untangling themselves over the course of a lap. So let's see how we go as we're going to follow Artie Von Heim around for one more. As we're following Rinaldi down into that first right-hander through the easy chicane. And it's only going to get tighter there on the kink before the straight. We go out around the insider loop and the outsider loop. I forget which way around. Through parachute, round the tip. And this is where it tightens up a little bit. You've got to be technical through this section. And then it opens back up again to let yourself go before the finish line. And Von Heim jumps up into 7th. Rodriguez half a second down, so I think it's steering. Unless there's a big difference in the power on both their cars at the moment. Because that lap from Artie Von Heim was absolutely dominant. We are going to see now everybody else come in behind them. But a half-second difference can't be ignored. So, it's steering, isn't it? Let's do the 1-2. 4-8. 4-13. Let's go. Oh, it's only a 6. That wasn't worth it. 1-6 or a 3-10. 1-6. We got the 3. 5-16 or a 1-3. 5-15. Let's do the 1. 4-9 or a 1-2. 3-6. Let's go with the 4-9. We got a 5. The 2-4. And then the 1-2 on the engine to seal it off. So we had a 2-3-1-8 on the last one. Rodriguez had a 2-3-0-8. I mean, that could be causing it, but when you were so far along the engine, I feel like it's got to be steering. I feel like we have to change direction here for Rodriguez, which is something I don't often do. 4-9 is going to be it. Do a 2-8. Let's go 5-10. Both of these are big. 6-17. It was an 11. Okay, let's see if Rodriguez closes the gap now with that one. We're 9th and 10th at the moment, which is honestly, I'm fine with it. Schaub down there in 15th. We love to see that. Schaub coming through now. Oh, he's up in 11th. We do not like to see that. That is not what we want at all. As we come home, Rodriguez, now that we've gone into steering, is almost 2/10 up on Von Heim. So it is definitely a steering track after chassis. Acosta outperforming Rodriguez by 0.02 of a second. He is a thorn in the side, I'm telling you. On this one, we need to time how long it takes to get to the finish line and to get all the way around to make sure we're timing our runs just right. So 1-3 or 2-14. I think the 1-3 is going to be better. 1-11 or a 4-18. 4-18. A 16 is huge. Okay, 3-7 to get the golden tune, and we do. Okay, for the rest of this, then, Von Heim gets to just buff his engine a little bit. The 0 to 2, so we don't risk getting a 0 with a bunch spent. The 1 to 3, we're going to gamble. 1 to 11. Oh, it's only 3. That wasn't a good gamble. Von Heim's going to get back out. Rodriguez comes in for the tune. 2/3 extra of that is 3 1/3 to 11. 4 to 19, I think, is actually going to be better. 13 is big. We love that. 2 to 8, 4 to 10 is better. 7. I want to go big to try and get near the golden tune. And we do. The 4 would seal a golden tune. Other than that, it's not going to be. It's only a 2. It will definitely be a steering golden tune next time, though. Okay, 10:43 is when I sent Artie out. So let's see how long it takes him to get around. 1 minute 10. 1 minute 20. It's about 1:23. So let's call it a minute and a half. Over the line again, Von Heim jumps above Acosta. Acosta does not outperform Von Heim, and neither does Rodriguez, now being half a second down again. That golden tune has really come good for Von Heim. I think we can get one more in. We're going to attempt 2 more runs here, I think, and we'll see what happens. We're going to full send to the wall here to try and get the maximum time we possibly can. A 3 to 9 or a 5 to 16. Times that by 2/3, 5 to 15, 5 to 16. This is going to be better. 1 to 3. I don't like the 0. 4 to 12. Let's do that. 0 to 3. 5 to 10. 5 to 18 could be better. 12 is good. We don't have enough to spend on anything now, though. But here we... Oh, it's going to be 30 seconds. Okay, so about 6 minutes. 3:15 would be 2:45. Okay, we're still going to have enough time. A 1 to 2. Okay, this guarantees the golden tune. We're going to play it safe for Rodriguez here. 2 golden tunes. We love that. For the extra point, it's not worth it. I don't like the 0 to 2. I don't like the 0 there at all. Oh, I clicked that one by mistake, but we didn't get the 0. Don't like that 0 at all, but it's a gamble. It could get us the golden tune. I'm hungry for it. A 6 is not terrible, but it means we won't get the golden tune on this one. I feel like we will on the next run, though. We need to send them out as soon as we can. Okay. We should be good. Rodriguez might be cutting it close, but a minute and a half on the clock by the time we send them out should guarantee them one more lap after this. Schaub currently down there in 20th. It's only a second that separates 12th downwards. This is a very competitive field. Von Heim and Rodriguez both lighting up the green sector again in the first sector. Acosta doing the same. Second sector green for Von Heim and Rodriguez. Von Heim comes across the line, jumps up to 8th. Rodriguez follows him into 8th and goes up by 0.05 of a second. Acosta beats both of them. Mario Acosta is a huge problem for us right now. Just on knocking us down a place to 10th and 11th instead of 9th and 10th. That could be a real thorn in the side. That could... Okay, we have 15 seconds worth of tuning we can do before it's going to be too late. So that's 2.5. That's 4.5. That's 5.5. Oh, it's going to take 30 seconds to put the tires on. I don't like this. Okay, Rodriguez, we're just doing this for the performance now, I think. I don't want to risk going over for Rodriguez either. 25 seconds. We might not have enough time to get around. I think Rodriguez definitely won't. Von Heim, you have to put pedal to the metal, my friend, to try and get round in time. The good news is that nobody else below us is going to get a lap if we don't. It's going to be close. And it's not. We've not made it. Again, the guy over the stopwatch on the start-finish line is not my friend. Hörsler managed it last week. We just about didn't this week. And in fact, Steiner above us, apparently. Okay, well, that's a bit of a problem. That last run did kind of cost us, unfortunately. Mario cost us. Schaub, of course, right below us as well. But it is a wet start to the race, and it will dry up. That's going to put a question mark on the strategy, as Jan Schaub sits right behind us and doesn't let us breathe for a second. But honestly, if all 3 of us don't get points, we're fine with that, because that gives us a 4-point lead over Pope going into the last race of the season. What it would mean, unfortunately, is that 10th place in the Drivers' Championship is probably out of reach for both of our drivers, barring a really impressive final race, because Mario Acosta is going to be the one that gets those points. Albert Steiner has got 2 so far this season. He might drop that 10th position. We don't know. He is, of course, unshakable, but he's not lower than 10th place at the moment. He's not good at overtaking, though. He's not a good overtaker as Albert Steiner, because he is passive. So maybe if we just can jump him off the start, we might be able to hold on to a 10th place and then hold up Jan Schaub. Okay, let's see what the predicted tire life is this weekend across 67 laps. I don't think it quite reaches wet territory. I think Inters is going to be where we're at. For 25 laps, if we conserve on Inters, we can definitely make it. It If we were to go 25 on inters, that would mean there's 42 laps left. We're going to need 2 inter stints, I think, which means we can probably afford to push a little bit on the inters. So we're looking at maybe 20 to 25 laps. I want to say about lap 40 will be when we go on to dries. I think. I'm wildly guessing because I don't know. But I think we can get away with inters, and have a fairly relaxed approach to the strategy of pushing when we need to, not pushing when we don't. We're going to aim for about lap 20 to 25 to pit, because we found out that pitting onto wets for a few laps is never worth it, especially in our situation. And then we'll see where the rain goes and we'll go with it from there. This is, of course, assuming there's no double yellows. So without further ado, 67 laps around Hopkins boot in the United States for round 9 out of 10 of the 1970 season. Nerelatella, the best brand name in the West, crew chief of Wayland, is invigorated today. Expect to see Wayland hold on to their P3 in the Constructors. But this is a rather unique grid. The back quarter of it is actually round the corner, round stepping stones. So that first turn at Eagle down into turn 1 is going to be crucial for a lot of cars here. And we're about to see it as the lights go on at Hopkins boot. The lights are off and the race is on, and it's a great start from Rodriguez once again, just like last week. Straight up into 7th, gets nipped to it. They're already complaining. Gets nipped to it by Bregman, but sits currently 8th place. Maldonado goes past and it's 9th. Meanwhile, back in 17th, Artie von Heim has not had a good day. He's really not enjoying things back there. Back down in 10th and 11th now, Rodriguez. Couldn't quite hold on to that. It's back down to where he started, but it was a great start initially. As we're just going to settle in now and see where we end up. I think we have around 8 laps of fuel burn that we can use should we need to keep going. Von Heim having an absolute disaster of a race so far down there in 18th. Rodriguez is the one that we're looking to save our day. A lot of people do seem to be burning. Jan Schaub, as always, breathing down our neck though. And in fact, goes past Rodriguez. We're going to ask Rodriguez to pick things up and try and get Schaub back again. But this just might not be our day. As right now, it's really not looking like it. I think we're going to on and off just keep pushing for now and see what we can do. Not let them get, too aggressive with it. As Rodriguez sits less than a second behind Schaub. We're just going to ease up when we need to, but we're going to keep the pressure on as much as we can within that. Von Heim still stuck behind Antoine Morel back there as Rodriguez can't seem to make the move on Schaub. And I was talking about Christoph Fischer not pulling his weight for Team April. They're up there with a double points finish right now. Those 3 points would take them just 2 points behind Pope in the standings and 6 behind us going into the final week if things stay as they are. And Luigi Moretti at the front, by the way, is leading and has a couple of seconds on Levi Mack, looking to retake that lead. Paul Wood sitting in 3rd, waiting for them to maybe make a mistake at some point. Or for one of them to DNF. I think on raw pace, they're not going to have them. Schaub also pressuring Christoph Fischer now. And we want to be past Schaub before Schaub is past Fischer. That's for sure. That's absolutely for sure. It seems like Schaub might not be using as many tires as we are as well. And Schaub tries to dive down the inside into turn 1. Gets held up by Fischer's defensive maneuvers, which allows Rodriguez to close in. And finally the move is attempted, but Schaub swerves through parachute in just the right way to hold Rodriguez off. And we're going to bring them down real quick before they decide to go and crash, because we do not want that. That rain will start to ease up. I think maybe we are on the right kind of strategy here. I think it's going to end up being like a 3-stop at this rate. Rodriguez still holding Schaub accountable to his mistakes here. Kukkonen, though, playing the team game here, equally pressuring Carlos. And we need Carlos to keep that pressure on. We need Von Heim to move up in the order, really. Did get past Antoine Morel, but currently stuck behind Hörsler. Hörsler's rear wing, a familiar sight, of course. We love it when an old favorite returns to the show. Oh, Rodriguez now closing in really close to Schaub, but they go through that twisty section. Schaub just seems to have the better maneuvering through the heel kick than Rodriguez does, and it always leaves them in a good place to get away into turn 1. I am kind of letting Rodriguez risk it a little bit more at the moment, and we're keeping that alternation going, pushing, stepping off, pushing, stepping off. As Rodriguez does get past Schaub, but he sent it too aggressively, couldn't keep it on the track, and Schaub has him back again. They exchange positions as now Moretti comes through. We're going to ease up Rodriguez for a second while Moretti goes past and then immediately put the pressure on. Hopefully we can take advantage of Moretti lapping Schaub, but no, we can't. And we're going to ease them up again now. Schaub still all over the back of Fischer, though. And this is our entire race right now. Mack has dropped 15 seconds behind Moretti. I'm not sure what's happened to them, but Moretti has a fire lit under them right now for making sure that they are leading this championship. And Schaub has finally gone past Fischer. This is bad news for us. Schaub will be taking a quarter of that points difference away in the constructors if we can't get past Fischer right now. Fischer is the cork in the bottle. As we let Mack through, maybe we can take advantage of the lapping of Fischer, but no. Rodriguez once again trying through that same parachute, but it just doesn't seem to be working for him. And he got caught napping by Kukkonen. Rodriguez not in a good way right now. This is not what we wanted to see at all, as we may have pushed a little bit too hard on these tires. Maybe we pushed too hard too quickly, but it seems like it's... And they passed Kukkonen again, sorry. He did manage to catch up. Seems like lap 40 is going to be where we want to be hitting for the second time. As we already see the first of the inter-runners going in, we might actually try and undercut Fischer here ourselves in a couple more laps. As Rodriguez might not need it, though. As they go around the March turn, it's April that suffers. As Schaub now goes for the undercut, I think Rodriguez will have to pit to cover that off. We're maybe going to leave it for a lap, though. I think 19 might be too early. We're going to send Rodriguez into push mode, and we're going to put more inters on. No repairs just yet, because he's still in the championship fight here. Von Heim, meanwhile, is up to 14th. Acosta and Schaub, of course, have pitted, though. Question is, can we use Von Heim to hold up Schaub? Now, Rodriguez coming in for the pits. Fischer goes through Kukkonen, Riaba, Rinaldi, Von Heim. Where's Schaub? There he is. And we're not out anywhere near Schaub. Unfortunately, we're leaving Von Heim out by a little bit to see what happens there. We're going to get Von Heim to pit now. Von Heim will pit on 2 more inters as well. I don't want to do the repairs on the first pit stop, but I do think the second pit stop, if Von Heim doesn't pick things up, we're going to have to make the change. And we're going to ease up on our fuel as well. As Von Heim goes in for the pit, we are looking good on fuel right now. I'm worried that Rodriguez might fall away from Schaub without pushing on fuel. Let's see if we can just catch them up. We're definitely not looking good right now. I mean, there are a bunch of people still to stop, of course. And there they go. So we are now fighting for 10th place right now, as Rodriguez is once again all over the back of Schaub with fresher tires as well. This is what we need to see. Rodriguez just can't seem to close the gap. There's not much coverage of Artie Von Heim because it's all Rodriguez at the moment. Rodriguez has just got to try and keep that pressure up on Schaub as much as possible and not crash. We might need to leave the fuel where it is now, I think, which might mean Schaub has the better of us in this race, unfortunately. It swings and roundabouts, though. We had the better of Schaub last race. And now the question becomes, when do we pull the trigger to move on to dry tires? If Schaub crashes, of course, that's a huge relief for us, as long as he survives. We don't want fatalities to decide the championship. Schaub is starting to pull away a little bit more. It's a yo-yo, though, isn't it? It's the concertina effect at the moment. We're definitely pushing harder on this race than we have done in previous races. And Rodriguez has the fresher tires by about 2 to 3 laps. He's in the zone. We're going to tell him to push, see if he can make this pay. See if he can make this turnover against Schaub. Just struggling to stay in the dirty air of that Pope car. Let's see where we go. As we're now catching up to Mario Acosta as well. Schaub, considering he's got, you know, less fresh tires than us right now, is doing incredibly well to hold us off. And as I say that, suddenly Rodriguez finds himself closer to Schaub than ever before, but just can't make it tell. Oh, can he going into turn 1? Not quite, because he has to pull over for Bregman to go past. It's a little bit of a shame for us, but it's blue flags, isn't it? As now we're still bearing down on Schaub. Rodriguez is not giving Schaub a moment to relax. Not giving him a moment at all. We have 30 laps to go. That's a set of hards. Mediums would be 21 laps. We're a lap down, of course. I think it's going to be mediums in 10 laps, honestly. Maybe we split the strategy a bit and tell Von Heim to start hustling. We're going to bring Von Heim in for hards and some repairs, because we do, of course, have a Scarso, which on the wet track will let us do better with dry tires. So Von Heim's going to come in and get some well-needed reliability repairs. Von Heim is pitted, and Rodriguez is going to try and hold out for about another 8 laps. We'll see where we can go with Rodriguez here. Von Heim will end up a long way down because of the repairs, but his race was kind of gone as Antonio Vialba has crashed, and that is a red flag, and that's very unfortunate timing for Von Heim. That's very unfortunate timing for Von Heim. Everybody now gets neutralized. Schaub potentially escapes a little bit there, but we're not mad because it gives us free reliability repairs for Rodriguez as well, and maybe that'll make the difference for us. Maybe that'll make the difference. It also does close things down for Von Heim, who is a good, a minute, maybe half a minute behind Morel in 18th position. First red flag we've had in a few races, actually. This will neutralize everything, and the race will become a 25-lap race. Strapping on some mediums might be the one. 25 laps would mean we'd need to conserve, or we're going to have very little tires left at the end. It is going to get wet again, though, isn't it? Okay, I think it's going to be mediums. The repairs all need doing as well. We're in a much worse position in terms of the restart, but both of our drivers will be on mediums, and with 25 laps to go, it's possible to get them to the end. We might see people coming in for inters around lap 58. Softs could have been the one then, maybe. It means we can definitely lean on these mediums in this final stint, this final dry stint anyway. There's always a crash in the wet, isn't there? Vialba out of it now will mean Von Heim will get another bite at this cherry, and we'll get to see how this goes as the race restarts very shortly. I'm on the edge of my seat now waiting for this restart. The race is on and it's underway. And immediately off the start, Rodriguez again having a fantastic start on those mediums. Some people are on softs here. Rodriguez has done incredibly well. Von Heim just not doing it further down the order. But Rodriguez making these mediums work. And we are, of course, a lap down on the people ahead of Rodriguez. So Rodriguez can't get higher than 9th. But 9th right now would be what we're after. And we can keep leaning on these tires more and more. Rodriguez has pulled away a gap from the Pope drivers. And it's Schaub that's been overtaken by Kukkonen, which is very interesting. Maybe that's leaving Schaub kind of held up a little bit here. Are the Popes going to swap the order? Yes, they have. Popes have swapped them over. And Schaub is the one that's going to come attacking us once again. Ever the thorn in the side, Jan Schaub. Sometimes of their own team by crashing. And a lot of the time, us through being competitive. So we're just going to have to see where this takes us. Those soft tires that Schaub is using have come very good for him as he goes past. And we just got to hope they wear out pretty quickly. Even quicker than these mediums. It's annoying that I couldn't check how many laps until the rain came while doing the red flag. Because otherwise I would have known to go softs. But, you know, it is what it is. We only have certain information available to us from race control. And at that point, we didn't have that, as now, interestingly, they pit. Now, that's curious. By the end, it will kind of be wet weather, but it's definitely not now. But if we were to pit now... Oh, yeah, it's definitely time. Okay, we'll have a lap advantage for Rodriguez. For Von Heim, we're actually going to do even more repairs. I think for Von Heim, the race is over, really. We'll have an extra lap of tire life over Schaub, but the question becomes, how far down are we going to be? Very far. We're going to struggle to make that work, I'm afraid. I think this might end up being more repairs for Rodriguez as well. It's going to be another one of those weekends, potentially. But thankfully, right now, Schaub is half a second down on the points because Hustler is keeping them at bay, but not for long, probably. Schaub is doing really well on this track. They've been nippy around these corners, dominant down the straights. But can Hustler's rear wing cause us as much pleasure now as it did pain earlier in the season? Rodriguez does have a couple of people ahead of him that have tire wear, but Schaub is the crucial one right now. Rodriguez is getting closer to Rinaldi. Alessandro Rinaldi proving to be problematic. Hustler, we just need you to hold up Schaub, please. If you would, be a lamb. Rodriguez still struggling to do anything from back there, unfortunately. We may have mistimed that pit. We're going to tell our drivers not to crash. A couple of you may have had heart attacks there. We know that our pit stops are very slow. I feel like a faster pit crew would have helped us hugely in this. So Rodriguez still stuck behind Rinaldi, as I've just noticed Schaub did get past Hustler. This will cut the gap by a point. I think the chance of Rodriguez getting back in the points is starting to fall away from us, I'm sad to say. Schaub and Kukkonen have now both gone past Hustler, so even if Schaub crashes, Kukkonen will save the day for Pope there. We just got to hope they don't catch up to Acosta, because Acosta's tyres are looking a little bit worse for wear. Now, if Schaub and Kukkonen both get Acosta, that cuts our lead back to just 1 point, and we definitely don't want that. And Rodriguez finally gets past Rinaldi. It's unfortunately too little too late. A day late and $1 short, as someone more articulate than me might say. And I think we're going to have to kind of admit here that it's kind of game over for the points. I can't see us getting back into it. So I think we're going to pit both drivers for a big repair. We're going to throw it all into the last race of the season. Up the reliability to hopefully up our car performance. At the front of the grid, Moretti giving an absolute masterclass to outperform his teammate Levi Mack by half a minute. I don't know what's happened to Luigi Moretti this half of the season, but he has truly come into his own. He's proven that the Ferrari team is not a 1-2 driver situation at all. In fact, I wonder, can we just keep bringing them in for more repairs? Guys, just keep coming back in every lap. Every lap, we just keep coming back in. That's what we do, okay? It doesn't matter. It's fine. We just want to keep repairing as much as we can. Now, this time they came in. Von Heim didn't, but Rodriguez did. So now, hopefully, the late repairs will have helped us a little bit. It is a point back to Pope, which means there's 3 points in it going into the final race of the season. And this is going to be a ridiculously close constructors fight for best of the rest in the final race. Not where we wanted to be today, but hopefully next week we'll have something to celebrate. Because things are heating up to a fever pitch in the standings. Let's start with the Drivers' Championship. It is still open. There are 26 points on the table this weekend in the Drivers' Championship, which means somehow to the finale of the season, we have 3 drivers in contention, 2 from one team and 1 from another. If you're a real life F1 fan, that might sound familiar. I hope this finale is more interesting than that one. But let's just see what happens, shall we? So we have Luigi Moretti leading the championship, was behind his teammate largely for the first half of the season, then extended a gap out during the second half, but it's been switched around a couple times. And for the second week running, the lead has changed as Moretti takes it back from Mack. He's 3 points in the lead and 21 over Woods, meaning more likely than not, Woods is not going to be a threat to his championship right now. Obviously, as things change, I'll throw up as it stands. But in general for this, whichever Ferrari finishes ahead of the other one will take the title. Now, for Moretti, obviously being 3 points ahead at the top of the championship, he has a little bit more leeway. So as long as Mack doesn't finish 2 places ahead of him, below third, if they both finish below third somehow, then he will still take it home. For Paul Woods, the outsider in this championship, not quite the impressive 100-point reclaim that Max Verstappen did IRL, but he's been almost just as impressive to hang in there with how dominant the Ezzolini has been. His path to the championship is a little bit more crazy because realistically, he probably needs the Ferraris out of the picture. DNF. I think we know an Ezzolini on the track is not finishing outside of the top 3, probably 2, but they've also had issues with DNFing across the season, so we could see a situation where 2 of the 3 title protagonists end up pushing it over the line and colliding. If he wins, Moretti can't finish above 9th and Mack can't finish above 7th. But it gets even crazier for Paul Woods because even if they double DNF, he gets 2nd place and the golden lap. That's only 19 points, which would put him on 159. He still needs to win. So the question's going to be here, if the Ferrari's DNF and Ryan is leading the race, do McLaren pull out the papaya rules and say no fighting, let's just play the team game? If they do let them fight, does Joe Ryan decide of his own accord to let Paul Woods through? We will see. No other changes down the order in the Drivers' Championship, and it's pretty static. And for our drivers, they're still trying to battle for 10th, so they just need to outscore Acosta by 2 points and Shout by 1, and then it would go to countback. It would be a tie. Or if they can outscore them by 3 and 2, then they would take that 10th position. One of them would anyway. On the constructors' side, we officially can crown Ezzolini as your 1970 constructors champions. Well done, Ezzolini. I don't think anybody's shocked. The fact that it even went to the 9th race before it got sealed is maybe a surprise to some. But with 44 points being on the table for this weekend, it is officially going red this season. The only change is Wayland taking back 3rd place in best of the rest, which is the 2nd week running that position has changed. And that's only on countback. They go into this weekend exactly tied on points. I don't know if Chapman's positioning could swing the count back, but in general, they will need to outscore Wayland this weekend to win best of the rest. Wayland just need to match Chapman by the looks of it, and they will take it home. And the other story in this championship is best of the rest of the rest, because that's where we sit right now, leading that charge. I want to say up there in 5th place. It is up there. We came into the season projected 10th position as the weakest team. We came in here. Brendan like and Corey subscribe, putting their faith in me to lead this team to glory. And I would say, while we haven't fought for the championship in our very first season, who does in F1? You know, I mean, Brawn GP aside, let's not count that. Knight have put up an incredible fight, and we sit here now, realistically, because in theory, with 44 points on the table, any team could take it from us. Realistically, the only challenge to our best of the rest position is Pope, maybe April. April have really had a late surge in this championship, and if they keep it up, maybe they could pull out a miracle today. In general, what we expect from this is the top 8 finish in the top 8, right? So Etzolini, LeBron, Wayland, and Chapman all take the top 8 positions. So assuming there's no DNFs, we sit in a position where there is probably 3 points available on the table today. That is 2 points for 9th and 1 point for 10th. Now, in that scenario, if Pope take both of those positions, we tie. I don't know who would win on countback, but I do know that if there's no DNFs above and the top 8 finish the top 8, all we need to do is put one wheel into 10th. We just need one driver to score a point and we win the best of the rest title. However, if there is one DNF in front of us and the faster cars are still just faster, that will open up 8th position, which also opens up 4 points. In that scenario, the maximum a team could score is 6. Now, all we need to do is secure that 8th place. If we get that 8th place, we will take that. Obviously, if Acosta takes that 8th place and takes the 4 points, then it's essentially as if there's no DNF. We would tie with Pope if they get 8th and 10th and we get 9th. Pope would win if they take 8th and 9th, because if they take 6 points from having 4 and 2 and we take 1, they would win best of the rest by 2 points. Crazy times. I'm not going to go through what April needs, by the way, because it's pretty far-fetched. If there are 2 DNFs ahead of us, then there is 10 points on the table. Now, obviously, if April end up getting 7th and 8th, they could take 5th. We'll come to that as we get to it, if we get to it. If Pope get 7th and 10th with us in 8th, we would tie. If Pope get 7th and 8th or 7th and 9th, then we would lose to Pope in this finale. And I really, after all the time we've spent in 5th place since the 5th weekend of the season, I just can't lose it to them now, you know? I will be heartbroken if that happens. But yeah, 3 or more DNFs becomes a wild card, and there will be a whole host of scenarios in which anybody could really take it. But we don't expect to see Hemlock, Bancroft, or Vernier gracing the top 10, and those are the paths to the constructors' unofficial titles anyway. Sponsor challenge. We've either got metal tubing that says we can repair all the car parts in a single pit stop, or Fashion can give us $4 to get the drivers in consecutive positions without giving them any overtake order. I assume that means team orders, but like an overtake order, maybe it means push. I mean, look at this. We're not going to be repairing all the car parts in the pit stop. This is the last race of the season. It's all go, right? We're throwing everything at the wall, so there's no point in doing that. We might as well go for the $4 and go for Fashion. So let's get them on the car. Get delivery on. The biggest point for us recently has been reliability. It's hampered us in the second half of the season. So last week, we sent the boys in to get a bunch of repairs during the race. Now, as it turns out, Carlos Rodriguez's car is actually exactly the same reliability as it was going into last weekend, which is a little concerning on the engine side of things, but he did push quite hard for quite a lot of the race. So maybe we've just offset that balance. Where the key difference is for Von Heim. Now, Artie Von Heim has gained 20% on most stats and 10% on the chassis. So everything's looking a bit more reliable there. With that in mind, today's upgrade will go to Carlos Rodriguez on the engine. I know Artie Von Heim fans, I know before you even say it, but you got to remember, Von Heim has had 5 upgrades or new parts this season. Rodriguez has only had 4. This is also the last race of the season. We want to make sure the cars make it to the end. So we're going to put the reliability up. And with that upgrade, that is 9% additional and 5 on the performance. And it also brings him closer to Von Heim's car's performance level as well on average. So hopefully with that improvement, we will be able to do something great this weekend. Now, Potenza, our finale, is a mainstay track. It's iconic. It's the temple of... Wait, no, we should be using legally distinct terminology, right? It's the shrine of velocity. That's what this track is. And it's so iconic, it has a higher chance of showing up. We just knew it was going to be here. It is also a wide track, which makes overtaking and high speeds a lot easier. There's a 50% extra overtake chance. So defending against people behind is not as much of an option. But, you know, the extra stop and then regaining positions on track is more of an option. And also engine performance plus 20%. Now, the last time we saw that on a race was Muttonchop. So I'm hoping we can do something similar today, and we will be focusing on the engine and the chassis in quali. Finally, it is a dangerous track. Now, remember how I said things could get crazy if there were DNFs and that would start to change things? I think I'm probably going to have to do a lot of editing for this race, because I'm probably going to have to throw up a lot of how it stands, because I imagine there will be a few DNFs here, but I'm hoping there won't, because honestly, the more stable this race stays, the better chance we have of winning best of the rest. Because if Pope are ahead of us, they won't be able to take the title reliably unless there are DNFs. But it is a dangerous end to the calendar. And so without further ado, we go to Potenza for round number 10 out of 10 in the 1970 season. We arrive at the Shrine of Velocity. 3 out of the last 4 weekends we've had have been wet tracks, but this one is not. It is a dry quali. We expect it to be dry all weekend. So my Italian is terrible, but here goes. They will go through the Curva Boggibonzi, which is a little easy chicane, like a little gentle kind of left-right chicane, round the long right-hander of the Varianti Ezzolini, named after our constructors champions, by the way. They then have to slow it down for the Curva Piombella, one of the two, then bring it round the Varianti Stretta, round the backside of the Curva Grassetto and the Varianti Angioino, one of those. And then it's just power, so much power as they head down the Curva della Rosa all the way onto this straight here. And then they arrive at the Curva Duomo to finish the lap. This is going to be huge. I am so nervous, but here we go. And we start things off. Francois, crew chief of Team Vernier, strongest team in the league, holding up the entire championship from 10th position. He receives a +1 bonus. No partying and getting drunk here. It's all business for Vernier, as they're going to try and not be bottom of the standing. Piet Verdorn, crew chief of Team Chapman, who currently just need to outscore Wayland for best of the rest today. He thinks it's all in the bag. He's partied way too early, and so he will be struggling a little bit today. Henny Holgerson, driver of Team Chapman, was out partying with him. We hate to see it, but we start off now. Let's get Rodriguez out there first. I don't often do this. Quickly followed by Von Heim. And let's see how we do. Welcome to the final destination of the championship. And there's a gaggle of cars heading out immediately for this session, because everybody wants to get all that knowledge in of what might happen today with so much on the line for so many teams and so many drivers. It doesn't even zoom in. That's how small the track is. As we're about to follow Rodriguez for a lap around this. He goes out and into the first listing chicane, pushes on around the curve, has to get it slowed down for now a tight and twisty section. Few right-handers, just got to keep following the flow of the track, and then it's all acceleration, all power, all along the straight after the long left-hander even, into the final curve, and to bring it home. Rodriguez, quicker than Kukkonen, Steiner, Fischer, Von Heim. Not a great performance from Von Heim there. We're looking to see where Schaub comes in. Schaub did just come in and is behind by half a second. Oh, this is huge now. What a great start for us. Von Heim, I have no words for Von Heim. I don't know what's happened to Von Heim. Fischer also had a terrible lap there. A 125.6 from Rodriguez. I think Schaub also might end up being a bit quicker than that when it gets down to it, but that is a great first stint for us. I absolutely love that. If we can keep that going, Schaub and Kukkonen down in 16th and 17th would give us a huge benefit. We already know how wide Hörsler can make their rear wing, so we would love to see that. Now, tuning. This is the part of the video that a lot of you love more than the actual race itself, I imagine. So let's get into it. It's going to be all engine. Engine performance is increased by a percentage. So the higher performance we get on the engine, the more that percentage bonus for the weekend is worth. So obviously we're going to go all engine. This would be a 3 to 9 over a 1 to 8. We're going to start with the 1 to 3. I don't like the idea of the 0 on the 2, so we're going to go 0 to 3 there. Oh, is it time to go big? This times 1.25 is 5 to 15. This is more worth it, and the chance of a 0 would be horrible. All right, a 5 is not great. You see what I mean? Guys, we need to lock in, okay? This is the finale. We need to lock into quali. This sets the tone for the weekend. Rodriguez is driving his ass off out there up in P10. The 1 to 8 or the 5 to 16. And that's times 1 2/3. So it's 1 2/3 to about 11. The 5 to 16. We got 14. All right, that's what I'm talking about. I believe in you. I knew you could do this. Okay, 1 to 3 or a 1 to 5. We'll stick with the 1 to 3 for now. The 0 to 2, the 0 to 3. Because that's all we could afford. Halfway up to a golden tune. I'm not mad. I'm not mad with that at all. Get Von Hyman for a tune. Once again, it's engine again as well. 1 1/4 of that would be 5 to 10. It's not going to be worth it. We'll go over the, yeah, because they see the 7. 1 to 13 covers all of that anyway. And the extra little bonus wasn't going to be worth it. So 0 to 2 or 6 to 15. That would be a 0 to 10. You know, I mean, we have to do better. And a 13. Oh, it's huge. I'm getting excited now. This is so much emotion behind these dots, I swear. 0 to 3 or 2 to 5. That would be a 0 to 6. We'll go with the 2 to 5. We got a 2. That's unfortunate. 3 to 12 or a 2 to 7. 1 1/4 of this would be 2.5 to about 9. 3 to 12 is going to be better. We got a 9. Okay, that's something. I mean, all we can afford now is the little 0 to 2 on the chassis. It's a 0 anyway. Great. That is slightly better for Von Heim than it was for Rodriguez. Now, on 42 minutes is when I sent Von Heim out. I want to check early how long it takes to do an outlap because I don't want to repeat of what happened last week when we didn't quite make it. And I've got to remember now this time that tuning takes time that we'll need to add on to that. So that's something I'm going to remember. Oh God, all the traffic's coming out as well. That's horrendous. Okay, so 40:26. So that was like 1 minute. I'm going to call it 1 minute 30 to round down. So let's say 2 minutes with tuning is what we're going to need. Rodriguez has been all on the back of Edwards there. Probably not a great lap. Does improve though. Goes 5.5 seconds. Von Heim right in there behind him. 300ths of a second. As we now switch our attention to Schaub, who is... Oh, it's a yellow flag. Schaub's lap's been ruined, as it is Ryan. I thought for a second when I saw the McLaren in the wall that it was Paul Woods. Lost it on the entry into that first corner, interestingly. It seems like he just was trying so hard to focus on the line he was going to take into the corner that under braking, he just wobbled a bit too much and, you know, it wasn't there. That doesn't change anything really in the title chances because Paul Woods is the one that's still in contention. But in that vein, Moretti was purple in all sectors in the first lap. It's looking like it's a Moretti show today. Woods down there in 5th is, I mean, he's an outsider anyway for the title, but there you go. That has actually helped us because Schaub won't get that lap in and he was going faster. This could be all going our way. We'd be happier than Max Verstappen when he saw Latifi hit the wall in Abu Dhabi 21. The strategy is going our way. So engine for tuning times 1 2/3. It's about 5 to 8. You know what? Things have been going our way. Lady Luck has been shining on us. We're gonna gamble. An 8. All right, not amazing. 4 to 11 or 3 to 16. 1 1/5. It's about 5 to 13. We're gonna play it safe there. Yeah, the 6, you see. 1 1/4 of this would be 2.5 to about 9. 4 to 13 is better. We're gonna need 13. We're not gonna get it this time around, but the 2 to 5? Oh, I don't need the 2. All right, 11 more points for Rodriguez. We'll see them good on the golden tune. Von Heim, come on in. 1 1/5, 3.5 to 19. It's about the same, so we're going to do the cheaper one. Ooh, that's good. Times this by 2.5, you get 5 to 10. Oh, the 2. Oh, look at how close I could get to the golden tune. We got it. I'm too tempted. That was terrible. That was such a bad gamble. What am I doing? What am I playing at? All right, okay, 3 to 7, and then a 3 to 6 is all we can afford. Also 11, equal on their tunings. We're about to send out Rodriguez for their 3rd lap. It is about 1:30, so this will be about the perfect timing to get a lap in after the yellow flag. The yellow flag will probably stop about 15 seconds before we cross the line. Once again, Rodriguez maybe going to get held up on their flying lap. No, they don't. But Mark quickly gets in front of them again for some reason. The behavior of these drivers on the outlap is sometimes absolutely god-awful. Can I just say, there's no decorum here. Right, William Hansen would be appalled with the behavior here. As Rodriguez crosses the line, we are not appalled with that. 9th, Von Heim went slower in the middle sector. I think got held up by Rinaldi a little bit there. A few games at play here as Schaub begins their flying lap as well. We might not see the result of Schaub's lap before we get our tunes in, as there's going to be a lot of tuning today because of how short the track is. Here is Schaub here, number 18 right now, which is a great number to see written in Pope colors, if I am biased myself. We definitely don't want to overshoot on this tune, so we're going to play it nice and safe. Okay. You know what? This is going to be a long quali session. We don't need the golden tune now. I was going to say we'll go for it because 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, it would be fine. 10 would be a bust. We don't need to do this now. This is a long quali. We've had 3 sessions in 18 minutes. It's about 6 minutes a stint. We've got so many opportunities to get this golden tune. We don't need to do that now. So next would be the chassis, wouldn't it? That's where we'd go next. A 2 to 6 is going to look better. Oh, the fucking 1. What do we got here? Would it be 5 to 15? You know what? Let's chance it. An 8, not bad, not bad. Actually, no, that was terrible. What am I talking about? That was god awful. 2 to 6, we'll do with that. Times that by 4, you get 0 to 8. Well, I hate the thought of spending a 4 points for a 0. We got the 2 there. Same again. A 13. Oh, yes, we love that. Okay. In you come, Von Heim. Schaub ever closer to completing that lap. We just maybe a yellow flag just before he crosses the line. Maybe that happens every single time until the end of the session. We would love that if that could happen. Because he can only gain from here, right? I do expect to see him back around us by the end of the session, all jokes aside. 0 to 7 or 0 to 5. It's 1 point difference, and that could immediately get us the golden tune. We get the 0. If anybody's ever wondering if I'm too conservative about getting a 0 from spending a lot of points, that shows that I'm not. This is definitely not what we want. The 0 to 2... 0 to 4. 4 to 10. Okay, 1 to 3. There's the golden tune. For the final time this season, we hear the choral singing, and we love to see that. Okay, now... chassis, 4 to 7, 0 to 5. I don't like the noughts. I really don't like noughts. Okay, times that by 1.5. We get 1.5 to 7.5. This all encompasses that, so we might as well just spend less. 0 to 2. Okay, not bad. Not bad. We'll go with it. It's 32 seconds to tune up sometimes here. As Schaub crosses the line, goes 11th, and that's where we expect him to actually be. That's real pace right there. And there is another yellow flag. Unfortunately, it's after Schaub finishes their lap. It is Antonio Viaba for the 2nd week running. We can't retune the cars, so there's not really much we can do here. We just have to sit and ponder. Moretti really setting the bar with a 3-second gap over their teammate. It's definitely going to be a Ferrari show again. 4 seconds. And so I think forwards definitely needs DNFs from the Ferraris this weekend to become champion. I think with the yellow flag slowing us down, we can get out there still with some time. I don't know that we need to... Why do we need to retune this? That does surprise me, as now we're going to have a bunch of traffic around us. We're going to wait for all the traffic to go for Von Heim. It does surprise me that we needed to retune the cars there, considering no differences were made. I mean, other than maybe tires, but that wouldn't take the 20 seconds that took. Rodriguez is going to lead 17 car queue, a 17 car queue around this track right now as we enter the last corner, comes across the line, and here we go into that first chicane, dipping and diving, powering on, trying to hold it around that long right-hander, slow it down for the chicane, and start planning out those right-hander corners around the back of the track. Then it's all power, listing around that left-hander, the long, fast left-hander down the straight and get it turned around the Duomo to bring it home. Up in 8th, Acosta goes above. Schaub maybe improving, not getting anywhere near where we were. Really got held up by that traffic there, I think. Von Heim takes 8th position. Maybe all along it was Chassis. Who'd have thought? Or maybe Von Heim just pulling out that talent that honestly we haven't seen from him in at least a couple weekends. He did pull out that 8th in Circuit Eerste though. That was a hell of a performance, but we didn't see it last week. It's golden tune time for Rodriguez. There it is. Chassis then. Times that by 3, 0 to 6. It's going to be 4 to 9. There's the 8. Times that by 1.5. It's 0 to 7.5. We get 2 to 8. Let's get the 8. Am I being too greedy if I go for the 5 to 13? This would be 4 to 12. 11. That's not bad, you know. That's really not bad. The 1 to 4. Oh, and the 1 to 3 on the steering. But 10 away from that second golden tune. We may end up with 3 golden tunes. We may end up with a maxed out car today. What are we doing then, Von Heim? Times that by 1 2/3. You get 1 2/3 to 10. 3 to 20 is better. 13 is good. 0 to 2, 0 to 4, 1 to 4 better. 0 to 4, the 1 to 3, we go to 1 to 3. Now this is 1 1/4, so that you get 2.5 to about 17. We're going to go for the 5 to 20. We're going to go big. You know what? We shouldn't have gone for the 5 to 20. We shouldn't have gone big. 2 to 4, 0 to 5. We'll go for the 1 to 2 and the 1 to 3. Now on this one, I want to see how long a full out lap, flying lap, in lap takes. 1936 was the send out for Von Heim. I want to see how long that is because that's also going to impact how long we leave it when we send them out for their last full set of laps. Von Heim just managing there to get ahead of the pack of cars coming out. Kukkonen's one of them. Kukkonen won't be able to hold Von Heim up. You know they'd have wanted to if they could, but they haven't been able to. Fastest in both sectors, Rodriguez, not Von Heim. Rodriguez goes back ahead of Von Heim by half a tenth. Acosta coming round there in 11th, though, looks to maybe spoil our day a little bit. And jumps to 7th. If we had an award show at the end of the season, most improved would go to Mario Acosta because he has been putting in a blinder in the second half of this season. We're going to tune up Rodriguez now. I mean, we don't want to overshoot either of these. A 2 to 10, though, can't overshoot. And we, in fact, get that second golden tune. We love to see it. Okay, so is 1 1/4. So you're looking at 5 to 15. 6 to 17 is better. And we get the 15. 1 to 4 or 4 to 7. That's 1.5 to 6. 4 to 7 is better. 4 is not great. 1 to 2 or 1 to 4. I mean, it's half the price. And we got a 1 anyway. And we can't do anything else. Okay, off you pop. Von Heim, 15.05. Okay, so 4 seconds 31 is the time for a full round. The outlap is 1:30, so that's 6:01. And then what, like a minute of tuning, 7:01. So for the penultimate run, 7:01 is the latest we can send them out. And around that time, I wouldn't chance it, honestly, other than that. Because you see this, look, the track grip goes up. Times get faster. Track Evo in the dry is a big factor. So 0 to 8 or 2 to 16, times that by 2/3. I mean, I don't like the 0. Let's not fuck around. You know I'm going to go for the 2 to 16. 6 is not great. The 0 to 3 or the 1 to 4. We go 1 to 4. We get the 4. 0 to 4 or 4 to 9. So it'd be what? 0 to 6? Nah. 4 to 9. 6 is not bad. Okay, that would overshoot. We don't want that. The 1 to 2. 4 to 9. Second golden tune, baby. There it is. We love to see it for Von Heim. Now it's just steering. Any of you that are seeing me miscalculate these send out times, by the way, I'm so sorry if that's happened. You're probably screaming at the screen right now, like, don't send them out with 7 minutes, you won't make it. But I'm hoping I don't screw it up, especially on the last week of the season. But with the bad luck day that Schaub's been having, you never know, but that just ruins our chance of potentially getting a lap in. It is Jorge Bregman from 8th. Bad day for Wayland, trailing both Chapman cars in the standings at the moment. And now one of them is DNF'd. And at this rate, Acosta might even start P8 on the grid. I thought we had to set a lap time to retune. But I mean, I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to complain. We can retune. We're going to do it. Start working on the car. I've asked the FAA. They say it's fine. Go ahead. The 1 to 4. Oh, because it's what we had last time. We had 2 points spare. That's why. That was such a letdown. I thought we'd get a whole other tune in there. That's fine. We're going to probably get like a full triple golden tune. For the first time since, I don't even remember when. HereBeCush, show it on screen. Good, thanks, HereBeCush. When there's about 2 minutes left on the yellow flag, I say, we're going to send them out. Also, can I just point out Steiner up there in 7th? I was talking about Mario Acosta, but you know what? Albert Steiner, big name in the paddock right now. Okay, we sent him out with just about 2 minutes on the clock. I think with the yellow flag, it'll be slow enough that we can still get in there to do a full lap. I think this will also be our last lap before the last one, because it's going to take about 4 minutes, which will put us beyond the 7-minute mark. But at least that way, I don't have to worry about the, you know, the timings of it all. So yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, and there it is. Green flag as we come round the Duomo. They head down the start, finish straight into the Curva Poggiabonzi. Round the Varianti Ezzolini. Get it stopped for the Curva Palombella. And maybe Rodriguez giving Von Heim a tow for this lap. You never know. As they head down the Curva della Rossa. Onto that straight. Von Heim picking up a lovely little slipstream potentially there, going round the Curva Duomo and across the line. Rodriguez and Von Heim both a huge lap, but Von Heim a 1/10.5 quicker. Acosta goes even faster. Kukkonen comes in half a second down, and Schaub again in the bottom 5. If this was F1 in the 2020s, I mean, I'm here in 1970, but I imagine by then they'll have some sort of 3-tiered quali system, right? So Schaub would probably be eliminated by now. This is huge for us. I know we're going to get overtaken off the start by Steiner and Bregman and Ryan, but the fact that we start that far ahead, if Rodriguez can have one of his days where he just shoots off the line like he's had a couple of times, he could be up there in the top 5. And even though we'd eventually fall back, that distance that you get from the pack expanding when the cars start to spread out a little bit and get settled in, that'll be some valuable seconds in this fight for the best of the rest of the rest. Mack as well at the top has closed the gap, less than a second now, and Paul Woods less than 3.5. Still trailing though, still needs those double DNFs from the Ferraris, but Mack is closing in and making this a much tighter affair. So double that, you get 2 to 10, 5 to 11's better. Wasn't great. 3 to 7 or 1 to 12, 1 1/4, 4 to 9. Yep, fuck it. 3. See, that's why I don't want to go for the 1 to 12. 1 to 3 or 1 to 9, we'll go 1 to 3. 1 to 2, 1 to 7, we'll go 1 to 7. That's a 3. 1 to 4 or 1 to 7, 1 to 4. And there it is. We can't do any more. That will be it So, Rodriguez, what can we do for you? That would be 3 to 6. 4 to 7's better. 3 to 7 or 5 to 11. 1 1/4. You're looking at 4 to 9. 5 to 11's better. That's exactly the same, so we'll keep it cheap. 2 to 10 or 1 to 18. You know what? We're going to go big. Oh, 15. That's what I'm talking about. And again, no cheap options for the steering. All right. This time around, Rodriguez will get the toe because Von Heim had it last time. So when this hits 145, Von Heim will leave the garage. And then when it hits 140, Rodriguez will leave the garage. And they should come around across the line with Rodriguez with about 10 seconds to go. Unless I woefully mistimed this. All right, there's 145. There's 140. I'm not sure it'll be quite the toe that we want for Rodriguez. I think we'll get around though. And if there's a yellow flag that stops us, we're happy with this finishing position, honestly. Let's check out Rodriguez. 30 seconds. 25, 20, 15. With 10 seconds to go, he makes it across the line, and that is what we wanted to see. Okay, qualifying is now over. Finish your laps. Schaub going quicker in every sector, so are we. Schaub comes across the line and goes P6! Out of nowhere! What is that? Von Heim goes ahead of him. Rodriguez also goes ahead of him, but holy hell. Remember I said I was expecting Schaub to end up around us. Holy hell, but 7th and 8th on the grid will take. We will obviously lose positions to Bregman and Ryan through the course of that race, but with them down in 17th and 18th, it might not happen immediately. But Schaub right there behind us. It's a bit of a problem because if there are 2 DNFs in the race like there were there, and Bregman and Ryan, for example, don't make it back, then we end up in the situation where we just need 8th position. Schaub and Acosta could knock us out of that. Kukkonen would need to be up there as well though, because remember with them being 3 points down, Schaub getting 6, we would just need 3. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. If we dropped out of the points completely, Schaub just needs 8th. Okay, I'm a little nervous. But that quali was absolutely unbelievably huge. It is exactly what we wanted to see, performing well throughout the weekend, and so far they've done that. Also, they're 0.04 of a second apart from each other, and that is crazy to me. There's nothing to split them. There's been nothing to split them the whole season. The Drivers' Championship shows that. But now we're about to head in to race strategy. It is indeed a dry Sunday in Potenza at the Shrine of Velocity. If we finish where we start, we make $4 off this, by the way, from the Fashion Sponsorship Challenge. So let's hope that happens. But for 43 laps, this race will be short, honestly. For how short the track is as well. 43 laps is pretty short. Hemlock take the back row. Bregman and Ryan the row in front of them. 2 surprise starts there. Fisher and Steiner bringing up the rear for the best of the rest contenders with Rinaldi, Kukkonen ahead of them. Morel and Edwards, a surprising 6th row lockout for Vernier there. Pretty impressive for them. And as we enter the top 10, it's Acosta, Schaub, Rodriguez, Von Heim. Let's not forget, if Acosta somehow overtakes us and gets 6th from DuPont, or there's another DNF, and none of us or Pope score, they would tie us for best of the rest for April, which would be insane. The top 6 is as you would expect it in some ways, missing Joel Ryan, of course. And we go on to race strategy. 43 laps. How does that look? So we don't have to start on any inters this time. Without conserving, there's no way we can make this a one-stop still, because the tires don't last that long. I'm quite tempted to send soft off the line just to really maximize our position. Maybe split the strategy, but I wouldn't want to call it between the two of them. This is the problem. Just, it doesn't give us a lot of flexibility on the old strategy. Softs off the line for 10 laps. That leaves us with 33, which would then be maybe a hard and a medium. There could be DNFs, of course. There could be safety cars. But if we just pushed for the whole stint, that's still a hard and a medium. So I think we just hope for an early safety car. The only issue is the hard tires, I imagine, will be very slow. Overtaking is easy. This is the thing. So we can't just sit back and hope to retain our position. If there's no safety car, it's on the cusp, isn't it? It's on the cusp. We don't want to be on hard tire pace for the whole thing. We'll see what happens. We're going to start on softs. We're going to burn off the line as always. We're going to push off the line. We're going to hope to settle in. Rather chaotically, it's softs and then we see what happens. Okay, that's where we're going with this. So let's go for the final time, chat, for 43 laps around the Potenza circuit for round 10 of 10, the grand finale of the 1970 season. And as we start off this session, I've noticed two things. Number one, 90% of the grid is on hards. And that scares me. If everyone's in agreement that hards are the strat, but then they had that wrong in Circuit Eerste and it worked out well for us. Most people seem to think it's hards. Fisher agrees with us. Ryan, Hurstler, and Woods on mediums. Everybody else on hards. But that will give us hopefully a really good boost off the start and then hopefully early safety car. So... Nero Latella, crew chief of Team Wayland, partied hard yesterday. They drinking their cares away about Bregman crashing out early. They're now hungover. Is that the only one we see today? It is! The lights start to come on. It's going to be the grand finale we've all been waiting for. The lights are off and the race is on, and it's a bad start from Team Night here as we fall down the order on our soft tires. Not the start we were hoping for, but thankfully Schaub has had the same kind of start, although does manage to get past Rodriguez, and as they file out onto that big back straight, Schaub sits ahead of us in 11th. That is not the start we wanted. Rodriguez has managed to get ahead of Von Heim, who continues to drop down the order. Rodriguez now overtakes Schaub into the first corner, gets past Acosta going around the curve, the Variante Erzolini, and goes into the back half of this lap, now up in 9th. And that's what we want to see as he's about to try and make a move on Rinaldi as well. Rodriguez takes 8th place going around the curve at Duomo. Rodriguez can definitely settle in now with Von Heim because we don't want him crashing anywhere. Von Heim has also managed to make his way back up to 11th. This is what we wanted to see from the lads. Early fighting, a little bit hair him scare him on that first lap there. And also in the championship fight, Levi Mark is down to 4th. First blood goes to Moretti in this race. And Rodriguez currently just shadowing Maldonado as they go around, less than a second behind, just getting a nice little tow along from Maldonado here. Von Heim trying to get a little bit of space out as we continue on. And in fact, we're just going to ease up on these softs a little bit. You know, we're just going to ease up. We're going to take things slow. We're going to see what happens. Fisher on those soft behind us. Not what we wanted to see. Because it might be that Von Heim needs to not go easy on those tires, actually. Right behind them, Bregman as well. Bregman's definitely going to make their way through. We know this for a fact. But currently, Von Heim is sitting as the cork in the bottle for these three. As Rodriguez just going to need to start picking things up a little bit because Von Heim has caught him up. Going a little bit too easy on those tires there, Rodriguez. And in fact, now they're under fire from Bregman, but that's fine. We don't mind about Bregman going past. We know Bregman's going to go past. It's the cars behind him that we need to worry about. Not as much April. Not so much April because they, even with 9th and 10th, they won't be able to get us. But in the case of a potential DNF up ahead of us. We think we're going to manage to get about 10 laps out of these softs before we have to pit. And pit early we will. But that's all right, though. You know, that's actually going to be a good amount of laps that we'll have had out of these, all things considered. And the times on the board with our last lap is that we're still faster than the hard tire runners. Schaub, currently not so, because Schaub is apparently a demon on the hards. But where are we at right now? 18:03, 17:50. Look at this. Track's ramping up. So are we. Schaub goes slower. We're fine to keep on these tires while we're not struggling, honestly. I'm okay with it. And there's a yellow flag, and this is exactly what we wanted. As we're now going to pit both cars. There's no time loss because we don't double stack in 1970. So this is exactly what we wanted to see. Okay, so this is the end of lap 10. So we're going to have 33 laps left. It's going to be a hard stint and a medium stint. And I think it's going to be the hard stint next for both drivers. We're not going to repair anything. Rodriguez is going to pit. Von Heim will also pit. And it's right as we come round to the pit entry. We couldn't have asked for better timing. It's Mario Acosta as well that's DNF'd. That is huge. I mean, Acosta actually might have been the roadblock for us ahead of Schaub. Rodriguez has a failure. That is definitely not what we wanted, but doesn't lose out on position at least. Definitely loses time, doesn't lose position. Bregman's got a puncture. Well, he's lucky that that happened while it was under yellow flag because he won't lose as much time here. Wayland, of course, have that time machine when it comes to the pits. And if you watch them go in and out, it'll be an absolute flash. You'll barely see him stop. There he goes. So We have fresh hards now. How far behind Schaub are we is the question. Oh, I want to say about 10 seconds. 15 seconds. And on fresh hards, Von Heim immediately makes a pass past Morel and is eyeing up Edwards for the very next straight. They go into the chicane and can't quite do it. They go around the curva, Ezzolini. Into the curva, Palombella. Round the back half. And it's being held up here a little bit, Von Heim. Not what we want to see there. Morel all over the back of him. Maybe wants revenge for Circuit Eerste. As now the others start to pit, and this is where we'll get a good idea of how much we've gained from this. What does Steiner switch onto? Is it mediums? It's more hards. So we are definitely benefiting from this, I think. Von Heim still cannot make the move on Edwards. He's going to try there, but as they go into the Autódromo, Edwards making his car super wide right now. And I'm not sure why he's putting up such a fight here. Maybe he thinks there's points in the offering with more DNS, but Von Heim manages to catch him on the exit of the chicane, gets better traction, gets some purchase, and gets 13th place. Immediately eyeing up Rinaldi already as well. Von Heim is hungry for this as Kukkinen pits. And is going to end up quite far down, I think. Rodriguez now going through the Vernier gauntlet. No. Artie Von Heim. As he comes out of the first corner of the chicane, the curva Lombella, I can't remember what it's called. Palombella, as he comes out of the chicane of the Palombella, lost it mid-corner. He was doing so well this weekend. We just hope he's okay. If he dies at the end of this season, that will be an horrendous finale. Everyone else now obviously pitting under yellows, and that bonus that we got there has been neutralized somewhat. Schaub sits 11 seconds behind Rodriguez. We pitted on lap 10, right? So that's lap 31 on the hards that we then need to pit onto mediums. Maybe actually we can do lap 32. Yeah, we can. We can go on to softs at the end then. Rodriguez sticking close to Morel like glue here as Edwards has pitted. Hopefully Morel will pit now. Morel does not pit. I'm kind of surprised. Morel seems to just have it in for us because of a Circuit Eerste where Von Heim managed to stay ahead of him. There's no other reason than spite that they would stay out for this, because that was a cheap pit stop right there that they've decided not to do. Vernier, I've got to have words with that Vernier team chief. Maybe it's their crew chief's hangover if they had one. I can't remember. But as the race is about to go green again, the benefit we had from the yellow flag, wax on, wax off, swings and roundabouts. Schaub got the benefit as well, and Rodriguez gets a better alert restart off the VSC. The full course yellow caught Morel napping and is immediately up into 9th place. Schaub thankfully held up behind the faster car of Paul Woods right now, who does sit 3rd, only 3 seconds behind Mac. Moretti currently storming off to a championship victory right now if things stay as they are. And Rodriguez, as things stand, would bring home best of the rest for us. Because currently, Pope would need both drivers in 9th and 10th to tie us. And Rodriguez is making that difficult for them, as is their very own Kukkinen right now. Mikko Kukkinen down in 15th place. This is good. This is what we want to see. Everything is calm right now. Oh, we can zoom in. There we go. Let's get a little zoom in. There you go. Up in the best of the rest competition in the constructors. Currently Chapman are securing that victory as it stands. Schaub is pushing hard to kind of catch us up, I think, at the moment. Or is just wildly faster, as that lead that we had over them for Rodriguez has been cut in half. But the thing is, even if Schaub gets past Rodriguez, even if Kukkinen gets all the way up to 11th right behind, it wouldn't make a difference. If Schaub gets past and there's a DNF ahead of us, that would be 8th and 9th. So that would, Pope would be 1 point behind us at the end of the season. So things currently are good. RT, oh, that's the third, is that the third DNF of the season that RT's had? And it's the 4th race, well, it's the 3rd DNF of the season that he's had, our 4th as a team. And that is 3/4 of our team's DNFs that Von Heim is responsible for here. As currently the plan is hards to lap 32 and then softs to the finish. We will try and hold out for a yellow as much as possible. And if Schaub gets past us, we will decide to just cover that off. What I worry about is if he pits now, because right now is not really soft territory and we want to go onto the softs to end so that we can have the most possible pace. But things are fine at the moment. The gap to Schaub is stabilized at that 5 seconds mark. And we're, you know, 10th, we're 10th apart, Rodriguez and Schaub. What a disastrous end to the season for Artie von Heim. Rodriguez will finish above von Heim in the driver's standings. Now, Paul Woods does sit in third, but unfortunately for him, both Ferraris are still on the track. And they're a lot closer together, actually. And it's a 2.5, 4.4 second gap. As we see here, Moretti currently going past DuPont. And there's another DNF, and it's Henny Holgerson. Oh, 31. I mean, we'd be crazy not to take advantage of this, right? We're going to pit onto softs. We're going to be right out of tires by the end, but we've got to do it. The second cheap stop. Will Schaub also duck in is the question. No. Maybe they'll go in next time round. Maybe that's what that's for. Please don't have a failure. This is not the time we need a failure. Okay, good. We're out. We're not going to need to get lapped by Moretti. Henny Holgerson, that throws a spanner into the works for Chapman's hopes at keeping the best of the rest as well. I mean, everybody's pitting now, so we've got to be a little bit... We've got to keep an eye on what's going on. Will Schaub pit now for that extra lap advantage? No. Is Schaub going to try and go to the end? This is going to be very interesting. Is Schaub going to try and just hold it out? I don't think he'd be able to, but you never know, right? I mean, he's got to roll the dice. Schaub has to pit, surely. Surely Schaub has to pit. I mean, there's no way that he can make it to the end. It doesn't make a difference. Because we're going to be okay anyway. And with that in mind, I'm made... Okay. Well, apparently we're going to be okay with the fuel. People have told me that if you're a lap behind the Ferraris, if you've been lapped, your fuel can go into minus a lap. And that's currently exactly what it's going to do. So we'll see, won't we? We'll definitely see. Rodriguez kind of closing in on Ronaldo. Schaub's still going. Is Schaub going to pull this? Schaub's going to pull this off. I think the Pope tire life... Hold on. I think the Pope tire life is going to do this. And if that's the case, they're going to pip us to it. Because they'll get 4 points. Rodriguez, you need to get Rinaldi. You need to get Rinaldi now to save our best of the rest championship. Oh my God, please get him. Please get him. Rinaldi's he's on old hards, please. Rodriguez, the whole season comes down to this, my dude. The whole season comes down to this. Please. You need to get him. Can't push for the rest of the race. Come on, come on. He's going to have to get lapped by Bregman. That's a great time to catch him up. Come on. Come on, less than 2 seconds. Come on, Rodriguez. You've got this. Come on. Less than a second. You've just got to get past him. Come on. Come on, overtake him. On the start, finish straight. They go into turn 1. Rinaldi's still ahead. They go around the curve at Ezzolini. Varialti Ezzolini. They come around the back half of it. There's 2 laps to go. Schaub has pulled off a potential strategy masterclass here. With the Pope tire life, our tires would never have made it. Come on, Rodriguez. You've got 2 laps. You've got to get Rinaldi. You've got to get Rinaldi. Less than a second. They go around all of the back curves again. And it all comes down to this. Rinaldi's pushing on. And is managing to get away. Come on, Rodriguez. You've got to make the pass. Viaba's there as well. Can we both get Viaba? This is the last lap. Rodriguez, our championship comes down to this. Come on, you've got to make the move. Make the move, you fool. No. It can't end like this. Oh, no. Rodriguez comes home in P11, less than a second from Rinaldi. Which means that by 1 point, Pope take best of the rest from us. I am as close to speechless as I could be. The whole weekend went our way, and then I have no words. I have no words. Thank you to everybody that's been here for the entire season. I can only hope that despite finishing the season in P6, that I've managed to entertain you with this season, and that you're not too disheartened that we didn't manage to bring home best of the rest. There's nothing else to say. I've got to give it to Jan Schaub. I've got to give it to Jan Schaub. I don't know how he made those hards last, but he did. He did make them last. To wrap the season up proper then, Luigi Moretti takes the championship with 186 points, clearing his teammate by a whopping 9 points. And Ezzolini take home the Constructors title with 10 wins out of 10. Wild domination this season. Absolutely incredible. I'm gutted with our result, but congrats to those that did well. And that's going to be it for this one. So don't forget to check out the non-racing manager games on the channel. And there'll be one of those on the left here that I think you should watch next. I'll see you over there. Kush out.